Welcome to Championship Sunday here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup May Madness 2025. Please rise if you are able to for the singing of the American National Anthem. Singing the National Anthem, a commercial music student at Grand Canyon University, please welcome Bria Williams.
Oh, it's not working. Ah. It's not working.
That one. Stage to default. We're gonna pretend like it never happened.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, whistle gallantly streaming, and the rockets glide, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing if you are able to for the playing of the Canadian National Anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. And now, please welcome your host for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Main Madness 2025, Septilence.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2025. I'm still your host, Septilence, and I hope you guys are excited because the good news is all the games we saw yesterday, we get to see again today. Isn't that exciting? Let's make some noise for that. Thank you so much. I'm very excited. A lot of my good friends are going to be up here on this main stage today playing their hearts out. Now, we're starting with one of my favorite games this weekend, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And something very exciting about Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is the trophy is going to someone new, technically. So last year's Grand Final Championship winners were Winthrop. Winthrop was knocked out. Now, however, one of the grand finalists is Fisher College, who has won Smash here at CECC before. So will it return home to Fisher College? Or is UT Arlington, our #1 seed, finally going to get the chance to win this grand final? UT Arlington, one of 2 Smash teams to have been here every single year. 2022, 23, 24, and now 25. Their seed placement has gone up every single year. They've made it to the final 2. So now it's up to them to become the final and only team standing. After that, we've got Street Fighter 6. We've got semifinals for that. We've got grand finals right after we go into Overwatch. ISU versus Fisher. Fisher, a notorious Overwatch team. ISU, the very same. Looking to find an incredible end to an amazing story for a very talented team. After that, we go into Valorant, where semifinals are still happening. So it's going to be Cumberland, Winthrop, Northwood, and Maryville as our final 4 teams. 2 of those teams will end up on this very stage looking for that CECC Grand Final Championship win. And then we close out the day with Rocket League. 2 teams that I believe have never made it to a CECC Grand Finals. Concord and Akron going to be going head-to-head. So a team from Ohio could walk away with a trophy. I'm not going to be biased, of course, but I do believe that could be pretty cool. So I hope you guys are excited. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a good day. And it's going to be a day where so many players, just like every single day this weekend, have come out here, have left it on the field, and are going to walk away proud. Because regardless of the number you came in with, regardless of the number you ended with, you made it. And that's the part that matters. That's something to be proud of. Every tournament has a team that wins, but every single team that has made it has won something to be here. And that's something important to not be forgotten. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go for just a couple of minutes here. We're going to get this stage set up for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And while that's happening, I'm going to send you guys to my good friend Catinator at the desk.
Thank you very much, Septulence. Man, it's going to be a good day. Championship Sunday is on its way. 96 teams came to the Esports Stadium Arlington this weekend. Only 10 remain. Hey, I'm Cadnator. Joining me is Nerdy Bird, Killa Miles, and the Beautiful Crow. We're talking Super Smash Bros. Ultimate this morning, but before we do so, I want to talk about all the titles, all the teams that are still left standing. Let's start with Street Fighter 6. No surprise, in winner's side still are the FIU boys, Paladin and Bilu. Crow, tell me about them.
Man, I mean, this is kind of expected. The number 1, 2 seeds meeting all the way up here. This is actually the first time this tournament, I believe, they actually are meeting. It took all the way through group stage, it took all the way through that round robin, and through bracket for them to meet in the winners finals here. So, I mean, it's all, you know, like I said, all but expected for both of these two to be there. And there is a high potential for it to have, you know, a gigantic first to 10 set, you know, winning in winners finals and potentially grand finals if the bracket shapes up that way. But I want to look at the lower bracket.
Sure.
Our other remaining 2 contestants.
Yeah, but that lower bracket has 2 amazing dark horses in it. It's going to be Abyssal and Qua. Now, Qua is that boxer, that solid defensive wall, and Abyssal on that. JP has been tricking people up this entire weekend. Both of them have shown potential to get these upsets in the past, and even though they are not specifically favored to win against Bilu and Paladin, it's a new day, it's a new dollar, and they could definitely make this happen.
It's a new day indeed. It'll be a new day for Akron over in Rocket League. They have finally toppled Northwood. They've got a chance at what was going to be that CCC final rematch. They won it yesterday. They've got a chance now to make it to the finals. They've got to play Concord, the 1 seed, the squad that I think a lot of folks, especially me, expect to take this thing. Already tell me about the rest of that bracket.
Okay, so I just want to touch on the fact that we had a slight disagreement on desk with what Kat actually said was going to end up being the case for Rocket League.
Call him out.
I am going to say I have such terrible memory that I will just agree that yes, out the gate you agreed it would be Concord, and even if I didn't say Concord in the beginning, I have to lean in Concord because I believe I actually said St. Clair, the team that Concord knocked out. So by the transitive property, I therefore now rooting for Concord. Nothing against Akron. Y'all know I love your program. I love your people. But today I have to root for the team that knocked out my buddies over at St. Clair.
I mean, come on. They beat St. Clair. They beat last year's CECC Cup champions in Ball State. And that was an early exit for Ball State in the quarterfinals, 4-2. So, Artie, I think that's a fantastic choice. But, you know, not to keep you rolling, but you want to talk to me about Overwatch?
Okay, so my chair just moved and that spooked me. Anyway, for today's finals in Overwatch, we're going to be watching, you know, a team that is in their swan song era. Illinois State University is going to be taking on, no surprise to anybody, I think, Fisher. This is our number 3 and our number 2 seed to go in head-to-head. And if it comes down to it, honestly, I'm leaning into ISU being victorious in that match. I mean, you have a bunch of well-established players, and we're talking players that just got picked up and or dropped off of the Nightmare team, and that is a phenomenal squad. So no hate to Fisher in this instance. I'm going for ISU on that.
Okay, I like that. I think ISU, a final ride for this team. It's only fitting that they take a cup to go with it. I like that a lot. Val, the only game not finished yet, I guess, outside of Street Fighter 6 that'll finish all the way on the stage since those matches are so quick. It's Cumberland Winthrop in the pit this morning. That's for semis. Then Maryville Northwood. I think coming to this, I told you, and I swear, Artie, I said this. I'll pull the clip if I have to. I said Northwood takes it this year. I do think they have a chance to lift another cup. A squad that's almost been to the finals every CCC, including the CENC. I think a squad that definitely has what it takes. But Maryville, they've got Giza, a player who did win last year with St. Clair, came over almost 2 months afterwards in July to this Maryville roster, a squad that has had success throughout all of Tier 2. When you look at Tier 3 events, this is a roster that has been winning. But Cumberland on stage yesterday played phenomenally. They beat the past CCC champions in St. Clair 2-1 very early in quarters as well. That's another early exit. So I don't know. It's going to be close. I'm interested to see how Winthrop fares against them. I think that matchup is going to tell me if I think Northwood can take it or not. That is, of course, if they can beat Maryville. And that leaves just one title, the title we're starting with this morning. Killa Miles, talk to me about Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
We've been following the first team that came from the losers bracket all through the entire CECC weekend, University of Texas at Arlington. Now, this team has been getting closer and closer and closer to winning every single year, and this is the most volatile year that we've had in Super Smash Bros. Yet. If they're going to take it at any point, it's going to be now, and they have already outplaced every single previous one. Their road here, Winthrop 2-0, Fisher 1-2. We'll get to that in a second. UNT 2-0, Lubbock Christian 2-0, and Oakland, as we saw on the stage last night, 2-1. But their opponent is arguably the winningest team that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate has ever had in the collegiate scene, Fisher College. And let's look at their run here. They had Miami 2-0, UCR 2-0, and Fisher in general, we'll get to the rest of that run in a second. They are poised to take this, not just because they have won in the past, but because they didn't win last year. They were dethroned, and now here they are on a warpath. They've 2-0'd everyone except for, as you just heard, UT Arlington. UTA is the only one to take a crew battle off of Fisher this entire weekend, and now here on the big stage, even with Fisher at a point advantage, they are looking to do it again, but Fisher is a monster, and we'll see if they can hold their spot and take back their throne.
Let's talk strength of schedule then, because we look at what is the results getting into this road to the finals. Now, Miles, you said day one, Stony Brook was looking like what could have been your favorite, had what looked like the best individual roster this weekend. However, Artie, things did not shake up well for Stony Brook. Tell me why.
Okay, so I also was in Stony Brook's court just due to an existing history that I've had casting their events and talking to the players that are no longer there. So they pulled on my heartstrings successfully, and I give into my emotions quite frequently. They were the team that I wanted to see here today in the grand finals. However, they got knocked out by, was it Oakland? Correct?
Yep.
Yes, and then the team that takes down Oakland is UTA. But the reason I leaned into Stony Brook so hard was because on paper, it seemed like these individual players were the only ones who were going to be able to stack up against Fisher.
Sure.
And go against Fisher in the grand finals.
But the thing about that is this year, player strength has become less of a factor as teams have gotten more and more cohesive. In the past, you just needed to be the best players.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we want to talk about on UTA. You know, they have the best shot of doing it this year because as a group, they are almost unstoppable. I mean, that's why we had that 2-1 against Fisher in early on in the bracket, because they can match up to them that darn well. And this is, you know, their best shot at doing this. I fully expect it to go the distance all the way through every single game, might even final hit scenario here we're looking at. And it's because they have really great players all across the board. I mean, of course, we can never speak too highly about Skits. I mean, always, all the time, you know, we're talking about him, but also like Kyle having a wonderful time. Memphis just popping up saying, hey, what's up, guys? I'm still here, too. It's just everyone on this squad for UTA is so good, but everyone on Fisher is pound for pound, you know, just their equal.
Yeah, that's where I want to go next. Miles, this Fisher squad, still a very successful roster, although it does look a bit different. Can you give me a rundown of the players this weekend?
So yeah, there are quite a few of the top players over in Kagaribi this weekend, but here in attendance are still some of the best players in the venue. Tilde on the Falco, Kronos on the Snake, Nexus also on the Falco, Vidad on the Rob all the way from Spain, Mr. E on the Lucina, and Velta on the Mega Man. And Mr. E and Tilde are who we have our eyes on the most. We talk about how UTA is pretty balanced across their entire roster. Fisher also balanced very well across their roster, but I feel like Tilde and Mr. E, in terms of their national placement, step a little bit higher above the rest. But as we just talked about, me and you already, team strength is not equivalent to player strength. And if UTA comes at them right, they can certainly make this upset.
I just need to remind everyone that last year during our grand finals, we had a player who is currently not here. They're in Japan, hopefully finding a lot of success, because we've harped on this idea that team balance is quintessential. And both these teams, yes, are fairly balanced. But yesterday, we got to witness Atomic as well as Skits between the last 2 days go on multi-stack hitting and just taking down and reaping squads, so to speak. And when the Grim Reaper comes through, that last year was Lima. Lima nearly hit 20 or did go over 20 stocks on a single team. So while we do place the importance on balancing out these squads, I do think you can look to Skits, Memphis, Atomic as players that could theoretically anchor down their squad and be there to be the backbone and strength for them to go in and just knock out player after player against Fisher.
Well, you talk about last year, and I want to do so as well, specifically on that Fisher College side. I think a lot of players in the venue feel like Fisher is the team to beat every year. This is the squad that's going to show up and show out, and we have to go beat them. Almost so that you feel like, well, this squad could win if Fisher wasn't here. But last year, that was not the case. Fisher goes into grand finals, they get a seed advantage coming from winner side, and they do not take a set on the main stage in Championship Sunday. They lose in 3-1 fashion, which means technically day of, they got swept. Miles, this squad had to learn how to lose.
That is 100% correct. Before last year in the grand finals, Fisher really hadn't lost. Maybe their second roster every now and then took a hit in the finals, but for the most part, the only person that beat Fisher was another Fisher roster. And then Winthrop came along and the floodgates were opened. Not only did Winthrop demonstrate that they could beat Fisher, but suddenly everyone realized that they can get better. They can get to that point. And throughout this entire year, we've been seeing upsets. People who have held down their region for the last 5 years be upset on their own turf, all culminate here in Texas now. Fisher has come together, they have learned from their loss, and watching them over there on that stage, they have shown teamwork and dedication that I really haven't seen in the past. They're whipped into shape. I was actually talking to their old team manager, Blue, and he's sitting there going, wow, they've gotten so good since I've been in charge. Like, they have improved exponentially in the past year, and now they're here to show it. But UTA is the only team that has shown that they are still vulnerable, and they're looking to do that again today.
Yeah, we've been mentioning this since day one, right? This is the event where it feels like truly any roster has the chance to win this one. And when you look at that from the perspective of a team that is the #1 seed in UTA, but still somewhat feels like an underdog, what is that any team can win scenario? How does that make you feel? How does that benefit you emotionally, Artie?
So I think having that idea of hope is really important. And also, I need to give all due respect to Fisher, because not only did they not take the crown last year, but they still come in here and I think by and large are treated as like the Goliath for a lot of David teams. Or in a better sense, everyone has everything that you experience that has group things like this, someone has to be the villain. And that school is more than willing to do it because they deserve the right to be a force to reckon with. Their teams are very skilled, very gifted. But a lot of the times when we speak to them, there is a sense of they know that they deserve these crowns. And yes, your skill is there. But when you experience a genuine loss, one that you were sweating it, your knees were weak, your palms were sweaty type of situation happening, that is a learning experience that I don't feel like a lot of players here have all the time. And so this Fisher roster, having experienced that, I feel like really has come through and honed their skills and doesn't want a repeat of that. They want to quickly sweep it away and come back and go toe-to-toe, knowing it's going to go the distance and accepting that they have to fight tooth and nail throughout the entire series and give it their all, or they will be punished for it. And that type of gameplay, that type of character growth is something that I love to experience and see here at CECC.
Well, let's talk strategy. Let's talk matchups. Now, we've seen this UTA squad twice on the main stage, and we've seen openers of a variety, right? We've seen Skits day one, a lot of success opening, right? 7-stock run in game 2 on stage. And we also have seen Vibes open.
Yep.
We saw Vibes open both games last night as well. Crow, anything that you feel like Fisher brings differently? Do you feel like UTA keeps the same openers? Do you feel like maybe we see Atomic up first to set tempo? How are you feeling?
I mean, honestly, yeah, that is a big thing, right? Who is going to be your opener? Vibe was doing killer work, being a great opener. He also was, a little fun.
There's some fun at
just
the
a little bit of fun.
Yeah, there was a little bit of showboating going on the main stage.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's not going to happen today. We're not going to see that from UTA. I mean, they are a fun bunch. Like, all of them, close in age, multiple sophomores, multiple juniors. They're all real good friends with each other. So the power of friendship might prevail through here. But for Fisher, I mean, this is a lot of their last years. I mean, I know Tilde's a senior. Nexus, I think, the most winningest player for Smash here, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus, if he wins this one, this will be his third
exactly.
ring.
yeah, third ring. He's looking for it. He's a senior. Like, this is, he's trying to do the same thing for Mr. E. This is, potentially their last shot at doing this. So I think for Fisher, they're going to come with all the gusto. I mean, they might even just send out till day 2 start, get that lead early because they do not sleep on UTA. Remember, this is the same squad that took them to that 2-1. They had to eke it out in the last bits because they were so close. So I think Fisher is going to be coming out of the gate full forces, guns blazing, everyone high morale, and get it done as fast as they can because they do not want to try to drag this on.
I think, unfortunately, they're going to have to experience getting it dragged on. No matter how much you want to close out a series as quickly as possible, I think last year taught us a lesson with how long and how far these matches can go. Because when we say these teams fight tooth and nail, I mean, yes, with all due respect, like I said, Fisher's roster, you're built tough and you're built strong, and this one's built to last. It's not front-loaded, it's not back-loaded, it's not split, I feel like, imbalanced in any capacity. I feel like that also is the same respect that needs to be given over to UTA, and in that essence, we need to be prepared for a full series.
Ooh, a full series. Things might just heat up. And speaking of which, the CECC is brought to you in part by Lava Lamp. That's right, Lava Lamp, the iconic motion lamp with a groovy glow and mesmerizing flow. Illuminate your game with lava on the desk, and you in the zone. Endless styles and colors to choose from. To find your Lava Lamp vibe, go to lavalamp.com. And as we get things heated up, I think we've got 2 teams ready to take the stage. Let's send it on over for the player walkouts for the first game of Championship Sunday.
Welcome to our grand finals in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate here at CECC Main Madness 2025. Our grand finals match is between our number 1 seed and number 5 seed. Now let's introduce our teams. First to the stage, the number 1 seed from the CECC South Regional, the University of Texas at Arlington. Atomic, Kyle, Memphis, Peach Fuzz, Vibe, Skits. And their opponents, the number 5 seed from the CECC Last Chance Qualifier Bracket number 1, Fisher College. Tilde, Kronos, Nexus, Vidad, Mr. E, Velta. And now, please welcome back to the stage for the pre-match showdown, your host, Septilence.
Thank you. You guys can feel free to head back to your stations, begin discussing, except for one of you from each team. I don't care who it is, but if you guys want to come join me up here, we're going to talk a little bit about the pre-show match and a little bit about the game. Who's it going to be? Got to be one of you. You want to answer my questions? You want to answer a question for me? Come on. Let's do it. How we doing? Good morning. Good morning. So guys, first and foremost, you've both made grand finals. Big congratulations. This is a huge deal, and both of you have seen big roster changes to get here, but you've both made it regardless. So I'd love to hear, with those big roster changes, I think especially for you guys, a lot of those recognizable Fisher players are currently in Japan or aren't with you this year, but you've still made grand finals. It is this roster that has still made grand finals. How does that feel for you guys?
I mean, we have a really deep roster, and so I think we were expecting to do well. I think we're just playing our game, and we're going to keep going.
That's all you can do, right? So on this side, UTA, one of 2 teams in CECC Smash history to have been here every single year, 2022, 23, 24, and now 25. And the even cooler thing is all 4 years, you guys placed better than the year before that. Now you have made it from 4th place last year to worst case scenario, 2nd place this year. How does it feel to see that hard work pay off time and time and time again?
It feels great. I mean, I love that my team just keeps improving and we keep pushing each other, and I'm just looking forward for a good match.
Absolutely. Now, Fisher, you guys were in the grand finals last year here for Smash against Winthrop in an unfortunate 3-1 loss. But now that you've made it back to those grand finals, this is familiar territory. You literally did this almost exactly 365 days ago. Is there anything from that loss last year that you guys took away that we think we're going to be seeing tonight on stage or this morning on stage?
I mean, I think we definitely have some different strategies and stuff like that we've looked at and worked on, but don't want to divulge anything yet.
Of course.
Yeah.
And then on this side as well, you guys lost to Fisher just recently, and of course the very same, you don't have to give away specific strategies, but going into that series and then now ending up in this one all the same, have you guys made major changes? What kind of regiments were you guys looking at to come into this grand finals all the same?
I feel like we were all uncomfortable against their roster, like character-wise, just matchup-wise. It's unfortunate, the pool, but we tried to work on it, see what based on the matches, what we thought each other we did wrong, and we try to improvise on that.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, let's see that handshake. Everybody, let's make a round of applause for our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finalists, UTA and Fisher College. I'm going to throw you guys to my good friend Sai and EE as they walk you through this amazing grand final.
All right, everybody, happy Sunday, happy Finals Day, and welcome back to CECC May Madness 2025. We finally have our last 2 teams here, UT Arlington and Fisher. I am, of course, Sai, being joined by the one and the only EE. Very happy to be bringing this action to you. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling refreshed. A lot of people, you might not think that because we stayed up so late just enjoying the action over there in Japan. But I said I got to wake up for this action here, right here in Dallas, Texas, because these 2 teams have been vying for an opportunity to capture this year's championship. Both rosters incredibly stacked and clearly incredibly poised. For multiple times we've got to see these guys compete, whether it's been on or off the stage. Fisher coming in, I mean, they've got the hot hand, right? They just kind of bulldoze their way into the winner side of grand finals. Always a nice place to be. So I believe in their case, they only have to win 2. They're basically playing a best of 3. On the other side for UTA, they got to do a little bit more work. What I'm saying? Got to win 3 to take home the championship. To the point earlier, it's like, you guys continue to accelerate your placing every single year that you do show up here. Well, you know what? If I'm on UT, I'm thinking, you know what? We're here in grands. I want to take the next step after the next step and just get first, man. Forget about second. That's what I'm thinking for sure. But Fisher, no easy out, man. Those guys are stacked.
Yeah, we have an opportunity for such an incredible storyline here. The Fisher team originally projected to be the 1 seed, but due to some roster changes with other events and technicalities, had to re-qualify and ended up coming in as the 5th seed. Yep. Meanwhile, UTA being the true 1 seed in this bracket. So what that means for UTA is that they feel like, they are the 1 seed, but Fisher kind of feels the same way. So both players really just in this crazy head-to-head battle for the top here. Now, when they did play yesterday, UTA was able to take a round off of Fisher, which is huge because there's nothing but talent on that roster. Right. UTA team, of course, very gifted, but just looking at the Fisher team, you got Mr. E, you got players like Tilde, people that are just so battle-tested in and out of the collegiate circuit. Of course, on the UTA team, very battle-tested, a little bit more so in the circuit, but still strong. Players like Atomic, who I've seen just do absolute damage this entire weekend. Very consistent players like Skits, amazing Pokemon trainer, and Vibe. They have a lot of awesome players. They're very good at counterpicking and figuring out each other's weaknesses. So Fisher definitely going to have to work pretty hard for this, even though they are going to have that 1 game advantage. It's definitely going to be a fight to the bloody end here.
Yeah, when I kind of look at these teams, I look at Fisher and I see a lot of folks that I actually would customarily see at Smash tournaments we would kind of do on the regular, right? Some mainstay names for sure, as you mentioned. When I look at UTA, a couple of them, not so many, right? Skits, I got familiar with Skits, very, very good. Vibe, got not familiar with Vibe. Very, very good. Great opener as well. Wink, wink, hint, hint. And, and obviously Kyle as well. Like, they just have a very well-oiled unit that I think is going to be a little bit more difficult than some people might expect, because you kind of have some of the names that you're just kind of used to and accustomed to right off the rip. One of them being Kronos right there. Looks like going to take a lead for sure. One of the very premier snakes in our game. Took a little bit of a break, but nice to see them back for sure, bringing it, because Snake's one of my favorite characters. But
Me too.
I mean, hey, you never kind of know how it's going to sling out. But as we've seen time and time again, a good hot start can set the tone early.
Yeah, honestly, if you get that big amount of momentum and the other team is just scrambling, they're not necessarily trying to win. They're scrambling to try to make it even, and the other team is just still trying to win. Oh, shout outs to Elio and Photog. I just saw Ellie back there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, nice. The homie. But yeah, we got Kronos and Kyle. This could potentially be a Snake Ditto, or Kyle, who was also a previous Crom main, maybe could switch it up and doesn't want to do the Ditto. We'll see in just a moment here. But yeah, Kronos, big fan of Kronos, super sick Snake player. Kyle as well, obviously. Really love both of these guys. So curious to see if we're going to be getting the mirror or if he's going to try to counterpick with Crom. I'm not necessarily sure. He is going to be going Crom. Okay.
Goodness. So I feel like a little bit of a gamble, but I understand not wanting to do the Ditto. Dittos can be really toxic. Like it really can be. So I understand. It's just like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I don't have to deal with that. Only two grenades out there as opposed to having to worry about 4, mine included. And I like Crom in general as well, so I seldomly get to see Crom on the big stage. So good for Kyle. I'll enjoy this one for sure.
I'm not mad about going Crom instead. I feel like this is a character that can really put a lot of pressure on Snake, really smother and rush him down. I think a lot of people think, okay, you know, well, he's going to try to go for combos, but grenades are going to interrupt it. But like with a character like Crom, up air is such a giant, massively important move that even if a grenade pop were to happen, it's very easy for Crom to still come up and capitalize. He can really destroy Snake Cypher well with back air, down air, a lot of different great tools there. And it's a lot of pressure for Snake to have to deal with. So I totally understand the pick.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it at all. Kronos obviously very battle tested, as we know for sure. So probably not going to get caught off too guard, but you do still, of course, have to pay the proper amount of respect to Kyle, as it looks like they're finishing up this button check, and we got a full crowd in the build. Who doesn't like some good Smash? I mean, that's like the perfect way to kick off any kind of event, man, is just have Smash be your opener. So good to see a nice, healthy, full crowd out there for the finals. And really, I think you guys are going to be in for a good treat, because these two guys are scrappers.
Yes, this is definitely not going to be a slow match. Whoever wins in the next 90 seconds, I don't know, but it will be about 90 seconds. that I can tell you.
Actually might be correct on that one. So, all right, some heavy concentration right now. Kronos, again, trying to be the good tone setter for the squad. You know, UTA, seed number 1. I don't know, only a name. I don't know. Fisher got something to say about that. Again, they've only got to win 2. It's going to take 3 for UTA to get the job done. Let's go ahead and get this thing started.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
Do I have a favorite? It's hard for me to not pick Fisher, just because the roster, even with the substitutions, is still such an incredible roster.
It is, yeah.
You know, like Fisher's B team is still stronger than a lot of people's A teams. No shade to any other team. It's just that particular college is just stacked. But I'm not counting UTA out. I've yet to see UTA lose, honestly. They only lost a single round yesterday, and it was just really by the skin of their teeth. So I definitely think they're scrappy. They know what to do. And if anyone knows a Snake matchup, it's definitely a former Crom main turned Snake main.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to definitely be a little bit of an edge for sure. You can see it already, just playing so flawlessly around the grenades right off the rip. 65 unanswered coming out there from Kyle, trying to get things on the right foot for sure. Doing an excellent job on it. At that, you see there Kronos smart, trying to put some distance between, a little sloppy on that roll though. Ooh. That's going to be a stock, bro. Just a little bit of the Nair combination, not even finishing the full hit to get that force match afterwards. See you later, man. That was barely even 30 seconds.
Barely even. I told you, it's going to be a fast match.
Good Lord.
But you can already see that advanced matchup knowledge coming into play here. Very carefully spaced, falling up air and forward airs. You saw Kyle throw Kronos at his own grenades, trying to force tech chase scenarios that you really don't see people do to Snake very often. Yeah. So off to a strong start. But I will say, Crom's recovery against Snake, very, very bad. There's a lot of strong options. Funny enough, Snake's taunt 100% kills Crom if it hits him in that. recovery, like the little box, it literally kills him. He cannot make it back. There's a lot of ways you can get this character, so Kyle got to be careful. But racked up a ton of damage here, really putting on the pressure, staying underneath Kronos, and just making it a nightmare for him to make it back down to the ground and play that grounded game.
Yeah, I thought this was like a little bit of a gamble because up until this point, I'd only seen Kyle playing the Snake, but it looks like he was very confident in this matchup. You can clearly see why. He's got a very sizable lead despite losing that stock off of an up tilt, but something that Kronos very much so needed. Gonna have to do a lot of work, maybe slow down the pace a tad bit to really make up the deficit, but not even gonna matter, bro. We boosted through with that forward tilt, closing out stocks. This could be tremendous for UTA if Kyle could win this with 2 stocks left.
Yeah, that's an amazing player to eliminate off the roster at the first go here. So Kyle definitely doing well, taking a little bit of these chip damage from trading with the grenades, but overall still putting a lot on Kronos here. I love that. Not even finishing the side B, just getting as much shield pressure as he can from the maximum range, and that's how you're supposed to play these sorties. And I really think his movement above and below the platforms is making it very tricky for Kronos to even get traps set up.
Oh, the read! Oh my goodness. Head down, man down. Good grief. Kyle, what an absolute call out. Just bodying Fisher's starter right there. Kronos.
That was rough.
Yeah, that's tough. You can see very, very elated, understanding like we have a lot of work to do. It's going to be a very long series if we are able to extend it to 3. So I get it.
Yeah, I mean, if you had sleep in your eyes, Kyle definitely just said, wake up, take a look, pay attention. They are here to fight. I mean, that was just such an extremely strong example of how you deal with Snake. I feel like his movement was strong. The punishments were crazy. But even outside of all that, the reads on Kronos, the player, were just out of this world.
Yeah.
So amazing start for Kyle right there. That leads Fisher to have to counter pick, and they have some still pretty solid options. Of course, they have Mr. E. We can see the Lucina Kron battle. We have Tilde, of course. Very talented players no matter who they go with, but definitely setting UT Arlington up for success. Even if Kyle doesn't take a stock here, just evens it out, they're still on a pretty strong start because not having to deal with Kronos, hey, that's a little dub right there for me.
Yeah, I mean, you have several different directions, as you said. You got Tilde. I mean, Tilde could just come through, just swarm, be very overwhelming, no matter who's on the other side of the sticks. I don't mind Mr. E here too as well. You're afforded a really nice bonus with Lucina, like you could just straight up boom, just counter any of those ground recoveries for sure. So you definitely have some room to work with, but they're gonna go ahead and go with Tilde. He's the guy who can just be so explosive, combo heavy player, and does it with one of the most entertaining characters in the game, in my opinion, that being Falco.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to be getting Tilde. So yeah, it's definitely 2 characters that just love to blender the other person. Again, going to be a fast match no matter who wins. I think with both of their combo abilities and the weight of the other character, it's just going to be a bloodbath out here. But hopefully Kyle can maintain that lead a little bit. I feel like Crom is probably pretty decent at like stopping Falco's recovery. I feel like down tilt at the ledge would be a huge problem for side B. A couple other things here. Maybe even up B out of shield could lend him a lot of mileage. Falco loves to just kind of be dancing on your shield. So
oh yeah,
who knows what we're going to be getting here. But yeah, definitely off to a strong start. And Fisher, of course, already up the 1 game for the grand finals because they were in winners finals yesterday and were able to take it. But Arlington definitely looking to make this a full series for sure, starting off strong.
Yeah, that could be crazy if this actually does end up going the distance. Obviously, I'm sure Fisher does not even want to take the chance of letting it get that far. I mean, you have a whole game lead. You don't want to let that go. But sometimes you don't have a choice in the matter, especially if Arlington is playing as hot as Kyle did right there with the Crom. First time seeing him on the Crom, but was not disappointed. I feel like a lot of that success too aided by the fact he knows Snake so well, being a Snake main at the moment. But sometimes it's all reliable. You got to go back to and really make your bones with it. Did just that. So, all right, Tilde, see what you got with the Falco.
Yeah, super gifted Falco player. I would say, oh, he's going Fox today. Okay, wow, really switching it up. Oh, they're just doing butt checks, but I think he is going to go Fox. I have started to see the Tilde Twitter clips switching to a little more Fox and Falco, but I figured that was kind of just for funsies. I didn't know he was going to be taking Foxes seriously, so excited to see him mix it up. But if you're unfamiliar with Tilde outside of the collegiate world, one of the Riptide winners, I believe he won in 2022. I think we're about an A tier around there. Tilde was able to take it. Had a 3rd place finish at one of the Gommels, so this is a very, very experienced player. Mixing it up with Fox over Falco, I'm not 100% sure of his reasoning. I feel like both characters are pretty strong.
I need to see if is he actually playing Fox, or is he just using this for a button check?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I need to find out right now.
Because I would see him clip people, but it's like quick play. It wasn't like bracket matches, so I have no idea.
We'll see. I mean, Fox is an excellent character in Cruise too. I mean, you can really like accumulate damage like that, like, you know what I'm saying? Especially somebody like Tilde, hella aggressive, as we keep harping on, because it's just that true, what you guys are about to find out. So it don't matter if it's Fox, Falco, Wolf, any space you want, okay, throw Zetterburn in this game. It don't matter, all right? That boy's nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty with the space. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, every space animal is a huge problem. Pick a game, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I think the main thing here is that Tilde plays at a very, very high speed, especially with Falco. It's going to be even faster with a character like Fox. So the big call for Kyle here is to be able to match that same level of speed. Now, we saw him playing super fast against Kronos. Definitely could see the same thing happening here. Okay, he wasn't.
Okay, yeah, I
okay.
much. Yeah, Fox is a really good character to kind of like warm your hands up with.
Okay.
You're real fluid on the movement for sure. But the Falco, the bread and butter for this guy, what he's infamous for, and what Kyle is about to experience. But Kyle playing really hot. Let's see if that can continue. He's got to drop a stock, and then we'll jump right into it.
2, 1, go!
Not the hypest song to choose. But yeah, so Kyle going to throw the stock away here, and Arlington starting us off here with a 2-stock lead. Let's see if Tilde is able to close the gap.
All right, here we go. I'm expecting right off the rip, like Tilde just kind of take the fight right to him. This is, again, the kind of just player he is. Ooh, that was a really good laser. Okay, nice. I like this, utilizing all the tricks of the trade. And one thing about that too, it's not necessarily about like getting the stock right there, but kind of wearing him down, right? Sometimes frustration can take effect. Watch out for those fares, man. That's going to be very disruptive on those recoveries of Falco as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they both have some pretty unique ways to gimp each other, and I fully agree with you. The mental damage of that happening in the first 10 seconds, you got to be like, all right, let me breathe.
Right.
You take a deep breath, you know. Not about to clip me in the first 5 seconds of the match here. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty close here. Great dare to bear, just barely not going to take Kyle out of here, but he's got to be extra careful coming to the stage because Tilde seems to have some very devious plans for that recovery.
Yeah, Tilde is very, very efficient in his edge guarding, obviously, and his punish game as well, but Kyle continues to be a menace for anybody you put up against him. This guy is giving UTA a tremendous lead side, one I certainly was not expecting.
Yeah, Kyle is playing in a way where you're not even sure who the underdogs are supposed to be right now. Like, this is a really strong start for UT Arlington here. Being able to take off Kronos and one of Tilde's stocks is huge, considering Kyle isn't even who we consider one of the anchor players on their team.
And he's not even done. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Like.
Could have another. Okay. Makes it back to the stage with a lot of effort and a lot of damage taken, unfortunately, on the way. This is definitely one of those things where it feels like Kyle's getting a little bit matchup checked here. But when he is on stage, seems like he has really good shield discipline. You know, not necessarily dropping shield too early against Falco forward air, which all of us have a problem with doing. You know, it just lasts so long. But yeah, really hard for him to get back to center here.
Yeah, biggest thing really for Kyle here is going to... Oh. All right, well, I was going to be surviving that for sure, no doubt. But, yeah, so that is a little tough. But that's what Tilde does, man. Uses that oppressive pressure game of his to really just kind of wear you down and overwhelm. But kudos to Kyle. He came in. He did a fantastic job. That is 4 stocks removed that he was able to do, taking one off, a crucial one off Tilde at that. Excellent stuff. And we're not playing around either. We got Skits already just walking right up to the screen. The Warrior Master himself saying, all right, let's keep this lead intact and then some.
Yes, and it's huge that Kyle got that start because I remember yesterday in the lower finals, we saw a match where like it was a little bit more spread out. Then there was another one where Atomic took a bunch of stocks, but the other team wasn't able to match pace, and it ended up going to a longer series than it had to. But today does not look like one of those days so far. Kyle definitely did his job. Tilde gonna have 2 stocks against Skits' Wario. Definitely Skits is gonna have a tough day here, but he's been very consistent all throughout the crew battle. He's been very, very good about like tracking people in the corner, very good about like finding those ledge punishes. So right now they're going to hop into a quick button check. Of course, this is for all the marbles. This is for grand finals. I totally understand, but it's going to be interesting to see if Skits can maintain this lead or if Tilde can make a huge play here and kind of tie things back up.
All right. Well, apparently they said, you know what? No button checks needed. We are ready to go.
Okay.
I mean, I think you have a setup on the side too, so I mean, could be preemptively button warming or hand warming just to make sure you're good to go. Either way, we are in fact good to go. Tilde drops a stock, so that'll give an advantage right there to Skits. Additional crew battle rules, nothing fancy, just effective. Let's go.
I gotta say, Chrom, when you see Chrom pop off, he feels like such a busted character, and then you see him after recover, and you're like, right, I forgot. That's kind of what I felt like last match. I was like, oh yeah, this is why. Yeah.
It's kind of why people are like, you know, they might gravitate more towards Roy. You know what I mean? Like, but still,
a grim reminder, if you will. But let's see what Skits can make shake here. Both players, again, going to be fighting at that same kind of scrappy, in-your-face range. Wario with great air mobility, but Falco has amazing out-of-shield options, especially up tilt. Up tilt leads to everything that character could ever dream of, so Skits going to have to be really, really careful.
Yeah, that is kind of like the go-to Tilde. That as well as Fair. Like, he likes to kind of apply a lot of pressure with that as well. But getting inside of Wario, getting the opening sometimes can be a little bit of a challenge for sure. I think Tilde is probably going to elect to kind of take it a little bit slow here, not rush into anything haphazardly, and give up any free damage. Again, he is playing at a stock deficit, so you have to always factor that in. And some good hits coming out already from Skits.
Yeah, even though this is a slower matchup, I have to say both players showing some really, really good shield discipline. Skits also very aware of when that forward air ends and actually finding up B out of shield, which is rare for Wario to land this often. Tilde on the other side of that, tilting his shield up because he knows that Skits definitely wants to try to like force an opening with those falling up airs and neutral air. So good discipline defensively from both of them. But Tilde finding an opening here, Wario being above Falco, eating a lot of damage from these up tilts, these fairs, even a back air if we find one coming up here soon. Getting back on the stage against Tilde has been a challenge for really the whole Smash Ultimate world at this point, honestly. But hopefully Skits can find some answers.
Yeah, I mean, this is really kind of where it can be determined a lot, like how this is going to go, especially on the side of Skits. Now, he does have the benefit of, you know, if you're playing a little bit of a slower pace match, sure, that's going to potentially give me more waft opportunities than normal, right, which could be a tremendous advantage. He gets to stock off first. Could be curtains. Let's see.
Yeah, I think we are now at full waft, which is honestly it's shocking for both of these characters to have not lost a stock yet. Finally see one, as I say. Commentator curse. I shouldn't have done that. My bad, Skits. That's on me.
It'd be like that sometimes, but Skits still in a very good position right now. Trying to get access to the bike momentarily. Oh no. Slight little opening. I like that. Doesn't try and force any kind of KO. Just get him off stage. Ooh, and this, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, getting dropped down like that. Well done, Skits. Good awareness on his part, too.
Yeah, I feel like you see the drag down dare from Wario kill every once in a while, but it always feels like, oh, did they mean to do that? That looked extremely intentional from Skits. And what else is intentional is if he's able to find a small aerial opening here, he does have full waft and can easily just take this last Tilde stock out without having to work too much. But Tilde racking up a ton of damage in the meantime.
Yeah, Tilde is looking exceptionally well, even despite playing from a deficit. But Skits, again, like this guy is just, he's just a different breed, bro, because I'm just not expecting this Wario to be as clean as it is, and I am just continually be very impressed with this guy. Got to be careful on how he's trying to land here, though. This is where Tilde, he'll kind of force you to pick a defensive option you might not necessarily want to go to just to kind of get out of some of these pressure strings.
And I kind of wonder if what we're seeing here is that Skits knows, hey, if I find the right opening, I can set up for waft. But I feel like maybe the neutral is a little bit too focused on finding it versus just playing the neutral normally. Because Tilde has just avoided neutral air at all costs and just racked up so much damage every single time Skits has jumped, it feels like.
Yeah, this is a lot right now. I think Tilde trying to play it super tight.
Because Tilde knows just one mistake will make the Fisher deficit a little bit worse here. Meanwhile, he's racked up so much damage on Skits. Fair not going to do it. Maybe some bike shenanigans, who knows? Oh, wow. Amazing way back to the stage.
Dude, it's actually crazy how like nerve-wracking this is, just like watching from our perspective. Like, he knows, like, if he could just pop him up, he's definitely thinking waft, waft, waft. And the crazy thing is, yes, waft is still online, but as is Tilde. This is a very modest percentage on Tilde. Not going to give up that roll. You definitely know Skits was hoping to get that roll up tilt and finish the job right there. But now Tilde, side, starting to get into a position where this is definitely possible to bring it back on the side in the favor of Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, already got things evened up here, and he knows because waft is the #1 problem, it feels like nothing else is really online, and now, all things said and done, the gap has been closed. Tilde actually about to have somewhat of a lead here percent-wise over Skits, and Skits just got to try to find a way to secure the stock the normal way, because that last 2 minutes just was nothing was working out for Skits.
Yeah, I almost felt like he got a little overzealous, was just like, okay, maybe, you know, I'll either hit him, crack the shield, do something.
Even just running in with like command grab on Tilde's shield or something of that nature. And yes, it's not going to be the big payoff as waft, but I mean, looking at what happened here, might not have been worth it.
Dang, this is action crazy. All right. Good patience from Tilde. Oh, the setup right there was nasty. That was so good.
Ooh.
And you see like the little fist pump right there. I have taken this back for Fisher and given us a much needed lead. Good effort right there. Good effort from Skits, man. Played out of his mind too, but Tilde, I feel like a lot of what I saw out of Tilde was just the patience. That was the biggest thing for him. Skits got a little finicky in a couple of those tighter situations, and it did end up costing him. Trapping him with the laser on that platform was sick because you knew he was like thinking, okay, you're getting up, but you're going out too. I got back here ready and loaded up to go, and that was the case. Well done.
Yeah, incredibly well played from Tilde. I gotta say, you don't think of Falco players as being like patient because Falco just shines so much with really, really aggressive play, but Tilde absolutely knew the risk involved with doing anything unsafe on Skits' shield, with overextending in any way, and honestly was just a defensive monster for like 2 minutes straight there, especially once the percents got even and Waffle's gone. He was able to finally start going a little bit more aggressive. The jab lock with the laser, I actually haven't seen Falco do that. That was super
I've seen
clean.
it before, but I've seen it online. So obviously a test.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah.
could do it, of course, in person, duh. But like just seeing it in person, and what a time to do it on a stage like this when your team needed to kind of swing back in momentum. That was wonderful stuff. But all fun and games over. They're sending out Atomic. Atomic is their big hitter for UTA. And there's not going to be a button check. They've been warming up on the side. They're ready to go. Just going to throw caution to the wind. I like this from UTA because you understand like Tilde is that guy that can really just snowball. He has the ability to change a series back to your favor as demonstrated already. You can't let this guy get an opportunity to maybe cook 1 or 2 stocks out of nowhere from your other guy, whoever that may be. Got to send in your best. Forget about the anchor position. Get rid of this guy now.
Yeah, now, I will say, I think this is a great choice as long as Atomic is able to take this first stock without dying.
Right.
Because Rob can really get blindered by Falco, and it can snowball real rough if you're not careful here.
Yeah.
But in that same breath, Falco, incredible character to get gimped by Rob as. So right now, definitely looking like it's in Tilde's favor. 84% and counting, kind of forcing Atomic to just choose a different way to land there, just spinning a lot of gas in the air, not really getting any big openings. Tilde could definitely take one more stock here.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. That's going to be a back air, and that is going to be a stock in. That's what he does, man. And to your point, Sai, you said it perfectly. Rob getting caught in that blender, it ain't nothing nice, bro. Turn you to a scrap heap real quick as he is finding out the hard way. This is what Tilde does. And you saw in, the Wario matchup had to play more slower pace. Here against Rob, definitely a little bit more free range to get a little crazy with the combo game for sure.
Wow, Tilde doing such an amazing job. Barely been off stage at all, and even the one time he was, opting to air dodge back to the stage instead of even using either recovery option because Rob is just so good at just immediately killing Falco for it.
Good Lord, bro. Tilde plays like he has 5 jumps.
He does.
It's kind of crazy when you watch this guy combo, man. And Rob is an amazing character. And Atomic's an amazing player, but he is struggling major time. Oh, gave him the air dodge. Not able to punish, though. Got you a little bit of a break. Let's see. Atomic gotta fight. Cannot allow this to get down to 1 stock for him.
Ooh, that could have been rough. That forward air could have led to so much. Up throw, not going to be enough to take it. Falco just barely heavy enough to live on here, but Atomic got to be careful. Can't trade with anything at this point.
Tilde electing to still be aggressive on the descent. Goes right to that ledge, yep. Oh, he is fortunate that he's not getting the up tilt off of that. That is really good. Great awareness from Atomic too. Like, I can just grab this guy and just end it right here. I don't need to do anything fancy, anything over the top. Just get him off the sticks, and he does that. But not before Tilde does take 6 whole stocks, pulling Fisher out of that deficit that Kronos kind of got them in early.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Kyle started off so strong, and Kronos, who I wouldn't even be surprised to see if Kronos is like maybe anchoring in the next round of this. Yeah, Tilde definitely cleaned up really well. Can't say he didn't do his job. And now we've got all kinds of great options here. We could potentially see Mr. E coming in, another really consistent character. Lucina doesn't struggle that much off stage, maybe a little bit with Rob, who knows.
They're gonna send in Nexus. They're gonna send in another Falco.
You know what? That would be a really good idea.
Was doing there, they're just gonna do it.
Yeah, that could be a solid option. Nexus is a great Falco himself. Taking a look at some of the other people on the roster, they have Mr. E's Lucina, they have Vidad, the Rob, who's got some pretty good offline results even outside of the collegiate scene here, and I think they have a Mega Man named Belta, but I agree with you. I think Nexus would be a great person to send in. Because if Nexus is able to do it, then they're going to be maybe sending in Vibe or Memphis to close things out, and they'll still have a player like Mr. E as their final anchor,
Great
even
anchor.
in that scenario. So.
Tremendous anchor for sure. We saw Eric was actually super clutch in one of their matches yesterday. I think he had to bring it back like just his 3 stocks to 6 and was able to kind of make the crazy comeback. So definitely more than capable for the challenge should it get there, but obviously some deliberation here. Shouts to my girl Kiwi on the stage as well. Kiwi's such a good, calm presence in that huddle for sure. So whatever they're going to choose right now, I'm sure it's going to be correct. Looks like it might be Eric. He's kind of motioning a little bit. Let's see.
Might be Mr. E.
I don't know. Maybe he's just getting out the way. I don't know what they're
Who knows?
They got some time to figure it out. Let's see.
It's all a guessing game. But obviously, everyone on the Fisher roster really, really strong. No real like outright wrong players to send in here. You just want to try to make sure you send in the best you can for the matchup.
Yep, 100%. I think Atomic's just kind of thinking to himself like, still got 2 stacks. We're good.
Yes.
We're good to go. We avoided the Falco blender as a whole. You know what I'm saying? So
now, with this 1 stock deficit, it does look like they're going to be sending in Velta. That is going to be a Mega Man. Another kind of not bad matchup for Rob, but I'd say kind of like a frustrating one. I think Pellet could do a lot of work to just stuff out Rob's neutral. A lot of those really fast like down tilts and forward airs and stuff like that kind of get interrupted by Pellet. But Rob as a character, we've seen him just do all kinds of horrific things, especially in crews. You know, a neutral air to side B can just eliminate a stock, even on a character as heavy as Mega Man. So I could definitely see Atomic maybe getting themselves into a pretty good lead here if he's able to take this against Velta. I haven't gotten to see Velta play, but if you're on the Fisher roster, you're automatically good. So.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. Yeah, first time we're getting to see Velta at least on the big screen, so eager to see what they bring to the table. You know, one thing about Atomic is, again, multiple crew battles yesterday, multiple just like 7 to 9 stocks taken away. You're not going to be afforded that ability to do that against this Fisher team. They are too gifted, too good. You'll get in there. You'll probably, I mean, anywhere from 3 to 4, I could definitely see that being in Atomic range, but you're not going to snowball this team by any means. And it's really just so important to kind of set the tempo right, given the fact that you're already down a game because of the winner's advantage that you find yourself against.
So yeah, let's see if Vexus is ready to take it to Atomic's Rob. We've seen Atomic just, all right, they're going to be getting into a button check here real quick, but I'm curious to see how this matchup is going to go. I feel like I could do a lot of theory on it, but I haven't seen it played out in practice that much. At the top level, you know, there's players like Peeb and a couple others, Kameme when he feels like it, but you don't see Mega Man at the high level very often in 2025. So I'm curious to see, honestly, even just where the Mega Man meta is right now.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of like it goes, you know, the opposite side too. Like if you're kind of thinking like, okay, well, if I'm Atomic, do I have like any kind of proficient high-level Mega Mans to kind of work with? You know what I'm saying? So maybe going to take a stock to settle into exactly, you know, what's going on, what the game plan is. The problem with that is you don't really have stocks to spare, right? You kind of got to get into the meat of it right off the rip. So it could be definitely a tough challenge for Atomic for sure, but we'll see. Like we said, we haven't seen Velta play yet, which is kind of a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Got to always keep that in mind as well. But you know what? I'm pretty sure they sent them out for a reason. So now let's validate right there. You got a stock advantage. See what you can do with it.
You know what I would like to see? I don't know if Velta has these, but those Metal Blade Z-Drop recatch combos that you see on some of the bigger body characters.
Oh, you want to see some Twitter clips?
I do. I want to see some Twitter clips. I really do. That could be a factor just because Rob is such a large character and that racks up so much damage so fast. But other than that, I feel like if Atomic is committed to focusing on more laser than gyro, staying out of that pellet range, I could see Atomic getting a lot of chip damage.
Okay, right on.
Kind of maybe making Vexus struggle a little bit.
All right. Let us find out how it goes down. Button check done. Character select about to get on. Man, really like what Fisher has been able to do. Again, getting out of the deficit. They do have a lead now. It's only by 1 stock, so it can definitely be answered for sure. We'll see if Atomic is that guy again. We've seen him previous crew battles just be a buzzsaw through the competition. Gonna need that Atomic to show up right now.
2, 1, go!
All right, first stock thrown to the Wolves. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
All right, immediately started things off with a pretty nice combo there from Atomic. Leaf Shield not gonna give him anything, and Velta losing that stock in 15 seconds. No, sorry, 10 seconds, because 5 of that seconds was him just running off the stage. So, insane start for Atomic. We now have ourselves an even game yet again.
What are we doing? What are we doing here, boys? Oh my goodness. goodness. All right. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. Well done, Atomic. I mean, tone setter, to say the least. And if I'm Velta, I have no business going off stage. Like, I would just completely elect to try and hold that down because it is clearly not panning out, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean that was such a huge punish. The stove is hot. There's no need to go back there again.
Right.
Especially as Mega Man, you have a lot of time before you're even in that position. He's only at 50% here. But that aside, got the crash bomb, trying to set up for some stuff with the up air. I like the attempts. Up air probably pretty solid against Rob. He loves to jump, he loves to up B, so who knows what that momentum's going to do with up air under it. But either way here, Velta trying to keep his composure, trying to at least rack on a little bit more damage here. But yeah, Atomic looking incredible right now.
Yeah, Atomic has been, as we would expect, clutch for this team so far. But it is an opportunity definitely for Velta to maybe make a play for sure. Definitely a rocky start, but you do have a lot of weight behind that Mega Man. Call him Rockman in Japan for a reason, bro. He got some weight to him, so take advantage of that fact. Just trying to get off this ledge, though, has been the challenge. Just gonna let you go to the right side. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good idea. He saw the crash bomb at the ledge. That's so good at catching 2 frames. Rob just heavy enough to live that back air. That's insane. Mega Man back air pretty dang strong here.
Yeah, it's nuts. Oh, good patience. I actually love that. Waited for the air dodge and punished accordingly. A little bit of conditioning right there from Velta. Nicely done. Okay. Kind of erasing that horrible start that he had to, at the very least, get Atomic down to a final stock. Make this a little bit more doable if things do not quite go your way. But I don't know. It seems like he settled in. That first stock almost seemingly to be a wake-up call side, because this Velta, okay, now I'm starting to see why they were confident in sending in this gentleman.
Yeah, definitely. I fully agree with you. Definitely waking up here a little bit. Oh, but as I said, waking up into the Rob side B. Once again, 4 stocks apiece here. I feel like Velta's definitely a little bit more comfortable in the neutral, but I think the big payoffs damage-wise have definitely been on Atomic side.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, this could be huge. Yeah, I mean, just get a ton of damage, just punishing the recoveries of Rob. And a little disruptive with the pellets. There's an up air to your point side, kind of positioning Rob perfectly. Gotta watch out for those up tilts. Yeah, very good move, can definitely get the KO, but you don't want to make it too transparent.
Yeah, so far 0 for 2 on those up tilts, so gotta be careful. We saw a full-on F smash off the first one. Still at low percent, so I sort of get it. Like, you won't die for going for it, but you don't want to give your opponent any extra opportunities anyway. Uh-oh. Great rush out of the corner there. That gyro was possibly going to set up for some really rough stuff if he had to tech into it. And up air. Rob is going to mash that jump every single time. That move is really scary in this matchup. Nice.
Yeah, all right. Okay, gyro. These are the things that have just always scared me, is the setup to get him off stage, right? Because we've just seen how much that has been a struggle for Mega Man, trying to do some shenanigans with the middle. Okay, I was going to say, like, are we going to grab here, or are we going to pressure again with back air? Going to elect the pressure with back air and get rid of Atomic. Well done. Clutch time right there. Not letting that first 10-second shellacking affect them at all. Velta, well done. Like the clutchness under pressure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of lower-level players would have really panicked right there, but you're right. Kept his composure, responded really well. I like the way he was playing there, too. There were a couple opportunities where Atomic was just barely out of the range of those kill moves, but Velta kept the pressure on, went for a couple of back airs, and the last one worked because Rob's shield got so low, and back air has so many different angles on the hitbox.
Yep.
I think it might have actually poked through. So really, really smart stuff from Velta there. Hopefully, this next match can have a little bit of a better start for him. That's a very scary 10 seconds.
It kind of has to. You only got 1 stock left. Like.
Yeah. But you know what? You live and learn, and that's what the song is all about.
There it is.
Really had to just embody that right there. So they're going to be sitting in Vibe, the Pokemon trainer. I have been very, very impressed by Vibe this entire time, except for that Flare Blitz yesterday. You know.
Yeah, that was a little wild. That was a little wild. He's playing for the clip on that one, all right? But right now playing for an opportunity at the championship. So they're going to have a button check, get the hands warmed up, settled in, ready to go. But yeah, Vibe. Like, you know, to your point, Sai, very, very impressive Pokemon trainer. Been very, very clutch for this UTA team, both as an opener and as a closer too, right? Like, definitely somebody you can kind of have as like your flex pick. You know, you can start him or you can end him. Either way, he's definitely going to deliver for you. So, quick button check real quick, and then we'll get into the action.
So that means we're going to be getting Pokemon trainer versus Mega Man. after the button check, of course. I feel like Mega Man might do okay against all of them. I can imagine Pellet and Sawblade being pretty decent against all of their neutrals, definitely shutting down a lot of their grab game. Squirtle might struggle trying to like get big combos with Leaf Shield. Charizard has really strong kill options with Rage, especially when we get to like F-tilt back air territory.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It could be a tricky one. But hopefully Vibe will be able to clutch it out if he is able to clutch it, and ideally have all 3 stocks. That means he's going to be running a fair one against Mr. E as their anchor most likely. So definitely a challenging day either way here. But we're going to see in just a few moments here if Vex's Mega Man can just maybe even seal it all for the Fisher team for round 1.
Yeah. All right, Velta. I'm very eager to see. I mean, at the very least, you're just thinking, you know, again, always make it a little bit easier for the last man, that probably being Mr. E, who'll go ahead and anchor this Fisher squad. And that guy is definitely proven to be clutch, especially in crew battle situation settings. So some last minute words of wisdom here before we jump into it. Again, Velta, definitely you just gotta have a better start than what you had against Atomic. That's, you know, make the stock count. I think very much so aware of that.
By the way, one thing we're seeing more in the crew battle format is that coaching is actually encouraged, which isn't always the case. And I know you know from watching Kagaribi last night, I feel like everyone at the same time realized that coaching was back, and there's been some insane coaching I've seen going on that stream. It feels like all of NA was just forming like Voltron to just come and like coach people if needed.
I love coaching. I think it's a great aspect of any competitive game, and you know, especially one that can be team-based as such here with these crew battles. So I don't see any problem with it at all. I think it's fantastic, and I'm glad. Maybe make it a little bit of a resurgence. We'll see how it kind of pans out, but definitely being very relevant here on the CECC stage as we are about to get into it. Let's go. 2 stocks got to come off Velta, and then the battle will commence. Excuse me. Last stand right now for UTA. They are down a game, but just happen to be where they are positioned in the bracket. Much needed victory right here to at least tie it up. Let's see if they can clutch it out. Gonna start right now with Vibe trying to be that anchor.
Okay, interesting start. Going low for funsies yet again. Thankfully, Vibe was only playing Squirtle and not Ivysaur. Ivysaur Dare could have done exactly what we just saw Atomic do that last match and just remove that stock immediately. But as I said, Velta showing us some really cool combos there. The fastball Dare leading to some cool chains. I haven't really seen that from Mega Man very often. I see the vision.
Oh my goodness, didn't see that coming though. My lord. Vibe does what Vibe does, clutches up. Didn't even let you finish the sentence before he finished that stock. That's the kind of time he's on right now.
I have no words. Jeez. I thought Mega Man was a heavy.
Nah.
Hard dead at 90. Like, maybe not the best DI angle, but still hard dead at 90. That was rough. Okay, so 3 stocks apiece. Vibe against the Fisher anchor. Velta, thank you. You did some cool stuff there, but unfortunately, that is going to be it for this first round for Velta. Wow. Wow.
Yep.
It sucks having 3 stocks and 2 of them went out that way. Like, we'll get them next round, champ.
Yeah,
so.
Maybe. Maybe.
or maybe. Oh, wow. Okay, so I assume it's going to be Mr. E. In the event that it wasn't Mr. E, though, let me take a look. I mean, they technically still have Vidad. They could do Rob versus PT. I don't think that's a great plan. Yeah, it's probably just going to be Mr. E.
I don't even think it's a discussion. I think right now it's just maybe like a little bit of a game plan. Like, okay, did you guys notice anything? Any PT tips and tricks? Like, just something to be aware of as I go into try and close this out and give us a 2-0 lead in the set right now. That's, you know, pretty much all it's got to be. But Vibe, you got to be sitting there feeling really good about yourself, especially after what I just saw. That was incredible.
Yeah, amazing start right there. Fisher team looking a little bit stressed out here, even in just the mid-match player discussions. Both players or both teams definitely looking over their notes, trying to figure out the best case scenario, or maybe even just like kind of watching some footage from throughout the weekend here. And again, UT Arlington did take a game off of Fisher yesterday, so it's very, very in the realm of possibilities for this to be a longer series if UT Arlington is able to finish this off with 5.
Yeah, that's why I think it's such a good grand finals, right? Because these guys from UTA, they play them really tough, right? Like, you know, they know they're the 1 seed. You know, it doesn't matter if Fisher kind of came through and they've been the factors, the biggest factors so far in these crews, it's like, nah, I'm like, we're 1 seed for a reason. We're going to play it tough and not make it easy. So that guy right there, Vibe, spectacular individual to have here as your closer, as is Mr. E, proven that many times. So let's see what happens, boys. Lucina, PT. Now, there is a very notable PT, I believe, like in the tri-state area. I think Beast is still playing PT.
That is right, yeah.
I don't think Eric's going to have any, like, knowledge issues at all here. It's just kind of going to be weathering that, kind of offensive flurry that Squirtle likes to kind of put out there in the early going. But Lucina, man, this character is just so well-rounded, so solid, really fits Eric's playstyle to a T.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Eric, solid player for not only all of the lifespan of Smash Ultimate, but Smash 4 as well. Even just pulling up some recent results here, 13th out of 194 at Best of the West just a few weeks ago, 17th out of 281 at Cavalier Clash, a little bit of a dip, 65th at Level Up Expo, but that was a P tier and a very, very stacked P tier. One of the hardest brackets we've seen in NA, so still doing pretty solid here. And Lucina, like you said, that's such a consistent, safe character. She really doesn't lack anything. I feel like she's just pretty good at everything. She's just not broken at any one specific thing.
Doesn't need to be, bro. You got the right neutral, the right mindset. Lucina, that's the go-to right there, 100%. And Mr. A too, like he is a locals monster too. Like this guy plays locals all the time. So when you play a locals as many times as he does, 2 to 3 times a week, you see a lot of characters, right? You get a lot of experience for a wide variety for sure. So I really do think shouldn't be too much of an issue dealing with the PT, as we got the quick button check before we get down to what's going to be a very crucial game for both of these individuals.
Yeah, crucial game here, 3 stocks apiece, so they're just having an honest final game here. A lot of pressure on, of course. You don't want to lose that first round if you're the Fisher team. You have such a huge advantage, and if you're able to go up 2-0, they have such a crazy amount of work to do to win from there. Not only winning 3 games is tough, winning 3 games in a row is even tougher.
It is a tough ask for sure. I do agree with you on that front.
All right. Also, shout outs to everybody once again in the crowd. Thank you for being here. Of course, you don't see a lot of Smashers wake up this early. I know I don't like to. So shout outs to everybody that's here. We all have our 10 a.m. pool stories. I just had one at Frosty's. I don't know why. 10 a.m.? I'm not ready. My brain's not on at 10 a.m. Hit me at noon. But
that's fair. Yeah, honestly, that's fair. I mean, it's been like a long weekend for sure. But I've enjoyed, walking around the different booths and getting to experience and kind of learning about some different products, meeting some different people. I saw some cool cosplays yesterday as well when I was streaming. So it's been a lot of good things to enjoy here at CECC. So I definitely appreciate them having us out for the event and to cast moments like this. A big time victory it would be for UTA. Tie things up right there and then make Fisher have to think twice about some of these decisions for sure, but it's going to take a lot. Vibe, Mr. E, about to be a showdown right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy showdown. All the pressure is on. You can even see that incredible trophy right there on display in the center of the setup. That is such a sick trophy. But let's get into this. Round 1, the final match so far is going to be Mr. E versus Vibe, taking it to Hollow Bastion. I think a great stage for both players, maybe even a little bit better for Ivysaur once Vibe starts to switch out a little bit. But let's see how this is going to go down.
Yeah, aesthetically, this is probably my favorite stage of those that are illegal. So never mind seeing a good battle contested here. See, Mr. E got to get off that ledge. Don't want to get those pressures from PT really kind of wear you down. Nice delay on the dancing plate. Furman.
You know what? Speaking of aesthetics, I do kind of wish we could see the Hazards On version of this stage when it gets to last stop and the background changes and stuff. I think that looks so cool, but obviously for the greater good of the rest of the rule set, we're not going to get to see it. But even outside of that, yeah, the stage is gorgeous. The music is great. Love it here.
All right. And as I said, again, Mr. E, I feel like he's definitely pretty experienced in this, using that good drift of Lucina. Oh my goodness, but the nair from Ivysaur actually going to be enough, taking off that stock. Wow, that is tremendous. Up B, knew that was coming.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of learned it in real time from watching Quid play. I saw him just get crazy gimps with just Ivysaur neutral air. A lot of people are so afraid of down air, but the angle you're sent at from neutral air is terrible and is active for so long. Yeah. So even a more mild recovery like Lucina is still going to kind of suffer there. Ooh, this is looking really good for Vibe right here. 138 down tilt, not going to do it. Charizard really heavy, but we know these low percent hit confirms can lead to a lot, but Mr. E not going for it, just going to back air in the corner, eliminating all those options for Vibe.
Yeah, I love that from Mr. E because it's just like, okay, straight on aggression. This is a big target right now, and I have a very lethal blade. I'm going to go ahead and just make sure I'm maximizing all hits there. A little late on the down air attempt. Could have potentially traded, but look at that jab reset. Mr. E, just like that side, has taken control of this game. Love that grab, however.
Ooh!
Is that enough? Oh, my goodness, it is. Mr. E, wow, he got kind of dismantled on that stock. I'm not going to lie.
Vibe is doing such an amazing job with this Ivysaur Vine Whip. I feel like in the first patch of this game, we were all like, all right, that move has to go. It's insane. And it got nerfed a little bit, but Vibe is like, no, I still know all the windows where this move is just a nightmare. So taking great advantage of his tools. Nice patience, too.
Man, this is crazy, bro. He's down to that final stock already, but as proven already in this competition, has that clutch G, trying to activate it right now. Up B, that's huge. Attacking that shield a little recklessly was Vibe. And now we are down to the final stocks right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, amazing way to fight back, but still going to struggle here. Dare's going to do it, and UT Arlington will take the first stock by just a couple of pixels there, living just a smidge longer than Mr. E. Amazing, amazing work right there for Vibe. And Mr. E, again, such a strong player, great fundamentals. We saw the double parry into the up B out of shield. He really knows what he's doing, but sometimes those recoveries just kind of get eliminated by Pokemon Trainer. He has so many different ways to gimp you, and Vibe showed us as many as he could think of in just that couple of minutes.
My man Vibe, bro. Just always bringing something to the table, and right there, he's just like, you know what? I'm the guy for the job. Yes, the hell you were, sir. That was incredible, and just like that, we are knotted up one apiece. So now, whomever wins the next two, that's it. You got it.
Yes,
got it. First to two at this point.
Officially on even playing field. I do predict this one going the distance for sure. Amazing work from Vibe. Amazing work from Kyle as well. Gave his team such a strong start there, taking those 4 stocks, really dismantling Chronos.
Chronos getting dismantled really put his team in a hole. Like, kudos to Kilday for bringing it back to even giving them the lead at one point, but I mean, they just did not have the personnel to just close out the job in that exchange, you know?
Yeah.
It's tough, it'd be like that, but, you know, this roster of Fisher, they're construct, like, they've got a lot of talented individuals. You got to just send them out, bro. You got to just send them out. The best for the job at that point, bro. I would just leave nothing to chance right now because, obviously, you see what can happen, man. UTA is like, we got this. Yes, the hell you did, boys. Good job.
Yeah, and I mean, I really want to ask it. Vibe played that matchup so perfectly. Even that last moment when he was gimping Mr. E, he could have upbeat with Charizard to make sure he made it back, but he didn't even want to take the risk of touching Lucina and letting her recover. So he was like, not only do I know that this kills you, I'm not even going to give you the opportunity to possibly live and put myself in more danger just to make sure that you die first. I mean, just an incredible presence of mind there. So curious to know how they're going to switch things up. Even Skits being like, wow, that's crazy. Everybody kind of reacted like maybe they weren't sure they were going to win that, but I believe. It looks like they might believe too.
And that's good. I mean, that's just excellent for team morale. Like, if you're able to win that there and just put them down 2 games, it's like, all right, yeah, at that point, maybe they just kind of playing, going through the motions. Now they're just like, oh, no, we can actually win this. So I definitely see like a shift in, no pun intended, the vibes over on that squad for sure.
Right.
So good for them, man.
He said, don't kill my vibe. He meant that.
Love to see it.
So I will say this. We've seen it happen before where like one of the stronger anchor players doesn't have a great performance and immediately comes back in the next round playing out of their mind. We saw Atomic do it yesterday, didn't have a great first round, and then took like 8 stocks in round 2. We saw Anthony Isn't Cool, you know, had kind of a rough start and then played amazing right after. So that's definitely that kind of like level 2 lock-in mode that a lot of these top players have. So definitely expect to see that from Chronos. They're gonna have to be really careful with who they start off with.
Yeah, you need a much better start than last time. Like, that needs to be the point of emphasis for sure.
I'm curious character-wise. Like, they could send Vexus in. I feel like Mega Man is a safe starting character. Even though Vexus is just a victim, honestly, for 2 of those 3 stocks, just straight up. Just it wasn't even like Vexus was making mistakes. Just things happen sometimes. So I don't know. But from the UTA team, I feel like they're in a good position to start Kyle again. They definitely could start Vibe again. Vibe has been an amazing starter for them.
Yeah, I mean,
really all weekend. Who knows?
You have 2 very good go-to guys. We even saw Atomic yesterday in that game 3 against Oakland, like elect to be the lead, and he just Well, we all know how that ended. Like, he took like another like 7-8 stock. So this UTA team, they definitely have some versatility at the starting position for sure, which I think is just tremendous for them. But how will Fisher respond is the question. I don't know how long they get to kind of deliberate and decide this, but take all the time you need, honestly. Make sure you get it right.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure you get it right. This is for all the marbles. This is for an entire year's worth of effort coming down to this final match here. But Arlington looking amazing and also defending their, like, you know, they're the 1 seed, even though Fisher was the original 1 seed, but them being able to take games off them yesterday and today already, really cementing like, no, we should be the 1 seed and we're going to prove it.
Yep.
Just a very consistent roster all the way around. I would honestly say at this point with Arlington, no wink links. I think everyone on their team is like a really, really strong player.
I mean, everybody just kind of knows their role and they just execute it perfectly. I mean, that's really all it takes sometimes. You know, we've heard Atomic say before, like, yeah, I mean, everybody on this team is very skilled in their positions and know what they're doing. And I would absolutely agree with that sentiment from my guy Atomic. So what you got, Fisher? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see who they're going to start us off with. Hopefully we find out in just a moment. A whole lot of yapping, not a whole lot of playing. Come on, guys. At least get us our first person out there. Then we can kind of, you know, maybe do some more chatting after that's happened.
I'm just super eager to know who they're going to pick to be the lead this time. I mean, you could go Kronos like, okay, avenge yourself, you know what I'm saying, type beat, but I don't know.
They could start Mr. E. I feel like if he doesn't have to fight Vibe again, that could be a pretty consistent, solid player to start with. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like Tilde, Mr. E are the guys you want to send in for cleanup duty and then like extending a potential lead. That's kind of the way I look at it, but they might be thinking something else.
Yeah, who knows? I know I don't. Okay, looks like UT Arlington is going to be sending Kyle up as their starter yet again. Showed up with Crom last time, did an amazing job with Crom. Unfortunately, was victim to some Crom-specific weaknesses with that Gimp, but did an amazing job of shutting down Kronos. So could go Crom again or could go Snake, who's to say. On the Fisher side, trying to see who's sitting down for them. We will know in just a moment.
New player.
New player. Let's see. Who is our new player? Someone we have not seen yet. Could be Vidad. It is Vidad. All right. So Vidad's going to be starting us off with Rob against Kyle, who is once again playing Crom.
All right. Well, this is definitely, I do like the fact that they are employing a Rob here, Vidad. Seen Vidad play before. If I'm not mistaken, I do recognize the name, so it should be pretty well competent. We're going to see, obviously, some hand warmers right here. Make sure, because Vidad didn't play in the last round, so definitely make sure we're good to go on that front. Meanwhile, Kyle, though, that Crom, if you guys got to tune in and check that out last time, this guy's Crom is nasty, bro. And I got a feeling it's not just against the Snake matchup.
Oh, yeah. He played Crom for a very, very long time and just was feeling the weaknesses. Was like, all right, I'm going to start slowly picking Snake up for certain matchups, and then he eventually full switch. But he put in a couple years of good work with Crom. Meanwhile, Vidad pulling up some results for him. We saw 17th out of 933 at Colossal 2022 in France. Been to a couple French majors here. Was able to get 33rd out of 538 at Region. 25th at Wavelength 2024, which is a B+ tier. So Vidad, again, very, very experienced player. Had some good runs at majors, not only just in NA, but honestly around the world. So it's definitely a battle-tested Rob we got coming in here.
All right. I think it's a good switch up too. It's just like we just got to do something completely different player. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just kind of give them something that they haven't seen before, at least on stage today. So Vidad, we'll see if he can be that tone setter that Fisher desperately needs to get back in the driver's side to this. Again, if you're just tuning in, UTA putting in some work and erasing that winner's advantage that Fisher did have with the game advantage, man. So one apiece. First team to get the next two will beat your champions, but it all starts with the first one, that being here. Crom versus Rob, let's go.
All right, and no pressure, but it would be so phenomenal for the UT Arlington squad if Kyle is able to get the same start we saw last time. It's going to be a little bit of a different matchup, but Rob, of course, very good at gimping Crom, but very susceptible to these combos. And right now, Kyle still moving a mile a minute, especially with those falling up airs, putting on a lot of pressure.
Ooh, okay. That laser could have been devastating. See already the game plan, which should be obvious. Yes, it's going to kind of dominate and bully Crom anytime he is off his feet. Crom being grounded is where he's going to get his most success against Rob for sure, but good Rob keep them off their feet and especially off the stage. Yeah, it's going to make it very, very difficult.
Yeah, I like the way that, not again.
I was
Okay.
going to say, don't Chronos it, don't roll in.
We just saw this. Oh, I like that. The no mash mix-up. Smart stuff from Kyle. Gonna avoid both of those kills from that berry there. I like that Vedad saw he was getting ran over, immediately went to slow the pace down, started just focusing on those projectiles instead, and stopped scrapping with Crom. I think that was a very good idea.
All right, so much more even contest out of this one, and that should be enough for sure. And the gyro, just for good measure from Vedad. I like that a lot.
Yeah, really, really good coverage. You saw Kyle waiting as long as he could, holding onto that jump there, but the gyro just thrown low was just an amazing way to seal that stock out for Vedad.
All right, let's see. Okay, you get back pretty efficiently. Nice. Waiting out the jabs, too. Sometimes being a little bit antsy, trying to get that Jair set up.
Oh, just an F throw. Maybe trying to see if Vedad would do a panic air dodge or something. But as we say it, F tilt, an amazing move for Crom to seal those stocks with, of course. Doesn't have the sweet or sour spots that Roy and Marth have, but just really consistent knockback. And honestly, when it comes to setups like side B or even like Jair, really, really strong options.
1000%. Oh my goodness, okay.
How about this?
Good berries, excellent stuff. Let's see, jumps right though into the clutches of Rob to go for a big setup. Nobody home there. Love the aggressive landing with the dare though from Kyle.
Yeah, respect. Almost even confirmed off of it too there. So Vedad trapped in the corner, trying to make his way back in, but gyro, nobody home. Oh, thought he was going to get something different from that Jair there. Had the parry. Could have been a huge punish, but still in the driver's seat here for a little bit.
Okay, playing with the nair, let's see. Set up, I like the gyro, always lurking, force him to go a little bit high. Gets caught up on the platform with the up air. Smart stuff. Good trapping from Vedad too, kind of cutting off some of those options.
That's it. No, Rob gonna barely live. No rage on Crom to help out right there. Very, very close situation right there for Vedad. So Fisher up one stock here and potentially could get two, especially with rage and rotor arms. Who knows what can happen? Hopefully Kyle can stop the bleeding. Not finding the F tilt that time. Vedad responding really well, sharking below with those up airs instead.
Yeah, definitely some shenanigans you can get out of Rob right now. He's in a very strong position, and Crom, again, what I was saying at the start, when you're off your feet, that is where things can go awry, but able to strike back, gets the back air, and just narrowly keeping this thing close right now. 87% on Crom, and he knows he's got to play this, try to play this center stage. Okay, gonna go for a down throw. I thought he might just chuck him off the stage. No.
Yeah, honestly, just throw him off and then just start looking for like laser and gyro for gimps here. All right, Vedad still yet to find a kill out of these berries. Kyle done a great job of mixing it up, either not mashing or jumping or fighting back with dare if he needs to. Whatever it takes to survive that scenario.
Oh, ooh, that's a really awkward position to be in.
Shockingly, he made it, but opting to try it again.
Give me that. Okay, that's going to do it, though, for sure. Good effort, for sure, from Kyle. Continues to be a great lead, even in defeat right there. Did an outstanding job, able to put Vedad down to last stock. So excellent stuff to Crom. Still proved to be very effective here, Sai.
Yeah, I would fully agree. Even with the little bit of edgeguard shenanigans we saw in that first game, nothing too much after that. Like, you know, there were some scary moments, but nothing that was just like, oh, wow, that's what, you know, LOL Crom moment. Like, nothing terrible. So, yeah, Fisher going to be going up with one stock here. Kyle still taking two. Still pretty respectable right there. The Arlington team going to be responding back. I will say everyone on the Arlington team should be pretty well versed in the Rod matchup because they have Atomic and they're all training partners. So curious to know what character they're going to send in next. I wouldn't hate to see Vibe come in right now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Vibe could be an excellent pick right here for sure. I mean, or, you know, do you like to just keep him in that anchor position where he's performed super well as well? If you're UTA, you're pretty comfortable because you do have some really good options. It's just like, all right, how do you want to take out the Rob best? Are we doing Rob Dittos?
Oh, we're doing Rob Dittos. Okay.
Oh, I think that's what we're doing. Okay.
Okay, so interesting choice for the Arlington team. If Atomic is able to take that stock off of Vedad and even things up, that's great. But the next person they're going to send in would definitely be Tilde. So,
and I think they're probably content with that too, because it's like, let's just, you know, try and get him off the board immediately. But we can't sleep on Look at Dot either, man. Could have an opportunity to take off at least a stock, which would be huge for Fisher. So I'm eager to see how this one is going to pan out. The Rob Ditto, wasn't expecting it, but I'm not disappointed.
Have you seen a lot of the Rob Ditto?
Zomba and what was that guy's name from Florida?
Let's
play Rob.
Well, Aaron, when he feels like it.
Anathema,
yeah. Oh, shout out to Anathema.
Yeah, Anathema. They used to have a lot of great battles back in the day between those two, man. So those are some of my favorite Robs. I think this matchup could definitely be pretty entertaining at times, especially if both Robs are like hella aggressive. So
yeah, it's a really fun match. My homie and doubles partner, sometimes we'll just run double Rob and play a lot of the Rob Ditto ourselves. So it's pretty fun. I feel like gyro control is a huge problem. Or a huge factor in this, especially if you have the other person's gyro and you're kind of just charging your own. It can get pretty rough for the Rob that doesn't have either.
Yep. It's like Diddy trying to navigate without like his own banana. You know?
Yeah.
Like sometimes it can be used against you. So good, pretty even start right now, right off the rip for both of these guys. Oh, I love that parry. Okay, I like this fight that Dad is electing to bring right to Atomic.
I like the preemptive down air too, just in case Atomic just tried to just mash it up and get out of there real quick. But yeah, it's an interesting matchup because whatever is the craziest thing you think Rob can do, it all works on Rob. So they're both very vulnerable to all kinds of scenarios, especially over here in the corner.
That's a really good way to put it in. Okay, sending out one of their aces, Atomic, and thus far has struggled a little bit, I must say. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, even right there, could have tried to force a tech chase, but no tech chase needed. Up smash out of shield. Amazing tool from that character. Gonna tie things up here.
All right, good stuff. Atomic coming in, getting the job done. Nicely done, nicely done. But Sai, I think you probably already predicted who they're most likely to send in right now. But maybe a curveball. I could see a world where Mr. E comes in here.
I wouldn't hate that.
He's got plenty of battles with Zomba too. Like, he's pretty confident in that matchup, I would imagine. But it all just kind of depends on, do you want to roll the dice right now, or do you want to go for what's almost assuredly a sure thing, in my opinion, with Tilde? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a sure thing. And last time he still did take those 6 stocks, so might be a bit of a tougher battle. I think when he was fighting Atomic, I don't think Atomic had all 3. I could be mistaken, but yeah, I think Tilde's a great option here. Tilde could roll Atomic. No shade to Atomic, but that matchup just kind of goes that way sometimes. But yeah, gonna be a big, really important choice here, because if Atomic wins this, actually, that's a lot of momentum for the Arlington team. They could also send in Kronos potentially. I still think they should send Tilde, but I know Kronos probably feels like he wants to redeem himself a little bit. Mr. E even as well, maybe in that last round.
Perhaps now's not the time. I would err on the side of caution here, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Put that ego to the side. Ego not gonna get you nowhere.
I'm just trying to kind of get in their mindset of okay, we know how effective Tilde is, right? But you have to keep in mind too, okay, well, who do we think could potentially be a good answer in case we need it for skits? You know what I mean? The Oreo player too. So yeah, they got some questions to answer before they just throw somebody out here in that second position.
And if you are watching and you can kind of see the stage there, we actually do have a little bit of a shot clock rule that's been implemented down there.
Which is great, because last year was terrible.
Yes. It was very much Sunday, take your time, Pastor. It was that energy.
Yeah,
a lot of that. Just a lot of deliberation.
Kids, you have to make some decisions. That's the real world. So gotta make some decisions on the stage and on the sticks as well. And they've decided that it's going to be Tilde, who did a fantastic job against Atomic in the last showing that we had, despite the loss from Fisher. Tilde was sensational. I think he took 5 stocks. So this is definitely the guy who can shift the series back in their favor. 9-9 right now.
Yep, even game here yet again. I will say this, for the most part, everyone's been choosing a pretty cool song to fight to. I respect that. No one's doing any troll picks. No one's doing 25M. Reverse shoutouts to Psychod for that. Or, the Gamer Wario song. Everyone's picking bangers. Castlevania, great soundtrack. Big fan.
That is a good soundtrack. I agree. I co-sign.
I need to finish that anime. It's pretty good. I just didn't.
I had no idea there was an anime for it. Okay.
Oh no, that's pretty lit.
Right on.
Well, instead of that, let's talk about Smash Brothers, because now we can finally get into this match. Tilde versus Atomic, 3 stocks apiece.
And I'd imagine they're just going to jump right into it. I don't think these guys are going to need any kind of hand warmer at all. Already warmed up. A lot of hand warmers probably, more so for the first match that we saw earlier. Now a lot of these guys should be all warmed up.
It should be nice and good to go here. So, first off, you can definitely tell Atomic playing really, really well, doing a lot of great micro spacing, does not want to touch that up tilt, doesn't want to eat that forward air or that neutral air, staying out of those range, maybe counter poking with down tilt if need be, but other than that, just being really, really cautious in neutral.
1000%, and really just kind of taking it to Tilde here. Tilde has yet to really get any of those combo strings started. Meanwhile, has taken over into the triple digits right now, so really playing back to the wall at the moment. I'm kind of surprised. Ooh, he's been fairly just ineffective at the moment. Not the Tilde I'm used to seeing, but this is the Atomic I've grown accustomed to. This guy is an absolute beast.
Yeah, strong start for Atomic. I know Tilde, of course, can get so much damage off that first opening, but really struggling to get it. Dropping shield on that side, we really didn't expect to see that. We all know that move is active for a very, very long time. So good start to Atomic here. Is starting to run a little bit low on fuel. Gonna try to have to find his way down with those neutral airs. Finally does it, but yeah, Tilde waking up a little bit, but hopefully it's not a little too late.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is incredibly impressive right there. Nicely done though, getting the grab. Yeah, that's a good confirmed window that Falco will have on Rob. But it's not even really mattering. I love the fact that he is not shying away from the attack. Atomic, this guy. Something about Cruz, man, is unlocking something else. Should be going to be an air, in fact. Might not have time to set up the back. Not sure about that. But either way, Atomic keeps the stock intact at 161. These are high percentages my man Rob is living at.
Yeah, interesting route that Tilde chose. He got that drag down. Could have finished it with down tilt instead, which may have been enough. I know Rob's heavy, I'm not sure. But all that aside, he does finally find it right there with the forward air. One thing I'll say is I don't really see Falco get bullied mid-air this often. So Atomic is just, beating Falco in an air-to-air is just tough. I don't care who you are, so good stuff already, either way.
Yeah, from the last time we saw them fight to this time, it definitely Atomic rework the game plan a little bit.
Ooh.
And you could definitely see anytime Tilde is in the air, he is getting hammered for it. And this is tremendous. And really, if you're Atomic, you're thinking like, oh, I'm actually in a really good spot where I could potentially 100% give my team a gigantic lead. This guy, crew battle aficionado, expertise
oh my God.
in taking off stocks, and clearly demolishing the competition. Pop off right there, boy. Took the belt off and said, not today, young man. Crazy stuff.
I cannot undersell or oversell how huge that was for the Arlington team. That whole last 30 seconds, it felt like there was not a correct decision Tilde could have made. Every option was covered. Even when he got the air dodge read and got the reverse hit of the F tilt, it still set up for the gyro. It still let him tech chase with the laser. He had everything covered. Every option just dismantled by Atomic in a not very favorable Rob matchup. That's huge for the Arlington team. They have all that extra momentum. They already won that first round, and the other two characters they have to send in, not nearly as efficient at dealing with Rob, and they still have players like Vibe on the side and Skits who have just been extremely consistent. That is massive for the UTA team.
I love this UTA team, bro. They are just straight up scrappers. They are straight up scrappers. Really just kind of picking and have really had a couple gamble picks. You look at the first exchange that they had, Kyle with the Crom being super effective. That gave him a really strong lead. Kind of crumpled a little bit, tapered off, but Vibes closed it out. Now you got Atomic coming in, somebody we've seen routinely just take stock after stock after stock, and all these crew battles. You're thinking to yourself, okay, well, this is the finals. Not going to be afforded that luxury. He said, nah, you must not have heard about me. You must have forgot. Short memory doesn't work with me, brother. I do this all day, and yes, the hell he does. Incredible stuff. And now Fisher, they're fishing for some answers right now. That brother is yapping. He's trying to get something. He's trying to get some point across.
He's trying to cast spells. He's trying to do anything, whatever he can.
Listen to me.
Man.
Sheesh.
All right, if I'm on the Fisher roster, I think for this second round, okay, they're going to be sending in Velta the Mega Man. I don't know how I feel about this. Velta had a really rough go on that opening stock against Atomic. Atomic got a lot of momentum, just took a huge W, and just melted a stock 10 seconds into the first match there. I think it would have been a solid idea for them to just run Kronos Mr. E on those last two, but they're going to be sending in Velta. It's not that I don't think Velta can do it, it's just I think the stakes are really, really high. And I think Atomic is just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah,
So
I mean, at minimum, Atomic is going to get 1. At best, he's going to get 3. And considering what he has, still 2 stocks to work with, yeah, he's in a very prime position to set up UTA for a potential dominating victory right now. When you consider who they still have lurking in the wings between Vibe and Skits as well. So
yeah, he's definitely in his bag, feeling good. You saw him hit that little drum solo. When your opponent is dancing to the music, they're locked in, they're comfortable, they feel good.
Tells you a lot.
Tells you a lot. Tells you a lot about how they feel going into this next match. So Atomic only gonna have to throw away the 1 stock here. Vex is gonna have 3, but Velta only gonna have 3, but a lot of pressure is riding on this in this round 3 of fight.
All right, let's see how it does unfold. We saw, at least on that first stock in the last round, it was pretty devastating on the side of Atomic dealing with Velta, but I don't know, this Atomic just seems side of me just super warmed up and just all the way locked in. So I'm calling it right now. I think Atomic walks away with at least 2 of Velta's stocks.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same vein here. And already starting off really strong. We almost saw a kill right there if we were able to find the side B right there. Let's see if Velta can maybe punish Atomic's recovery. Finds the dare. Nobody really going to die from that, though. Only at 30%. Still a lot of gas in the tank. So we got ourselves an even game still.
That we do. Okay. Fine stuff from Velta. I do like the fact Velta willing to go off the stage, though, to take some risks when the opportunity could present itself. You're going to need to do that for sure, man. You're going to have to really kind of take the fight to Atomic. We saw how just devastating he was in that previous game. Really just in general. This guy's just a menace.
Yeah, definitely slowing the pace down here just a little bit, which I think is good for Mega Man, of course. Trying to get that chip damage. Doesn't want to eat any of these explosive punishes. And as I say, it eats the first down air and the side B as the punishment for surviving. Amazing by Atomic.
That's so smart, too, from Atomic, because you kind of think like, oh, okay, he's going to go for dare again. No, he's got the rotor arms ready in that situation. Recognizing the percentage is like, okay, yeah, this will definitely get the KO and just not hesitating. I love that. Make him think twice about what your option is going to be. You see Atomic getting rewarded, just kind of like got the KO, little head bobbing too in the headphones as well. Guys locked in, man.
All right, now Velta is starting to rack up a lot of damage. Atomic going high with the crash bomb, kind of a risky choice right there, but it looks like even though he's taking all this damage, might maybe make it back to the stage here. Yes, and Velta's still got a lot of work to do.
Okay, back there. That's good. Nice. Okay, good job, Velta. Nicely done, but can you remove this final stock of Atomic without losing 1 of yours? Very minuscule difference right here in the percentage. Nice, closing the gap really quick right there.
Yeah, forcing Rob into like a weird kind of grounded tech scenario, which is really, really good for Velta. Kind of throwing these pellets out, just trying to get these little 1 or 2 pieces. But again, not seeing nearly the same payoff we've seen from Atomic. Going for a low side B, trying to make a huge read here, maybe calling out an air dodge or something. But either way, Atomic got Velta at 90%, could definitely take another one. 8 stocks to 5. Let's see how Velta responds.
All right, taking a swing right there. Nobody home, however. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I like that. Getting underneath the platform. Oh my goodness, that up air would have been disastrous. Wow. One grab. Anything to confirm a hit right now is exactly what Atomic is looking for. Kudos to Velta. Definitely not shying away from the zoning game.
Ooh.
Time to mix up a little bit, but it's not even going to matter. Still able to confirm, catch him with that up air. Atomic, do you have 1 huge gasp in you to do something crazy with this final stock?
I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, that back air not going to do it either. Amazing avoiding of everything you could think of, but the up air finally going to come into play. Makes a lot of sense. Still, Atomic for sure did his job. UT Arlington with 6 stocks. Fisher with, I believe, 4 now? I think it's 6 to 4.
Fisher's down to 4 because they got 1 on Velta and then 3 on their last man. And this right here should kind of be automatic if you recall in that last game, who absolutely obliterated Velta's stock. It was Vibe. No reason not to send Vibe right now.
Yeah,
Keep this lead intact.
I for sure agree. I think we're going to see Vibe come in. But that does beg the question, after Velta loses his stock, are they going to hedge their bets on Mr. E as their final anchor, or are they going to give Kronos the chance right after?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little surprised about this. I thought for sure they would just go with Vibes. I guess they're thinking like, I mean, we know what Vibes can do in the anchor position. We know Skits is more incapable. Let's just do it. I like that.
Okay, sending in Skits instead. I will say this, that if Skits is able to take Belta out. I feel like Wario is pretty solid against either Chrom or Lucina, or excuse me, either Snake or Lucina. So pretty solid character for either matchup, and then just maybe they send in Vibe in to clean up whatever's left if Skits can't get the job done. But either way, a lot of momentum on Arlington's side right here. It's interesting to see the 1 seed of the bracket kind of feel like the underdog, but right now they are really proving that they came to play. They're doing such an amazing job, and they're more than happy to rewrite the story and maybe finally dethrone Fisher as the heavy hitters of this event.
Yeah, I mean, both these rosters, definitely, night and day difference from what we saw a little bit, or from what we saw last year. So, some new faces for sure. Well, maybe along with those new faces going to yield some new results, because UTA in firm control right now. Got that hand warmer right there. Just real quick, make sure make sure obviously that Velta's still good to go, no doubt about that. Skits is still good to go, so I feel it.
Yeah, I feel it too. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is the grand finals of CECC May Madness 2025. It's an event that's been going on for years. I'm so happy and blessed to have been here I think 3 times now. EE, now you're here for your second.
Number 2, baby.
And I gotta say, every year I come down, I look forward to this event every year. Lots of fun stuff to do down here in Arlington. Amazing food. Haven't had a bad meal or a weak drink yet. Lots of great stuff going on in Texas down here. And of course, the booth's amazing. We got Capcom here helping us run Street Fighter. We've got Valorant, Overwatch, Rocket League, all kinds of great stuff at your disposal here. Open brackets as well as Collegiate. So, yeah, if you can ever make it down to this event, I strongly recommend it.
100% co-signed on that one. It is definitely exciting for sure. Appropriately named May Madness, bro, because it definitely pops off her. And here we go. A couple of stocks got to come off real quick, and then Skits. My man Skits, bro, he is ready. He was like the most excited person when you saw them bring it home in that previous round. Like, he was just like popping off. So I think Skits is just like, I'm here to do my job, and I'm gonna do it well, as he has the entirety of this tournament. So let's see what Velta's got for him.
Yeah, just player to watch out for really all weekend, and starting us off strong there, 43% off the first interaction. Mega Man a bit heavier, so probably going to take a little bit more work to actually secure the stock, but those opening combos are still great. Meanwhile, Velta firing back, getting some great punishes with the Saw Blade there and the Leaf Shield, making it tough for Wario to really get in.
Yeah, like, I know Mega Man does like to kind of take his time for sure, but, if you're Wario, it's just like, all right, I'm content. Take all the time you need, bro, because once I get in, I'm likely going to have my waft ready to go. And that is one of the most devastating combinations in all of Smash Bros.
Yeah, even half waft could be a big difference maker, but Velta, after that opening combo, yet to be hit again, just been in complete control of this, trying to get an air dodge punish with the F smash. I totally respected. Skits making his way back here, but yeah, definitely kind of struggling here on this first stock out.
Yeah, not too much, going the way of Skits right now. I can definitely see what the game plan is here. Don't rush anything. Just kind of pick and choose those openings when they present itself, just like that. And there is a reason for that, because Wario is nasty when he finally gets to go off forward tilt. Forget about it. He survived the waft, but that forward tilt coverage. And we've seen time and time again Skit so good at the timing of that as well. So excellent coverage, and Velta, back to the rails you go. And, well, 6 stocks to 3, advantage UTA.
Yeah, UTA doing amazing. Nobody having more fun than Skits. He looks like he's just having a joyous time up there.
As he should.
Yeah.
They are smacking Fisher right now.
Yeah, he smacked him in the face just now, yeah.
I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah, Fisher really got to dig deep and figure out what they got to do different here, because 6 stocks to 3 is pretty tough. Skits played amazing, optimized, and used that half waft exactly like I expected. And even if Mr. E is able to defeat Skits in this full 3 stocks to 3 stock scenario, once again, going to have a run back with Vibe, most likely, who will have 3 full stocks for whatever's left for Mr. E. So definitely going to be a tough one for Fisher.
Tough one, to say the least. Now, I think Mr. E was in a similar situation like this in a previous round. Clutched it out and brought it all the way back for the squad, but it is going to be a tall ask to do that against both Skits and Vibes lurking in the wings. But you know what? If anyone's up for the challenge, Mystery, and it would be a little bit of a redemption for him, considering how awry the previous round went.
Yeah, so let's see if maybe, over a decade of like high-level tournament experience, let's see if it comes into play in this high-pressure scenario. So far, not off to a rough start here, but Skits firing back, using the stage on Battlefield really, really well.
Yes.
Wow.
Nasty with it, bro. That bite was clean.
Oh, yeah. I'm very impressed. Consider me a new Skits fan for sure after this weekend.
Okay.
All right, just trying to keep him off, just trying to zone him out with those F-tilts, those retreating neutral airs, using those big disjoints for sure to his advantage there for Mr. E. Got a slight % lead here, but I never want to count Skits out. I think the scariest part of his game plan is when he stops the aggression and starts just kind of like running in and out and like forcing you to whiff so he can get those big punishes,
right,
and stalling to get wafted at the same time.
Well, one of the biggest things too that Skits is going to have to realize too and be very cognizant of, you don't want to be shielding too much against Mr. E. He will pop that shield breaker at any given moment, and that right there can be a decisive swing in any game. Definitely something to kind of keep an eye on, but you sometimes you don't learn it until you learn it the hard way with Mr. E.
Yeah, he's known to get a shield breaker. He's known to footstool you 2, 3, or 4 times if need be.
Yep.
He says, look, this character might be simple, but I'm doing whatever it takes to get the job done.
That's what it is. That's what it's all about. Doing an excellent job right now. 153 on Skits. Stock in danger, but just fires back with a back air to clear out some space. I do like that. Like to go high, a little bit of upward momentum.
Up throw? Not enough. Shocking.
Batman.
Yeah.
Got the weight. Oh, no. Oof. Oh, you are completely finished, sir. Good grief.
Wow, yeah. I mean, that's something you don't see that often, just completely obliterating Mr. E's stock now. Fisher left with just 2 stocks, and not only is Skits a very challenging player to deal with, now we have Waft as a factor on top of it, so Mr. E has a Herculean journey in front of him to keep Fisher alive in this 3rd round. Oh, that's it. Oh, it's Skits' day, dude. My God.
Yeah.
1 stock to 5. Arlington way in the lead, looking amazing today.
Yeah, it doesn't even, I mean, at this point, you're probably like, if I'm Fisher, I'm thinking it might not even really matter. Like, at this point, right? Like, you might just be facing losing 2 games in a row. I mean, it's tough, but Eric, one thing about him, one of the scrappiest individuals you will find in the competitive scene. So down to a stock, it don't matter, bro. You got a stock, you got a chance as far as this guy's concerned. Trying to give himself a chance, does not want to have it be in a situation where UTA wins without even having to send in all their guys. I mean,
ooh, yeah.
It would be kind of, that was a little demoralizing for sure. So I'm sure Eric trying to prevent that by any means.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to, oh God, that would do so much to my mental. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not strong enough.
Same.
But Skits trying to end it all right there. We've seen him get some crazy edge guards. We've seen him get the drag down dares. Obviously, the bike is a huge factor here. Mr. E, gotta be careful.
Skits' movement has just been incredible. He's played around here so well. Okay, I mean, I get that. Hey, pull the trigger on it. Why the hell not? Got to make a play, and in that situation, it's like on my opponent to mess up. Does not get the tech, which means Eric will at the very least force out their last guy. So he's going to get a run back against Vibes from that previous game. Looks a little bit different, though, here, because Vibes with 3 stock to Eric's 1.
Yeah, now, I will say this. I think Vibe can definitely do it. He's just going to have to just commit to just clean, safe edge guarding ideas, no big fancy stuff. Don't go for the clip. You don't want to risk it. You do still have the lead, but it is only a 2-stock lead, and we've seen Mr. E do amazing things before. He could really turn it up here. We could even see like a final stock scenario if Vibes isn't careful. So, who knows how it can go down. But I would still have my my money on Vibe. I feel like he did an amazing job of just snuffing out Lucina's recovery previously, and he's got 3 stocks to figure it out just once here to give UT Arlington the set lead.
Man, it's not impossible for Mr. E to bring this back and get the W for sure. Certainly not impossible, but just given what we've already seen, how amazing Vibes has been in this very position, close out games, it's kind of like a good luck to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's my guy for sure. But he knows the situation he finds himself in, and it is not the best.
No, I will say, on the opposite end, if Mr. E is able to make this 3-stock, that's a massive boon to the Fisher mentality.
That's huge, yeah.
It's a lot of momentum that could swing over to their favor. Arlington would probably have to like scramble a little bit. So yeah, this is going to be maybe the deciding match for who's going to win the entire set, because a lot of favor goes to the winning team here.
All right, well, let us find out. Not gonna have to wait too much longer. No button check, gonna go right into it. Let's see, Mr. E. Can he be the hero that Fisher needs right now? One stock to 3 against a very capable and game vibe. Back to Hollow Bastion. Familiar ground for them.
Ooh, Mr. E trying to find the early counter. Nobody home for it. Got to make a risky recovery. Makes it back. It's just Squirtle. Squirtle's still pretty good at edge guarding, but the other two extremely good at edge guarding the sorties. Oh, I thought he tried to water gun him. That would have been insane.
Like the fact, I mean, he is just cleaning house with this Squirtle right now.
Yeah.
No
honestly.
other Pokemon needed at the moment. Okay, there's Ivysaur finally making an appearance, but.
Ooh! Okay. Very, very careful DI from the side of Mr. E, but the ledge has just been an absolute nightmare. Vibe in complete control with not one, but now 2 of the Pokemon. Tries to end it all with the F smash right there.
Bro, trying to go for the craziest reads right now. I like it, Vibe. You got to lead
clip.
like this. You know what? Why not try and be demoralizing in victory? I like that.
Oh, nice patience from Mr. E, too. Recognize that Vibe is probably going to choose a panic option right there. Back throw, not going to do it, but will he be able to recover? Eating a little bit of damage there from that flamethrower, but still got some fight in here. 137 is really, really rough for the Fisher team, but maybe we can at least see one stock taking off Vibe.
Yeah, one stock. I mean, you know, one stock could start a revolution, but now we just flying to the top and flying to victory. UTA puts on a beating to Fisher, and now they have assumed control of this grand finals. They are up 2-1. One more victory, and it is wrapped up as they are going to definitely huddle up, try and figure out how do we put an end to this momentum-filled team. Look at these guys, all smiles on their side, rightfully so.
I gotta say, every single member of the UTA team is just firing on full cylinders. I don't know if it's the prep work, I don't know if it's just how hard they fought all weekend, but every one of them shown up, done their job, you know, upset, you know, maybe some preconceived notions on who we expect to really be shining here in this grand finals, just playing amazing.
Mix and match, man. Mix and match. They decided to do a little bit different. They relied on somebody like Kyle, whose expertise they were banking on the snake, but it was like, oh, you got the Crom too? Boom, let's try this out. Pays off for them. They send an Atomic in a spot where I wasn't necessarily expecting in that previous game. Second comes out there, boom, just takes off what, like 5-6 stocks, just puts them ahead. So far, it's just like, it's just nuts, bro. Like, it's just really good calculated, some dice rolls that are really just coming up big for them. I love it.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do to win on this stage. And they're just one more exchange away from capturing that lovely trophy, which sits between the 2 players on the stage right there.
Yeah, I know morale has to be a little lower for the Fisher team here, you know, coming into this as the previous 1 seed, but still proving yourself by winning in winners finals and having all this extra time to play with. They are now officially using their extra game, which last year we didn't see. I think it was just a 2-0 sweep last year with Winthrop, I think. So amazing work from the UTA team to just honestly dominate right there in that second game. I mean, a 3-stock victory over there was pretty huge.
Yeah.
Fisher team gonna have to dig really deep and really carefully choose their counter picks. I feel like for the most part they did a good job on you know, sending in the right character to counter pick, but there's no more room for error because they have 1 single round left to stay alive with.
Man, it's so scary. Like, you have to make so many decisions, and like the hardest decision, like 100%, is just who takes the lead, who is the guy we believe can at the very least keep us in a position where we're keeping pace with these guys, right? Like, you don't necessarily have to win, but you got to make sure that they're at their last stock so that our counter pick can come through and do what they do. I don't know where you go here for sure.
Yeah, not sure either.
I mean, you could try and mix it up, maybe surprise. You know, Kilday's your opener. I mean, that guy could definitely do something, especially if he's going up against Crom, as we've seen before. I mean, you got some options. If I'm UT, it's just like, nah, we're going to do Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle's probably going to be our go-to. This guy's been amazing for us.
I'd say
don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'd say, honestly, outright good luck charm for the team, giving them a pretty solid start. Even when he lost the first bout of round 2, still took a couple stocks on his way. So no one of the UTA team is really getting blown out. Everyone's at least taking a few stocks with them in the worst case scenario. I think Kyle's a great opener. Crom can really melt stocks quickly, or he could even pivot to Snake if need be.
Yep.
I kind of like that he's playing more Crom though, because the Fisher team being so well versed with Snake with having Kronos on their team, but probably less versed with Crom. So
Stick with that Crom 100%.
Yeah, I definitely think we should see the Crom for sure for the rest of the set. But yeah, Fisher, they're going to have to really, really carefully choose who their opening player is going to be.
All right, well, they are doing some good deliberations right now. Again, the opening finals game right now of CECC May Madness. Glad it is Smash, man, because these guys are definitely putting on a show, and still a ton of great other games to bring you after the conclusion of the Smash Ultimate Cruise here for sure. But again, UTA, one more victory, and it is all over. Fisher, they got to get on the board again to force an overtime situation.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd say it's a great day to just watch the entire stream today, because even after Smash, we're going to be throwing over to Street Fighter 6, which I've been able to work the desk on Street Fighter 6 and had an amazing time watching those matches. That's all been really hype. Of course, there's still some Rocket League. I remember last year's Rocket League finals. I don't even follow Rocket League, but I was jumping up and down in the stands with excitement for how insane those finals went. It was like last round, triple overtime, like as close as it could possibly be. And that's one thing I love about CECC. Finals day is always just nothing but pure insanity. And we're already seeing it right now with UT Arlington just rewriting the story, putting Fisher in a rough spot. Fisher now having to win 2 straight just to be able to win this, and Arlington just needs 1 more.
Yeah, the vibes on the side of UT are just immaculate. Just everybody, just big smiles all around on their faces. Rightfully so. I mean, these guys know, like, yeah, we are just 1 away from finally getting the job done. It's already been said, you know, one of just 2 teams that every single year that this competition has been going on always find themselves in, you know, some sort of position where they can compete for the championship. Came up short year after year, but this time their best chance ever in grand finals, up a game. This is the time to close it out if you're a UTA and get that championship where I'm sure they feel like it belongs right here in Arlington.
Yeah, let's see if they could do it. Hopefully we're winding down here on those final decisions for our opening player. Again, pretty confident Arlington to start off with Kyle. They could maybe mix it up just to throw a wrench in Fisher's plans here, but no wrong answer for any openers from them. I mean, Vibe has been a great opener. Skits has been a great opener. Atomic, a lethal opener we saw on Friday, taking 10 stocks there. But yeah, your guess is as good as mine here. Again, shout outs to the crowd. Thanks so much for coming down to watch these finals and, of course, experience the greatness that is this event. Shout outs to all of our sponsors, too. Shout outs to Big Lava Lamp giving us some coin for this tournament. Of course, huge shout outs to Capcom Fighters taking a look at this. Nothing but respect to have Capcom here. Lifelong Capcom gamer myself, so very happy to see them involved here. But yeah, let's get into this. It looks like we're going to be seeing the Mega Man come in once again. Velta hoping to get a strong start here against Kyle, who I presume will still be playing the Crom. We haven't gotten to see this matchup that much, so excited to see how this is going to go down. But we're going to get a quick button check first.
This is very interesting. Like, Fisher, every time we've seen them, they've had a different person be their starter, right? We saw Kronos already, we saw Vedad, and now they're going to see if Velta can maybe be the answer to some of their starting woes. You know, Vedad, I mean, to Vedad's credit, did of course come in and get the victory, but that was short-lived with Atomic immediately evening it up once he came to play. So mixing it up a little bit, maybe wanting to save Velta, or excuse me, not Velta, Vedad a little bit for a matchup down the road. I don't know how they're playing this, but I do know the fact that they understand we got to keep things fresh, keep mixing it up, not let anybody get comfortable. So I believe they're gonna do a quick bunch. I don't know why these guys are butt checked. They just played. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Been up there for an hour and a half.
Right on. Make sure. You know what's funny? I seen. Oh my goodness. I was like at a tournament, and this guy played on stream, but his tag was the exact same tag as somebody else. Did not know that. Picked the wrong thing. It was like his tap jump was off or something like that. And like his opponent was trying to like, no. I just destroyed him first stock. He's just trying to cheat and trick me. It's like, good grief. So there's a method to why you always got to make sure those buttons are working.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, even if you have it your setup around for just like friendlies, sometimes newer players will just randomly change the controls of tags that are already there. Just like, no, go make your own, man. These people They're not really checking for that. But scenario like this, that should not be a problem, though.
All right, well, it should be a relatively quick button check as both these guys have played multiple times, so should be good to go. I'm eager to see, man. Could this be better start right now? The Crom versus the Mega Man. Again, I've just been super impressed with Kyle. Even when Kyle was playing Snake, I think it was on day 1, and just had that crazy KO.
Oh, yeah.
Seidel against her Falco, like just out of nowhere, just dropping that fair. So I already know what Kyle is about. Guy just gets the job done. Now, looking to set the tone right.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to. By the way, it flashed a little bit ago, but when we do pivot to Street Fighter, it looks like the opening match is going to be Paladin versus Bilu. Very excited for that. Personally, Paladin, super strong player. Bilu, the crazy DJ. We saw some awesome stuff from him yesterday. So definitely keep watching the stream even after Smash is over, because there's lots more action at CECC for you to take advantage of and take a look at.
All right, let's get it on. Game number 1. Oh my goodness. Kyle's Crom, bro.
All right, Kyle's Crom.
This is the story of the event for me.
Yeah, definitely underdog character, even maybe underdog player on the team, I think people thought. But Kyle absolutely proving how talented of a player he has been this entire time. Let's see if Velta can maybe make something shake. Definitely trying to stay out of Crom's threat ranges. A lot of leaf shield, a lot of pellets. Even just those opening hits, because Mega Man is so heavy, can be devastating with a character like Crom. I mean, he can really make some combo food out of this character.
Yeah, 1000%. Nice, okay. Lands in there, and look at that immediate hot start right there coming in from Kyle.
Nice.
Putting the screws to him. This guy, overwhelming with so much pressure, will use your own saw blade against you. Velta trying to establish himself a little bit, but gets knocked off the stage.
Oh, I like that idea. Trying to find an F smash right there. Maybe expecting Velta's timing to be a little bit off with the crash bomb as a threat at the ledge there. But either way, Kyle got a lot of percent here. Zeroing in on maybe taking this first stock, but Velta definitely firing back, using a lot of leaf shield around Crom's shield to make it tough for him to get any big like out of shield punishes like those up airs or even those up Bs.
All right, getting off the stage, or off the ledge, excuse me. Let's see. I like that swing out of that disadvantage state. Do not allow Mega Man to get any kind of setup for free. It's so nerve-wracking. Who's going to get this first stock off? Forward tilt, not quite enough. Oh, I love that. Why put the pressure on side when they'll just come to you? They'll just come to you.
Amazing recognition right there. Honestly, Velta kind of set him up for a disaster. Putting that crash bomb at the ledge can be good if you think they're going to try to like ledge trump you and force the issue there. But if you're just waiting, you'll put a timer on when you need to make a decision off the stage. And that's exactly what Kyle was looking for.
Oof. Okay. Kyle going all the way ham right now.
Just definitely fighting through it there. Velta started to clap back a little bit with a couple of those forward airs. Not to the same degree. Does not lead to nearly the same combos we see from Crom here. But yeah, definitely trying to slow things down. Crom is such an easy character to get overwhelmed by. He can really just steamroll you if he gets going. So Velta trying to make it as difficult as possible. But that aside, Kyle's still doing great here in this first round.
Yeah, Kyle's fantastic, as you would expect.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Ooh. All right. Little scary situation right there. Love how he recovered there. Did not panic and then just strikes back big time forward smash. Goodness, Kyle. This guy calm and cool under any pressure. Much respect to him right now, and he is in a great position. Jair? Oh yeah.
Wow.
Wow, Velta deleted side. It is looking grim. Fisher. The starts have not been there. It's not over yet by any means. Velta can still absolutely pull this one back, especially if he can keep putting on pressure like this unanswered on the final stock.
Yeah, and I mean,
gotta tighten it up though.
He's gotta tighten it up. Maybe finds it. Yes, finds that back air, which was great. It was going really far in Kyle's favor. We have ourselves an even game here now. But I gotta say, let's talk about adaptability. Kyle struggled in the opening there, trying to figure out what to do about Leaf Shield. Then eventually was able to be like, you know what? Maybe I can use Leaf Shield in my favor and find an F smash or find a Jair and take a stock that way. So very good at just responding to Velta's big neutral tools and really making Mega Man just struggle, especially here in the corner.
Nice. Yeah, a lot of control right now. Let's see. Playing out of the range so well.
All right, Kyle looking for a jump in right there. Nobody home for it. Making it back to the stage. Done a lot of really great navigating around having to recover against Mega Man, and that's a pretty solid character to give Crom with, but Velta hasn't been able to figure out exactly how he should do it just yet.
To Velta's credit, though, chipping away at the lead that Kyle has here. So it is definitely still possible. Okay, Kyle. Oh,
nice.
My goodness. Baited him to come in and gets the game. Well done, sir. Kyle, this guy. This is how you open, bro. This is how you open. Nicely done.
Yeah, honestly, I would say Kyle, maybe even just the hero of the UT Arlington team, really just done so phenomenal all weekend long. And I gotta say, the two Jairs that won him those stocks, a lot of people are like holding out. It's really easy to hit Jair. Mega Man was going up really high, and with just the hilt of the sword, just barely being able to find that Jair. And that's where Crom is so nice. Like, you don't have to worry about, like, if it was Marth, for example, who I don't think could Jair, you know, you might get the sour spot or you might hope to get the sweet spot, but because Crom is so consistent on every single attack, even at that wonky angle, still able to clean up 2 stocks. So amazing work for Kyle to start us off for the Arlington squad.
No doubt about that, man. The Crom specialist himself, bro. If I'm him, I'm retiring that snake. Ain't no need to. You should have never left Crom. Should have never left Crom. This is your soul character, and you are snatching some souls right now. So Fisher got to deliberate and figure out what is going to be the best answer to make sure we don't go down any more stocks. We're already at a 1 stock deficit. Nothing that cannot be overcame, obviously. You know, crew battles sometimes are just a game of runs. You just get on a hot streak, you can really snatch victory, but you got to figure out a way to cool out Kyle first. And it looks like Mr. E, I like them picking E here, simply for the fact, again, Lucina edge guards Crom so efficiently, especially with the counter. So that's going to be a big thing, too, if Eric can pull that off. And especially, too, I don't think they want to have Eric have to go in a position where he might have to kind of close against Vibe, right? Maybe they're thinking, okay, we just need a different closer. And that's why they're sending E right now. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I respect it. Definitely want to give somebody else the opportunity to anchor later into the round. So totally understand that. And like you said, the counter, devastating for Crom's recovery. Kyle only going to have the 1 stock to work with, but with all the momentum on Arlington's side, definitely high pressure scenario for Fisher here. Lucina and Crom definitely going to be fighting at the same range, so it's going to be a real scrappy one right here. It looks like we might be running it to Kalos as well. I feel like that's a solid stage for both players. I think Mr. E counterpicks Kalos a lot now that I think about it, so makes a lot of sense to see that here. But yeah, Arlington feeling good. Hopefully Kyle can maybe even take another 1 or 2 stocks potentially.
You never know.
I will say recovering for Crom might be a little tough here, especially with the wall hug being the only way he can really get back. Probably really easy for her to counter him here. So let's see how this goes down.
Yeah, there's 100% like why they're sending an E right now. Like, they're just trying to go like, okay, what is maybe the most guarantee that we can kind of send out right now. And I think this is a safe bet. So let's see if it pans out. Crom gets off the stage. It's going to be a very rough outing for sure. No, this is not a button check. They're just kind of feeling each other out. 2 swordies looking for a duel right now.
Yeah, a lot of mutual respect being shown right here. Amazing parries to get us started here for Mr. E. Really locked in defensively. It's probably played the Swordy Ditto 1,000 different times.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, great parries, great up Bs out of shield. Shield getting a little bit lower, but that micro spacing, those little walks, man, Mr. E's really locked in. But Kyle responding back to some parries of his own.
Yeah, parries look good right there, but you got to have some hits after them. And Kyle has yet to even be able to put on a percent on Mr. E, who has looked incredibly efficient right now. Finally, able to put something on. Will it matter?
Honestly, I thought we were going to see like maybe like a suicide up B or something just to see what happens there. But another up B out of shield. Wow. Amazing work from Mr. E, only taking 19% and evening things back up for the Fisher team.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Eric finally kind of finding a spot where he can be most effective right there and not even any deliberation. Vibe, who has had E's number throughout both contests so far, going to look to do it again.
All right, yeah, I definitely agree. Sin and Vibe, he's been so consistently good at dealing with Mr. E's Lucina. Gonna need to see them run another 3 stock to 3 stock match. Vibe was able to win that one before, and of course was able to win when there was only 3 stocks to 1. And I don't think he dropped a stock on that scenario either. So this is definitely a great counter pick. And if Vibe is able to stop Mr. E, that's gonna force Fisher to have to choose between maybe Kronos, maybe Tilde, but still got some solid matches. And they still have Atomic waiting in the tuck as well, who has been phenomenal every single time we've seen him hit the stage.
Yeah, this is a great position really to be able to have both Atomic and Skits as your last two, because you know, that duo right there, I mean, the way they've been playing, that's Shaq and Kobe, all right?
For real,
They
yeah.
just putting up some big numbers, bro, when you need it most. So, you know, the final two of Fisher, whoever they elect to go with, you know who is waiting on the UTA side, and they are fantastic. And even in this position right now, too, Vibe still with an opportunity to make sure that they able to get that lead back, as he's had a lot of success against Mr. E's Lucina. Let's see if he can find it again.
Now, I will say Mr. E was looking really clean and consistent in that little bit we saw with Kyle right there. Micro spacing with those walks, like 9 different parries every single time Kyle touched the button. So whatever Zen mode he needs to be in to play, it looks like he's definitely got it activated. Still off to a solid start, but can potentially get gimped. But Vibe missing the back air and unfortunately throwing away a stock.
That was a complete waste of a stock. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, but that was not necessary at all. Great for Eric, though, seeing that first stock go off so quickly. Definitely going to be, I mean, sometimes that's just what you need to see, right? To really kind of engage. We'll see if Vibe can bounce back. Saw a little disappointment on his face, rightfully so. I understand that, but still a very capable player.
All right, I like the way Mr. E is being really aggressive fighting back to the stage. We saw a lot of times he kind of drift out really far and hope that Vibe would overextend, but just sneaking those forward airs in or whatever it takes to make it back early, totally understand. He's been gimped by Vibe a lot in these previous couple rounds.
Oh, man.
Okay, Vibe trying to slow it down, but Mr. E taking advantage of the calmness and lapping Vibe in percent already, playing amazing so far.
Yeah, usually very effective. Vibe is really having no answers for Eric right now, which is nice to see. Finally kind of setting in and getting his footing. That first stock, again, it was just so crucial. Maybe the psyche of Mr. E, no matter how he got the stock.
Yeah, who's to say? Hopefully Vibe can maybe find this first stock here. Down tilt and down smash, covering the back row option. Super smart stuff from Mr. E, a 2-stock lead. Gonna go down to the up air though.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't so bad for Vibe. I mean, you really just need to just get him down to the last stock. I mean, that's really going to be enough, regardless. Mr. E, I love how this guy just never gets down on himself, bro. Like a really rough start for sure. In a couple of the games, he just bounces back with like an absolute heater he's putting on right now.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Mr. E is starting to figure out some more of the nuances with the matchup, being super cautious of Razor Leaf, because we know Razor Leaf Vine Whip is like a rough combination of these mid percents here, especially over at the ledge. So Mr. E being really, really safe, retreating neutral airs, retreating up airs, just making it tough for Vibe to get the big openings we need to see.
Okay, nice. Try to bait that out though. Smart stuff. Let's see. Oh, the dare, no. A few opportunities maybe being left on the table. Okay, I do like the patience. He's definitely tried to bait that air dodge. That was super smooth.
Yeah, I think these confirms just not going Vibe's way right there. Could have maybe had an up air right there, but was a little bit too late to pull the trigger on it. Mr. E still hanging on with his other stock here. 8 stocks to 7. Hopefully Arlington can at least even the stocks up and fails to punish that up B. Battlefield is so great for Lucina because that top platform gives her those mix-ups. But Mr. E really coming alive, really putting Fisher's name on the map here in round 4.
Yeah, great stuff from Mr. E. Just completely smacked Vibe, who just had like one of the worst first stocks we've seen in the competition so far, and it just absolutely did him in. Came in expecting the, you know, at the very least have UTA in a situation where it's like, okay, cool beans, no big deal. We're going to go ahead and only be down maybe a stock, maybe up a stock, but no. Now they're down 2.
Yeah, this is the first time Fisher's taken a big lead in the series so far. So it begs the question, do we now maybe send in Atomic, maybe to kind of stop Mr. E and get some more momentum going on their side, or do we go with Skits, who's been pretty consistent, and hope they can just kind of weather the storm here?
Yep. A lot of questions to be answered right now. Let us find out how it's going to go down. I'm excited, man. This is, I said earlier, I was saying how Atomic and Skits, they've been like that Shaq and Kobe duo. Well, we'll need some big numbers right now, boys. We'll need some big numbers right now, or we are going to go to a game 5, which would be crazy.
Which would be absolutely insane here. But Hopefully, after they have a little bit of deliberation, we'll be getting into this. Mr. E still got 2 stocks to play with here, so a lot of work cut out for the Arlington team. Yep. Not impossible, of course, with all the momentum they have leading us to this moment. And it looks like of all people they're going to be sending in Atomic, I totally agree. Atomic has been an amazing player all weekend long and well before this series even existed. So sending him in to kind of like stop the bleeding, great decision for the Arlington squad.
Man, got people texting me like, yo, you think it's going game 5? Like, ask, bro. What are you asking me for? Just go stay locked in on the stream, bro. Atomic, he is that dude.
Yeah, and if Atomic is able to take these 2 stocks off of Mr. E and even us up 6-6, that's such a giant momentum boost for the Arlington team here. But that is much easier said than done. Mr. E playing phenomenal right now this round. Hopefully Atomic can match that energy.
Yeah, Atomic has been the guy, just like in the clutch, man. You need a bucket, go to this guy. You need a stock, go to this guy for sure. But I feel like some renewed energy from Mr. E off of that beat down he just put on vibe for sure. So he can kind of run and gain some of that momentum and keep it going. This could be very, very impressive for him.
Yeah, he's looking really strong right now. Tons of parries. Only just now starting to get hit just a couple of times here. No big punishes yet. All right, tries to force the tech chase. Side B could have been really rough for Atomic. Wasn't able to find it just yet. But yeah, Mr. E's defense is looking impenetrable.
Okay, trying to catch him jumping in. Not going to go for it. Gyro in hand. Let's see. All right, nice. Atomic starting to pick it up a little bit. Settle in ever so slightly.
All right, trying to find a big roll read right there. Again, really forcing Atomic to kind of have a lot of panic scenarios. But Mr. E very close on taking this first stock. Honestly, was only hitting Nair 1 instead of Nair 2 earlier. But either way, Atomic barely alive here, coast to coast, having a DI really far away with that back air.
Proud ROB Rob. They're feeling it on the side of Rob. That Rob is definitely taking some damage. 179, and that is going to do it. Mr. E, there we go, bro. This is the Mr. E I was looking for the previous 2 games. Finally, looks like he has decided to show up. And boy, what a time to do that when your team super needs it. Ooh. What a down air. Excellent timing from Atomic.
Yeah, great down air placement. Lucina, pretty solid character to make it back to the stage with there, but Atomic shutting it down. Still, Mr. E for the Fisher team taking 5, maybe 6 stocks at this point for the Arlington, for the Fisher team. So definitely looking like the MVP so far on their side, and still putting on some great pressure on Atomic.
Nice. Okay, still definitely doable for Atomic, but he's got to get this stock off of Eric, give himself a chance. But the control from Mr. E and the pressure at that, he has just elected to just continue to bring the fight to him. And I mentioned those shield breakers. He does it every now and then. Taunt out of there. Take care of that stock. Yes, sir.
My God, Mr. E showing us why he is who he is. Just obliterating that second stock from Atomic with that unexpected shield break, and even getting a little bit aggressive off stage, trying to end it all now. Playing amazing for his team. Gonna go out. No! Gonna survive that Rob up air, actually. This edge guard might do it either way, but still more than did his job here for Fisher.
Yes, he did. Mr. E explosive right there. Atomic, 1 stock left. Super good situation to be in if you are indeed that Fisher team. So now, how do you want to do this? Do you want to maybe send Tilde out, try and hope he has a better performance against him for maybe the guarantee, or are we thinking we leave him as our anchor, as our final boss? I don't know.
You know, we've seen Badad. We only saw Kronos play that 1 single game. Didn't go great, but we haven't seen him use in either of the following rounds, so we could potentially see him come in here. Of course, they do have a pretty big lead to play with here, 6 stocks to 4. Atomic got to lock in. We've seen Atomic do it before. We've seen Atomic just kind of steamroll teams either way, so not going to count him out, but definitely a great position for the Fisher team. Could go either way, though. Maybe we see Kronos. Maybe they send in Tilde right now. Matchup-wise, I'm in favor of sending in Tilde, even though that last match didn't go that great. But Atomic does only have the one stock, so still might not be too bad of a choice to send Tilde in now. Maybe let Chronos close and clean up. Who knows?
All right, well, we will see what they elect to do. They deliberate a little bit. Shouldn't take too long here. About 2 hours into this thing, and really potential to maybe get the 3, depending. I mean, if this goes to game number 5, bro, that's going to be nuts.
Yes.
And I think Fisher has every intention of doing just that, stopping this 2-game win streak that UTA Arlington is on right now.
Yeah, they definitely want to push the series as long as they can here. But it is all going to come down to how Atomic does here. Even if Atomic is able to get just a couple stocks, maybe put us in a 4 stocks to 3 scenario, that could be massive for the Arlington team. But I will say, they are down Vibe, who was such a massive factor for them as far as like the closer for the first 2 rounds that we saw there. I would leave Skits as the closer, who I think still a pretty solid player, could be a great closer. We just haven't seen him in that anchor position just yet. But other than that, it's still a wait here, trying to figure this out.
Tick tock.
Tick tock.
I do think it'll be Tilde, but I mean, if they want to hold him to the end, I get that. Okay, yeah, they're gonna go ahead and go with Badad here. Now, this could be an opportunity to really make up some ground for the UTA team.
Yeah, we're going to be having the Rob Ditto yet again. I remember Atomic did pretty good in it last time. Let's see if maybe you can find some explosive opening plays here. Badad, still absolutely no slouch. Very, very talented, decorated player. Yep. So, tough day ahead for everybody involved.
All right, let them play. Let's go.
All right, looks like they're ready.
Those jerseys are clean, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the collegiate jersey aesthetic. Very nice.
All right, a lot of weight resting on Atomic. If he can close this gap down, it could be UT Arlington potentially winning it all here. And they've already got such a great showing. I mean, they've done amazing all weekend, and even in the other games, done phenomenal in Street Fighter 6 as well. So let's see what Atomic can get going here. Fisher 6 stocks to UT Arlington's 4, but this is a very, very volatile Ditto.
Yeah, that's 100% a great feeling, like when you're just like your whole squad in like other games are performing super well. It kind of makes you feel like, okay, we got to get the job done in our respective game too. So definitely love that for them right now. Love this start that we're seeing from Atomic as well. You know, you'll recall when it was that up there, Atomic did elect to kind of come on the stick. So that kind of tells me he does feel pretty confident in this Rob Ditto.
Yeah, he must, and it's definitely showing here. Both of them kind of playing some Rock'em Sock'em Robots there, just kind of trading those down tilts at that close range. First, Barry gonna lead into not too much for Vadad, but the back air gonna be a huge deciding factor. Arlington bringing us back to 5 stocks to 4. Atomic only at 83%. That's not terrible.
Atomic are really kind of thinking like, let me just get him down to that last stock, make it a little bit easier for my man Skits. And then from there, anything can still absolutely happen against Tilde's Falco, waiting in the wings. Let's see if Vadad knows. Let me not make this any easier for this team. We kind of got our foot on their neck. Let's continue to keep that pressure going.
Yeah,
you've got to clutch this a little bit.
Okay, yeah, backing off. Doesn't want to overextend, but he finds the back air and evens the stocks up. UT Arlington still alive in this round 4. Maybe no game 5 needed at the pace Atomic is going. And the up air not going to come to fruition for Vadad right there. That's massive. Atomic already closed the gap and could potentially even give them a lead if Vadad does not find some answer to this high percent final Atomic stock.
Yeah, this got out of hand quick, fast, and in a hurry. You said it, like, definitely Vadad, somebody who we know is a very capable player, but right now the only thing he's capable of is getting these hands getting absolutely worked over.
Oh, another back air. Once again, 3 neutral get-ups punished in a row. Atomic firing on all cylinders, trying to force something with the side B. Risk it all with the up smash out of shield, but still lives. Vadad yet to actually secure the stock off those down throws.
Okay, with on the grab there. This is crazy work right now. Do not tell me that Atomic,
in the Ditto of all things, could potentially get a 3 stock here. That should do it though. 180 of a dive, just barely hanging on right there. But the gap has officially been closed. 4 stocks for Fisher to just 3 for Arlington. Amazing plays from Atomic. That's definitely what they needed, keeping them with all that momentum. So now Skits going to be coming as the anchor, could potentially win it all right now for the UT Arlington team, or force a reset and force a game 5.
That 100% just opened this game all the way right back up. Like, one, if you're Vidad, you're already like, dang, how did I let it get, like, how did I almost actually lose that, right? That's one thing you're thinking of. And 2, if you're Skits, you're just like, oh, I wasn't even sure we were going to have a chance here. We are still very much so there. Obviously, that guy riling up the crowd, letting them know, yes, sir, UTA, we are still here, bro. We can still bring this back. We got a very good closer in Skits, and I would agree, this guy is definitely a problem.
Yeah, man, I'll have what he's having. He looks super hype out there, keeping the crowd excited, keeping the team morale high for UT Arlington. And of course, as we're in Texas, obviously, a little bit of a home turf advantage here. They're looking amazing. It looks like we're going to be getting, no. Definitely going to be some Skits. Oh, and you can see at the desk, people being super hyped, trying to figure out how this is all going to go down. Shout outs to all my beautiful people over at the desk. We got Kilo Miles, we got Crow, we got Catnator, and we got Nerdy Birdie. All great people, fun people to hang with. One of my favorite things about coming down to Texas is just getting to get reunited with them from, we're all from all over the world, so very happy to see them. But
all
enough about that. We are here. 4 stocks to 3. Skits been amazing the entire time. Let's see if he can take everything home for the UT Arlington team.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, it'll obviously be a very tall task against Tilde for sure, but if you can get there with still 3 stocks apiece, I mean, this is Wario, a very capable Wario at that. It is definitely something that could be doable. You got to start with getting rid of this final stock on Vidad. Coming into this, honestly, in my opinion, very fortunate to have this final stock the way Atomic was playing him. That was insanity.
Yeah, there were several scenarios where he could have got the 3 stock. He was setting up for the gyro, couldn't find the rotor arms to close it, but still did an amazing job taking off those 2 stocks. And Skits firing back phenomenally, 86% off just 1 or 2 openings there.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much for Skits to really get it cooking. Already got Rob right now in the triple digits where he wants to be for sure. Oh, okay, down here. Thought the time it might have been there, but no. Good retaliation from Vidad. All right, this continues up. He might be able to get that stock first. Let's go.
Yeah, and Wario being just heavy enough to live there. Both of those up airs not DI'd properly, but this could be the stock. No, the no mash mix up once again coming through to spoil Vidad's plans out of that berry.
Okay, I think he has the gyro in hand. Yep, he does.
Might be in about half block territory too. Got to be careful.
Yep.
I think we are.
Okay, nice. Okay, gets the forward throw. Again, just trying to control the stage. Maybe get Rob to just pick a really sloppy option on the landing. Okay, nice. Love that. Excellent command grab usage.
Yeah, great way to just pressure him and extending the back air hitbox with the bike. Beautiful. Super smart.
Beautifully done right there. And clutch time yet again, Skits. 3 stock separates UTA from a title right now, Sai.
Yes.
3 stocks separates them. However, those 3 stocks are guarded by one of the best in the business. Falco extraordinaire Tilde is ready to come up.
Ooh, Skits looking a little stressed, but the crowd super duper hyped down there. Fisher, no smiles to be found. They know that this last player is going to determine it all. I will say, when Skits had to face off against Tilde, started off really strong. As soon as Waft became a factor, really watched Tilde lock in defensively, did not get hit for about 2 minutes straight because he knew the risk and the consequences of even trading with Wario. So we know that Tilde has the patience. We know he has the defensive mix-ups to stay safe in this matchup, but with all the pressure riding and it being so close to UT Arlington taking the entire series, can he keep Fisher alive? That's what we're going to be seeing.
Huge question to be answered right now. But I do like the fact that they decided to mix it up a little bit and let Tilde be their anchor. And this is why they did side for situations like this. They're expecting him to go in here, get the job done. Not saying it's going to be easy, because it won't be by any stretch of the imagination, but they're expecting him, regardless, to get the job done and force us into a 5th and final game here at CECC May Madness.
So it all comes down to this. Will Arlington be our champions, or will we see that reset for Fisher? Which, by the way, could spell a lot of, could move a lot of momentum to their side. Being able to take it to finals would be massive, but also after having Arlington be this close, could do some mental damage to the team if they are not well composed. But none of that matters. 3 stocks apiece, no hand warmers. Let's just get into the action. Falco versus Wario. Who's going to be our victor?
Yeah, no need for any warmers, man. Just as you said, right to the action. Man, this is going to be exciting. So much on the line. The season of Fisher could come to an end right now if Tilde is not able to take it over a very capable Skits. This guy has made me a believer yet again. Wario's not named Ludo.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Somebody's got to carry on the mantle. I normally would think about Gluto or maybe Loaf, but Skit's gonna be in that conversation. But as I say it, Tilde firing back with an amazing combo right there. I love the pressure he's putting on, making it really risky for Wario to want to roll or neutral get up. We saw the jab block lead to a full-on death in the previous match, so Skit's definitely got to be on notice on defense.
Yeah, he does. Tilde does an excellent job of just kind of like forcing you to respect him in a lot of these different scenarios. Oh, okay. Thought he might elect to try and maybe get the dare off there, but no, sir. We're till nobody home, however. And that is where it's going to help Skits a lot, right? Tilde kind of swinging, trying to get some of his good setups. I like what he's doing. Great answer, really, to the fair attempts from Tilde. Actually, the up B out of shield, quick enough to respond.
Okay, gets the sour spot of that dash attack, so Tilde's still going to live on here for a while, but both of them playing so excellently on each other's shields. Neither person willing to make a mistake, but as I say it, the surprise side B back here, gonna give Tilde that first stock here. Let's see how Skip answers. Skits answers, excuse me. Not Skip, that's the homie. Skits.
All good, man, all good. Maybe not all good right now for Skits, though. Definitely needs to take this stock off in retaliation immediately. Ooh. And right there it is, just flirting with the blast zone, but gonna get caught up.
Oh man, this is so tense. You see in the player cams, both players just taking those deep breaths, trying to reset and take their time back. But Skits has a nuke in his pants at this point with that full waft. That could be such a difference maker. And you know Tilde not going to mess around with it, already getting a huge opening here and just going to try to slow things down.
Ooh,
this could be huge.
Love that delay, actually.
Ooh.
Not panicking either, just trying to check it out. No, a lot of patience in those combinations from Skits. That was fantastic, in fact.
I love the way he's playing. This is such a huge turnaround from the previous game. Not overcommitting to trying to find a WASP-specific setup, but just getting those big punishes for what they're worth anyway. Could potentially take this stock and then force Tilde to play out the last stock with full WAF in Skits' hands. That could be massive.
That's it.
And that up air is going to do it. Skits up 2 stocks to 1 here for Tilde.
Oh my goodness, this perhaps the ending right now, the storybook ending could be looming. Oh, gives that one up, the up B that time. Not the answer, but to your point, Sty, still having Waft online, that could be everything for Skits.
All right, let's do a quick mentality check and hope the Skits still knows that he's in this, because right now, Tilde, 56% immediately after finding that kill, looking incredible, but he knows one foul move could even this up, if not lose him the game. This is so tense.
It really is, Earl. I'm just like...
No! He goes for the bike instead of the waft! Huge misinput for Skits. I think with the rage that could have done it. Unfortunate stuff right there. Just misangled his controller. That could have been the game for Arlington, but now we have ourselves a full-on Game 5 scenario with Fisher tying it up.
Sometimes you're a champ, sometimes you're a choker. I hate to say it, Skits, but you choked that one.
Oh,
that is tough.
Man.
That is really tough. Was looking for the setup, finally gets rewarded with it, and then just the bite comes out. It's just like, oof. That is tough, but that is what Tilde does. He closes out games, and he did an excellent job closing out that one. So we got one more for you after what I'm sure will be a brief intermission. These guys eager to finish this off, and I'm eager to see who's going to win it, man. Goodness.
Man, even in the player cam when Skits did that, he was smiling just like, haha, some of y'all won't be mad. You know, real players mess up sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. But yeah, we're going to throw to a quick break here while these teams just kind of gather themselves from all the craziness. We'll be right back with some more Smash action in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Now serving. Not at window number 9.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Here comes a new challenger. Fighter 6.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Now serving. Not at window number 9.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports, and it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
All right, cool. We're back after that brief intermission. Thank you so much for sticking around. But I promise you, the reason you're sticking around, it's going to be worth it, man, because we are ready to do the final match of the Smash Brothers crew battles here. Fisher and UTA, they have been dueling, man, going back and forth, and it's all gotten to this point. One more game will decide the 2025 CECC May Madness champion.
Yes, just one final round in this. Fisher able to dig deep, claw their way back into this. Just the tiniest glimmer of hope, because Skits could have won it all right there for the UTA team, but missed that waft, and now we have ourselves a full-on reset here. But if you're a Fisher fan or you're on the Fisher team, that's great news for you, because it was not looking too solid even when Fisher started to have a lead in that second round. Atomic was still able to close the gap and still make it a nail-biter, even though they had such a strong start here. So going into Game 5 of this series, a lot of great options they can choose from. It looks like Arlington starting us off with Kyle yet again. He's been an amazing opener the entire day today, so no shame in starting him again. And on the Fisher team, they're going to be sending in Velta the Mega Man once more.
Yep, for sure. I mean, not mad about this at all. You know, obviously Kyle, he has just been that go-to starter every single time we've seen him. He's been effective. And I think it was like 2 out of 3 times actually got the victory. So either way, this is definitely who they're going to hedge their bet on for the final match here. The guy who's been consistent in this very position, don't blame him. Velta, I mean, you've seen Fisher, they've been struggling to find a consistent answer for who they want to send in there, you know, first between Velta, Vidad, or Kronos, but Velta getting the honors of starting yet again Mega Man versus Chrom. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, so gotta say, if you're on the UTA team, you know, you kind of just got to shake that one off. You've done amazing the entire time. Even in those final moments, still did fantastic. So you don't want to let the nerves get to you too bad here. You've already won 2 of these games today. You already won a game yesterday. You just need to win one more to win this for Arlington. But Fisher, of course, no slouch to defeat. Such an incredibly talented team all the way across the board here. I am a little curious if Game 5, if we're going to get to see Chrono again, because he's really just been offline since as of 2.5 hours ago, he had one kind of not great go at it with Kyle. So
I'm not sure they're reactivating him. I'm going to keep it real with you.
It might not.
I don't know. I mean, you just kind of have to play it like to who you think is going to be best for every situation and scenario. And I think maybe they, kind of believe Velta and Vidad, they're just kind of the better people to complement Mr. E and Tilde here for this final crew battle. And they've done a good job as well. I mean, these guys didn't get here by accident for sure. So here we go. Final game. Very, very telling and a hot start needed for either side. Looking for their go-tos to get it done.
For sure. So Kyle started us off with a couple of solid hits there, but no big strings like we're used to seeing. Velta, on the other hand, getting those chip hits as we're used to seeing from Mega Man. Mega Man's not like a huge combo character typically. Once again, trying to figure out how he wants to deal with Crom at the ledge, but no big answers. Still just kind of getting those projectiles here and there, but Kyle definitely down in percent here. Nice.
Oh, nice. Okay, ledge trump is successful. A very modest 33% on Velta. Very different look than what we've seen prior to some of these Fisher starts. So this is fantastic for him.
Now, I think that's the first time I saw Kyle try to go for up B out of shield against Leaf Shield, but I've never really seen it just kind of go unfinished like that. That was interesting. Great Jeff smash, I guess we'll say right there. Not enough to kill, but definitely got Velta freaked out.
Okay, nobody home for the J attempt on there. So very, very low percent right here. If you are Kyle, not too concerned about the fact you're just down in stock right now. Not going to take too much from Crom to even things back up. But as I say that, hold on now. Have that jump in tow, though, able to help him get back safely and converts into a stock. Well done.
Yeah, definitely needed that. Had he burned his jump there, that could have been a massive, massive loss for the Arlington team on that stock. Would have only been at 40%. So Kyle still keeping his composure, not taking any huge risk, which obviously with Crom, I think it's better to just kind of stay slow and steady, just control the center stage, pick your shots, and just force these ledge trap scenarios that Crom is so strong in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great coverage with the F smash on that back roll right there from Velta. These leaf shields, once again, getting punished, which you don't see Mega Man suffering from that very often. Velta not able to find that dare either, so Kyle still got another couple opportunities on this stop.
Yeah. Get down, but certainly not out either side of it. Let's see. Nice, finally. Ooh. Okay, been searching for those dares to connect. Finally gets a very crucial one in a time where you needed it. Goodness.
Okay, Kyle wasn't sure if he could secure the Jair, wanted to see if Velta would panic, but I guess Velta chose no option right there. Interesting tell for him later on. Another down tilt, this time not going to lead to a stock like we saw in the previous one here. Velta looking great right now, and this is how that momentum builds if you're Fisher, you know? UTA almost had it, things starting to snowball out of control, and a lot of damage racking up on Kyle on this last stock here.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, Kyle needs to kind of kick it into gear. Has been just absolutely stellar in all of the starts up until this one side. And if he loses it with only taking one stock, that is going to be incredibly disappointing and an incredibly tough hole that UTA would have to find themselves crawling out of. Lord have mercy. Okay, not going to be the case, though. Gets him down to final stock. Still get himself a chance, even if he's defeated right now.
That's
a lot easier.
I never knew Uncharged Neutral B even could do all that. Like, that was a really unconventional choice there from Kyle, but I respect it. So we do have our stocks even. Percent's way up for Kyle, though. Of course, Velta just needs one or two more hits to secure this for the Fisher team to get their first lead here. But let's see how Kyle responds.
Yep. All right, send him up high a little bit, off of the up air. Gotta be so crucial here, even with a lead like this. Just a couple of straight hits can even it out. Don't want to allow that to be the case. Kyle's Crom.
Still looking pretty solid. I like the way he's trying to use Crash Bomb against Velta. He's even starting to try to use Rush against Velta when he tried to force that up air earlier. So definitely got some nice matchup knowledge, but not enough to cut the mustard as Velta takes that last stock and gives Fisher a one stock lead, 10-9.
All right, good job, Velta. Getting the job done. Back-to-back starting position and does an excellent job. So now for UTA, what will be the answer? Do you send in Atomic already right off the rip, or are we thinking like maybe we want him in the anchor position this time? I mean, we got some options for sure.
Yeah, we got some good options. We can see Skits come in once again. I mean, he's a pretty consistent player, pretty decent matchup spread against the rest of the cast. I will say, as of round 4, Mr. E looked like a giant threat for the Fisher team. He really put in a ton of work on that last game. So if we see Mr. E in that second player position yet again, that could be a huge disaster for Arlington if they're not careful. But you called it out right. It looks like we're going to be getting an Atomic right now to, of course, potentially take this first stock and then put Fisher in a weird position because Atomic did amazing against Fadad. He did great against Tilde. He's done great against really everybody on the Fisher team. So they're going to have to choose wisely.
There's nobody that they can send who's just going to outright just invalidate him at all, right? Atomic is just that good. He's just been that clutch and crucial in a lot of these UTA victories, especially the blowouts and the close ones for sure. He's been that guy. I think what they're probably hedging their bet on too is the fact like, okay, we're not going to get another stinker game out of Vibes, right? Like what he did in that previous game, not accustomed to seeing him perform like that. So they're comfortable sending Atomic here, knowing that Vibes will do his job later on when he does eventually come in. That's what I'm thinking.
I fully agree. And honestly, I kind of forgot that Vibes kind of didn't really hold up to what he's used to doing on that Game 4. You're right. Because he's been a massive factor all weekend long. Yeah. So would love to see him come back to full form again if he has to come out right after Atomic possibly. But Atomic off to a good start. Seeing those gyro down tilt traps, I mean, that you can just take so much damage in there. It's rough for anybody to deal with.
Yeah, Atomic is definitely always just that guy who's just immediately going to get the team right back into the thick of things, like without a shadow of a doubt. And look at this, exhausting all resources of Mega Man. Good air dodges to make it back through, but not without a sizable amount of damage. That is 112. That boy is getting 8 up right now.
Yeah, definitely keeping his composure. Atomic knows how important it is to take this first stock without losing any of his and hopefully get some good momentum going for the Arlington team here. Belta struggling for answers. Only 31% put on Atomic. Not too much after either.
All right, let's see. Okay, landing the Nair. Well done. Nice. Up there should not quite get a job of. Should put him in a position where he can definitely finish it off.
Great patience from Belta, but drops the punish. Side B does have a lot of afterlag for you to punish, but of course, high stakes, you're at 165. I guess I kind of understand not wanting to overextend, but a little too late as Atomic finds the up throw and evens us back up.
All right, good stuff. Atomic. No surprise there. Been a model of consistency for this UTA team. It continues to do just that in the final game that we find ourselves in. You know, that winner's bracket advantage from Fisher just really having no effect at all. Other than the fact that if it was UTA in the winner's side, this would already be over because they would have won 2 straight.
Yeah, they would. Shoot, we'd have been out of here a while ago, actually, yeah, right? Yeah, but we do, of course, want to make it as fair as possible for everybody, and of course, Fisher deserved to be up that extra game after all the hard work they put in throughout the year and throughout the weekend. So, 9 stocks apiece yet again. Fisher has the opportunity to send in Tilde, but has not been going as amazing as you'd expect for them. Atomic has responded really, really well to Tilde's Falco. Mr. E, fairly consistent character, but I've said it before, I do think Atomic is probably good against the entire Fisher roster. So I guess if nothing else, since he is down, at least that 1 stock is going to come down to, oh, he's not, sorry. Since he does have 3 stocks even if they can't outright beat Atomic, at least see who can take a couple stocks off him and wear him down.
Yeah, I suspect they would go with Mr. E because he did perform well against him in the previous round, and I think they've kind of found a good spot for E. Taking him out of that anchor role and just kind of throwing him in either second or third seems to pan out a little bit better and giving them some more results that they would want out of Eric. Definitely played the best we've seen him in all of these games in the previous one for sure, so trying to recapture some of that magic. In a matchup he is pretty familiar with, again, you know, having somebody like Zamba in your region does afford you the ability to be polished against some excellent Rob gameplay.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Zamba is just the Rob of Robs at this point. Pretty sure a top 8 seed over at Kagaribi, which is happening at a completely different time from CECC May Madness, thankfully for everybody involved. But either way, Mr. E taking those final moments to figure out exactly how he wants to tackle this matchup, and Atomic, as long as he stays consistent, can still leave Arlington in an amazing spot, even if he can't outright beat Mr. E.
All right, let's see who is going to take it right now.
Who will it be? Chat, give us a 1 if you think Atomic is taking this. Mr. E, if you think he's going to do it, give us a 2. I'm just curious to see where you guys are feeling right now. But let's get into this next match.
All right. Right off rip, yep, even stocks apiece. I would like to see like this being the final game, that it does kind of become a nail biter down the stretch, but if somebody just happens to open up the other person, it is what it is.
Yeah, a lot of ones in the chat. Chat's really, really believing in Atomic right here. Couple twos for Mr. E, but a lot of people really think Atomic has it in the bag. But Mr. E really awoken in the past round defensively, had great parries, incredible micro spacing, and amazing punishes out of shield too. So Atomic got his work cut out for him for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Mr. E last game was sensational. Definitely the kind of boost he needs in the confidence regard, of course, after, some kind of lackluster performances. But like I said, in that last game, that's the Eric I'm accustomed to seeing. That guy who can be an absolute game changer. Now putting pressure on Atomic, trying to find some safety room to land. Sometimes you just got to clear it out yourself with the Nair.
Yeah, Atomic kind of getting off easy, being unsafe on Mr. E's shield. Hasn't had to eat that up out of shield just yet, but I know it's got to be coming soon. Mr. E firing back throw, putting that forward air on him, and amazing tech on that reverse dolphin slash. That was really, really smart.
That was beautiful. All right, just going to elect to put up the shield right there. Not trying to get caught up. 161. We are in those dangerous percents for both of these characters right now for sure. Who's going to strike first?
All right, little too early. Oh, but a parry coming out from Atomic side. The bear once again going to come through with maximum range, just obliterating that stock Mr. E.
Yep. Beautifully done, trying to bait him to swing, does just that. Nice roll behind, a couple of jabs to interrupt any kind of offense he was thinking about doing there.
All right, things are starting to snowball here.
It could definitely get ugly quick, fast, and in a hurry. Mr. E got to shave this stock off, doesn't get both heads of Nair. However, the forward tilt will find its mark.
Okay, yeah, got ourselves an even game here yet again. Mr. E trying to find those falling up airs at those low percents to get those huge Lucina combos started, but nobody home just yet. You can see Atomic backing off, staying out of range, really committing to not even just like the small laser, the full charge laser, just to get that maximum damage on Mr. E.
Yep. Oh, okay. Nice on the down tilt. Let's see. Get it in there, trying to break down the defense.
All right, Mr. E trying to stall for as much time as he can, force Mr. E off his, Atomic stalling, trying to force Mr. E off his block there, but Mr. E very committed to just spacing out those F-tilts. It's been a great anti-air. It's a great tool to catch in the corner, but as I said, yet another back air, and the laser to boot might be the stock. No, Mr. E still hanging on here.
Yeah, being able to preserve his jump through all of that definitely kept that stock alive, so kudos to Mr. E in a very crucial situation. Able to make it back and rewarded by getting the stock. And let's go up by one is Fisher. Very fragile lead, but a lead nonetheless that can be appreciated. Let's see.
All right, finds the first falling up air. Doesn't lead to everything. All right, the berry. No, Atomic not finding the kill out of the berry, which we rarely see from Atomic there. Mr. E still got some great opportunities to rack up some extra damage. Up B out of shield, finally looking like it's online here. And Atomic got to really slow down the pacing and not let Mr. E run away with this with potentially a two-stock.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, just throws out the rotor arms. Why not? If it gets the job done, so be it. All right, final stock. Let's see. You know, Atomic can definitely detonate on you at any given moment. So Eric needs to still be very, very cautious. Oh, that air dodge that he did was a little spotty.
Oh, and we saw the signature Mr. E reversal footstool come into play, but a character like Rob has all the time in the world to just recover regardless. So, still going to make it back to the stage, but most importantly, avoided the edge guard potential, especially like a drop zone rotor arm. Yeah. That could have been a disaster.
All right, going high. Let's see, trying to clear a path. So tough right there when Lucina's just patrolling that ground.
Ooh, wow. Great placement on that F-tilt. This is a nail-biter. It's anybody's game. Mr. E in the lead, though. The corner's a tough place to be. Nair, F-tilt, back air. All these things are such a huge threat to Rob. Oh, and the bear out of nowhere. Gonna kill Mr. E outright, even at just 100%. Amazing turnaround for the Arlington team.
And I love that pop-off from Atomic, stowing those emotions during the match, but just letting them absolutely explode after he secures the KO with the back air. Great stuff from Atomic. This guy continues to be that guy for UTA. And just like that, some tough decisions have to be made for Fisher right now on who we're going to send out. I'll tell you right now, it does not need to be the dad, okay? No. That Rob Ditto was a shellacking last time. You send him out, I almost think you're just handing the match over to UTA. No disrespect. It's just a compliment to how well I think Atomic performs in the Rob Ditto. I just think he just has that matchup down packed. I think it's been put on display.
Yeah, I definitely think he does too. Of course, the counter pick that we all expect would be Tilde, but I think Atomic is playing amazing. They really needed the momentum from that too, because we saw Mr. E just go on a tear from this position last time, but Atomic being able to eliminate him is great, and Atomic very rarely goes out without taking a stock or two as a parting gift as well. So this could be massive for the Arlington squad here. I agree, it should not be Vidad in the Ditto. It did not go well. It was just barely not a 3 stock last time they interacted, so why even take the risk? You're only down 1 stock. Play as safe as you can. I want to see Tilde. I also, selfishly at this point, would like to see Kronos at some point, but who's to say if we're ever going to get him again?
It's hard to say at this point. I mean, you kind of got to go with your best lineup for to go against your opponents. You know what I'm saying? They just might not feel like Snake is good enough to do it. So a lot of decision making. I mean, honestly, here's the thing. Like, Tilde is an excellent pick here if you think he's going to get the last stock off first.
Yes.
That's honestly what it all comes down to, right? I mean, either way, he might be the pick regardless, just because you don't want to find yourself in a further deficit right now. Right now, it's only 1 stock separating you. Things could go awry and it could end up being 2 or 3. You don't want that to be the case.
Now, I will say, if we do get Tilde, and if he's able to take that first stock off of Atomic, it'll be Tilde versus Vibe. Vibe showed us some really strong edge guard against Lucina. Falco even more susceptible to getting gimped and edge guarded from a character like Pokemon Trainer, so still going to be a tough fight either way. But all that aside, thanks so much for rocking with us this far. We are halfway through the final game of this grand finals for CECC Main Madness. We're at the hour 3 mark. Smash Brothers is really putting all of our endurance to the test here, and I know there's a lot of mental fatigue that can come from the players as well. They've been at it for so long. They've been at it all weekend too, so stakes are still high. A lot of pressure's on, but Atomic truly just put his team on his back all weekend and is looking to do the same here. Hopefully he can get us another couple stocks for the UT Arlington team here before he's out of here, but it all comes down to who Fisher's going to go ahead and send in.
Yeah, if I'm UT, I'm like, what's the time? What's the count clock on this? It's calling us. Like,
yeah,
send out your next man.
Little ice
potentially
box
to the slaughter. The way Atomic's been playing, but nah, definitely. I mean, it's a tough call, man. It's a tough call on this. The shot selection clock right there. You see it. 30 seconds to go before they are forced to send somebody out. Love the selection clock again. Excellent addition to CECC for show.
Yes, fully agreed. Yeah, shout outs to the production team. Last year had to make it on the fly. This time had it baked into the rules. Super appreciate that. And that's one thing I love about CECC. They're always listening. Even made some rule changes with roster restrictions. We didn't get to see some players because they had a rule where multiples of certain characters weren't allowed, but they listened to the community and they went ahead and nixed that. They listened to the community and went ahead and put that shot clock up there. CECC, they are always fantastic about staying in touch with what the viewers, the spectators, and the players want to see. So huge shout outs to them. And honestly, the entire production team has just been working their tail off all weekend. So big kudos to them. Keeping us all afloat here.
100% co-signed on that and really working hard so they could bring you quality matches like this. And it looks like we do have the selection. Obviously going to be Tilde here, hoping to kind of make amends for what we saw a couple of games ago where it just did not go his way against Atomic's Rob. But I mean, that's just kind of been this theme for a lot of people who go against Atomic's Rob, right? He's just a different breed for sure. So let's get this thing started. Still a number of games to get through today as well. Excited to see how Street Fighter is going to finish. I think still some Overwatch, some Rocket League. So plenty of games to enjoy here at CECC with Smash coming to a close here the next 20-30 minutes or so. All right, fist bumps, let's get it.
Let's get into it. No hand warmers needed, no button checks, no more stalling, I hope.
Stalling. Get a sip of that water, Tilde. There you go.
Some water. He had some snacks. I think he had some multigrain Cheerios. That's a way healthier snack than what most of us Smashers have. So
multigrain, can't go wrong with that.
Nice and heart healthy, I guess.
There you go.
Okay, no more Let's get into the game here. So Atomic gonna have to run off those first 2 stocks here. 7 stocks to 6. Let's see if he can make something shake. Take a quick stock, maybe even 2 potentially from the Fisher roster before he's out of here.
All right, 3, 2, 1, let's get it. All right, Atomic definitely probably going to take his time here, just trying to create an opening. Obviously, you know, Falco can devour Rob in a lot of instances right on cue right there. Just quick combinations, taking him up to 63, pretty much with minimal effort at that, too.
Yeah, and great use of the stage, too. Dragging down below the platform and still able to stand on the platform and find bigger punishes. 109 on Atomic. It's not looking great here. Got to really fight to make his way back to the stage. A lot of strong kill options for Falco here. But, as I say it, throws Falco off. Doesn't lead to much, but definitely keeping Tilde on notice.
Yep. Okay, nice. So barely around the fair range. Ooh, back air. That might be enough. It is definitely going to do it. Yeah, Falco, I mean, it's a glass can. He's either going to blow you up or he's going to shatter. In that case, absolutely destroying Rob. Exactly what they needed to.
Now, I will say, Atomic only taking 3 stocks from this this final round, which isn't a bad thing by any means, but not the run we're used to seeing Atomic go on. So they're really going to have to dig deep and figure out if they're going to be able to handle Tilde with a fresh 3 stocks. We've got Skits. Skits did phenomenal against him in the last round. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close it out, but still took those 2 stocks very, very comfortably. No waft needed, so wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of that performance as long as Skits is able to lock in. And, of course, as the anchor, that means we're going to be getting Vibe for the UT Arlington team in worst case scenario.
Yeah, and it actually, you know, it's actually a little bit of a question mark who might be that for Fisher. I know you've been clamoring to see Cronus again, obviously Vidad. Like, they got a couple different directions they could potentially go in that closing spot for Fisher. So, I mean, they had it their way. I'm sure they wouldn't even get to that point. They'd be happy with Tilde just taking off 6 stocks, but I got a feeling it ain't going to be that easy. So let's jump right into it. Tilde, Skits, 3 stocks apiece. Let's run it up.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to get here. Fist bump getting right into the action. Wario versus Falco. Like we said previously, very, very volatile matchup. Both players extremely good at like optimizing their combos, and both characters very susceptible to being juggled for long periods of time. So who's to say how this is going to go down? But let's see. 6 stocks apiece. Game 5. You cannot ask for a closer set. The 1 seed UT Arlington against the former 1 seed of Fisher College.
Yep. And really, this is the match we saw in the last round. This could have been, honestly, we might not even got to this point if a waft had come out and knocked the bike off of the combination from Skits. So I'm sure if he gets himself in that situation again where he has an opportunity to close it out with waft, probably won't make the same error, would be my guess. But the pace of play does slow down, just given the nature of this game. Of the keep in mind from Tilde. So I'm kind of running down Rob. Not really going to do that so much with Wario. Yes, you will get in there, pick your spots and your combinations, but I'm going to be a little picky at some points.
Yeah, a little bit tougher for sure. Wario was able to drift in and out of danger so efficiently there. Percent's about even so far. Both players taking great advantage of that side platform on SBF and just really optimizing their routes, really figuring out when they should bail from overextending. Yeah, just 2 really, really seasoned vets going at it right here.
All right, once again, we see Skits hanging tough with Tilde. Slowed down pace, benefiting him a lot.
All right, yeah, trying to just get out of dodge with the bike. Starting to slow things down, of course, to maybe get a half waft, maybe even 2 half wafts, or even just like a redemption waft from the previous round, possibly. Oh, soft air, not going to lead to the tech chase, but back air still going to set up for some greatness here. Great use of the wall jump, though, to mix up the recovery, but nothing going for it. Skits was ready for that too. Yeah. Excellent play.
I actually really love that from Skits because I think he had a feeling that Tilde was going to maybe, you know, do something to come up with an aggressive option. So he kind of baited him to swing, and then the dare was the perfect finisher in that situation with him having to recover low. So love that recognition from Skits. This guy just gets better and better every time I see him play. Now he is locked and loaded with that waft on deck should he need it at any given moment.
Yeah. All right, you see the first big opening here. Just enough throw to up air. Not the same strings we saw before, but Tilde got to be extra careful. Ooh, Tilde not even getting the out of shield punishes we're used to seeing right there either. This is looking really good for Skits.
Okay, it's the fair. Let's see. Oh, no. Missing off of that. Oh,
nice!
Does not miss this time. Where was that last game, Skits? You made it up, though. You made it up. Well done. Holy crap. What a lead Skits finds himself in. He is tearing into Tilde, who at the moment, Sai, has no answers at all to this Wario terror from UTA.
Yeah, this is amazing for the UT Arlington. And like you said, Waff, not always there when you call, but is always on time. Being able to burn it with still having 2 stocks left in the worst case scenario is amazing for Skits. So if he's able to slow down the pacing, if need be, Tilde going to be on notice with that tool yet again. But even outside of that, 3% apiece, Skits looking real comfortable, really trying to force Tilde to overextend and try to fight his way in at great risk to him because Falco very susceptible to those big combos, especially when we see like a neutral air, like an up tilt get started.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is fantastic. I mean, Skits from him, I'm just taking my time, biting it. Oh yeah, you can tell, absolutely. He is taking him to the combination station at the moment. One-way ticket to destruction. It is getting nasty out here, folks.
Yeah, we got to see Tilde start to find some openings here. He was such a defensive monster in that first round, but definitely not necessarily seeing those shades here. He's kind of just like being a hair too late on these whiff punishes and just eating huge punishes for it.
Yeah, doing a little bit of jawing back and forth with the crowd too when he was able to clutch it out in that last game. Might not have too much to say right now, the way this one has unfolded. Might just be a matter of time. Falco 122, Wario mod is 74 with 2 stocks on top of that.
Crazy amount of work. Using the slower Phantasm right there was really great. Skits was looking to end it all right there with that F tilt. Now, we do have Wario in those percent ranges where like up tilt bear is true, you know, dare into bear could potentially be true. So Skits got to be careful. But we have full waft yet again. And honestly, better to use it versus just lose it. It's not going to carry over to the next match. So let's see what Tilde has to offer here. 135% though. Skits could just throw it out raw, or he could just secure it the normal way with like a down tilt dash attack scenario. Let's see where we land.
A couple different scenarios where this goes completely in the favor of Skits, and he knows it.
Oh. All right, rinse and repeat on the drag down dare. Not enough to actually secure the stock. Tilde still hanging on for dear life at 150%. We could potentially see a really big string here, but the bear does do it. Skits is able to continue the lead for UT Arlington.
And if I'm Skits, I'm just feeling a sense of redemption from that previous round where it seemingly had it all well in hand. Well, not only does he beat Tilde that time, he had a waft in the middle as well. And look at that crowd going crazy. They understand they are just 3 stocks away from a championship. One of 2 teams that have every single time qualified to be here at CECC. They've never won the big one, but they've also never been closer than they are at this very moment.
Yes, just one final player is going to separate them. And of course, Skits, if he's not able to finish it for the Arlington team by himself, they still have really talented players like Vibe in the tuck. They still have Memphis, who we haven't seen all day, the Peach player in the tuck. A lot of great options here, but Fisher gonna have to send in their final player. They do not have access to Mr. E. They do not have Tilde on the roster anymore. They do have Vedad, or they do have Kronos. Who's to say who we're actually gonna get, but things looking really good for the Arlington family.
Yeah, I mean, either way you slice it, it's going to be tough. You have Kronos, who hasn't played since all the way back in game number 2, which was technically game 1, but all the way back there, and it was not a pretty sight at all. And then you have Vedad, who essentially you're just saying like, okay, well, they have all this Rob experience. Like, what is Vedad going to bring to the table they haven't seen already practicing with Atomic?
Yeah,
the answer is nothing. I'm just going to be quite frank with you. So redemption time, perhaps, as it looks like Kronos is going to be the selection. Snake player for sure, very talented individual, but up against it right now, to say the least.
Yeah, so looks like we're going to be bookending this Kronos, the first player out of the roster, the last player to try to bring it home for the Fisher team. I gotta say, very talented player. I think Snake is a phenomenal character, but characters like Wario do pretty solid against him. Kronos going to do a button check, of course, hasn't been able to play in a couple hours here, but if Skits has to go out and we switch over to Vibes, Ivysaur is an amazing character at dealing with Snake. Razor Leaf causes lots of problems. Cypher is just Death Wish when you have to recover against characters like Ivysaur or even Charizard. So Chronos definitely got his work cut out for him, but his team is behind him. It looks like they believe, they have faith, but let's find out 4 stocks to 3. Who is going to take this home? Will it be Fisher? Will it be UTA? Chat, give me a 1 if you think UTA is going to finish this off right now, or a 2 if you think Chronos the Snake is going to bring it all the way back for the Fisher University team.
All right. We shall see. Let's get into it right now. Quick button check for Chronos to make sure he's warming up where he needs to be. Again, haven't seen Chronos play all the way since opening tip at game 1. He's been riding the bench for a little bit, but now
what the Kazi you
get
doing?
back into it.
Oh, he's just chilling for the button check.
Yeah.
Yo, if you got this many EWGFs, maybe...
Joy.
I mean, I see the makings of greatness right here. He's hit like 15 of these.
Let's not encourage it.
For the health of the game.
Health of the game, my boy. Come on now.
You're having a great time with Wario. But
this Wario's been incredible. Been a huge fan of that so far. Okay, button check over. Looks like everything's working fine. Let's go.
I love that. Cool kill screen. All right, 4 stocks to 3.
Kazuya Mishima.
I mean, I'm appreciative for them bringing Tekken music in here. And I feel bad because when we were still in that DLC, who could it be time, I was like, oh, it would be so sick if we get Kazi from Tekken. And
right.
Monkey Paw, I was like, oh, maybe not. Maybe that's not what we wish for. But all right, so Chronos is going to be coming in here with the Snake, of course. Very good character. We saw Skits do pretty good against other Snake players throughout the weekend, so definitely no stranger to the matchup. And of course, has Kyle as his training partner. But let's see if Kyle's practice can match up to the Snake that is Chronos.
All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we can do. Chronos, a tall task ahead of him, needs to take out 4 stocks. I mean, he has 3 to do it with, though, so it is difficult. But if he can get this stock off of Skits and just put himself in a position where it's just him versus Pokemon Trainer, him versus Vibes, it could absolutely go down that way.
Yeah, definitely could. Still, all things considered, Skits did amazing, was able to take out all 3 stocks of Tilde, which is no easy feat.
Yep.
Pretty down in percents right here, looking really solid for Chronos. But after about 26 more seconds or so, we will have that half locked as a factor, so Chronos can't get too comfy. I like the way he's playing, though. Going for those wave bounce grenades, just trying to set up that defensive wall, making it so that Wario can't get those mid-percent combo starters.
All right, hanging on that ledge a little bit. Nice. Okay. Tries to trip him up. I like that little safety net with the grenade there, and it catches him lacking. Okay, Chronos already making amends for that terrible performance earlier. That was sensational. And now almost felt like it could be a for sure UTA win starting to dissolve a little bit as they've got 1 player left. I think we all know who it's going to be. It's going to be Vibes. Let's see if he's got it.
All right, yeah, it's going to come down 3 stocks apiece. This could not be going any closer. So to actually take a page out of the Street Fighter handbook there, what we saw right there was a little bit of an overload of the mental stack. So you see that Skits is being down thrown, you see the grenade, and you see the down smash getting charged. So he avoids the down smash, still gets clipped by another projectile. But after all that is said and done, you're like, wow, this could have gone bad in 100 different ways. You know what he forgot about? The C4 back in the middle. So excellent play from Chronos. Great job just overwhelming his opponent and showing us that he has tons and tons of tricks up his sleeve.
There you go. It do be like that sometimes.
Yep, so Vibe versus Chronos, 3 stocks apiece. Getting our last little bit of coaching in here. This has gone down to the wire, to the nitty gritty. I don't think we've had a series go this long in CECC. I know last year it was a 2-0 sweep for the winning team. Didn't have to worry about that. I think the previous year, I don't think it went to Game 5 either. So this is officially the closest grand final set I believe we've seen in the history of CECC. And it's just 1 player apiece. 3 stocks could not be more fair. Who is going to take it home for their college.
And it's the question. I mean, at this point, there's not really too much anybody can tell you at this point. You either got it or you don't. So let's just find out who is going to take it. Fisher, UTA, final players, Vibe and Kronos, each having 3 stocks apiece. Let's sit down and get this thing finished up.
Yeah, we've definitely been in it for the long haul. Also, viewers at home, thanks so much for hanging out with us. I've, of course, had a blast. And once this is all over, we will be pivoting over to the Street Fighter 6 side of things. We got our top 4 to deal with over there as well. So nothing but incredible fighting game action headed your way for the rest of the day here. Of course, still got Overwatch and Rocket League, other great titles as well. But let's get into our final game. 3 stocks apiece, Vibe and Kronos. Nothing left for me to say. Let's just get into this final match.
All right, here we go. Let's see who wants it more. What a redemption story this would be for Kronos, man. If he could just go ahead and just actually win it for the squad. Obviously, though, this Pokemon trainer has been absolutely crazy. You know, Vibe probably had their worst performance that we've seen throughout this whole tournament in that previous game, but you know what I'm saying, an opportunity for a little redemption themselves. You know what I'm saying? Just a tale of 2 individuals who want to make it up for their team and help bring home that trophy.
Yeah, redemption for both sides of this, honestly. You saw Vibe trying to get a little freaky there, trying to sneak in some extra pressure using Kronos' grenades against them, but didn't work out, and now we have percents even here. But Epi, whoa!
Oh,
whoa! Wow. Kronos trying to steal that stock out of nowhere with that F smash. Yeah, definitely got Vibe on high alert right now.
Oh, nice. I like the fair, actually. Yep. Got a little quicker than you might expect sometimes. They got the grenade there, a little bit of safety. Let's go.
Ooh!
Fake it with the forward tilt, first hit of that, and then just wait for the air dodge mash. Great stuff from Kronos to secure that with the up tilt.
Ooh, Vibe definitely struggling right here.
That he is.
Grenades not going in his favor, extending his own hurt boxes and getting tagged for a lot of extra damage. 68% already here.
Oh.
Vibe opted to go Charizard while he's at 0%, but this is why you don't really do that. You tend to see him come out once you already have that rage anyway, because Kronos took full advantage of that big body.
Yeah, I kind of understand, you know, like maybe I could just use Charizard, just swipe off this stock kind of quick, fast, in a hurry, but thus far, this Charizard has been less than effective against this snake. And the pressure strings continue, and what we were expecting to maybe be a close showing for this final game is right now proving to be a very one-sided affair at the moment, side. Oh my goodness, see you later.
I feel like Vibe just got a little tunnel vision there. Like, sure, when you first came in as Charizard, maybe I can find a kill move with something, but after you take that first 60, 70, it's like, might as well switch around. Maybe even just get back to Ivysaur with those mid-weight percents to try to fight it off. But right now, Chrono looking like he's about to take this with a 3-stock if Vibe is not careful.
Heated the spark off the bench, and Kronos coming back in and giving them just that. I know it's Sunday, but it would take a heck of a miracle for Vibe to pull this one back, man. But we got to start with that first stock, which he has to this point continued to struggle to find. And I don't know if it's going to get any easier. My Lord, Fisher looking to keep the title back where it, possibly where they think it belongs. It's hard to disagree right now, Sai.
I mean, they had such a strong start here, but Kronos barely been touched at all for the last 2 minutes straight. Vibe, one single hit away, finally finds that rage back here from Charizard, but way, way too late here. No percent left to play with, and Kronos been such a great player defensively, gonna make this nigh impossible for the Arlington team, and that up tilt will do it.
That wasn't even close. Pop off, absolutely, you deserve it. Started off losing the first 2 games. Kronos had a hand in that, but then it comes full circle. The pop off deserved as they take care of business and deny UTA the championship they so desperately want to claim on their home turf, but is not to be. Fisher College, too strong. Different roster, same results. The champs are here.
Yeah, don't mess with Fisher. Never count them out. Retaining their W, looking like the 1 seed, and Kronos even getting emotional right there. Not only saving the entire team, putting them on the back, getting that redemption. Shout out to you, Kronos. You earned that. You played amazing, and you are the reason Fisher was able to take this dub today. But I absolutely want to give the biggest of shout outs to the UT Arlington team. I mean, they were fighting an uphill battle this whole weekend. They did such an amazing job. Nobody took Fisher this close to the wire, and they still got 2 rounds off them. Just unfortunately could not get that very last one, but they were even just 1 stock away from victory just a round to go, lest we not forget. So amazing job to the UTA team. The whole roster showed out. Huge shout outs to Kyle, of course, Skits, Atomic, all of them did amazing, but it looks like Fisher's gonna be today's victor after everything is said and done.
That winner's advantage that Fisher had being on the winner's side of Grand Finals really helped them out. It forced UTA to have to win 3 as opposed to Fisher's 2. When they got up 2 games, it was like, okay, we just got to close it out. That enabled Fisher to get one more opportunity to retool a little bit, re-strategize, and they came up with something big. I like the play of starting Veli at the starting position with the Mega Man, and then Kronos coming in, making his resurgence, anchoring the team, and getting the victory. Good stuff to them. A lot of good vibes all around, but that is going to do it for us in that regard. Incredible stuff.
So gang, thanks for rocking with us for the Smash section of CECC Finals. I imagine we're going to be cutting in the stage here pretty soon.
Yes, sir.
Probably get some interviews for the winning team, but everybody in the crowd, give it up for Fisher. Give them a huge round of applause. They really did the dang thing. They really clawed it back from what could have been a nightmare, so definitely give them your props. Shout outs to both teams, but that's going to do it for us. Let's go ahead and pivot.
All right, well, with that said, we are going to go to the trophy presentation, probably hear from the winning team. I've been EE, my man Sai. Thank you so much for allowing us to cast. And congratulations once again to Fisher College, your 2025 CECC May Madness Smash Ultimate Crew Battle champions.
Congratulations to our CECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Champions, Fisher College.
Grand final champions of Fisher College. Gentlemen, first and foremost, feel free to appreciate a trophy you have just fought very hard to win. You guys want to go ahead and lift it up, see how heavy it is so we can get a good look at it. All righty, lift that up. All right, gang, feel free to put that down. I know how heavy it is, so you do not have to hold it the whole time, I promise. But let me chat with you guys a little bit. Let me ask a couple of questions. So going into this, you guys come in with that point advantage, right? We find you guys that 1 up. There's a couple of rough losses toward the beginning. What's the mindset look like for the team when the scoreboard's 2-1?
When the scoreboard's 2-1, our mindset really is just to stay focused.
Yeah.
You know, don't get into our own heads. You know, don't overthink things. Just do what we do, and it's what we do is what we do best, right? So.
Where's Tilde? Come up here, man. All right, clear. Let me get Tilde up here. I want to ask him a couple of questions as well. So, here, let's walk a little more this way. So, going into this matchup here, Tilde, you are, I think, one of the more recognizable players on the Fisher roster. Incredibly talented at what you do. You've been playing Falco for years, and we know that you tend to be very talented in doing so. So, when you're in a grand final scenario like this, you do as well as you can, and you get many stocks, but you fall out right before the series is over. What's the mindset like in that moment where you know that it's out of your hands?
I was definitely a little worried. I think I'd be a fool not to be. But we had a lot of confidence in our team. I'm so proud of all the players here. I gotta say, Velta, Kronos especially, were just kicking butt the whole time. I think me and Eric were kind of expected to do very well. And it feels like we were the weak links almost, you know? We got carried, and I'm proud to say it was Kronos and Velta, man. They're amazing.
And speaking of Kronos, where's he at? Oh, he's talking. Kronos, come here, my man. I think the emotions are so palpable. I mean, this is such a moment for the team, but this is such a moment for you. To go in down 4-3, you are the last man standing. What does that feel like?
There's no words for it. I mean, it's been like a rough couple months, and I have had a hard time, and honestly, it's probably dark, but my grandpa died 2 months ago, and he loved watching, and I just... And I'm just so glad that I had all my other family who's watching. I have like 60 people on both sides. It's amazing. But I only played the first and last match.
Right.
My Fisher team is what carried it, honestly. I give it all to them.
Absolutely. I mean, Kronos, let me tell you right now, man, there are so many people that are proud of you. I know that he would be proud of you. I know your family is proud of you. And I know these boys back here are so unbelievably proud of you because that is insane. What you came out here and did. This trophy is all of yours. It is an amazing job. We're going to pick it up one more time. We're going to celebrate you, and we're going to celebrate this moment for Fisher College. So, guy, absolutely. You want to say one more thing? Absolutely.
All the glory to God, man. All the glory to God.
All right, guys, let's get the whole team in here. Get on this trophy. You guys won this trophy. This is your trophy. I'm going to give you a countdown. I'm going to give you all a countdown. Get these hands on there. Get these hands on there. All right, you guys are all going to clap in 3, 2, 1. Fisher College, the CECC 2025 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finals champions. A big congratulations to Fisher on this win. But we've got Street Fighter coming up in just a bit, so we're going to clear the main stage. I'm going to send you guys over to my friend Catinator to talk more about this series.
Thank you very much, Septilence. Man, Fisher, a third time lifting the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup, and a team that could not be more deserving. And all I could think about in Game 3, watching the Mr. E run, was this team surely cannot squander this. Now, I know the desk has a lot of thoughts on this team in general. We talked early about Atomic. We talked about Skits, these weapons for UTA that we saw on the stage. But I want to start with Miles, and then we can go from there on what were some Fisher Falcon weapons that kind of brought it back for their squad.
So we'll get to Kronos. I just want to get ahead of the storyline. We will get to Kronos, but we set this up by talking about how Fisher's two main threats are Tilde and Mr. E. Tilde in Game 1 was what gave them that initial advantage with the 6-stock, but you're talking about Game 3. Game 3 is where Fisher started to bring it back with a generational performance from Mr. E. The micro-spacing, the 9 parries in a row, just the perfect spacing, up B out of shield, the shield breaks, the down tilt check chases, the best Lucina gameplay, some of the best gameplay ever we've seen on the CECC stage, and I feel like that was the moment the momentum started to shift back in Fisher's favor.
Yeah, you want to take it from there?
Look, first of all, if everyone in the arena can give a round of applause for UTA,
yeah,
because hats off to those guys. They made it all the way through here. Honestly, I knew it was going to go the distance like we had said at the top of the day, but oh my God. Oh man, what a series, what a set. It was insane. And like, I really want to point out for Fisher though, Kronos, I mean, literally started and ended this set for Fisher. He was the first one on, last one out, and made his every single minute he was in there count. First game was a little shaky for sure. Rests for the next few, comes back as a closer to clinch it out and win it. When this UTA crowd was so hot, this UTA favored crowd was so hot. You heard the chants. We were up here in the nest looking down, seeing everybody go crazy. Every single play that was being made. But for him to come through after all 4 games, just to close it out, that was absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard louder crowd pops in my career, genuinely. The noise that this UTA squad was making is ridiculous, and the fact that Fisher can not only come in, but on a deficit and be able to come back and beat this team after going down 2-1 with all that noise in the crowd, what does that say about their level of resilience, Artie?
It speaks a lot to the fact that they were prepared to have to deal with this today because they respected UTA's roster, what they were bringing to the table, and the fact that the vibes on stage, and there's no pun intended in this at all, this Fisher squad, with how they demonstrated how they carried themselves throughout that entire match, drastically different. We're talking 180 from last year's Fisher squad up against Winthrop. They were locked in, they were discussing, there was strategy going on. You could tell that there was nerves happening on both sides of that stage. And yes, having UTA behind us, cheering at the top of their lungs, trying to, be that extra boost for their team to be successful, can actually really shake you to your core when you don't hear that for your own squad. And the fact that Fisher came in, and like I said earlier, every team is going to experience the opportunity. love it or hate it, to be everyone's bad guy. And despite that, Fisher today, the emotions that they gave us, what they showed us, humanized them dramatically in my book to a lot of people in this crowd, and showed, yes, the gods will bleed, but they're still going to fight tooth and nail for the victory. They're not going to give up. They're going to bring back in someone that they said, you need to cool off for a little bit, get the nerves out, come back in, close it out for us, and be the one to end this game on a high note for us. It was absolutely magical.
I mean, we talked about at the beginning that this was a meta where you cannot just rely on your players being better than everyone else, and Fisher has, since their loss to Winthrop last CECC, put in work to really elevate themselves, to elevate their teamwork, their preparation to a level where they can compete on the top level once again, and they did that today. By far, Fisher's hardest fought victory ever, and I am 100% confident in saying that.
I also need to point out that like the changes that we saw from their play style. I mean, pulling out Mr. E instead of having him be an anchor, making him play third, come through, and after we saw the struggle against Pokemon Trainer, he just cleaned up for stock after stock. It was absolutely phenomenal to see just the micro growth that occurred on stage, because those little adjustments were exponential in the long run.
And if I could just shout out some of those micro adjustments, like Skits popping off against Tilde, like Atomic popping off against Mr. E. We talked about what are you going to do to defeat Mr. E and Tilde. The answer ended up being fight them head on. The problem is Fisher, because they have honed their roster to such a degree, are more than just their top players.
Yeah, you can tell those players, even down, still feeling very confident in those seats. And I think that might be because of how comfortable they are. ZipChair and DreamSeat are the official gaming chair supplier of the CECC. Ace your gaming setup with a new chair at www.zipchair.com and enter code CECC for 10% off. But that does it for us here. Stay in your seats. We've got Fisher and Keegan Clutchkey down at the bracket wall for the bracket ceremony.
Thank you very much, Kat. We are down here on the floor right against the bracket wall, and we got the champions, Fisher College, 3-2 in the most banger series I have ever seen here at CECC. Maybe right up there with Rocket League Game 7 in the finals last year. But guys, congratulations. I have Tilly right next to me, so I'll ask him a few questions first. I also got my guy right here that took a few stocks off too, just locking in. But we'll ask you questions in a sec. First, Tilly, for this school, for this college here, last year came up just short on it. This year you got the trophy. How does that feel?
I actually wasn't here last year, and I felt a little bad about it, so I'm happy that we could all show up this time. You know, I'm happy we could make it happen. I know Aaron's proud. I know we've all been putting in the work. We've been practicing, studying, so it shows to pay off.
And for you, what's it like to be holding this trophy right now?
It feels amazing. It feels amazing. We put a lot of hard work into this, just helped each other get better, went over VODs together. We really practiced hard, and we ended up winning, so I feel really great about it.
I'll ask Director Aaron right here one question. Sir, what's it like to have the trophy in the hands of your players right here?
It feels good to have it back, and you know, everyone in this venue was against these guys. Every school in here was trying to give them practice and trying to help every team. The world was against this team with the tournaments this weekend, and it wasn't enough!
The passion right there, you can feel it in his eyes and everything. He's breathing hard. He's breathing hard. You can see the steam literally out his nose, folks. Literally out his nose. He's here. Somebody hold him back. He's about to run out of here. All right, folks, that will be the name here in a sec, but first we have to give away this great trophy, the MVP. And he said it right at the end, all glory. Well, how about all glory to Kronos for getting your tournament MVP right here. So come on up, Kronos. Come on up. Ending it all right at the end. Come here, my friend, right? One more question for you. I know you answer a lot. Tournament MVP, you can hold on to that. What's that got to mean to you here at CECC?
I mean, like I said earlier, it's all for God. And my team killed it the whole time. I just came at the end to finish the job they started. So I really appreciate it, but it all goes to them.
The man that cleaned it up, the man that is humble right here, Fisher College. One more piece to add to the board. Who wants to put it up, guys? Who's got the honor? Who wants to put the honor? All right. Here you go. The honor right here. Get up on that ladder. Get up on there because there's one spot left to fill, and that is your CECC 2025 champions, Fisher College, in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Round of applause for these guys right here. An amazing performance, and that is going to wrap us up here at 2025 CECC champions, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for Fisher College. We are going to take a break. When we come back, more action here from CECC at Esports Stadium Arlington when we return.
I will always place the mission first.
Delivery.
I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, oh, okay, so the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
Come on, everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot, hope you don't miss. Yeah, come on, everybody come alive.
Saka.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I'm Catnator, that's Sai, Kilamiles, and Beautiful Crow. It's time to take you through Street Fighter 6. It's been months of qualification, all leading up to this. 12 teams enter the Esports Stadium Arlington this weekend, and only 4 players are left standing. 10K up for grabs if you take first place. And we've got 2 players I don't think we're too shocked to see in the upper bracket. It's Blue and Paladin. Miles, let's talk about them.
So Blue and Paladin, this #1 seeds coming out of Group A and Group B respectively. And, well, A and B. These 2 players haven't fought this entire weekend when so many players have clashed. Blue and Paladin, this matchup is a bit of a mystery. Now, granted, there are some caveats about this run. Paladin 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And even though we saw on stage some of those were close 3-ups, like in the matchup against Harms, it was still 3-2-0. Meanwhile, Blue has not had quite as dominant of a run. We saw against Davey, went to game 5. They repeatedly had these moments where they almost lost and then clutched out. And so now Blue on the DJ, Paladin almost certainly on the Ryu are going to clash on this main stage to see who's going to sit in grand finals.
You bring up that 3-2 set. That's what jumps out at me in terms of who gets the edge here from this Florida International Ditto match we got coming up. I feel like that 3-2 gives Paladin that edge, any oppression from anyone else on the desk.
I mean, if we want to talk about it, let's talk about it. I mean, Blue is a very consistent player. I mean, it's just 3-0, you know, he did wind up getting 3-0 against Qua in the next round over. Paladin having such a dominant run through all of these isn't too surprising. The kid's a prodigy, let's be honest.
Right.
I was being real here. But I think when we get to the grand stage, when we get to this first matchup, it's going to be a battle of, you know, we always talk about on-the-day performance. We always talk about how are they feeling coming into this. And I talked to Blue. We dapped each other up. We said, what's up, player? How you doing? He's feeling great. He's feeling fine. He's feeling comfy. And I don't know the same about Paladin. Paladin kind of has had this, you know, just very locked in lineup. But that can be exhausting. That can take its toll on somebody to be that focused all the time. So I really do want to get into it. I want to see how it's going to go. Because I mean, upper bracket is always so exciting to see who sets a stage, who takes that first place in our grand final. But I'm a little bit more interested about the lower bracket, how that's been shaping up. I mean, everybody's saying it's a fight for second place, but like, there's potential here. I'm setting the stage. I'm talking about it. Like, we have Abyssal versus Qua.
Yeah. And Qua yesterday put on a show. I mean, we were talking in the green room. He's like a boxer, right? Like.
So one thing I'd really noticed with Qua's play is that even in those scenarios where his back was kind of to the wall and the chips were a little bit low, very good about keeping himself safe defensively, very good with counter poking, very, very good at maintaining his presence even while burned out. So definitely could be a big threat there for Abyssal. But as we all know, Abyssal has been playing phenomenal as the resident JP man of the desk. You know, I know everything there is to know about that character. And he is very, very tough to deal with. Puts you in a lot of high-pressure situations where you have to make a quick decision, and a lot of them end up going in Abyssal's favor. So Qua definitely got a lot coming out for him here. Definitely going to have a heck of a fight in front of him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, this is the one I wanted to check back on because Abyssal versus Qua, whoever winds up in that loser's final spot, they have to go up against Paladin and Blue, right? So, I mean, if you're looking through the bracket, like I said, Blue 3-0'd Qua. Abyssal lost to Paladin 3-0 as well. So it's a very big uphill battle for both of these two in the lower bracket when they get the rematch against eventually whoever. I do feel on the day Abyssal has a better time about going about players that are, above him seeding-wise, can rise at that level. Qua, not so much. I have bet on Qua a lot this tournament. I think he's going to have the tougher time between the two to try to take out either Paladin or Blue, but I think he can do it. It's just the percentage margins are very low, and that is like another thing to consider. Like, if you put it in like a rock, paper, scissors situation, it's like Paladin beats Abyssal, Abyssal beats Blue, Blue beats Paladin, it's like it just goes around in circles. But Qua has that ability to like lock in. I mean, if everything goes exactly correct for him, I think he could take it. But at the same time, Abyssal can do that at a higher percentage.
I don't know if I'm willing to go as far as saying I think Abyssal sees themselves in Grands, but I will say I do think they will best Qua here, simply just because of the mindset we saw on stage yesterday. Abyssal in the interview says, I know my character better than anyone else. I'm not concerned about the mirror match. I know that I can take it. And then afterwards as well, like, it doesn't matter who's coming up in front of me, who's on the other side of the screen. I'm going to play to the best of my ability. And I think that mindset, when you're looking at higher seeds, can take you so far.
I can agree on that. I can definitely
fully agree, yeah.
I mean, against the two, I feel like I do agree that Abyssal has the better chance to play spoiler to Blue if Blue gets sent down from Paladin. But can I be real? We've been almost talking like we're just assuming that Paladin is going to best Blue. How are you feeling about this matchup, Crow? I mean, these two players know each other. They go to the same school.
Yes, I mean, Florida International, shout out, I mean, and we also talk about the fact that both of them have literal CBT points. Like, they have qualified. They go to a lot of these events, both top 8ers in respective events, Frosty Faustings, etc., going through. Them against each other is going to be really dope to see because they can get the edge up on each other. I pull a little bit more towards Blue just because of experience, a little bit more in the experience in the matchup, or just experience playing overall, then it has that onus of like, okay, can he get it done quick enough? Can he get that 3-0? Can he get that, 3-1? Like, don't drag this out all the way. It's just, I really have to see it on stage because it's still such a coin flip in my opinion.
Well, we're talking predictions side. The last one we haven't heard from. Predictions for how this bracket might shape up.
I think we're all kind of in agreement. I think that Paladin might be able to secure that spot first in winners finals, but I have to say, Bilu, very talented player, and the key thing I noticed from both of them throughout this entire weekend of Street Fighter is they are both extremely good at adapting.
Yes.
So if we have the bracket shake up where Paladin makes it out on winner's side Grands, and let's say Abyssal also overtakes Qua possibly, then it's going to be Bilu versus Abyssal. So JP, a very tricky character, but Bilu extremely fast at not only adapting to what his opponent wants to throw at him, but also DJ has phenomenal movement, can really confuse Abyssal in the mid-range, kind of counterpoke, shimmying in and out with sway, or even just full-on shimmies regularly. It's definitely going to be a really, really intense lower finals for sure. And who can win that match? I honestly am not sure. It could go either way. It just depends on who's playing hot today. And I don't want to count anybody out of this bracket. Qua could go on a run. I mean, we've seen Qua deal with high-pressure situations before. We could see him do it again. But I definitely think the player to beat and the player to watch out for this weekend is definitely Paladin. But we've seen crazier upsets before. It's all possible. Never counting anybody out, especially with $10,000 on the line for our winner.
Yeah, Paladin the 1 seed for a reason. The player to beat. And we'll see if any of the other 3 can do so. 10K on the line. You mentioned it, Sai. Who will take it home? Let's find out. We'll send it to the stage now for the Street Fighter 6 player introductions.
Welcome to the College Street Fighter Winners Finals here at CECC Main Madness 2025. Let's introduce our players to the stage. First, the number 2 seed from the CECC Last Chance Qualifier bracket, number 2 from Florida International University, Blue. And the opponent, winner of the Winter Mural, the number 1 seed from Florida International University, Paladin.
We are first of 4 Street Fighter matchups today at the inaugural year for Street Fighter here at CECC. Let's make some noise for the game first and foremost. Let's make some noise for Street Fighter. one of my favorite games to watch here. Thank you so much. One of my favorite games to see. So coming into this weekend, we talk a lot about how these players have been playing for years, playing these games for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. And Paladin, you're considered to be a great player. I mean, how long have you been playing Street Fighter?
Since I was 11.
Since 11 years old, you're 17 now, so 6 years at least locked into this series. I mean, a lot of dedication goes into it, but clearly it's paid off. A very talented player, as I had said. And Blue, you know, we talked a little bit about how this is the only match we can see today that could repeat in the bracket. One of you will beat the other, you'll get sent to lower, and if you win there, you'll come back to play again. So when you play somebody multiple times in the same day, is that second matchup going to be easier because you played them already, or harder because you've played them already?
I think with skill set that Paladin has, it's going to be a lot more difficult to get the run back, mainly because he's such an intelligent player. So a lot of the mind games that you got in the first set may not work in the second set. So you have to be prepared to adapt on the fly.
I like it a lot. I mean, hey, a lot of talk about Street Fighter, but let's get into it. You ready? You ready? All right, gentlemen, let me see that handshake. Let's jump into the matchup here, and let's make some noise for Street Fighter!
All right, it's finally day 3 of some good collegiate Street Fighter here, but hello and welcome to CECC Made Madness 2025. Once again, your number one caster vlog, Ashavok here with Sankola. How are we feeling today?
Absolutely fantastic. About to be bangers in these streets. You know, we talked about how it is great to see these players from college, from just anything scholastic, all that, rising to the occasion. These two players coming up, we've seen rise to the occasion in other tournaments. TNS, as they mentioned, in CPT tournaments as well. For Blue, top spot of a 700-man bracket over at Frosty Faustings just a few months ago. So you have just top-level play that has been inside and outside of school. For these two, well, they've been everywhere.
No, absolutely. I want to say more like national traveled and national season at that one throughout CFGC, CECC, and plenty of others at that. Even through World Warrior, if I remember correctly, coming in for Paladin as well, top placement in that. Absolutely.
And Blue.
And Blue as well. But of course, leading up to the road to here, Collegiate Street Fighter 6, first time here at CECC in the first place on the grand stage at that one. The interesting thing is these are both Florida international students going face-to-face for the first time in our bracket.
Friends, now foes, to battle out for that grand finals winner side. We have 4 matches as mentioned. We're going to start off in the winners finals and see who gets that coveted position to have just a one-set scenario to finish things off. I almost said one game, but definitely might have to have a reset happen depending on what happens. You know, they even said we're probably going to see each other in grand finals depending on who loses here, but there could be some shakeup in the bottom. We could see that happen. And Paladin, you saw he walked up with the hood up like he was a Sith.
I was about to say, looking dangerous out here, just that armed and dangerous action, hit him again, and again. Not the breathing, that's absolutely crazy with it, just sitting there calm, cool, collected.
Right.
And honestly, when it comes to this matchup upcoming, right, Paladin, 2 characters under his belt, if I remember correctly, the Ryu, but also the Akuma.
Yes, well, he does also have a Cammy, but I don't think it's going to be presented here because DJ does such a good job against Cammy.
Right.
He has many ways to check the aerial approach and deal the damage from that. The fireball's also hard to smooth through it. And I would assume this is a butt check right here. They're trying to make sure everything is A-okay. And Paladin, when I was talking to him, he's like, don't give away my secrets, but I might just be playing Ryu. Well, he had me guess, but yeah. I don't think that you'll play Akuma here unless you're like really in tune with the matchup. Like, Akuma has a lot of things that he can present in this matchup in terms of like the Demon Twist and dive kicks, the air fireball, the light fireball as well, but it can be kind of annoying for him.
True. I will say, though, Blue, when it comes to the DJ, right, one of the more evasive characters, we saw that DJ play throughout most of the weekend, day 1 into day 2. Excessively dangerous on day 2. Let me tell you, a lot of jackknife maximums that did go unpunished. Honestly, allowed him to get away with just a little too much here.
I wonder if there's some amount of nerves that could have been coming through for some of these players.
Right.
At the same time, it's hard to punish everything that's presented to you. You know, like you see a whiff DP and you're like, in your mind, like, I should be dealing with that, and they've already landed on the ground. And
True.
Some of those were more shallow, so it's harder for them to punish that in the first place. Either way, I think Blue's going to be more in tune. He's sure that he looked at those mistakes and said, it's time to collect myself because I can't be lacking and slacking against the likes of Paladin. This guy has been fighting top-level warriors. He has been reaching out to players continuously in their DMs and saying, hey, fight me, like Zaffarino, other cats like JB. So he has what it takes to take this tournament, but so does Blue. I hear they go back and forth when it comes to locals, but this is a different stage, a grand stage. Look at all that beautiful goal y'all got down here. It's the real deal. This is about to be the real deal in terms of the match. People, it is Blue versus Paladin. Winners finals, let's get it.
Let's get into it. And for a Collegiate Street Fighter 6, I'm definitely into it. At that one, already started us with Drive Rush, jump back into the Fireball though.
I just want to put out real quick, he lied to me. You're playing Akuma? The Akuma for this character, we'll see if it works out. Again, he has been trying to work this character out a little bit, you know, TNS practice and things like that. But Akuma takes a lot of work to have as maybe like a side character or another trietary character. He's really much more of a specialist. Let's see if Paladin can break that mold.
Be true, that glass cannon character at that one. Have to watch out for the low health when you get burst down too quickly. It's grabs, but replace that, you still have high damage capability. But against Blue, have to watch out for the shimmies, especially into the air slasher feints.
That's a throw right there. So take throw if it was parry, level 1. Against the drive rush, stay medium. He's gonna spin that bar right there. Not the drive gauge. He wants to use it for this. The strike don't mix. The jump back is clean. That's what I'm talking about. The Demon Flip can definitely change up the arc and these antis that Jay wants to present.
I mean, especially just going into the sky, and I imagine for Akuma gonna go twice as high, twice as far, especially off the Tatsu, into the grab at that one, keeping up the pressure, but Perry gonna at least keep you safe for a little bit, especially with Blue. Not enough though, get rushed right through off the impact.
And you saw how he had no health to really play with right there. Maybe Blue could have went for like an Fireball, not sure. Stand like kick bumper, drive rush right after, ready with that elongated button, and harassing him with the forward fierce. That button is so good up in the corner. And Akuma, honestly, one of the best characters in the corner. That's why we're gonna get on out of here as Blue. Back heavy kick, the feint, nothing doing right after though.
Nothing just yet, so a little earlier really trying to buffer through, especially off the crouching medium kick, but for now, off the jump back, jump in at that one, automatically gets caught in the middle of DP, and then able to get with the air slasher.
Jab, Warfier's trying to find an opening, that is minus, so is that. When Fireball, he perfect parry, the back heavy kick is there, Fireball too far with the crouching medium punch, continue any sort of pressure, hard knockdown, ODDP on the wake up.
Here we go, like I see the jackknife maximum to the mode, but already drive rush into it, coming into it, and Paladin back in burnout does not matter on their drain life level 3.
Sip that calamity. That's a big gulp right there. That's 7-11.
Oh,
this way to heaven.
In this economy, that's got to be $7.99, $12.99. It's expensive.
It's like $10.
Yep, where I live, it's not cheap.
Sorry, check out there like it's $10.99.
Yep.
What? Huh? Paladin, again, I didn't think he was going to work with the Akuma, but maybe he has worked out the matchup enough to stay solid, because so far, he's doing a lot of things that you would expect from Akuma players to do. Stand light kick, some buffer to drive behind it. Fireball pressure is good. The demon flips are great too as well. All right, see if we can continue that.
First, crouch jab, but still try to DP though, and Paladin trying to punish as best as possible though. Has to recover already, just back against the wall with the pressure. Tatsu back into the ground though, able to break out of the grab.
Ooh,
slasher.
heavy kick.
Ugh, nasty with the heavy kick at that one.
Back throw, no, it's a low one says. Yeah, what I got. Raw sweep off the feet, Lucky caught that, staying fierce. Now this is burnout, and Akuma can excel with those adamant fists coming through continuously. He's able to get the hit right here and the knockdown and the DI to end this man's life. Ends it with the command grab to maximize the meter build at the bottom, almost at level 2.
And almost level 2 at that one. Same almost can be said for Blue here, but almost just a little bit far away from that one. To focus into it, that OD air slasher just right in the drive, rush machine gun punches, get you with the uppercut back up against the wall for pressure.
Slightly scaled, but you're just looking for that corner advantage. Back throw. Adamant Fist trying to catch him, lacking on like a throw or a button tip. Does get the jump in. Close range fireballs were a little bit of a problematic thing for a lot of DJ players. You have to have good fireball sense, and it's hard to do that.
True, try to down chop OD fireball into it, rush again. Honestly, Blue Slasher not working out to Blue's favor here, and back against the wall, that corner pressure is not looking fun, especially after the DP. Try to slow back.
Probably gonna punish that with a stand light kick, but it's one more hit. Wakes up with a crouching light kick of all things. And because you don't have a crouching mid kick that has a long reach or leads into a combo, I should say, he's gonna go on to one with a lot more reward. This is burnout. Gives Blue a chance at victory, at least to tie things up in terms of rounds.
I would say a chance, but then you look at the health pool, and it's honestly going to get scary. All it takes is one touch, you're down. The crouching medium kick did the job there, just trying to go for the slasher, catch you off, rip fireball, buffer through though. Paladin able to just walk up a little too close for comfort.
Fake out, nothing to do with just blocking it out. It's back with bar.
Just sitting there.
Tight.
Menacingly, the rush and heavy kick to get you.
So he tried to go for the DI right there, trying to look for the limb, but unfortunately, Blue was too far out the distance. Finds a punch. DI is such a good idea against his character, but it's not looking so good up in this corner. Meaty, stand fierce to start things off. DP. One more interaction, I think, with bar behind it could be the victory here for Paladin. We're on out of there.
Already trying to jackknife just to walk up into the grab as well. Low to see it from Blue here. Corner pressure, but jump in, back out.
A perfect parry. Driver shaft just to get in. Sometimes if you're close enough, you get that punish. Stand meter kick, able to get the counter hit. Should have the charge up. Yes, sir. Jackknife. Dash up. Just Knocking him with those jabs, trying to find a home, as my boy Brandon would say. Empty throw! Look at the damage, one more touch! And there it is, another grip that'll do it now. Blue does get the win here. Does Paladin switch, or is he stick? Never mind.
No, we're going straight into it. Paladin saying, listen, I'm going to run with the Akuma. If it works, it works, which, to be fair, it's working a little too well. Already have one win on the board, but Blue able to tie it at least 1-1 here. Back fade swing into it.
Drive rush back heavy kick, using that as an anti-air approach. I do like that. Trying to go for the meaty fireball as well. Now you see Blue not throwing out as many of the heavy air slashers. A little bit less in terms of recovery, in terms of like the medium, but just enough where people can get that jump if they make the right read. There is the elongated hitbox on that, the crushing medium kick.
The Tatsu Ender as well, just back into the DP, already go with the grab as well. Keep up corner pressure again, jab the pressure. After fist coming at you, full force, that air-to-air into the fireball, and then the super art conversion.
Level 1 to get it done. Don't have to spend too much bar with this character. Again, his corner damage is buffed so much because we get more extensions off level 2. Or into level 1, as you saw right there. Kuma is just a dangerous character. His walk speed, even the back walk speed, being able to get in and out and finesse people. Fantastic.
Punish off the empty grab, but already trying to follow up with the slasher here. Crouching medium kick will do the job and just keeping up again.
Parry, he caught him. Didn't get the pick up with the forward medium kick. Paladin wakes up with a crouching medium kick of his own. Almost got the overhead, but held parry and holding tight as Blue. No anti-air, no charge.
The Sages get caught in the jabs. That running knee will do you well, though. We got to get saucy with it. Get the maracas out.
Side switch? No, I think we're just going to go. Oh, we do go for the side switch. Okay, yeah. It's smart. Look at the corner carry. You get off of that. Yes, sir. Drive rush medium. Hella plus. Don't leave. Sit down.
Off the stage, just caught out in the air. Go for the grab again. Get that damage, but we already got DP in the down. Chop back into the ground. You go.
Anti-air. Yes, sir. The charge is ready and steady. Game to game, round to round, all even. And this matters so much. Who goes up to? Who makes that mountain harder to climb for the other person? He starts it with the jab, the OD fireball, the teleport on in with the grip.
I say that is just real scary seeing that come at you. I want to say not even 90 miles per hour, just slow, steady, menacingly, if you will. But for Blue right now, so it gets caught out. Mid fist coming at you full force with the drive rush into the grab.
His timings on defense and what he's doing on defense are so different than you might expect. Like jump, heavy kicks, and neutral tool. We've seen him wake up crouching, medium kick, a lot of things that he's not expecting. And we're catching him like this one-touch scenario. This level 3, perfect parry, and the punish right after. I read this book every day. I like the movie adaptation too.
Calculated. We have Sip of Calamity, and I can tell you right now, that's got to be spice.
2 games up. Paladin getting the win. And honestly, listen, I was like, he gonna play Ryu. He told me, it might be Ryu, might not be. And I was like, you better play Ryu, but he knew what to do. I'll never doubt you again, Paladin.
He was just sitting outside teasing everyone. Like, listen, I could run Ryu, or I could run the Akuma and make it a problem for everybody involved, especially Blue.
You know, I just want to say right now, I got him to play Akuma because me and him played mirror match. The character came out, kind of beat him in that. And I did this. Yeah, I got him to play the character. I was like, yeah. That's the only wins I'll ever get on Paladin. It was also, we were still asleep. We were both woozy. So anyway, Paladin, the burnout is the anti-air. As I say this, he is getting clattered.
I'm about to say, already in a burnout, you just look at the health, he just rained.
Honestly, that's smart because he's in burnout, so
yeah.
You know?
Exactly. Not much you can really do to tank that in that situation, but that running knee with the dive kick not going to work out a little too well for you here. In this situation, though, Blue get the grab already into the drive rush overhead into the air slasher.
Yeah, he did a little bit of a feint right there. Like he delays the back heavy kick just a smidge. Get the opening. Don't fall on the fireball. Had that been heavy, you would have been able to get that. Tatsu for some distance. Big jabs, the fireball ender to kill some of that drive gauge. And Blue's tapping parry, Paladin's tapping parry. Hoping that there's going to be something that's not working. Now he's a burnout. Oh, brother. This might not be good. One more touch into level 3. He can go through a fireball with level 2 if he wants it. It's anything that he likes. He might even go for a chip scenario. Now he can definitely do it. Just one hit into the super to kill.
Oh,
Dash up, Demon!
No!
He jumps back into poise and finds a punish using the crouch spears. Ooh! Blue!
The right idea, just the wrong execution mistimed at that. But hey, that's fine. We still recover.
You know, I will say it would have been kind of hard for him to come back because he had spent level 3 for that, but still, Blue was ready. Blue was ready.
Okay.
That's 2 games up here for Blue.
I was about to say, gave me just a little heart attack. My heart's going pitter-patter, especially after the fact. Expected to have some insane moments, but that one right there, hey, that's for the rest of the day. We have plenty more to go, especially after the grab.
Level 1, again, he sees the drive rush. He expects a button, so he runs to level 1. He wants to keep the drive gauge up and not go for like fireball or P. Crouch Spear is able to reach. I wonder if he can finish. No, he can't. He needs one more hit. Same jump setup. Ooh, it's clean and pristine. And Blue seeing red and one more round to be in grand finals winner's side.
I'll have to say, already on set point, already jackknife to the maximum again. OD special at that one. Jabber pressure though into the teleport, able to break out of the calculated grab from Blue. Back feint of DP.
That's way play. Funky Slicer coming through in the clutch. Back heavy kick as the anti-air throw. Back heavy kick instead. ODDP, we stop the guessing immediately.
There we go. Back feint again. Jab for the pressure. Tries to stand heavy kick instead. DP again coming out of it from
Roll DA.
Back up against the wall. Crush you. Jump. Cancel. And that's going to be enough. Blue moving forward here 3-2.
Paladin didn't switch. He stuck with the Akuma, but it wasn't enough. So many decisions in terms of taking the drive gauge away was how I think Blue kind of took that game. You know, I think the fireball chipping away continuously, the back heavy kick feints every so often, the proclivity to keep going no matter what happened. You know, you get hit with a level 1, drive rush in there, doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't, you know, you're not fazed by what's going on. So Blue moving on to grand finals winner's side. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say, because that was a very sick set, and he only needs one more to get that lion's share of that pot.
Say CECC Grand Championship is waiting right there, just sitting. Has plenty of money to go to scholarship, but of course, I believe we have our interview ready. So Sep, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I am here with Blue on the main stage once again, coming in with a 3-2 victory there, a phenomenal one at that. So first and foremost, I mean, how does that feel? Everybody I asked, every Street Fighter expert said going into this matchup, it's a 50-50, and you came out on top. I mean, how does that feel for you?
It's definitely a very good feeling to be secured in the grand finals, because you always want that cushion in case you lose the first set to have to run it back. So I'm very happy. Very happy.
Absolutely. So we got the chance to ask Paladin this at the beginning. We haven't had the chance to ask you. How long have you been playing Street Fighter?
So around December 2 years ago, my brother got an Xbox, and with that came Street Fighter. So ever since then, I've been playing. This is my first one, my very first one, yes.
Wow, very first Street Fighter. I mean, already a stellar performance. You've still got more to go. How do you feel about that? You know, playing a unique character, being the only one to qualify with that character, and coming in, doing this well, just to continue going further. How does that feel, man?
I love it. You know, like playing a character that a lot of the audience finds hype, on top of not being a very popular character. To me, like, I love that feeling.
Absolutely. Well, hey, big congrats. We're going to see you again in just a couple of minutes, so take the time, get some water, go for the warm-up and stuff. But without further ado, folks, we've got some more Street Fighter to get to, so maybe we get these other players out here.
Welcome to the College Street Fighter lower bracket semifinals here at CECC Main Madness 2025. Let's introduce our players. First, from bracket C number 6 from the University at Albany, Qua. And the opponent, bracket number 5 seed from California State University, Long Beach, Abyssal.
All right, we are back here on the main stage. Now, we are already down to 4 players in Street Fighter here at the inaugural year of Street Fighter at the CECC. So, a simple question before we jump into game talk. Guys, you've made it to Final 4. In the country, you have made it to Final 4. How does that feel for you guys?
It's fantastic. You know, I came into Street Fighter thinking I was going to be super competitive in it, and this is a dream come true, really.
Absolutely. And Qua, how are you feeling?
I feel amazing. Actually, this is my first offline tournament, and my main goal was to get in top 3. So I'm gonna win this and achieve my goal.
I mean, I saw you guys warming up backstage. I know you both want to jump right into it, so let's get that handshake. And guys, let's make some applause for our next Street Fighter matchup.
Qua! I hear him in the skies as he has said his first offline tournament, and he's towards the finale, closer and closer. Loser semis right now, maybe losers finals depending on what occurs, but he has to stare down the abyss. That is abysmal. Now, that cat has been going through the ringer. He had to fight a JP mirror match, which is player to player. It's very difficult. Had to fight some other cats out here to get here, and has proven himself. We saw him at the CFGC finals, wasn't able to compete and complete that finale with harms, but is here to take the W. A lot more cash on the line.
Now, I was about to say, this top 4 and even top 3 in general is shaping out to be a wild one, right? You already have Blue just waiting in the wings right now. Grand finals, and still in losers, you still have plenty to get through. Just at least one more year.
True.
So if anything, making it through the top 3 finish, and for Qua really wanting that, but still, like you mentioned, has to face against the JP Menace coming in from California State University, Long Beach. That is abyssal.
That guy, I like the way that he plays JP, because most people kind of just throw out the fireballs, go to the zoning play, which the character is definitely where the character should be playing at, but his buttons are still good. And he, Abyssal I should say, is really good about utilizing those buttons, check and challenge and drive rushes and things like that. He's willing to play that CQC. You see, nice and close and personal with the buttons if need be, want the fireballs, the pierces. But Qua, on the other hand, he's very much a stable player. He waits for you to kind of walk back and check you with crouching light kick. Use a crouching medium punch to gain data on that +1 scenario. See if you're going to backdash right after, or if you're going to try to block things out a little bit more, or even take your turn back in a bar. That's kind of his informational tool. That stability alongside his aggressiveness that we saw yesterday, he kind of melded his game plan with. It took people off guard. And I think if you have that mix, I think you'll go toe-to-toe with Abyssal. So it'll be JP versus Luke. Typically speaking, it is a somewhat difficult matchup for Luke because he has to keep his drive gauge up so he can get in there with the drive rush for fears, stand medium, other buttons like that. Can't play the fireball war at all. But when he does have drive gauge, he is 8th right at any point. This is just a butt check real quick as they make sure that everything is prim and proper. But if you had to hedge some bets, who do you think is going to take it?
Ooh, if anything, you know what? I can't believe Mac. Like, I don't want to be biased towards my Southern California people here.
Okay, okay. Just don't remember.
Yeah, right. I have to be clear here. Abyssal might have a chance here. Not saying that I mess with the JP players, but Abyssal's JP in particular kind of finicky to get around, like some of the buttons you mentioned.
Yeah.
And not only that, even opting in for the amnesia will still go toe-to-toe, face-to-face with you off a departure, either in a teleport or shadow side switch, and then really mess you up from there. Try to escape that corner throw game is not fun to have to contend with.
Yeah, you might have to see a few more meaty fireball selections here from the side of Qua to stop that from happening. But thankfully, Abyssal doesn't really go for amnesia as much. It's hard to read when he wants to go for that reversal. Either way, the match is about to start here. Loser semis, who moves on the bracket, who stays in the hot seat. Let's get it.
All right, let's get into it. That JP versus action. What a better way to do it, especially on a Sunday like this here at CECC Arlington.
My favorite theme right here, the JP theme, driver's crouching medium punch. Doesn't convert to too much right there, but you'll be seeing that typically along with other medium buttons. Ooh, he caught the whip punish against the 4 fear, sets up the departure. Very important thing for this character to set that up and lock the other character down. Dissuade them from coming through in the wrong sort of way.
True, even to set up all the fireballs at that one, but that driver's battle, to be Qua able to win that out, back up against the wall, the jump in, dive, but would break out of the throw instead. Fireball fate to try to catch you off guard, gets punished with the throw.
Yeah, he tried to go for, maybe thinking there was going to be another 4 fear, so he calls out the throw right there. Well punished. Stand fierce to the fireball, killing that drive gauge as much as possible. Walk up. Confidence, careful. Oh, he's lucky. He's able to interrupt. He's able to find the finish with the target combo on point.
About to say that OD departure got a little scary there. Qua just able to beat right through it. It was a drive rush into the just crouch option. Blast right in the knuckle.
Back throw. Switch it up.
Yo, that side swap shenanigans you do like to see from Abyssal, but able to parry against double departure here. Jump over, just right into double knuckle, especially off the OD. Get that super art conversion.
Level 2, W the damage right here with the beast mode on the beast mode on that health. Give me all that. Big lead right here for Qua. Doesn't have to overextend. I like how he's walking back to not get, back thrown or anything like that could happen. And you see a level 2 into pure mix.
Try OD Sandblast just a little earlier, able to jump over the fireball, but double departure. Now watching out for the teleport, Shadow opted out instead. Would have the critical art available, especially in meter coming into it for Abyssal, but that jump back into the rush again. Departure interrupted into the counter.
Yeah, that's not true. You can't set up departure like that. You have to be very careful doing that. You're going to start a lot of recovery. Could have been worse. Could have died for that. Stand fierce to the fireball. Well spaced. So is the crystal slash. No DP right there. The dash up. This is what I'm talking about. Stability in the match. Stability. waiting for his opportunity, not overextending, not getting back thrown to level 2. You didn't even see a level 2. There was no gas and ghost at all that screen.
I was about to say, level 2, what you see from Abyssal, but still wasn't able to pop off with it because the entire time, Quad was right there to make sure either get you with a throw check or the loot game in the first place.
He smells breath. He was like, yeah, I had garlic this morning, huh?
I say, smell like Psycho Energy, smell like cigars? What's going on here?
You know what? If Psycho Energy smelled like garlic, I'd be about it. Yeah. Can't lie. I like me some garlic. I love me some garlic. Yeah.
Specifically?
I'm hungry. Anyway, Quad getting in there with the OD, rising upper as the finisher, delay crouching medium punch. He'll take that trade to keep in the corner, but he puts himself in the corner. What's your escape option?
We try to stand light jabs, especially, but coming into it for Abyss, only able to recover off the heavy cane hits departure. Instead of the shadows, instead, throw will get you just the walk right up into the pierce.
Yeah, again, that's why we have the departure out, just to lock them down, and now even more so. This is your round to win. The DI won't be able to kill. One more reset will, or maybe he'll just go for some damage, maximize things. Let's have level 1, excuse me. No one was able to get the pick up with the OD. Maybe level 1 could have finished that combo if he would have got that pickup, I'm not sure. Light knuckle, frame kill, drive rush, overhead!
No!
Last things from above.
Still risks the burnout for it into the super conversion. Level 1, in 11 hit piece, no combo included. So far, Quad at least up by 1 here, keeping the momentum.
That's how you know he's a good player. You know, you're not going to go into burnout unless you know it's going to kill. Generally speaking, especially when you have that low a health, you just want to finish the job. Quad knows how to expend that bar. He's in there once again. Chaser, that's hella plus. Stand fierce and a fireball. Perfect parry, the punish right after. You see that typically from Luke, so go for a stand fierce and a fireball.
Right.
You get better parry.
And even with the departure, forget the fireballs. If anything, jump in. Neutral game at that one. Rush, get you with the check off the throw game as well. The down heavy, but still to the stand light kick coming into it from Abyssal. Has to opt in for the level 2 super instead.
Does get the hit this time, so this is pivotal for him. He had to get the hit previously, wasn't able to find it even on block. This time he is able to get the side switch. Not the worst mix right now, so you're living for Quad. Right. No jump in, anti-air applied, perfectly done with the crouch fierce. Had that been a little bit towards the head, he would have died, air to air.
I'll say caught out of departure, trying to fireball again. Perfect parry, just right into it. Figure out what the cane hit, fireball again, parry. Now double departure, pierce, ghost again. But down pierce, just nothing working out. Qual able to buffer and block most of it, but caught off rip, has to go for the fireball option.
He has to go for a super double dash up, no check. Abyssal has been so good about that. See the nerves, the shimmy, the finesse, and bless, stand fierce in a super to put this man to rest. Tuck him in.
Take him to Memphis. We got barbecue on lock.
Oh, this is beyond Memphis. It's Quad coming home. He said, open up. He said, open up. I'm home.
Oh, goodness.
One more for the flight to continue towards the grand finale. Quad trying to do so. Abyssal just not able to get the things that JP is known for. And as you mentioned, Quad sticks nice and close.
Right.
He's close enough for crouching media punch to work out or a dash up to work out. It's taking Abyssal off guard. Usually, I like to keep him out, but that's not happening at all. My man's drive rushing in, dashing in. Could this be the end here? Quad, one more game.
Just one more game away. Of course, we have to talk about Quad's defensive game, how he's been able to keep that up almost a little too well, buffer right through the level 2 and still able to avoid pierce after spike. And from Abyssal, one thing I have noticed, not a single thing of amnesia that we've seen so far.
Yeah, again, like when the character can go for like a meaty fireball, it might not be the best idea. Also, the timing, Quad's been kind of stagger stepping, so there hasn't been like an immediate throw on wake up or go for like a safe jump setup, as you see right there, just to make it a little more difficult to run that reversal OD. One more touch. Oh, there we go, finally.
We were talking about into the spikes. Bomb does not go off as well. Don't even need it. The OD rising upper from Quad. Game, set, point.
He was feeling himself with that OD red. Could have been a burnout on a punish. Doesn't matter. Finds a punish right there with the 4 fierce again. If you have drive gauge to fight this character, cut through the ghost, so that makes the zoning game even harder for JP. You have to see those buttons he's known for. He is getting a throw loop. The shimmy, the slight delay on the crouching medium punch. Nobody home. The whip once again, and this is going to be the end right here. Beast mode in Quad is in full beast mode as he moves on in the bracket. A perfect KO to solidify his win.
About to say, we said these matches would be hype for Quad. No sweat whatsoever. Clean 3-0 here against Abyssal.
Unfortunately, that means Abyssal is out, but I want to give big ups, big shout outs to Abyssal for coming this far. Top 4 in a stacked tournament like this.
Yep.
You got it, bro. But Quad is the one moving on. Quad, as his first tournament, offline tournament, the lights is on him. People yelling, screaming either against him or for him. Don't even bother him. Look at him. He unbothered.
About to say.
Cooling.
Just the nerves. I imagine me personally, if I was sitting up there, be scared as all hell. But for Quad, no issue whatsoever. Just calm, cool, collected here.
Like he finished the test. He's like, oh, okay, that's done. All right.
I got my midterms done. I'm
He's like, all right, well, I finished geography. Let me do biology. All right, next. I like that energy, though. You have to have that stability to be able to be a top-level competitor, and we see it right there. And he stays in the hot seat because he has to fight the lights. Blue.
Okay.
We'll see, though. We'll see if he makes it there. Obviously, Paladin stands in the way. First, we're sending it over to the walkout to see Paladin return.
The next challenger approaching for the lower finals, number 1 seed from Florida International University, Paladin.
Yo, I'm not sure if you saw that, the little stare down that we got from Paladin on the walkout. Things are getting a little too intense here, and this is just collegiate.
He feels like he shouldn't be down here. Any competitor that sits down to losers feels like they shouldn't be down here.
Right.
That pedigree. But him and Blue play so much that there's going to be either one of them. You know what I'm saying? So Paladin's down, lock in and clock in, and 95 plus overtime. Wants to move on because Quad is on one. Paladin, you see him, he has the hood off. You know, he's full business right now. Maybe he's in his full form. And again, the rotation of characters could help or hinder him depending on. I think against Luke, Akuma's fine. Ryu was also fine too as well.
Gotcha.
You know? If his Cammy's up to par, Cammy's also pretty good too as well. Luke goes 5-5 or like slightly loses against some of these matchups here and there. Like not as strong as he was in season 1. He doesn't drastically lose a lot of matchups.
Right.
He's still very stable of a character against most of the characters in the you see right there. But overall, though, there are some matchups that are kind of dicey for him. I think Cammy might be one of them. Looks like they're going to go right into it. No button check. I mean, Qual's already been playing on that seat for a while, and Paladin just wants to just get it started, checking at the menu, and it's time to get down to battle.
About to say, don't want to ice yourself out, especially going into button check. I mean, sure, it's fine, but after the last game,
don't have to.
Really, but do you really need to in this case? Probably not.
I mean, they have it on the screen right there.
Right.
We have on the screen right now is losers finals, Akuma versus Luke. Looks like Paladin's really locking in the Akuma throughout this entire week. We've seen the Ryu every so often, but the Akuma out here in the Grands, or at least the attempt to go to Grands, has been the play it.
True, already just starting off with the fireball buffer through. Cherokee off the rip, but instead, crouching kick coming in from Quad, just converted right to it, back up against the wall into the running knee.
You said it was meaty. The screen was shaken as plus. But one of the things that is presenting this matchup really well, first of all, is the air-to-air right there. That's tech right there. Quality what to do, gets a pickup. But if you're Akuma, your fireballs are better. It's going to be the establishment point for you overall because some of Luke's buttons can be kind of problematic. Perfect parry, driver's jab. We saw that previously. Gets a punish now on this character.
The throw at that one, got a fireball, but parry back on board. OD Sandblast still gets punished right through the drive rush into the DP as well.
Level 2 fireball. You want some plus frames, which is possible. Careful now, tap parry. It might be information for later.
Oh no! Founding mode just back in Burner. Has to watch out for the Sandblast. Fireball buffer for your own. But Zed rush troubles and able to just jump right over Tatsu and their DP.
Does not finish the job. The chip will, though, locked it down with the fireball. We're able to take them around. That was very smart stuff. Fireball, hold them in place. The super to send them away.
Already in round 2 here, probably just up by 1. I'm going to expand a little bit of the meter here, go for the rush and the aggressive option at that.
Xavier to the fireball, holding parry. Rips the drive rush, perfect parry right after. We see tap parry a lot from Paladin, particularly calling out some of these normals. It happens to work out here. ODDP, rising upper, wake up super, and this is good. You hold onto your drive gauge, take quite a bit away from them. Drive rush, crouching medium punch, adamant fist, frame kill, crouch fist and OD fireball. He wants to kill for the drive gauge. Drive back. Oh no!
Just back into the wall with the jump cancel, adamant fist, OD special at that one. And so far, Paladin taking that momentum away from Quad had last game, and now already up by 1-0 here.
Look at that confident walk up the stand like kick, drive rush right after it. It's something a lot of players in Japan were doing, and now you see a lot more Kuma players realizing that, but a big drop could have been way worse. Paladin taking advantage of the drop here from Kwa. Perfect parry the punish right after. Going for, I guess, the damage right here in the frame kill. Throw right after, okay.
Say throw, just get added jab, the pressure at that drive rush into the chest crouch, medium kick, off the slide in, but already Paladin just willing to risk the burnout, but still no guarantee kill at least just yet. Kwa, vulnerable position.
One more touch, no back throw.
Uh-oh.
Jump, fierce to find a little bit of damage. He needs everything, but he's back to neutral. Plus range, throw.
Shoulder bash right into the throw. We got to be careful with the sandblast at that one. Just a little block at least once, twice. Got the fireball yourself into the super. Enough chip, and that's Paladin. Almost able to take this, still up by 1 round.
The same way he did previously. Fireball into the super. Try to catch him black on the throw. Attack parry again. There's the throw from Kwa. Whipping in the distance, grabbing his demons. The way was home. Light, heavy, dash up, wait to bait. Time to decimate.
ODDP getting punished accordingly right now from Kwa. Goes for the burnout risk into a perfect round, saying, listen, anything you can do, I can do just a little bit better here.
Kwa's been really good about reading the defensive habits. Just that crouching black kick we talk about, catching buttons or walkbacks. Oh, the damage is coming through hefty. I mean, it's like glass cannon right here. Less help than the other characters Akuma has, unfortunately. And I could be one more decision. It's definitely one more decision now, depending on what is going to occur for the opener. Back throw, switch it up a bit. Great places and spaces.
Just even after taking a full helping of beast mode, Paladin still alive just by barely a margin. And for Kwa right now, obviously wanted to just nick that down. Still have a critical art available. Don't want to hit Masat's too early here. Shikoku's shots. I say that though, we're going for double fireball. But Kwa in a burnout, caught by the toes off the super.
The burnout, you see, only matters unless they're getting cooked up. And Paladin has been winning game after game by being in such a position where he can take that W right after. Even Paladin has been there, they've been able to calculate when they can go into burnout and then finish right after. That level 1 was clutch. Having that bar at the bottom to back you up, that's like the Noah type beat. I like that.
Got the Tatsu just right into the DP at that one. We go for the fist. Instead, back throw puts you back into the corner, into the running knee. Perfect parry coming into it. Adamant fist. Able to break out of the throw, however. Kwa responding in turn off the DP.
Let's go DP level 1. Try to go for the throw. So right back into the corner. And again, that lets you save the drive gauge. One more tap. The shimmy. There we go. And Paul was hoping for maybe a back throw or defensive tech. Possibly either way. Paladin putting around on the board here, bringing the momentum back in his hands.
Sage is backing around to able to jump back out. Drive rush for yourself. Off the upper instead. Shoulder bash coming into it. Into the perfect parry though with the heavy kicks into Tatsu.
It's a good call right there. Knowing that there's going to be a plus frame scenario right after with a crouching medium punch. Checks it, puts him in the corner. Delay jabs. Or medium kick. The adamant fist. OD fireball. Doesn't get to pick up with the heavy kicks though.
Jab for the pressure here, even with the DP. Have to watch out. Interaction insane.
I didn't even do that. Had the buffer to kill the DI.
I can't even explain.
Oh, no. He's like, this is my game to win. This is my game to win, brother. He said, that
shenanigan.
Said them, never again. I'll take W, never again. I'll never lose again.
Absolutely insane interaction. I'm sitting here watching like, hold on, I don't think I can commentate at least 2.2 seconds of this. I had to sit back, watch, and recuperate after that. But back into this game, and fire with it already. It was off the hit. Still back up against the wall here. Kwa able to break out though.
Yeah, interrupting the overhead. Try to go for the overhead to bless him. Did not work out. The anti was there with the DP. Did he break? Even better. He holds parry. Gets a lot of bar back from that, but didn't complete the combo. Some drops, some derms from Paladin. Baits the lace for a little bit. Gets the grip right after. Plus.
At that one, but just able to jump back out almost momentarily. DP will catch you off rip. Drive rush again. Jab for the pressure into the fireball against Kwa here.
Stand like kick, no buffer right after it. Perfect parry on the drive rush attempt, but too obvious. Even with the scaling, could be able to kill here. Level 2. The period's in.
Watch
the Baja
here. Yep. That's guaranteed kill. And so far for Paladin, set point.
One more round to get that rematch and that run back. OD fireball to stop that drive rush from happening. Very safe option to do so.
Right.
Now burnout.
Back in burnout. Hey, still able to get the back knuckle just off rip though. Gonna jump in that air action. Now we have to hit the super caught by the tail. Not that much of an impact though.
More fierce does find the mark. No counter it though. This is fine though. I feel like if you're Paladin, you just gotta block this out, get your bar back faster. As you block, you get drive gauge up a little bit more. He's going to poke or medium kick, crouching medium kick. Safe options, interrupts with the jab though.
Good counter poke pressure at that one right now from Kwa here. Drive rush Swifts getting punished here. That stand heavy kick will catch you right in the head, though.
One-touch scenario, depending on what Paladin wants to do. Lay him on the mat. What's the wicked decision?
Oh, no!
Level 1! Why did he go for the throw? I think he tried to bait, but he used the wrong thing at the wrong time. And Paladin's going to take the win off that whiff recovery throw. That's so unfortunate. The idea was to hit the brakes a little bit, maybe call it a DP, but there was too much recovery on that throw. And just the wrong idea, wrong decision, to be honest. And honestly, Qua, it was a good attempt, brother, but that's GG's. But good to see Qua for his first offline tournament.
I was about to say, first offline and looking this good here. Hey, that's not too bad. Have to have a round of applause for that. Don't blame me. But at the same time, Paladin moving forward. That was some wild reactionary time we had.
Yeah, Paladin was ready. He had that buffer ready to stay. We see him do so well against these sort of drivers. It's like a perfect parry or a button. Now level 1 to get it done. And that's going to be Paladin getting that rematch, that run back against Blue. We're seeing that real soon. Listen, they got me out here looking all professional. The suit, they said, y'all going to come with the suit, but this may be a funeral.
I got a good suit, but it is like low-key king with the background. You just see a little bit of the edge. Hold on.
Yeah. Look, I go. Wait, if I do like this. Oh, no. Okay. That'll work.
That's not too bad.
That's sick.
Hey, I still look good, though.
Like a chameleon.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I like that. Secret DLC character.
That's crazy.
Word. Grand Finals starts now. You people at home, in the venue, at home, anyone watching this are having a grand time because this is going to be a ridiculous run back. These two have played others so much. They've already played in, obviously, the winners finals.
Yep.
Who is solidified in the winner's side. Who has to win one set to get it done. Well, Paladin has to win twice to make it nice. Again, you want to see who's going to be walking away with the highest amount of money out here at the May Madness.
Right. Walk out ready.
All I'm going to say is whoever wins, I'm being them DMs. Like, hey, slide me a few bucks here or there. You know, I'm broke.
That's crazy. Scholarship money.
Scholarship money. I need that. All right, let's go to the walkout to finish things off for our final fight.
It's time for the College Street Fighter Grand Finals here at CECC May Madness 2025. The new challenger approaching with advantage, number 2 seed from Florida International University, Blue.
One of the saddest parts about fighting game tournaments is when it has to end.
Yep.
But it's one of the most exciting parts is when it's grand finals and there's a big money match, as there's a lot of money and no funny behind all this.
It's about to say for Collegiate Street Fighter especially. I mean, hey, that can go towards scholarship. That can go towards maybe a new e-scooter to get you around campus.
True.
Or well, hold on. Let me think about it. Because I feel with financial aid, we have to be careful about what we buy with this here.
I would not be careful. I'm one of those that's not careful.
Oh, you want to look at your tax returns and be like, hey, Cola, why are we showing a PS5 in your tax returns for this grant that you were supposed to spend at your school books?
You know the version of Street Fighter 6, that's why.
That's why.
True, and all the DLC, baby. But here is the thing. Grand Finals is a run back. The 2 top seeds, 2 people expected to see up in the top, despite there were some shakeups along the way. Some close calls from some of these players getting here as well. Even though Paladin was so solidified, there were some moments where I was like, maybe, possibly, but it didn't happen like that. We were on the correct timeline. We'll see who stays fine in this grand finale. Paladin, loser side. It is going to be Blue. Winner side. It's so easy to mix that up because they go back and forth.
Right.
When I've commentated some of these matches, it goes so far back and forth that it could be either one right here.
I'm saying
all
so
by
far,
a simple decision.
So back and forth. Not only that, these two are from the same school, Florida International. Then you have to remember, Blue has also had some tough matchups for himself getting up here. Let's not joke about the Davey match at that. That Dhalsim, no joke. A PhD, just stretch at that point. It was some scary stuff, and having to witness that and commentate that in the first place was fire. But this is a totally different. It's really just the same matchup from last time, but the rematch at that Akuma versus DJ action, possibly.
I think if you're Paladin, obviously you'd like to be in the winner's side because you can switch a little bit more beyond just being better, but he is going to Mr. Classic himself. All reliable. Ryu, we saw the Akuma. It worked out for a little bit, but not enough to find the finish again. I think that this is one of those things where it's like, this is what I got here with.
Yes.
This is the character I've been known for. It's time to go with something I know I can get that W with. Either way, it is grand finals. Paladin loser side, blue winner side. People, let's get it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared to see if this is a button check or not, but if I had to imagine Paladin, absolutely not. We don't
He's
run
going
that
in.
here.
Nah.
Okay,
He
so
fights.
actual game.
Oh, yeah. I see them swinging. So I drive rush overhead. I knew it was about that business.
Man, don't blame him for it, but already just skipping the neutral game right into the rush, goes to the overhead, back feint, crouching, medium kick out from Blue, though.
No.
Jackknife, though, it's punished.
I think the timing should have been a little bit better, but it's kind of hard to catch on the cross-up. Still, OD works out for the reversal option instead of anything else. With the fireballs, but interrupts the OD fireball, make him waste that bar. That DP hit, that's still kind of weird, but it still works out.
Still works out indeed. Down elbow coming into it from Blue right now, and obviously Paladin trying to crouch kick, has to go for the Tatsu option instead. Back throw.
The BD fireball. It's hard to go band-to-band with the fireballs. You'll land that jump in to get the win. Paladin, get an aerial with it.
About to say, Paladin still has plenty of ways to go, has to win these 3 and then get on for the full reset, win the next 3, so still definitely a mountain to climb. Or I skate uphill in some situations.
Listen, that's what Blue don't want to happen. Someone resets the bracket, they start to understand more and more about what you're about. You might lose a little bit of steam. I like that. Back outside the distance for the 4 Fierce. And even Crouch Beauty kicks that Crouch Fierce right there was ready to counter.
Right? You kick instead, but Blue for the rush option, not able to get past the OD fireball. Instead, air slasher to hit. Crouching medium kick, not that much range on it though.
Nice little poke tool, looking maybe a hit confirm possibly. Just drive rush on in. If you can't have him come to him, he'll reverse it and just drive on in there. And then with the grace of Sobot, level 1, saves the bar at the bottom for a level 3 scenario possibly. That's big for DJ. He wants to have that level 3 to finish things off or get a lead at the end.
Okay, round start, just fireball feint into it, coming into it from Blue right now, but against Paladin, not able to up against the DP here, just back in the corner, able to break the throw though, wasn't expecting it long distance, but I imagine if you are Blue, perfect parry, right into the DP, jackknifing it once, twice, dang near 3 times, where there's one parry, got another though.
No back throw attempt, trying to go for the throw himself, Crouch Fierce starting off, ending things with level 3 after the machine gun upper, it's a down. Blue with the first game.
Looking saucy with it so far. Momentum, we've seen this happen where all of a sudden we get the 2-0 set point, and then out of nowhere, Paladin possibly maybe 2-2 here. That's what I'm looking at, is back and forth as these games have been.
Oh, see that perfect KO though? I'm just saying, like.
See, that's now I'm talking about. Then.
Because, I mean, Paladin already got warmed up in the previous match, but Blue coming in here with a perfect to finish things off in that last game. That's a statement that you don't want to have to see, so Paladin have to turn up like volume.
Be true. Also have to watch out, especially against these feint air slashers that you really have to watch. Instead, trying to go for the grab, instead opting for the fireball option coming in from Paladin right now. Down elbow air slasher again, rush into the grab.
There we go, no tap parry though. Counter attack time, looking for maybe a button. Crouching to punch, counter hit again. That's level 1, target combo. No, pop him up. ODDP for the finisher. And some of the routings have gotten better here for DJ. You don't have to spin bar at the bottom unless you really want to. Sometimes you can pop up high enough to fly to be able to get like a OD version right after. So I think that the Blue's very aware of keeping his bar in the bank at the bottom for like maybe level 2 or level 3 if need be.
Right. Paladin right now, that Tatsu, just jab out the pressure, especially. Say a heavy kick, but already with the disrespectful slide in from Blue right now. Fireball, Tatsu again, put you back in the corner.
On the fireball, neutral jump with the Crouch Fierce. It's a rebuttal button. Stand medium target combo, resets, looking for the bust out. Usually people might want to tap parry there, to go for an ODDP after your target combo, but Paladin stays tight.
Forcing out the back feint again, like Blue really likes to utilize here, just bait out something, anything, but instead opting in for the grab. Drive rush back feint again, get the swing, but perfect parry. Already Hashigeki.
Looking for the distance here. Oh no, the setup. I don't know if you went for like a safe jump setup or what that was. Woody fireball, heavy kick looking for any sort of button to counteract against. Stand light kick into nothing. You know, if Blue hits him with a level 3, it will be the victory in 2 games up here, trying to end this set real quick.
Say, just trying to follow up the OD air slasher with the rush, but nothing found instead from Blue right now. He's playing a scary game, but air slasher again. You stand medium kick.
Oh, too close for comfort. A stand light kick is a good counter poke tool with a punish. Shin Hashogeki, not enough. The overhead will seal the deal, though. He said, nobody got me, my overhead got me.
Exactly.
It's all right, it's all right.
Get the overhead, that's totally fine here. Now tied 1-1 apiece in the round. Blue still up by 1, already up with the grab, the round start.
Or meaty back, heavy kick, fireballs. Catch him trying to walk back and kill that drive gauge. The anti-air is there. The jab instead of a throw. That's the mix right there. Am I going for a throw? Am I going for a great button? Now he is just taking away the health as well. It's a one-touch scenario. Is he going to throw loop him? Do it again. Do it again.
Don't you dare.
Wake up super. You got hit, but that's fine. That's bar that you have to worry about for later.
That's fine. Build back up the resources. Try the Hashigaki up close and personal from Paladin right now. Staying medium kick. Punished and with the jab pressure. Crouching light punch for Blue. Already up by 2.
Again, Blue only needs to win this set to move on. Cammy.
Okay.
Okay, on paper, this ain't even that good for Cammy, but maybe he sees something in the match. Comfortability's sake, I'm not sure. Maybe something has changed, I don't even know, but either way, a desperate pick here for Paladin. He has to ride with this. Even if he wins, until the reset, he has to ride with this choice.
Interesting. Gonna have to wait and see just how this works out. If anything, I don't want to say it's do or die just yet. Character switch might be momentum swap, but Blue's right there. Don't let me get away with too much.
One thing that's good in this matchup, at least you have the heavy kick to catch some of that sway play that we do see.
Yep.
And hopefully clip a button continuously, but it just can't take to the air that much. The anti-air is there. Go back though, a stand medium instead. Blue trying to keep that corner, trying to be that jail no bail. Perfect parry. Gonna get some carry out of there.
Uh-oh, already the grab game saying that, listen, we've been doing this a little too much. Paladin already saying, I can do anything better. Just here, and there's medium kick coming out of it from Blue, though.
Fireball, heavy kick looking for any sort of button. Does get the punish counter, plus frame city. Staggers a little bit, gets a grip right after it.
Grab again, rush second, grab, there we go, back into the corner, pressure, jab it out, Paladin though, side swap.
That should have been his game to win. All you need was another button after that counter hit jab, but committed to the throw. Wait, the DI avoids it, oh no! And the super to seal it, Paladin got a gift from the gods himself of gaming.
Okay.
You better think, Daddy Capcom out there.
About to say
appreciate you,
they're playing literally sitting out there saying thank you, appreciate it. This Cammy pick might not be as wild after all as I initially thought, as some might have thought here. Was looking a little too well for Paladin so far, the arrow and the hit.
Hopefully Blue isn't too tilted by the interaction. That's one of those that happens, you're like, well, why? So you have to kind of put yourself back in the driver's seat, hands it to a 10. Heavy kick able to hit, try to go for the soap bot, but the interruption is there. And Paladin should be able to close this out with a charge up DP level 3 victory. Delta Red Assault in the first round finally in this grand finals, or game I should say, for Paladin.
I have to say, watch this cinematic real quick and watch me as I climb my way, claw my way possibly into a reset. We're just at 1-2 here, so it's still close.
You see a lot of grounded approach here from Paladin. That's been his way to victory. He knows he can't jump as much. Fastball is checked, that is fake. So I think if you're Blue, you have to think about what am I going to do on the ground. Her buttons are really good. How am I counteracting that? Am I saving drive gauge to whip punish if she whiffs a heavy kick or something like that?
True, medium kick just coming into it full force. So Blue right now into the rush, jump it back over. Paladin scared a side swap, just right into it. Rush, jab, pressure, and that knee bomber still getting hit in the crouching light punch. So bye.
There we go, the fake out throw. Luckily wasn't tap parry attempt. Dash up into a back throw. Uh-oh. That could have been anti right there. Knee drop. This should be enough. Yes, the drive gauge. Set point. Tournament point for Blue.
All right, remember I was saying earlier, do or die. Now it really is the situation. You've got the OD grab, we got the spiral looking clean with it, fastball special, and getting heated with it coming into it from Paladin.
And the overhead was fantastic right after, kind of duck inside switch incoming.
Uh-oh, that DP as well. Kick instead, goes for the grab option from Blue right now. Make that once, make that twice.
Can he find an entry point? He's hunting, he's looking for it.
Sitting here menacing, you have to be careful. OD air feint slasher.
The fake out, slapped off the feet. Blocks out the jabs.
That's fine.
We find a medium soap bot. Throw, ODDP, he lets it rip.
About to say no Beyblade involved in this situation, but
there it is,
so bad,
level 3, and Blue is your champion of May Madness, taking it with the DJ play from winner's side.
Would have thought the one character that somehow made it through qualifiers and into grand champion status.
This cat Blue taking a character that people up to the side to grand finals and taking quite a bit of guap on the dot. Quite a bit of green, you feel me? Blue is your champion. Give it up for Blue.
For Collegiate Street Fighter 6, what a hell of a season it has been, even leading into this. And what did I tell you earlier? An upset was waiting to happen. You didn't want to listen. A lot of you did not want to listen, but I did. I believe, not specifically Joe Hendry, but Blue.
I think it's Blue, I mean, he's top seed. Only see who was going to take it. It was Blue at the very end. congratulations to all the competitors out here, especially Paladin getting second. You know, very powerful opponent, took Blue to the limit, but it's Blue moving on, and we're moving on to the interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I am here with our first ever CECC Street Fighter champion. Let's make some noise for that and that alone. Our first ever CECC Street Fighter champion. I mean, it is amazing. Blue, you and I were just talking, man. You're still shaking. The adrenaline is high. You are feeling it. And walk us through how you're feeling right now. What is this for you?
It's just excitement, man. Like, I love playing this game. I love it. And being able to compete in front of a stage like this for a lot of pride, you know, because you get this big trophy, you feel me? So, like, I love this game. I love playing it.
Absolutely. And I mean, you are here as one of 2 students for Florida International University for the first time ever, and you're walking away with a trophy. I mean, what does that mean for the validity of the program, for the validity of you as a Street Fighter representative?
I think it just shows how powerful the competition is in South Florida. Like, it's not just FIU, like there's other neighboring universities that also all of us play within each other and all of us help each other grow.
You know, and we've talked a lot to Street Fighter players this weekend, and a lot of you guys come from fighting games. Some of you are newer to the game. Some of you have been playing for a shorter period of time, but there are so many fighting games on the market. Why Street Fighter? What pulls you in? What is it about this game that makes you want to play this well?
I have an affinity for team games, especially growing up playing soccer, but I think fighting a solo game like this game, where a lot of the mistakes are my own, all of them are. So I take accountability for my actions, and to me that it's a lot more satisfying when you win because you know it was you playing.
Absolutely. Every effort, every victory is yours just as much as those mistakes as well. And you came in, you know, you said to me that playing a player as talented as Paladin can be exhausting because your brain is just firing full throttle the entire time. What were you thinking in the series? How were you able to stay calm, stay calculated, and still walk away with a victory?
I just needed to reassure myself that despite the character swaps, he was still controlling the character. So it wasn't exactly that I was playing another person. It was I just needed to adapt to how he played that character specifically.
Absolutely. And Blue, before we let you go, before we let you celebrate your trophies, or anybody out there you'd like to shout out, anyone you want to give a thank you to, man, you are a winner today.
I just want to shout out my parents. They've allowed me these type of opportunities to be able to come out here and perform. Like, they've really allowed me to do what I love to do. So I just want to thank my parents.
Absolutely, folks. Blue from Florida International University, our first ever Street Fighter CECC champion. We're going to go ahead and get this ready for the next game. This is all yours, man. This is yours forever. You can pick it up. Let's cheer some more! Let's cheer some more! This is Blue, Street Fighter champion. Catinator, take it away.
Thank you very much, Septulence. Now, before we get into the Blue victory, I do want to give a shout out to Capcom for presenting College Street Fighter and allowing us to present the LAN finals here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Thank you for supporting college esports and Collegiate FGC players. Now, with the flowers given to Capcom, I'm going to give some flowers to Blue, and by doing so, I want to talk about the upper finals. Blue, a player who said, I have to prove the doubters wrong. Y'all doubted me. You're going to regret it. Does so very early. Takes down Blue's Akuma, makes him character swap. And Miles, you've been talking about Akuma all weekend, saying that a Paladin doesn't have to worry about playing a glass cannon because no one can shatter the glass. I think somebody just did.
Like I said, when you're walking in knowing you're the best player in the venue, well, sometimes you get proven wrong, and that glass cannon becomes so much more of a liability. We saw there against both Qua and against Blue that Akuma ended up being that liability because if you can't get that insane offense online, then you can get smothered before you can get anything started, and that's what Qua was trying to do in the losers, try to just fight through that Akuma, and he did do it that one game. Didn't go well for him, but for Blue, a little bit of a different story there.
I just want to say, for the record, I never doubted him. I'm just saying. I said, like I said, when we talked earlier on, he said he was very comfortable. He was very ready for today, and it showed. It really showed. In the initial winners final match, we did not see Paladin get handled like that all weekend long. 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0. Paladin was taking everything, and Blue's like, bro, I got this. Like, I got this. Whatever, it's easy. And then he did it again, which is absolutely insane to see. I mean, that was a $4,000 knee drop. Let's call what it is. Every single time, Blue just repeatedly, like he said it himself on stage, his adaptation and just reacting to how Paladin was playing. That's exactly what you saw time after time after time. And it just made it work so well, and that's one of the biggest factors on why he won today.
All weekend long, you said if Blue gets comfortable, he might be the best player in the venue, and didn't you say you walked up to him and he's like, I'm chilling?
Yeah, like we hit each other up earlier. Like, I was like, yeah, that's my homie now. We getting steak after this.
Steak on him, for sure.
You mentioned the 4K knee drop. For second, it's 6,500. For first, it's 10K. A cami swap for what could be $3,000 extra dollars. Sai, talk to me about it.
You know what I saw in Paladin? We started off, we saw so much confidence, we saw arrogance, even the cojones to just say, I'm not even going to speak to the interviewer. I have no need. You're beneath me. And you know what happened? Bilu said, oh, okay. So not only did he just really kind of run all over him in the winner's side, by the time it got to grand finals on the reset, Blue still sitting pretty on the winner's side. We saw him dismantle the Akuma. Then when Paladin tried again with the Ryu, and that didn't work out either, down 2-1, he's like, maybe Cammy, I'm running out of characters here. And like, sure, there is a little bit of momentum you can get with that character swap. You can throw your opponent off their game and maybe force a weird counter pick later in the set. But when all things were said and done, Cammy won one of those games, and only by the skin of her teeth, and immediately Blue, like I said, super good at adapted to the switches that need to be made for the Cammy, and I just don't think Paladin was ready to deal with DJ with a different character. Akuma and Ryu, similar enough where you can kind of have the same reactions. Cammy, not so much. Really struggled on actually finding the anti-airs, had seemingly no answers to that knee drop without having that traditional Shoto DP, and Blue had no real changes needed to make for his game plan and just dominated in that grand finals.
Dominated indeed, and you mentioned comfortability for Blue. What do we feel makes Blue feel so confident? Anything, Miles?
I feel like Blue, his control over his movement was the thing that made him so confident, because when you are forcing reactions out of your opponent, when you are forcing Paladin to whiff attacks, whiff supers, whiff grabs especially, and then getting it in and punish, it becomes a sort of dance, and you're definitely the one leading.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw, especially the way DJ plays. I mean, of course, one of the dancer characters. It's just, when I was talking to Miles on the side about it, it's like the reason why like DJ is so powerful is because of his use of the feints, his multiple cancels that you can do through a lot of his normals. And you saw it there, literally canceling, going for, other thing was like, what, heavy air slash into just straight into grab. And you're like, okay, well, all right, that's fine. I guess I'll just lose like 40% of my health. That's fine.
And it wasn't even always just this way. I mean, the jump over the Raging Demon, yes. I mean, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah, I definitely think the jump over the Raging Demon was super, super smart, because so much of Blue's game plan is staying in your face, trying to literally taunt and bait you into pressing a button so that DJ can whiff punish you. And he's such a good character to do that. But even when the chips are down and Paladin's like maybe the first, Demon Rage of the entire tournament, Blue's like, I was ready for that too. Jumps away from it. He was just kind of in his head. And dealing with a character as silly and goofy as DJ that actively taunts you mid-game, while you're dealing with an opponent that is like getting a lot of correct reads on when you're going to mash those supers, what you're going to look for in your reversals, this, that, and the third, it can really, really wear down on you. And Blue truly just played with a smile on his face his entire grand finals, and I think that demeanor might have really been the difference maker for what we saw today compared to the previous games.
Yeah, I think that definitely could be the case. Blue showing up, proving the doubters wrong. And let's go speak to him at the bracket wall. We've got Clutch Key ready for the bracket ceremony. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Kat. We are down here on the bracket wall. Trophy you can see right here, but I got one final piece left to go on the board for our College Street Fighter champion. Right here with me, Blue joins us one more time. And Blue, I know you got a lot of questions. We'll keep it short and simple for you, but first of all, first College Street Fighter champion here at CECC Main Madness. How are you feeling so far?
I'm very happy that this is the first time that it was here. You know, like I'm glad that there's a lot of new avenues opening up for Street Fighter, and I was happy to be the first-time champion.
Yeah, so you are the first in history. You're going to go down. It's first time in history. But I want to know, too, like you said, it was like a very big environment here. It's growing in the game. What do you think about this environment in front of everybody here at Esports Stadium Arlington, in front of everybody around the world as well? What do you think about having all eyes on this match right here for Street Fighter 6?
I believe that when esports was first created, we wanted environments like this, you know, a lot of eyeballs on the scene, all the excitement from the fans being excited for the game. So I love it. I love being here.
Yeah, it's a great environment overall. Blue knows it. Everybody knows it in this arena as well. We're going to have more finals in a sec. But first, or actually I should say last question here for you. What does the trophy mean here? I know we said it's the first ever, but you're holding up trophy. By the way, show off the guns real quick because he handled that pretty well. Show off them guns. Yeah, yep, right there. That muscle right there, right there. Yeah, he got the guns. He had the win. He lifted up that trophy so easily. But again, that trophy too, you're taking it home. What does that mean to hold up that first ever trophy here at CECC and here in college Street Fighter history?
Man, I've never had a trophy this big, you know? And getting it from playing video games, even better. I love it.
All right, well, before you get to lift up that trophy one more time, the card right here, completing the first ever college Street Fighter bracket right here. Go ahead, my friend. Take it upstairs. Take it all the way up top. CSF history made right at Esports Stadium Arlington. Tapping it right there. College Street Fighter champion Blue from Florida International University. We will take a break. When we come back, Rocket League on the other side. We're right here at Esports Stadium Arlington. This is CECC May Madness 2025.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports, and it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an expression pro. No pain, just game.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Ow!
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an expression pro. No pain, just gain.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Window number 8. Now searching.
Ow.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports, and it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, oh, okay, so yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an expression pro. No pain, just gain.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Ow!
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the Esports U Awards. To present the award for the Advocate of the Year award, please welcome to the stage Avery Pierce.
The Advocate of the Year is a nod to an individual that that believes so deeply in all of, oh my God. Thank you to whoever did that. A nod to an individual that believes so deeply in all of us and all of you that if you give them a chance, you will leave a believer. The individual best lives the community values of collegiate esports and has displayed considerable signs of leadership, advocacy, development as it pertains to helping make the Scholastic esports space more inclusive, diverse, and a welcoming space. The Advocate of the Year award goes to Chase Newcomb.
I'm gonna try to hold it together. Just sit this down for a second. I've had this written out for a while. Thank you, Avery. This fall, I've been in the collegiate esports community for the last 10 years. It'll be 10 years as of this fall. I've been a club leader, I've been a coach, I've been a director, I've been a tournament organizer, photographer, commentator. I've done a lot in this space. I've given everything I can to this space because I love this space. This space has made me who I am. But first, I was a disenfranchised student, trying to find my own way, and it's deeply encoded into who I am. I'm honored to win Advocate of the Year because it means this isn't just my award. No, this is just as my award as it is for the other advocates, the tireless hours they've put in. This is just as much my award as it is the community I represent. From all the grassroots folks running Smash tournaments in basements to the students holding call-out meetings in classrooms. I'd like to thank the awards committee, the Esports U and Esports Foundry staff, my wife Kinsey, my mom Cindy, my sisters Chloe and Claire, my best friends in the world, Jacob, Corbin, Kyle, Austin, Julian, love you guys. My team back home at Shenandoah, my former teams who got me here, Albie and Jason who literally got me here, my peers who make this space better every single year, and finally, I'd like to thank every small town kid with a dream. Never stop chasing it, because they will come true. Love you all. Thank you.
Continuing with our ceremonies to present the award for Tournament Organizer of the Year, please welcome to the stage Nikita Bear.
The Tournament Organizer of the Year award celebrates an individual or team who have demonstrated outstanding leadership, innovation, and dedication in delivering seamless and memorable competitive events. This award honors the often behind-the-scenes heroes who devote countless hours to planning, coordinating, and executing Tournaments that bring the community together for competitive experience. The Tournament Organizer of the Year award goes to Tony Ann Convertino, aka Neon Star. I'm not even gonna give you the mic. I'll switch it.
Hello, my name is Spencer. I'm obviously not Tony. I am serving as her translator, as her voice is completely gone from the weekend. Tony wants to start by thanking you. Thank you to the teams here today and those who competed all weekend long. Thank you to Spencer for showing me the ropes. Thank you to all of you for allowing me to be able to do the thing that I love most. Without you all, I am not me. The other finalists with me, I know the amount of chaos you have to deal with to run a smooth event. All of these other finalists deserve celebrating too.
Thank you, guys.
Our next award is the award for the Commissioner of the Year. Please welcome to the stage, Sean Shannon.
Perhaps the most thankless job in esports is that of League Commissioner. Those that sit at the helm of the largest leagues in esports hold one of the most difficult positions in our industry. This award salutes a commissioner that has built deliberately, intentionally, and has not been afraid to challenge, innovate, and experiment. The Commissioner of the Year award goes to Jacob Van Ryan, NECC. Accepting on behalf is Nikita Bear.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah.
I think I'll put that over here. You want that? Yeah, yes, sir. I'm back. Jacob shared a few words with me since he couldn't be here today. So this is all from his perspective. I'm sorry I can't be there with you this afternoon to accept this award in person, but I am truly honored to receive it. First, I want to congratulate everyone who is nominated for an award. I have the utmost respect and admiration for each of you, and it's genuinely humbling to be mentioned alongside the outstanding leaders recognized in this category and across all categories. I'd like to thank CSMG, the awards subcommittee, and everyone who voted. A special thank you as well to Nikita Bear, a member of our NECC Board of Directors, for accepting this award on my behalf. My selection for this award is certainly not possible without our amazing staff and team that we have at the NECC. I'm proud to be a small part of the wonderful, warm, and inclusive community we call Collegiate Esports. I believe the future of this space is incredibly bright, and weekends like this one at CECC are a shining example of that. I hope the path forward includes more collaboration, more support, and more efforts to lift one another up, rather than tear each other down. Once again, thank you. I am truly humbled to be selected for this award.
To present the award for the CECC School of the Year, please welcome to the stage, Mike Blewett.
Hey everybody, just want to give it up one more time for our very own Neon Star. I know she's very popular here, so let's big round of applause for Tony. The CECC School of the Year award goes to a school that competes in the CEC and lives the esports values of community and competition. Every year we've been honored to see this school rise up not only through the CECC but through all forms of competition. Their culture is rooted in student impact and development, and their focus on competition is world class. Their lasting legacy endures within our Esports U community as well as throughout the national landscape. The CECC School of the Year award goes to Boise State University. So Doc Haskell is out in the crowd here, making Boise State University an even greater program, so he can't walk up and accept the award right now. So on behalf of Doc and Boise State, Congratulations for the CECC School of the Year Award.
Swell a lip, bing, wow. This is the reason I live. This only the first round. I got so much more to give.
Welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Analyst Desk. I'm Catnator. Joining me is Nerdy Bird, Tiny Shiny, and Pyro J. Now, we've already crowned 2 champions, but we've got 3 more left on the docket. Up next is Rocket League, and we've got 2 squads ready to face off. It'll be Akron versus Concord. And before we get into what players we're looking at, what we're expecting to see in this matchup, I want to talk about how these 2 teams got here in the first place. Tiny, will you kick us off with Akron?
Akron, a school that I think many have undertreated, underrepresented coming into this tournament, yet here they are standing tall at these grand finals. Akron, second place one too many times, and now have yet another shot at a CECC title. We saw them here previously back in 2023 against Northwood. Now they're here to come back again, flawless throughout the day, true Lanimals of the weekend, and I can't wait to see, will this streak continue? Are they going to fall to Concord, who's been looking just as dominant through the season?
And in their road to the finals, what really stands out to me is the Northwood 4-1. The fact that they saw them on the main stage now twice in recent history. Back in 2023, they see them in a 1-4 loss on the main stage. This weekend, they have to fight their demons to make it 2 grands today. They do so in a fantastic fashion. 4-1, in fact. Super dominant game from them, just showing up and showing out. But, of course, they've got another squad on the other side of the pitch. It's Concord. Pyro J, why don't you tell me about that roster?
I'd be happy to. Listen, we're talking about maybe some folks are underrating Akron. Well, how can you underrate the #1 seed of Concord? You simply can't. Okay, now I will say Akron boasted an 83% win rate at this event, only 71% of Concord. But when they play to their strengths, they play really well. In fact, both teams kind of battling their bosses, their bullies. Yeah, we talked about Akron taking out Northwood, but finally Concord take care of St. Clair. This is a team you can't underrate. They were the CRL Fall Champions. They know what it's like to lift that trophy, and they're ready to do it here today.
Yeah, and you mentioned Northwood. Akron, not the only squad who's seen Northwood. Artie, tell me about Concord's bouts with this school.
Okay, so Concord went up against Northwood in CRL in Fall, won. Made it to the quarterfinals against Northwood previously as well, and I believe also won. And I need to put out there, Concord also competed in Boost on the Beach, got #1 there as well. So this team, well decorated, well deserving the #1 seed. Granted, I will say though, if you're looking at their win-loss record, it does not look as clean as Akron's does right now for being here at this event in particular. They had some tussles on the pitch. There definitely was some struggles here and there. I don't know if it's fully cleaned up. Hopefully it is, because they only really have one opportunity to show us what they got. And if they don't play perfectly, it's going to be taken advantage of by Akron.
By Akron, I want to talk about some teams that took advantage yesterday on the main stage. And this might just be an excuse to glaze Patty. I'm not going to lie. But Tiny, talk to me about some key players for Akron.
When we got them on the main stage, I mean, Patty really stepped into himself there. And Akron as a whole, I think, is a team that just performs so much better in a LAN environment. I ran into their coach Yak a little bit yesterday after the game against Northwood, and he was talking about how well this team does. Like, they're such a vibe-based team. Like, right. You go up there, you're on the stage, they get a feeling for the event. And normally, you know, we all talk about, like, oh, you know, you're on a new stage, you're not used to this environment. It's going to get to them in their heads. It's the complete opposite effect for Akron, and you can see it in the other LAN results that they have. Any time that they have the opportunity to play in person, they're just on a completely different level.
Yeah, a completely different level. They bombard the net with shots, it feels like. In games 1 through 3, it feels like they almost have 3x the shots of the opposition. Pyro J, tell me some keys for Concord in terms of slowing down the offense.
You know what's interesting on the main stage, what Northwood did capitalize on was letting Akron bombard the shots and then punishing them on the other side. Akron tend to get in this situation where they have consistency in the possession, but they're unable to finish strong unless Patty finds an insane angle, which you better be ready for. So Concord can absolutely take down Akron on those counterattacks and take advantage of those moments. You're really looking at the two freshmen, Samas and Crispy, to duo up and maybe do that on the breakaway plays. Listen, this is a team that not only has that firepower, but has the consistency. I talk about their championship winning caliber in the CRL fall, but they've also made 7 of the 8 top 4s compared to just, I think, 2 maybe of Akron.
And to follow along that line then, slowing down this Akron team, Artie, what do you want to see from Concord?
Honestly, I want to. You talk about consistency. They've been consistent. Let's be real. They made it here off the backs of their own hard work. And Tiny, to touch on what you talked about earlier, which is like those teams that are willing and capable of being Lanimals. Honestly, Samas and Crispy, these 2 freshmen, they're not even from the United States, so they're already playing outside of their house, outside of their comfort zone. They've left their home countries to come here, compete, and represent while they're here at college, so they're like throwing caution to the wind at this point. I don't think they're scared of anything at this land in all capacity.
Concord was that one team, too, that we heard from that is like, hey, we're coming in and we're winning this. Like, everyone else gave respect to opponent to some degree, but Concord was like, I don't think anybody can take us down. The one team they were worried about, that was St. Clair. Took them down in the semis, and, here they are against Akron, which, mind you, kind of like how we thought yesterday, Akron said they wanted to play St. Clair here. We get to see the opposite. Concord wanted to play Northwood because it was a more familiar opponent. They have a much better record against them, whereas every time we've seen Concord and Akron play on land previously, it's been an Akron win.
So, unfamiliar matchups for both of these teams. What does that lack of familiarity do to you in a matchup? How long do you think it takes either of these rosters to adjust, Pyro?
I don't think it's about adjustments. I think it's coming to this match and playing your game. Akron able to show that against Northwood earlier, and Concord, you're expecting them to be high flyers and quick on these aerial challenges. Akron did suffer in some aspects against Northwood at that midfield boost and that midfield game. So Concord are going to try to really take that over in this matchup. I will say, though, outside of the tactics, just in terms of the meta, like, Concord are kind of newcomers to the stage in terms of CECC. We've got to really hammer home the point that Akron are here for a 4th time. You really think they're coming up on that stage for a 2nd time at the Grand Finals just to not take it this time? It feels like destiny for Akron.
Yeah, it does show some remnants of that Smash matchup. Fisher coming back to the stage and UJ having to try to wrestle away a win from them. Couldn't quite do it. Concord, though, they beat last year's champs, right? So does that not give them momentum back into this matchup, knowing they saw a squad who came here, won the whole thing, and were able to take them down early into the pit? And that was in the quarterfinals matchup. Though, I gotta say, it was not on the stage. Do we feel like the stage might get to the Mountain Lions, Artie?
I don't think so.
No?
No. What, Pyro, are you in the same boat as us?
Oh, yeah. No, the stage does not make the players hesitate. It only gives them the buff, right? We just saw it out of Akron earlier, yesterday. And Concord, you said that Akron came with the vibes. Concord comes with the swagger.
Oh, okay.
Champ League podcast a few days ago, and they straight up said, they're like, yeah, we might be a little worried about St. Clair. We want to play them so we can take them out, but everybody else, it is no problem. It was cool, calm, composed, and comfortable. I not only expect that when we're talking to them in the pit, but also when they're playing on the stage.
So we talked some strength for both of these rosters, but it's only right we talk of some of the weaknesses that maybe the other side's going to be able to explore. Let's start with Akron. Tiny, what could cost them a series here?
I think for Akron, you need to keep up this momentum. I mean, we've talked about how they've had such a dominant run this weekend. It's not something that they've been able to replicate online throughout the season. So it just kind of, can this land buff stay in place for as long as it has? And, I keep getting flashbacks to all of these second place finishes that Akron have fell victim to. And you have to wonder, is that something that, that is kind of sitting in the back of their minds? I don't honestly necessarily think that there are too many weak points that are on this team. If they're on this stage, they're feeling confident. They know that even yesterday, they heard us all pred against them for Concord. They're using that as a personal vendetta. They're like, all right, you know what? You doubt us. We are flat out going to prove you wrong. I think there's very little that Akron are worried about heading into this match, at least from a mentality perspective.
I'll throw the same question to anyone else. Anything that you're worried about from this Akron squad?
I talked about it a little bit earlier, right? Akron need to finish strong when they have their possessions. We saw them absolutely dominate the pitch when it came to, especially the first 2 games yesterday against Northwood. But although they had all the pressure, they would sometimes get punished on the counterattack. So they got to make sure that that third man on offense isn't making any mistakes. If they're going to commit, it better be a goal or a chance for everyone else to get back so that there's not a breakaway chance there. And in terms of finishing strong, right? It might not just be about the third man being in a position, it might just be about hitting that shot. I talked about it so much yesterday, but I gotta say it again, Patty on land. Every player from different teams calls out this guy to find unbelievable angles when it comes to land Rocket League. So I'll say it again, if that ball's coming off the backboard and you see Patty in the sky, get ready for a banger of a play.
And then it's only fair that we do the same for Concord. Artie, excuse me, anything you're seeing that could be a weak point for them?
Not making adjustments for Bullseye. Bullseye was on a demolition derby yesterday. Let's just put it this way. We're talking midway to the 20s for the amount of demos that came out during that series. That's a lot, and that can be very tilting to a lot of players. So allay the demos. Make sure you're jumping out of the way. Do not let him come after you. Find a way to shut Patty down if needed. And the last thing I have to say to them, just because of the comments they've been saying, I mean, you talked to Tiny about this earlier, the things you've said, you're trying to use our doubt in you as your fuel to the fight. Well, like, Akron's trying to use the doubt that we have for them as a fuel. The one thing I say to you is that your confidence can also be your own undoing, Concord. So make sure that your own hubris does not get the better of you, but also don't get scared. If you start getting styled on by Akron, you have to go toe-to-toe with them. If you back off too much, they're going to take advantage of you, and Patty is going to mop the floor with you.
Ooh. Well, we've talked strengths. We've talked weaknesses. I got to hear from the desk. I got to hear if you all are loyal to your word or not. Let's get some predictions going.
Oh.
Who is going to take the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup for Rocket League in 2025? Now, I personally have never ever swap my pick on the desk. Never in my whole career. You can watch all the VODs back. I've never done it. I never will. It's Concord taking this thing. I'll say it's a... I'm not going to give you a scoreline. We'll just say it's Concord taking it.
My turn?
Yeah, good.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure I did swap because my team got taken out, and so I have to buy transitive property, root for the team that took them out. So Concord Esports, you better have my back here. That's all I got to say.
Do you have a scoreline?
You know,
I know I just copped out, but...
No, I'm copping out of that too. No.
Of course.
No.
Tiny.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not true to my word, apparently. I have changed my mind, people. I am on the Akron train for this one. In 7, though. I think this one's going to seriously go the distance for Akron. I've seen what they've done on land, looking at their previous results, especially against Concord in these specific situations. It is very difficult for these teams to completely just fall apart on a final stage. Like Akron, they have so much momentum at their back. They want this moment. They've looked for it for years, and I think today is going to be that day.
So today is going to be that day, Tiny Shiny.
I think it's going to be the day.
Today is going to be the day that this side of the desk is a little less loyal
yes!
than we were yesterday. I'm going after
That's what we're talking about.
Come on, baby. I said 2 words yesterday about the match. It was El Clasico, but I said I had 1 word for today, and that was destiny. It is their 4th time at this tournament. I said earlier, you think they're coming just to not take that trophy? Did you see how giant that trophy is? They're looking at it. They're thinking, this is our time. Last time, they got it taken away by Northwood. They've taken care of it. They've stuffed the bully back in the locker, and now it's their time to seize the throne. We've seen it from Patty. Listen, when we made our desk sweep prediction for Concord, I'm not going to lie, I saw Concord right over. Near the brackets, they were 4 guys at it. I'm like, all right, fine, you guys got it. But today, I'm speaking my truth, and I gotta go with Akron.
Pyro.
I am gonna give a scoreline, 4-3.
Okay.
Look at that. We're on the same boat there. We're on the same boat there.
I'm saying it's going the distance, but I'm gonna follow up your it's destiny thing.
Oh.
And you know how they say you write your own destiny?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what they also say? History doesn't write itself, it repeats itself. So to that I say, Concord, you have yet to be on this stage and fighting for the crown. Make your history today, grab the crown, and be successful, because I think you can take Akron down.
Well, I think if you're Akron, you hope history does not repeat itself. The last time they were on this stage for the finals, it was a 1-4 loss. I like that the desk says it's going to go all the way to Game 7, and I certainly hope that it does, but only time will tell. Another chapter to write here this weekend. Let's throw it over to the stage for the player walkouts.
Welcome to our grand finals in Rocket League here at CECC May Madness 2025. Our match is between our number 7 seed and our number 1 seed. And now let's introduce our teams. First to the stage, the number 7 seed from the Mid-American Conference, the University of Akron. 5 up, Patty Bullseye. Their opponents, the number 1 seed from the CECC South Regional, Concord University. Helix Samas Crispy. And now, please welcome back to the stage for the pre-match showdown, your host, Septilins.
Hello, everybody, and we are back. Gentlemen, feel free to take your seats, except for the 2 of you who know you are coming up to join me here. So, best of luck to you both, of course. How we doing, man? Good to see you again. Good to see you. How we doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, guys, bring it a little closer so everybody can hear each other here. So, coming into this, Akron, no strangers to CECC. You guys have been here for a couple of years. You in particular have been here for a couple of years. And now you guys have made it to that grand final stage. You set a precedent. If you win today, you're the first team from Ohio to win any CECC event, period. How does that feel for you guys to make it this far and to even have that opportunity?
A little bit of pressure, but I'm not too worried.
Absolutely. You know, on the other side here, speaking of pressure, you guys are at your first CECC ever. You guys come in, your number 1 seed here. You guys have not played on the main stage at all this weekend, and now your first match is grand finals. Is there any pressure in there?
I wouldn't say so. You know, we've had way more pressure situations. This is going to be nothing.
Absolutely. Without further ado, folks, let's get to some Rocket League. Gentlemen, let me see that handshake here, center stage. And I'm going to throw it to my good friends, Oliver Bass and Danger Taco, as they take you through this grand finals Rocket League series here at CECC.
You heard it from the desk, a date with destiny. Akron, their 4th appearance here at CECC, and they have never won a title. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, we have Concord University, their first year in Collegiate Rocket League here at CECC, and a chance to go 1-for-1. And they've already gotten a title this year. This would be insane for them. 2 teams that have both already won lands, but this is the one that means everything.
Yes, this is the cap for the entire season. Back in fall, Concord was making headlines in CRL for winning that fall championship in CRL. Not necessarily falling off in the spring. It's really just the 2 teams that many expected to be in this grand final, St. Clair Northwood, kind of taking over in the CRL season. But outside of that, they've had different land successes. They were able to win Boost on the Beach. Akron being able to get another Kentucky Bluegrass Boost Battle Championship, the land that they've been dominating. Again, we've mentioned it in prior series. That doesn't apply to other lands, but I think everyone thinking of Akron has been thinking about them throughout the semester, even into the fall. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're not quite at the top. This is not the same version. I don't know where it came from, but the prep is here, the playstyle certainly is, and both teams, they might be confident, but the respect from one another. Do not mistake that for fear. They know what the other team is capable of. They just think they're that a little bit better.
And honestly, I think they've got the accolades to prove that. Again, both of these guys, LAN champions as well as CRL Open champions. The one kind of separating factor here is that we have Concord, who are also CRL semester champions as well, as you mentioned, taking it in the fall. But Akron got their accolades in the fall as well. That's when they got their Open championship, as well as also their first LAN victory of the year. Of the two times that they played in Kentucky, they won both of them on LAN. So this is a team, as we have stated before, they are LANimals. When they get into an environment like this, they elevate, and it's to a degree that many teams really don't expect. Again, we talked to a lot of teams throughout this weekend, whether it's in the event itself or before the event even started when we were on Champ League, and we asked, who are the teams to look out for? And everybody said Northwood and St. Clair. Fun fact, those are the two teams that these guys knocked out in the semifinals. So they might have been the big bad dogs, but now the dogs have been reduced to puppies, and the only two remaining are Concord and Akron, both of whom are looking for their first title here for CECC. So you know what? Let's not delay it any further. Let's get into the game. A best of 7 to determine our winner here for CECC Rocket League. Let's get it started.
Arlington, I want to hear you get loud because these players certainly deserve it. There's so much going on for these players internally. We talked to both of them before this series when they're warming up in the pit. They were not nervous. They were confident. They were feeling like it is their day. But of course, only one team can come out, and really, game one is where we set the pace. Who's going to be coming out with their first strike? Apparently, not Concord's. The first real chance is not going to have any contact.
Patty going to try to keep this one close. The ceiling he goes. No pass out center, and actually a double commit out of 5 up. We talked about this yesterday, a team that likes to get very in your face, very aggressive on almost every single play. They need to be careful doing that against Concord. This is a team that are not only also as fast, but also as physical. So if you do overexert yourself for a moment, there's a good chance your backline is just going to get demolished, sent to the shadow realm, and all of a sudden an open net they can easily score upon. I think that is probably going to be the only easy moments throughout this series, though. Both these teams are going to play excellent defense, excellent offense, and really excellent mechanics as well. Crispy not going to find the double touch there, but I like to see the attempts early.
One player for sure, any fan of Concord or CRL knows Helix is a name we're going to bring up a lot on Concord. He is the only non-pro coming out of this Concord roster, but he had arguably the MVP performance of the fall championship in CRL. He had played out of his mind. Every player we talked to said that if he does that again, Concord are impossible to beat, and maybe this is another iteration he can do on LAN to cap off the 24-25 school year, and maybe he can do it because the defender is simply not ready.
Patty just not aware of this shot coming in here, and I think he just kind of trusted in 5 of them bullseye to get the pass out. He has a full tank of boost, but as soon as he starts moving downfield, you can see Helix turn, immediately put the shot on target, and the first goal of the series is going to go to Concord.
It's a little bit of an awkward one. Honestly, I wonder if Patty thought that Helix had a bit fewer boost in the tank than he actually did. Either way, you can't have that hesitation because certainly it's going to go right in your net if you do. That's fine. Akron can just go back to work, maybe with a steal, as Helix has to immediately 180 and take that one to the side wall. Deflection by 5 up means a back pass is open, but only for a brief window, which will shut close. Another attempt at a clear, but a 50 keeps things interesting out of the corner.
Unfortunately, though, Akron starting to double commit in some places that I would not have anticipated. Yesterday, they were really good about sending 1 man at a time upfield to kind of be the forefront to the offense, get it ignited, get it started, and here, we're not really seeing that. They feel a little bit over-eager, if you will, as yet another double commit comes through. This one might actually work out for them if the shot had been on target, off the bar and out, and they're going to want it back, and they might just get it. The 50's just not going away, though. Somehow Concord recover and make the save necessary.
That ball is not in until 100% of it crosses the line. The in and out save from Crispy to keep this one at 1-0. Spectacular so far from Concord, but it's far from over. 0 boost and a light catch from Crispy with some interference. A classic Akron tactic on the backboard, double commit, still in Concord possession after somehow a battering of chances coming through for the Zips.
They still can't get off the half, though, right now. Akron just continuing to put pressure up against this Concord team, but that might alleviate at least a little bit of it. A demo in the corner means that now Bullseye and Patty, by their lonesomes, have to try and keep this going. They cannot. He looks to the backboard, potentially to the back of the net, if not for the touch from 5up. We'll get another one as well off the ceiling, putting pressure back and forth here. It's a tennis match as both teams just continue to ricochet this ball downfield on either end. Flip resets trying to change that up, but no such luck as not a shot found as we head into our final 2 minutes.
5up has to get a light touch on it. He does not, but that's fine. Shot is off target. All 3 players for the Zips clustered around that near post, which means nobody's marking Helix. He's going to be patient, and he's going to be the sniper of that bottom 90.
I know we don't want to talk about Helix too much because we already had this narrative way back in fall when we talked about him a ton during the CRL Championship, but this is kind of the player you have to watch for this exact reason. He steps up when the pressure is on him. Some players crumble underneath it. Helix, he turns into a diamond. 2-0 hit the 2 goals for Concord, both coming off the back of their singular US player. Let's see if they can keep this up as we head into the final 90.
Samas trying to slow that one down, and tactically so. Concord very good at playing their angles, and most importantly, trying to take away options. Bullseye gets a drop down. He doesn't even need to touch it. The tactical whiff into the first goal.
I like the fake there. You know that if they had the chance, it's just faking getting spammed right now on Quick Chat over and over again. Crispy, though, I'm not sure if he actually did get faked out on that play or if he just missed the ball. I think he was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as he knows that there could be the ricochet there, the redirect that'll go on target. He knows it could also just bounce on target. As he tries to kind of play both, he plays neither, and unfortunately, that's going to give up the first goal to Akron. But they still need another just to see an overtime, and they also need to prevent Crispy from flip resetting into Helix. Perfect pass, perfect shot. Helix got a hat trick.
Yes, sir. First game, we're wondering, hey, is he going to be on? Well, he's certainly taking the advantageous route towards these goals. It's always just lingering in front of the net, being able to be delivered something, but you still have to beat out that defender. Very good job by Helix to not shy away. The last thing you want to do against Akron is play too passive. That's exactly what they took advantage of against Northwood. Concord has watched the VOD, and they've taken their notes.
Done a great job here of studying up upon their opponents. And again, this is a team that Concord said they were not all too fearful of, as Helix scores his 4th goal now of the game. Again, they really said that St. Clair was the only threat. They've taken them down, and they might take down Akron if they keep playing like this.
We're talking to Concord in the pit, not to direct quote, but they were more or less saying this is a matchup we feel confident about, despite the fact that we did mention Concord has won most of their engagements with Akron except for Kentucky Bluegrass Boost Battle on land. So they're saying, well, this might be a land, but I don't know if it's the same. I think we have the hard counter. We were really only worried about 1, maybe 2 teams, and now that they're out of the way, now we just got to trust in the game plan and also trust in Helix and Zamas to get those finishes. Zamas will not be able to get it, so therefore back around we go with Crispy just trying to preserve this lead in the final minute.
He's trying to keep this one going, but unfortunately the pressure could be put against him until Patty unfortunately backflips. That means Zamas with a flip reset in the back could try and take a shot, but not enough boost to reach that ball, so instead they'll just put it into offense and try to maybe keep it there. 30 seconds to play. That's an awkward miss from Helix, but he's backed up by his teammate. Bullseye can't quite read the play. Off the sidewall, no contact, into the backboard it goes as Patty tries to get something started. He's got the boost to work with, but doesn't have that great of a 50, so Bullseye has to take over. Can he maybe do something with this one? Again, another 50 as Samas meets him on the ceiling, and Helix meets him on the follow-up. Maybe not. No contact found, but they've done the job. Wasted enough time, and even if we get a goal here for Akron, which they will not, it is a victory here for Concord early. 4-1, a very strong start for this West Virginian team.
And as we see Concord be able to slowly get this one down, it is a dominant victory on the scoreline. But let's not forget, right at the end and right at the beginning, 2 goal line stops for Concord. The defense has to be just as good as the offense has been. I mentioned earlier, Helix is advantageous, but it's also opportunistic from Concord, understanding that a lot of where teams go wrong against Akron is just trying to beat them with speed. You will not outspeed the Zips, but you might be able to take a good 50, bait them into some awkward challenges, put them in no man's land, and then be able to slot it from there. Helix, certainly no problem. If we're wondering if he's red hot, apparently he was hitting the custom trading.
Dude, I don't understand, because I feel like every single time we look at Helix, we go, yeah. This is the time where he isn't able to live up to expectations, and then he lives up to expectations. Again, this is a player that, out of everybody in the lobby, is the singular one who has not made RLCS the professional circuit for Rocket League. Akron actually set a record as the first university ever to make it as a team, and that wasn't even with 5up. That's with their old captain and Tristan. Shout out to the GOAT. But 5up, again, another professional player, a guy who has played for a number of different teams, as well as professional orgs like Moist Esports. So again, Akron are very capable here. Helix is the only guy that doesn't have the resume to back it up, but he's got the stats. 4 goals in game 1 is absurd.
And that's the biggest thing about Concord and really all the top teams. Back in the day, as CRL's developed and it got the reputation, and really it is the naming rights for our show that we talk to these players on. It's a champ league, but you can get through with some weaker players. You are only as good as your weakest link. Helix is not looking weak at all. Now we have to see if the Zips are strong enough to fight back and go blow for blow. Maybe it's with Patty through the air. Helix, nice contest and safely to the corner.
I do think it is going to be Patty that's got to get the offense started. We talked about this yesterday. He had 4 goals for the first 2 games, and then as soon as he took his foot off the gas and started to play more of an assist role, he got a playmaker, 3 assists in the 3rd game. We need to see that version of Patty today. If we do not, this is going to be a rough task here for Concord. We've talked about it many a times in many a different places, but 5UP is a consistent player. We expect him to consistently play well, but the problem is occasionally Patty and Bullseye do kind of fall underneath the pressure. They don't play poorly necessarily, but if they are not at 100%, even at, let's say, 90, 95%, that can still not be enough to beat a team like Concord. Again, fall CRL champions. They are already putting Akron to the test here, as with 50 seconds gone in our 2nd game, it is just demo after demo, shot after shot.
Tasting its own medicine on the demo play, and it always goes down bitter if you're getting demoed, especially when it's a cycle demo. It's like they're playing Heat Seeker, but the only Heat Seeker is this ball towards the net. They're consistently on target. There's another one. Helix has to back up from this one, and another deflection should be Bullseye's, but he can't even control it. It's just another idle roll to the sidewall.
Start to pay attention to the boost totals here. Right now, they seem relatively calm, but Akron, the more and more that they have to go for these challenges on the ceiling, on the sidewall, they're going to start to get starved out. This is the only way they prevent that, by going downfield, grabbing boost when they can, and making very quick transitions. Smoss, though, might punish them for maybe pushing too far downfield as he tries for a double touch off the backboard to no avail. Helix next in line, and he's going to start headhunting. 5UP aware of it, so he will bail out Bullseye and at least keep the ball away for now. But again, it's the same sort of cycle. Akron getting pushed into their half, low on boost, and Concord just unrelenting with shot after shot, pressure after pressure play. Eventually, something's got to give.
That might be it. Oh, he had the reset on the 50. Well, very well done by Samaas, but it only goes so far. At the very least, Akron being trapped in this corner. They cannot get it out, especially when there's a whiff. Back post tap into Bullseye. 5UP, no 50. A deflection over the backboard. That should be wide open for Helix on the no contest. And yet Bullseye uses that third eye, sees into the future, and gets a save, followed up by another.
The one thing I will give credit to for Akron here is that despite having very low boost totals at many, many moments in this game, they are still extremely competent on defense. It's a team that has great reads off the backboard, inside of net, really doesn't matter where, they just know where to be at the right time. The problem is, when you have a passing play like that precise in front of net, there's no way you're stopping it.
Crispy's not rotating out because he hears the call out. Samaas to say, I'm just going to tap this one. I don't know if the defender's ready for it, and that is exactly why. The recovery was there, but not on the deflection to further that one into the net. Concord taking first goal, and again, they're starting to cruise. This is where Akron needs to answer back. Maybe right here. Difficult read, but Samaas makes it look so easy.
Great catch from Bullseye, but they still need to get this goal as quickly as possible to try and stop the momentum. Right now, scoreline 5-1 goal differential in favor of Concord, and it's not just been the goals that they are scoring, it's been the ways that they've been assisting each other. I want to see who gets the assist on this one. It's Helix. It's actually a bit unique. It's been Crispy who's been the playmaker, but again, everyone getting involved.
He's also staying close to it. He also understands that a lot of what Northwood was trying to do last game or last series in the semifinal when Akron defeated them on broadcast was taking awkward 50s, trying to slow the play down, but Concord instead saying, I'm going to advance this downfield, and if you want to play for that angle, I'm going to play the hard read. You see Akron not necessarily crumble into that pressure, not panic, but they're forced into a certain engagement that they cannot win, and Concord is following it up supremely well. It's something Akron's trying to get going as they had an electric offense in the semifinal, but it is all but dissipated under the weight of these counterattacks.
The counterattacks are not only clean, but it's every individual carrying what they need to do here. This is great from Smoss. Perfect first catch, and then immediately baits out the challenge and flicks it straight around them. Again, this is precision that only players of this level can pull off, and they're pulling it off over and over and over and over again. That is 7 goals through just about 8 minutes of play. Unbelievable start here for Concord, and I do not think they are done yet.
Akron's also a team we've talked about. They can peak, and Patty and Bullseye, obviously great players. They were playing out of their minds in their series that they played on Saturday, but can you keep it up against the best of the best, and especially when the flow state is getting closer and closer to being achieved from Concord if they're not already in it? So as we see them continue, they can't continue missing these aerials, and they have to make sure they take advantage of one-on-ones like this. 5UP does it himself.
Finally, they get back on the board. That's only their second goal of the series, but it could not have come at a better time. And again, it's similar sort of play style on both ends. The teams are breaking out, finding these individual moments where they can just sort of dive at net and get these one-on-one engagements, because as we've mentioned multiple times, they are all more than capable of winning in a 1v1 environment. The problem, though, is I think that goal is going to go right back for Concord, and indeed it will. It was a little bit awkward. The first shot goes off target, but all of Akron not prepared for the follow-up.
We said respect on this one. Crispy actually going for the Spanish. He actually misses the first player, almost gets the second, but it's enough to make Patty dive into the goal, and he can't recover to get that save. He is just a pixel or two below it. Concord continuing to roll that 4-1. Akron gets a brief, shining moment on offense, but beyond that, not much, even including this one. Crispy going backwards, just enough to touch it, and again, and a 50 into a deflection all the way down, if but a little bit too slow.
That is my very genuine reaction to watching what could have been the first own goal of the series, and honestly would have broke my heart and probably also broken the spirits of Akron. Again, they are still just trying to rally themselves to get back into the series. This is the second game in a row in which they've conceded 4 goals. They've only scored 1 in both of them. Can they find a second? No, Bullseye's challenge a bit too late, and the defense is back and prepared for it. Are they prepared for Patty? Absolutely. Helix just not missing a single challenge. He's almost outdone the entire team, and he still might. He's going for challenges. He's looking for the pass. It will be deflected out, but we continue to mention the step up from this player. He'll need to do it again, and he will. A save on the other end after leading his team into an offense.
The spacing from Concord is unreal in these defenses. Pay attention to when these shots come in from Akron. They're not poorly placed. It is towards the near post or the back post. It's toward the angles that should work on concept, but it seems like Concord has it covered. They have someone on ball. They have someone covering the only gap in the net. Because of that, Akron has to be able to really wallop these shots, make the save a bit more difficult, and they haven't really been able to throughout game 1 and now game 2. Halfway to a sweep is Concord University, and they're looking to do damage because right now it's looking like they brought a sledgehammer.
They have not only brought a sledgehammer, they have brought the entire bulldozer. They are just absolutely plowing over this team. Again, 2 games in a row now in which they have scored at least 4 goals. It's the exact same scoreline, actually, I'm realizing. 4-1, 4-1 in both of them. The only difference here is it isn't Helix just carrying the entire team in terms of the offense. It is all 3 players getting goals, and it is also Samas just assisting insanely for his team. It's been him both and Crispy doing this. Crispy had a playmaker in the first game as well, and to be honest, they've talked about this. This is actually how they like to play. They recognize, again, Helix, a player that maybe doesn't have the same mechanical prowess, the same accolades as the rest of the players on the pitch. So they send him forward and go, young man, pop off. We will assist you. We will get you those passes. We will get you those dimes. And they have both done it already here with a combined 6 assists through the 2 players.
And the biggest thing that both these teams, when they do get rolling and do very well, is it's supremely confident to just say, okay, I will rotate up. I might go a little aggressive, but I trust you to fill in all the gaps. Right now at Concord, there is no situation where Akron gets a touch and is able to actually think about where they want to go. And if it is, it's probably because Concord has stolen enough boost. They can back off and wait for Akron to try to ready up a flick, in which case it's not going too far. So it's a delicate balance from Akron in that they're getting a lot of pressure on, but part of it is because they're getting chased, they're getting boost stolen. In fact, it's exactly out of their playbook typically.
Unfortunately for Akron, despite the fact that they might know this playbook, they might have actually written many of the chapters, doesn't mean that they aren't susceptible to it. Game number 3, we mentioned this yesterday with the series that we had from Akron where we mentioned, yeah, if you go down here, I don't think this series is even comebackable. I'm going to now state the exact same thing in reverse here. Akron, do not give up this game. A best-of-7 reverse sweep. Again, it is possible, as I continue to reiterate, but I don't know if we've ever even seen one on land at CCC.
Well, last year's grand final was one of the all-time classics in Collegiate Rocket League history, and this one could live up to that if we have to go there. But I'd like to at least keep the option open for Akron and keep the window open, maybe like this one, because Samas going to go by it, and which means Patty, playing patiently, gets his first.
This is the Patty we need to see. No fear in the challenges. Yesterday was mostly on the ceiling. Here, it's out in midfield. Recognizes the awkward touch from Samas, does not think twice, and immediately bangs it on target. The first lead of the series for Akron. Now the question is, can they hold it for another 4.5 minutes?
That's the terrifying part of getting a goal early. It kind of gets you to relax, but then you realize, man, we have the rest of the game to play. Maybe after a dunk like that, could be a little bit different. Soft touch into 5-up, but it looks like Helix is not going to be bluffing at all. He is going to full challenge into everything. At least 5-up does get that boost steal, so Akron has a chance to move forward, but not for Helix being immediately there.
That's what I want to see, though. Again, more challenges on the ceiling without hesitation. That's what we need to see out of Akron, but it would have been even better if they'd been able to find a way out of the half. 5 Up, he will try, but he will pay for it with his car's life as he's sent to the Shadow Realm. The ball is sent right back into the blue half. Akron keep this one close, and Patty to try and take over. The shot does go on target, but Bullseye back, and Patty to the ceiling immediately. Again, we need this man coming to life. If you are an Akron fan, you got to get loud. You need Patty playing like this.
And you can see actually the spacing from Akron, they're starting to sit back a little bit. You're seeing the first touch come through from Concord, but because Akron knows it's not going to be a heavy one, they can sit and then be able to react, but no one can react to this one. I think a demo, and through the smoke screen, they missed the contact, but 5 Up will not miss this one. Another deflection for Akron to take us down the sideline as Crispy and Smas doing a lot of midfield work this time around.
They're trying to, but unfortunately maybe not as successful out of midfield due to the constant challenges that Akron are starting to throw at them. It's made a huge difference in this game as you can see the pressure not just going against Akron and their net. It is starting to also go against Concord, and it's starting to put shots in some awkward places. The challenge on the ceiling just barely ricocheting off target. Even if there were defenders back, it was going to be a hard save, and this one might be as well. Samos got to be careful with this, and he will, but to the backboard it goes, and Bullseye to go headhunting. Patty, if he had a little more boost, might have been able to beat the defender, but it's still more offense for Akron.
Ooh, Bullseye, luckily, he is not getting caught out on this one. Patty was coming back, but I don't know if he would have had it if it was straight down the middle. Speaking of, Crispy's going to be thinking about this one. He will back off and play that first touch into the ceiling, which nobody from Akron is ready for except for Bullseye. Understands the back post was open, and so he shuts that door.
Bullseye faking it out for his teammate. Clever play from him and 5 Up. It still will not be enough to get past the Concord defender, but this has definitely been the best game we have seen from Akron for a number of reasons. But the biggest thing is they're just tricking the defense. They don't know what to do. The shot might be off target, but these are the plays you need to pull out against Concord. Somebody who can make a save from pretty much anywhere, but when they don't even know where the save is going to be required, it's a bit more difficult.
A lot of car-and-car violence on this one from Akron's side. I'm seeing a lot of demos through the Concord defensive rotation, and right now it's relying on plays like this to buy time and be able to actually afford some pressure on offense. But the thing is, it gets sent right back into Bullseye, catching it with a reset. Deflection to the corner means that Patty, trying to have it all, gets the boost steal, or rather just got beaten out for it. So instead, a little bit of a hamperage on that last play, which means you can take it back and hopefully not get the worst pinch possible back into the midfield, thankfully for them.
I honestly thought they were going to try and team pinch that one across the pitch. Not a bad idea, but again, also a risky play, and I do think that we've already seen a good level of risk from Akron here. They don't need to overdo it, because if they do, they might give up a goal with only 75 to go. It is still only a 1-0 ball game, so despite the fact that Concord have blown them out of the water in the last two, Akron's victory here would be from narrow margins, and from narrowly missing the ball like that. Patty gonna have to be bailed out by Bullseye, and he will again. Despite the little bit of awkwardness on defense, Akron are still just challenging everything with little hesitation, if none at all.
Really solid touch by Helix, putting that one off the ceiling. It keeps it close to him, despite having to hit that one with a flip, and because of that, Akron didn't get the immediate clear, which means now refueled up, they can go for the passing play. Well aware is Bullseye, jumping in front of that one, and now the handoff with low boost. Concord, despite all of the boost struggles they've had in the midfield, they're still aggressive, understanding if Akron's going to hesitate even for a second, they need to be on that read.
To be fair, it's also switching things up because Akron no longer struggling on boost on defense. They do have a couple occasional moments where they're maybe a little bit low, but for the most part, they're a lot more in control on defense. It's a lot less panic. It's a lot less just sort of, what do we do to escape? They are escaping on repeat, and although they are not getting a ton of goals, they are getting shots that put pressure against Concord and do not let them out of their half. They've got one more chance to get out of their half, and they're going to have to make it all the way downfield. Samos looking to get it to Crispy, but 5 Up, other ideas as he banks to midfield. Is anybody prepared to keep it up? Helix barely, but low boost totals, a passing play required. To the backboard it goes, and Bullseye, maybe a bit too much power, spikes it to the ceiling, but 5 Up there to not kill the play. This one's still going. They're keeping it up. Helix, one more pop, but this one to the ceiling, and 5 Up to finally spike it down. Akron will defeat their demons. A complete change up in game 3 to cut the lead in half.
I think the Akron comms are a win is a win, and I'll take that one all day long. Not a lot of points, as you can see, as most of that gameplay, as I mentioned earlier, was taking place in the midfield. The demos picking up from Akron, but more importantly, cuts in the midfield trying to get in the way, trip things up. We saw air dribbles, we saw leading blockers try to get downfield, and I think the biggest thing from Akron is also a return to ceiling challenges. We called Patty out. We were saying if we saw a heat map, you'd have to flip it upside down because he was off the ceiling half the time anyway. So if you do that, it takes away options from air dribbles, which Concord has been trying to use off the sidewall, and because of that, Concord changed up, and I don't think in a way that they really expected to. That's what you do. Those tiny adjustments game by game, meaning now we truly do have a series.
We have a series, and we have a player that we now need to keep our eyes on as well. We talked about Helix, the impact he had through the first 2 games. I don't know if he had any impact here in the third. Not to try and point too many fingers, but 84 points is just not enough. 0 shots total for their leading scorer throughout this series. That is a bad look when we have talked about so many times requiring him to be on fire for them to beat really any team that they play. He is no longer on fire. He unfortunately has been kind of put out, but there's a chance here for them to rebound in game number 4. If they do, they move on to series point, but it's a lot easier said than done when you're facing off Akron, who are finally starting to figure it out.
Biggest thing about between game adjustments is that both teams are eligible for them. Concord understands that that wasn't necessarily a blowout victory like the ones that they have been able to claim, but you do not want a rerun of that last episode. And right off the rip, they have a decent chance. Samas not trusting that the save will be enough. He's just going to lob it up and over and then send the house. How about the third coming in with a lead blocker to boot?
You could see everything falling apart from the initial double commit right there. 5 Up and Patty both go up for it. Bullseye with quite literally nothing in the tank. It's like, all right, you know what? Good luck to me. And he's going to need more than luck. He's going to need a save. He does not find it. And Concord start the same way as they did in games 1 and 2 with an early goal within 30 seconds.
It's been dramatic this series, but not in terms of comeback. If you score first, you win this game in this grand final. And that is a pattern Akron trying to break. Maybe it could be with 5 Up, but typically, even though he leads the charge, Concord not worried about it. You got to be worried about Samas. The double tap not going to work out for him, but you know the threat is always lingering.
Bullseye, full tank of boost and a good 50. What can he do with it, and what can Akron do to get a goal back? Again, Patty, I'm not even going to call it no fear, no hesitation. It's just the Patty challenge at this point.
If you challenge that early, it has to be immediate. That is why it doesn't work out. Crispy is going for this because all he sees is the ball cam, a.k.a. the sky. And therefore, if Patty turns in place, he's going to be from the blind side. He can get a touch, and even better, a heavy deflection right on in. They all count the same, even if they're a bit more ugly than usual. Akron, therefore, able to maybe get off the kickoff, but unfortunately, a missed touch into the long clear. Not what they had in mind, as Samas almost quick enough to beat out 2.
Unfortunately, a demo downfield has now left Akron in a bit of an awkward place here. Low on boost and not really many options to try and escape with. You see the singular challenge to the ceiling from Patty, the only player with anything in his tank, and now 5 Up on 0, has to try and contend. The ceiling they go. Crispy looking for the fake out. He won't find it, but he will find yet another double commit from Akron. Old habits die hard, and I'm going to hope that Akron recognize that they cannot fall back into said old habits, because if they do, it's going to be this type of offense for the next 3.5 minutes. Concord putting on the clamps, the pressure here just unrelenting, and 5 Up going to try to alleviate it with a long ball to the backboard.
Keep looking at the bottom and left and right corners as the boost totals, because a couple times now when both teams are really getting going on offense, their opponents are basically left with 30 in the tank at maximum. If you get 100, that is a blessing, but you got to use it well. That air dribble, not a premium example. Pass middle, Bullseye's waiting for it. That should be cut around, and a 50 as well, which means Samas has to hold this one up, and of course he does. His first touch all grand finals and really all tournament wide when we've been watching in the pit has been so incredibly good. It buys so much time and trust in your teammates.
You kind of need to buy that time. Again, both of these teams like to play physical, so often you are going to have demos that start to break up rotations, break up the back line, and in those moments you need to make sure you are buying time for your teammates to get into position, to grab some boost, and to not make mistakes on defense. If I'm not mistaken, that's a team bump out at midfield.
I was not sure where the defense was. The binoculars are out, but I don't think you can see anything except for teammate on teammate violence. Sometimes you just want to dap up a teammate, but you can't do it in the middle of the game, especially with your front bumper to the T-bone side of their car. And therefore, it's an accident. It's awkward goals, but it all comes from Akron being in the right position, forcing awkward rotations, and sometimes, even at the highest level in comms, you're going to have two players thinking they have the best angle, and they're both going to be wrong.
I'm going to be real. That's a bit of an odd play for a number of reasons. Obviously, because of the fact that they bumped into each other, and they weren't intending to do that. But also because we've often talked about this. Concord, not just a good team, but a consistent team that doesn't usually crumble under pressure. They're a team that keep their rotations even when the going gets tough. The fact that they are now bumping each other across the pitch, I'm flabbergasted by what I am witnessing.
not necessarily nerves, but I think once you start to fall behind in a game, you want to get back into it. And some of it is just saying, well, we need to play quick. And then if you're not on the same page about who needs to go for what, it's great to cut in the middle. We actually see exactly why with Patty's first goal in this game. The problem is you need to be able to organize. You need to be able to say, hey, take this one after I spike it to the ceiling, or maybe do it yourself. The dunk sets up Samas 2-2.
There we go, Concord. That's what we need to see. Great plays out of Helix and just unbelievable confidence. You got to feel for 5UP. He has just a little bit more boost. He can probably pinch that off the top bar and at least clear it far enough away that somebody can't immediately follow up. But when it's just the lightest touch just on the line, that's going to be more than enough to find a goal for Samas and the tie up for Concord, but only momentarily.
And it's all too familiar. Patty, where are you going? That's not the ball. It's okay, because I know exactly what I'm trying to hit. Bang, Helix set into the next zip code. And unfortunately, he's going to have to find a ride back to the Esports Arena and ready up for another kickoff. A brutal way to give up your equalizer. Akron back in the driver's seat with under 2 to go.
This is more what we were expecting from this series. Just constant goals back and forth from both teams. It's just left hook for right hook, knockout blow for knockout blow, as both teams are finding excellence in their goals. This is maybe one of the weirdest shots I've ever seen, but it forces a double commit that somehow Helix recovers from. All right, again, they're both playing to their textbooks here. It's physicality from Akron as they continue to force awkwardness, and it's Helix stepping up like we've never seen from a third in the history of CRL.
And also 5UP also being that lead striker. He's gotten a couple on target that have barely been saved away. That one on a breakaway, if that was just a little closer on the outlet pass, could have been goal number 4. But Akron will gladly take a lead. They'll gladly build from it. Demo, no one there. Everyone's caught in the midfield, which means you got to get back. Samas from an angle does not have it. Therefore, Crispy tried his luck. How about a reset? No double. Patty sends that swatted away.
50 seconds to play. Concord still do have the time, but unfortunately, if they concede here, it's definitely not going to be enough. To the corner it goes. 5UP, great bump to keep Samas off the ball, and Bullseye to get the flip and almost force the own goal. Never mind, 5UP to finish it off as chaos erupts on the Concord line.
Hey, if Helix can do it, so can Akron. Bullseye just playing out of nowhere. 5UP saying, I know it's going to be somewhere here. Let's just trust it will get shoved through. 4-2 for Akron. A turnaround from the Zips as they're trying to close this one out, but how does the kickoff work?
I gotta say, we talked about history repeats itself so many times on the desk here, on cast, literally everywhere. This is a mirror of what we saw last year. 2 games with a favorite coming in, dominating, and then immediately Akron not just responding, they are starting to freestyle.
And look at everybody on Concord trying to gravitate across the field. They don't have that boost. They realize that back post is wide open. Bullseye knows it. That's why he's there. Easy goal on the tap in, beating both defenders, and that is the security goal that they need. Unless we see utter collapse on these kickoffs, it looks like Concord has a lot of talking to do between this game and the next, as Akron truly have found their flavor. And I think at Concord, in the back of their mind, saying, this is exactly what our worst fear was playing this squad.
That is Akron's worst fear for sure. Actually, it would have been worse had they actually had it gone into their own net. But to be honest, that's got to hurt for Concord. You're going, even when they make a mistake and basically shoot on their own net, they're still not conceding. This has been a complete turnaround. Akron, through the first 2 games, conceded 8 goals. After that, they conceded 2 and then scored 6.
And not really a lot to say about it. They're not taking timeouts because they really just have to deal with that 1 minute. The hat trick coming in from Akron in 5UP, playing that finisher role. But just as we applauded Concord in prior games of being able to get all these goals forward, that's great. But you need everyone to be involved. That's what the Zips did. That's why it's 2-2. And I said going into this one, we were talking in the green room, I will be furious if we don't get at least a game 6. Well, what do you know? We at least have to go that far.
We have a guaranteed game 6, and we also have a Concord that I'm going to say are guaranteed to take their time between these games and try and figure out what on earth is going on. Again, a shutout in the last one, and in this one, it's not a shutout, but the goals they got were off of kind of some sloppy defense from Akron. They didn't really earn it in the same way they did through the first 2 games, where it's just unrelenting pressure that never seemed to take their foot off the gas. This has been such a different game from them, and it's just been hard. I'm literally over here trying to keep up with all the stats. It's just Bullseye's got a playmaker, 5UP's got a hat trick, Patty's got 1 and 1. The entire team getting involved right now as we're just putting check mark after check mark, trying to make sure that it is not one player that we're giving too much credit to. Again, Akron, a full team effort, and that's what's the most impressive about this, because every time that we've had criticisms for this team, it's been 1 or 2 players just don't show up how we need them to. When they all 3 do show up, these are the results. 2-2. We are guaranteed a game 6. I'd love to get to 7, but let's find out who gets the series point first.
And who else is going to get that first goal? Bullseye, I love that build-up, especially when that first defender bites the dust on that aerial, as we see go back in with Patty, but for the most part, that first plan was really the primary and only plan. Therefore, Concord able to take it forward and desperately wants to get forward on offense. It's a strange phenomenon to be scoring basically at will in the beginning and then suddenly realize, I'm not entirely sure how we even get these shots through.
They're trying right now. Maybe it comes to the sidewall and Helix with a double to the backboard. Unfortunately, he's going to be met with a player, and Crispy will now have to take over. To the ceiling he goes, and 5-up will meet him there. And again, this has become a more and more staple part of the play here for Akron as they consistently make these challenges on the ceiling. And initially, it was just Patty. Now it's going to have to require everybody, because if you miss the challenge on the ceiling, this is what Samas does.
Several segments of every air dribble. First touch, second touch, and then final improvisations if you need be. Samas doesn't get the boost he needs. He doesn't have the angle he needs. He doesn't have the speed he needs, but he knows that one player's in this back post, one player's in the sidewall. If he shoots it low, maybe it is enough for Urvs to be that. And therefore, Akron has to shake their head and say, well, we covered almost everything, but almost is never enough.
Every once in a while, that pinch works out. I feel like it's often the plan B that you do see from players when it comes to air dribbles, but oftentimes it's, I'd say, lackluster, if you will. There's not enough power behind it. There's not enough precision behind it. There's just not enough anything. Unfortunately for Akron, the one time that it does connect as it intends to, it's going to go straight into their net and put them down 1-0 with just about a minute gone. They've got time to find a response, but they do need to break out of their half, and I think this might be the first chance, but will they have boost for it? Bullseye does pick up that midfield, and a little bit of trickery from Concord is going to leave them without any as two players commit to the ceiling, and neither one of them really able to charge into an offense. To the backboard, it attempts to go, but Samas up early, and Patty to challenge in the corner. Bullseye to challenge afterwards. Everything going weird on the line. Not really sure what happened, but I can guarantee one thing. It's an Akron goal.
Patty tried to get a soft touch on that, and because he didn't, I think everyone trusted he would, so they drove past the read. He's able to recover and then somehow actually assist his own shot on this one. Getting that one through. A lot of confusion on the line, but that's why you have to expect the unexpected in these games. You respect your opponents, but they are capable of getting a slight mistouch and completely bamboozling you.
We talked about this yesterday, about how Patty really started the series off so strong, and that's what led them to their victory. The first two games, Patty was relatively quiet. 1 goal in 2 games. That is not what we expect from him in terms of production, as Bullseye shows his involvement in the production with a fantastic save on the line. Since then, Patty has had a goal per game. That is a huge difference for a player like that needs confidence and needs ways to prove his scoring abilities. Let's see if he can do that here. Flick up high over one. Not around another, though, as another player challenges, and now Bullseye in his back line has to make a challenge as well. Trickery from Concord, maybe a fake, maybe a miss. Who knows what it is? It's an opportunity lost as Bullseye can clear this out to Patty, and 5-up to try and help him out, but this one just continues to ping pong back and forth.
Especially as we go on and on in this game, crossing halftime with an even scoreline. It's going to be hard to resist temptation on these counterattacks. You want to get up so quickly, but on that last play, Akron moved all 3 up. It got deflected back, and there was no one there for a brief second. That's how you give up easy goals, and so therefore, trying to meter out that double-edged sword of aggression is going to be the primary target for both of these squads. Interesting to see how both of them, almost in real time, you can tell based on how far they pull back, realize that they cannot get greedy.
They can't get greedy, and that's honestly, I think, a good thing that they need to not only keep in their minds, but I think it's a good thing for their play overall. The best way that these two teams play is when all 3 of their players are getting involved. We mentioned it in Game 2 with every player getting involved for Concord. We mentioned in the last one with Akron, everybody getting at least a goal and an assist. They need to make sure they are playing as a well-oiled machine. This is not a league like it was a couple years ago, where one singular player can carry the team to victory and just sort of show them the spotlight. This has to make all 3 players playing at their most excellent, and they are doing that right now. If they play this way for another 100 seconds, we move to our first overtime of the series. And Taco, I'm not going to lie, I know we're not supposed to be biased, but I'm kind of rooting for that.
I just want the entertainment. That's all I'm really here for, and I'm also here for making sure you recover on these long, long clears. Patty will do so, and beat out number 1, the 50 to the backside. 5-up thinks about it, but Samas knows that. It's why he's trying to take away that sideline, and he does well enough, but maybe not to stop 5-up. He was lingering there, and no shot available as 2 players in the near post will clearly say absolutely not to that.
I wanted that redirect so badly, man. Would have probably been the goal of the series so far, but there's still plenty of time for them to score that here in our final minute. Samas on the sidewall, full tank of boost and space to work with. What is he going to do? Gets around 1, gets around 2, only has 5-up the 50. Will not go to a teammate. Bullseye the first one to it, and then to it again. And then maybe to it again as he takes it through the corner, then out center, looks for the 50 and almost outdid the entire team just by himself.
We saw some awkward goals in the Northwood series off these type of deflections, and it was almost Akron the victim, dodging that demo into the team pinch. Samas does not have it. 5UP does have the boost. Who's lingering in the middle? No one, because Helix is making sure that's the only place he expects 5UP to put that one. And now he's trying to put it on a platter for Crispy. Coming in a little bit late. Patty, quick enough to read. Starting to get down to crunch time. No missed challenges here. You have to be guaranteed.
It was almost a missed challenge, but he does make it awkward enough to where Patty can meet them on the ceiling. Again, we've talked about it. He's doing that more and more, but he's not missing it when he does that, and that's a huge thing for Akron, as now they've even forced a double commit on the line, meaning low boost for almost everybody on Concord, so they're scrambling to find a way out. Helix hoping this will be it, but he doesn't have boost to bang it further than Patty on the backboard. Could have been a chance, but instead it's Crispy who will just get bumped off the ball. Akron, the final attack, can they keep this up and take a shot? They will attempt to. Bullseye trying, but Helix to keep it away. They're still keeping this up. This is lunacy at this point, but it'll work out if they can find a shot. Samas instead to take it to the ground, and we go to overtime, our first of the series.
5UP and Bullseye were both lingering in the middle, but even though Samas caught it on this corner, you're not greedy there. You know you got away with one. So take it down to the ground and play for OT. Play for a bump. Play for a miscommunication. Helix, he's left alone. This could be a 2v1.
5UP, flick around one, but Helix at least gets a touch in the way. Still awkward on the backboard as Patty will follow up the challenge, but will be beat out by Crispy. Crispy, some boost to work with, but some might even be an exaggeration. Doesn't matter, he's still comfortable with it. We'll take it through the corner, give a chance now to Helix, who, again, doesn't really do much with it. You can see the awkwardness for Concord. They're trying to figure out how on earth to approach these offenses, and they're left with very little answers.
Helix is almost waiting for Crispy to get that flick, and when it didn't immediately come in, he was a bit nervous, but he's not nervous right here. He looks cold stone-faced and trying to make sure his play mirrors that. Unfortunately, it's not really going to work out for Concord. I think both teams understanding that as long as they play a little bit safe on these angles, they can give up the occasional shot, but not something like that. Just a little bit wide down the left side and immediately right back for Helix.
I honestly thought that was going to be a goal. The only problem was that Patty didn't have enough boost to get back to it. Had he had some boost in the tank, that would have been an open net with Helix on 0 boost as well and retreating downfield. They still got to retreat downfield. This one's awkward, but Samas will get back in time and barely flinch at the attempt. Oh, 5UP, you can't flinch here, and he won't. Immediate challenge, and then to the backboard it goes. Helix looking for the double, will not find it. The shot, though, on target and barely deflected. The follow-up is not. Crispy to send his team to series point.
And what an angle to do so. Off the post, Bullseye's turning, thinking I probably have a second, but Crispy knows he does the same to make sure that goes through. That's why sometimes you do not rotate out, you make sure you're there just in case. The Bagman gets one more for his squad, puts them onto series point, grand final point here for CECC May Madness.
Again, this has definitely been a different series than we anticipated. Not only has it been the back and forth pendulum swing, but usually it's requiring Helix to get involved more than he is. Samas and Crispy are recognizing that he's getting headhunted. They are recognizing he's the player downfield, so they keep taking his boost, they keep bumping him off the ball, they keep making it difficult for them to have these longer passing plays that don't really develop into much. So instead, what happens? Samas takes 6 shots, Crispy gets the final goal, he gets 6 saves as well. The team is recognizing that if they're going to target our players like this, we need to step up. Massive props to Crispy and Samas for doing exactly that. It is going to get them the win here in Game 5 and move them on to series point. One singular match left for Concord if they can win it here and now.
And they're trying to do so through a balanced play. I looked back at a lot of this. I'm trying to rebuild it mentally, and I'm saying it's a little strange to watch both teams seemingly go forward, and then you can see in that moment, I don't want to press too far forward, and that moment was Concord saying, actually, we're doing that a bit too much. Maybe we can go for that close 50. I'm not going to rotate out. Maybe grab some pads, steal away some boost resources, and then we'll see what happens. That's what causes the goal, but also, we've seen many games also lost that way. So Concord knows what they're on the precipice of. This would be a massive way to be able to cap off their year, but of course, Akron knows the same. They just have to win this one to force a Game 7.
Again, I don't necessarily want to root for Akron, but I might have to, especially when they start the game off like that. Goodness me. Again, there's many ways that this can go. If they do want to end it here, fine, but not like this.
Yeah, Patty knew Helix was coming forward for that bump. He was winging around from the blind side, stealing that corner boost, so he knew if he didn't jump, he might get demoed. The issue is he has to hit that ball too. Nobody in the middle. That's a freebie. The death timer starting right now at 4:55 for Akron. If they do not pull it together, this series is over.
And unfortunately, it took a lot for them to even get 1 goal in the last game. It would not be surprising if it's the same here in this one. They do have the time, as you mentioned, but Let's see what they can do with it. 5 up off the ceiling, looking for a shot, won't find it. Instead, when we find a 50, out of the corner it goes, and Samas kinda has the read. It's a bit awkward, but Crispy will bail him out with a pass out to the corner. 5 up, he's there and can at least force a 50, and that one goes way downfield. Samas, kind of lucky in the fact that the boost spawns perfectly where he is, so despite having 0 going into this play, he'll have enough to turn it into an air dribble and an extra touchdown field. To the backboard, this one goes, and Bullseye will not miss. However, Crispy, good follow-up, looking for some bumps, finds some awkwardness, Helix the double, leaves it for Crispy, or excuse me, Samas. It doesn't really matter who's shooting it. All of them can bang it on target.
And that's not the easiest of shots, as Helix can ricochet this one. Samas has to get around it, but also jump fast enough to use that flip, get that extra power, and dig that hole a little bit deeper for Akron to try and crawl out of, still within the first minute of Game 6.
Ooh, I barely even recognized that. I thought that like 10 years had passed since we started this game, but instead, it has only been not even 60 seconds. The only good thing for Akron about that is that they do now have the time to respond, but they need to respond twice, and they also need to dodge these bumps. Helix causing problems for Patty downfield, so 5 up will get involved. Another good 50, but Crispy to come away with it, or at least attempt to, and goodness, this one will go all the way to the corner. Helix knows he's both getting headhunted and has to make the save. He will try. Bullseye will try and slice it around. He gets around 2, but the final touch just doesn't have enough mustard.
Those plays honestly need someone directly on top of the ball, kind of like this one. Helix doesn't trust the shot, instead tries to facilitate through the corner. If anything, it's all possession. Into the follow-up shot, back post, 5 up. Excellent confidence and patience, and can he get rewarded? The hook shot, it's geared in, double tap, it's too fast to handle.
I kind of wish he had just called another player into that one. I get the idea, you're the first player downfield, theoretically you should be the one, but unfortunately that's what you're having to contend with. Excellence in defense, even if you think it's going to be perfect, perfect may not even be enough. Brilliant save from Concord to still keep this a scoreless game, and then give themselves another goal. Helix perfectly timed reset, baits out the final defender, and opens the net for Crispy.
Man, what a spiritual gut punch to be able to flawlessly pick out the top corner, and flailing from the backboard, Concord still gets the save. And not only that, but almost immediately down the back end, Helix gets a flip reset to facilitate a wide open finish. Concord, their kickoffs apparently mirroring their confidence. They're sending 2, they're sending everybody at these reads because they just trust that they have this planned out better. And seemingly, this offense from Akron, a temporary distraction from Concord dominance.
I'm a little scared because this is looking exactly like our first 2 games. Concord just coming out with the firepower, shot after shot, offense after offense with just precision. And not only precision, team play. What we said was required for Concord was all 3 players firing on all cylinders. They are doing that now. Every player has at least a goal, and although we do have half of this game remaining, the safety net they have created is just immense.
It's going to have to come quickly and cleverly, as Concord knows the position they're in. They know that Akron has to rush and make decisions like that. Everybody going forward, leaving the goal unattended.
That's gotta hurt. Again, another goal that I'm not gonna say is preventable, but you know the only reason that goal even goes in is because Bullseye, as the third man, says it's now or never. I have to dive. I have to try, and you have to try for another 2 minutes, but it's gonna be a long hill to climb. This is getting worse and worse for Akron. They've had the chances, but this game started off with an immediate goal, and then another, and then another, and then another, and another. 5 goals to the good now are Concord, and if Akron can get one, it will reignite them, but they still have so much left to do.
And the thing is, Concord, you typically do not want to just slap the ball as hard as possible down the field because it gives away possession, but it doesn't really matter because every clear is going to burn off at least 5-6 seconds for Akron to try and get wrangled around and start up another offense. And right now, they're just trying to go for some bumps, some clever plays, some setups that are still not going to be enough up until 5 up slides one down. There's the light potentially at the end of the tunnel.
There is still a chance here. Plenty of time left for Akron, but goals like this are what's required. You need to perfectly slot it to the top right, and I will say, it's exactly what 5 up does. Good pass, good shot, good play will give Akron their first here, but with only 1:51 to go, they still have 4 more goals just to see a tie.
1 every 30 seconds, it's not going to help if the kickoffs are going like this. Helix trying to fake out with the musty, and no one's going to bite from Akron. They knew they had the angle. Concord knows they have the same down the wall up until someone gets dunked. Helix, I don't know if he has an immediate touch on this one. He'll try to stay behind it, but there's the shot. Double commit straight down the middle. Bullseye handing off to Patty. A lot of space to get the bump and lift up and over. Still enough for the clear.
Just a little too high on that play, but it does allow more offense for Akron as Bullseye and 5-Up start to get involved. Patty, good challenge, but is there a follow? Not quite, at least not for Akron. Instead, it's for Crispy. However, long ball downfield, open net, and all of a sudden, that's 2 to the good for Akron.
And it's coming from a weird cheat up here from Samas. I think he was playing off that 50, and right as he sees Crispy lose it, he backs up and realizes his mistake. This is where I think the playstyle is truly going to shift from more carefree time wasting to very deliberate attention to what Akron is doing. They're starting to bust out the air dribbles and starting to mix in some variety in bumps. Of course, they can just say ignore all that if they can get one more off of the top corner and out.
I would never say that they needed that as the dagger when you're up 3 goals, but I think in this instance they might, because again, this is just more confidence now being given to an Akron that do not need more. 5-Up looking for the bump, he won't find it, but he'll find Bullseye on the rebound, and all of a sudden, what was an absolute miracle a minute ago is looking like reality.
Do not head to the exits yet. We are far from over. 50 seconds, 2 goals. It is possible, particularly with these kickoffs. We have not seen too much success from Akron. What they have cooked up against the double commits from Concord each time.
Pay attention very closely here. It's a double commit from Concord. It's 5-Up downfield. That's still open though if the shot can go on target. It's just a little bit off and that needed to be precise. Instead, it is time wasted as we tick down the clock and go into our final 30 seconds.
5-Up is actually going to get a pass. He's going to get a double across that, except that Crispy gets the perfect touch and a reset to be able to push that a little bit further. Helix sends it over. Patty with the half flip is going to have to trust on the back post rotation. And a reminder from Concord, they don't need anything else. They just need to burn this clock.
They're doing a good job at exactly that. 15 to play, a chance here to close it. Helix looking for bumps, Patty looking for some sort of relief and will not find it. That is more than enough time. Concord, you might have let it get a little scary, but it doesn't matter. You get the job done. Concord are your CECC 2025 champions.
When we heard about these transfers coming over from Europe, it wasn't just that they're going to be good. They might just be the best. They win CRL fall. They fall out to the eventual winners, St. Clair in spring, and then they defeat them to go onto the grands of the last LAN here for the semester here in Arlington, taking a dub over Akron. An admirable effort from the Zips, but I don't know if anybody was beating Concord this weekend.
No way, not when you're playing like that to start your games. We have to look back. I don't think I've got the stats for it, but somebody probably does. How many goals did they score in just the first minute of each game alone? They started with 2 in this one and then piled on another 3 through, I don't even think the next 2 minutes. We were at halftime and they had 5 goals. And although Akron do find 3 of their own on the back half of this game, it is still not enough. Concord secured themselves the victory in this game, the victory in the series, and the victory at the tournament. A massive congratulations to Concord University, their first time at CCC and their first win at that.
And the biggest issue that we do see with a lot of these teams is trying to figure out, all right, well, when we do have these matchups, it doesn't look super great for Concord. You look at groups, they're dropping games. If you look at a lot of the playoff bracket, they had to go 4-1, 4-2. It's not looking supremely clean, but it's all about individual matchups. They saw Akron and said, I don't care if we lost on land. We win a majority of his matchups throughout spring in the CRL, but other than that, we have it down. Congrats to Concord. Throughout the semester, we've talked with all 3 of these players. They looked good, they played well, and of course, they deserved to lift that trophy.
Congratulations to our champions of Rocket League at CECC May Madness 2025, Concord University. Presenting the trophy here in Rocket League from the United States Army, Captain Herbert Dwayne.
Hey, good evening, Esports family members and friends. My name is Captain Dwayne Hebert, the commander of the Dallas Recruiting Company, and on behalf of the United States Army, we would like to announce our winners for this evening.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. So, gentlemen, let's get up here. I mean, a very good victory, a very strong performance from the Army as well. All right, so gentlemen, let's go ahead and pick up this trophy, a bit of a celebration, a dominant one at that. All right, ready? 3, oh no, you go, right, send it, perfect. Beautiful. I mean, an amazing performance from you guys all season long. Main season into qualifier. You don't lose a single round. You don't lose a single game in groups to get here. You don't lose a single game through playoffs. You win this. You don't lose a series the whole time. This is your first year in CECC. How does it feel to show up and perform like that?
Low-key kind of expected. We had such a great year in CRL and all of our other college leagues, so we came here to win, and we just did that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the win on the board. And to ask you guys, I'm so curious because there's so many esports we can play, right? There's so many games that we can find ourselves playing, but it's Rocket League for you guys. Well, why is it Rocket League? What is it about this game that continues to pull you guys back?
We just play it for so long, it's just the best game we're good at, and yeah, I mean, we're champs for a reason.
Absolutely. I mean, the champs for a reason. And coming into this, you guys had high expectations. I think every time we spoke, you guys said it's not over till we won. We've had that trophy. We found that victory. You guys have done that. You've won this trophy. How does it feel? The hard part's over.
Yeah, the hard part's over. We exceeded our expectations. We're seed 1 for a reason. We beat St. Clair, who beat us in champs, so always felt good. And the final was, it was a good final.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, a big congratulations, guys. Let's get another lift on this trophy here, if we don't mind. And let's make some noise for our 2025 Rocket League CECC champions.
Wow, this school could not have been more confident. Samas says in the pre-match interview, this is gonna be nothing. And there are moments where it certainly felt like it was not for this team. Confident all weekend, and well, the confidence does show. It was a key to victory in this one. And let's talk about this roster just a bit. The only player that there were some doubts, not a lot of confidence in, Helix. Tiny, tell me about him.
I wouldn't even say that it's lack of confidence. I think it's Helix compared to the likes of Samas and Crispy here. He just had a shorter resume, not having that professional level of experience. But I think he silenced any potential doubters that were out there just between these first 2 games. I mean, he scored 4 goals in the first game, had 75% goal participation in game number 2. Insane performance from him just to kick off this series, and it got Concord started on this right note. Really made Akron rethink their entire game plan.
And speaking of game plan, let's talk about Concord. Artie, what do you feel like makes the difference for this team in the series?
So in the beginning 2 games, a lot of times that we were noticing Concord had the advantage. They were in the offensive quarter of the field, so to speak. What would happen is we'd see the rest of Akron kind of bunch up. The zips almost were all being forced and magnetized together, it felt like. But the attacking approach that Concord had was initially when they'd be bringing it from their own lower half of the field, they would be close by. It was very tight-knit give and goes if necessary. If there was pressure on them or if they were meeting the pressure at the midfield, those give and goes, very succinct, very tight. And then as soon as they cross that midfield stripe, one stalls out to control that zone to make sure that there isn't easy breakaways and is able to rotate back quickly to the back post. Then there's that person that's existing kind of at the top of the goal box zone who's available for that give and go, for that person that's going to spearhead that rest of the assault into that goal box and attempt to go off the backboard. It worked out swimmingly for the first couple of games until the Zips kind of stopped acting a little scared and really got control of the game again. But for a while, those close-knit passes were the bread and butter for the Concord squad.
Yeah, that's where I want to go next. I want to talk about our runner-ups, Akron. Some momentum. Pyro, you call them moments in the middle of the series. Why don't you tell me about some of them?
Listen, we had plenty of moments throughout this series, but Akron's moments came off of actually a point that Artie made before, which was that Concord, they've got a little hubris about them. They can't overburn, and I think in Game 4 especially, that is where that happened. They were suffocating Akron, but to the point where they were kind of clustering themselves. The team bump that everyone was exclaiming about really started the moment where they began to crash and burn, where Akron were able to take over. Concord were doing too much, and Akron started to find the gaps. So I think Concord, they took a step back after the second win from Akron and said, okay, we got to change the pace a little bit. We got to play a more balanced play style, a little less risk-taking, and in the end, and even that overtime win, they were able to be the more clinical team, the more composed, and and just the champions of today.
The champions of today. Now, Concord, the biggest threat going to this bracket looked like it could have been St. Clair. They take them down 4-1. Akron, their biggest threat, Northwood. The Northwood Killers in this bracket take them down 4-1 as well. Desk, would you feel comfortable calling them the best team in Collegiate Rocket League?
I mean,
they're the best today, Kat.
Yeah, even production.
They are the best collegiate team today. Okay, and you know what? Concord, kind of front to back from this year, can tout themselves as the best, right? The fall champions in CRL, and now closing it out in the spring semester here at the CECC. On this big stage with that gigantic trophy that we just saw, there's not just being the best collegiate team, but it's really just pride on the line today. And they said it would be an easy job. I'd say there were those moments, but when they won, they made it look easy.
Yeah, it certainly made it look easy and did it with so much confidence. How much do you feel like this win and the early start in this series comes from that confidence, Tiny?
You know, Concord are a team that I think that you're entering this Collegiate Rocket League space at a time where the competition level couldn't be higher. So in order to make a name for yourself, you have to have that confidence in yourselves. If you don't think that you can do it, then you're not really going to get anywhere. So even hearing Samas coming out of the gates and being like, all right, this is quick work, not a problem. And while that might not have been the case at some points in the day, it's having that in the back of your head that you can't understate the impact that it has on your actual performance at the end of the day. So I think Concord, all things considered, are entering this new Collegiate Rocket League scene where it's not just the Northwood Dynasty anymore. We can have so many different people vying for the top, but they now get that chance at the throne.
And Akron had another shot. Unfortunately, yet again, history it did repeat itself. This team falls in finals on the main stage in Texas for another year after a year gap from making the finals. Just briefly, what do we need to see differently from this team for them to change that storyline in the future?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is let's not let positional bias get the better of ourselves because, I mean, you mentioned consistency earlier, Pyro J. They are consistent. They are consistently showing us that they deserve to be here, that they are good players, and that they are fighting for that opportunity to take the Grand Championship title. It's just this year they fell a little bit short, and I really think it came down to almost as though they weren't fully warmed up when they got on that stage. And I could be completely wrong, but the bunching up that I witnessed Game 1 and Game 2, that can't happen again. You cannot let a team corral you. You need to play your game and not let the other team be the one to making all the shots and making all the commanding calls happening on the pitch. It will not go in your favor. I know Akron can be stronger, and those first two games set the tone for the remainder of the series. If they don't let that happen again next year, I'm certain we'll see them hoisting the trophy themselves.
Well, there's certainly a reason that Concord sets the tone, right? Just such a strong group of individuals. And the CECC is brought to you in part by the U.S. Army. What we do with our lives defines us. So consider a path that gives you an array of opportunities for your future. The U.S. Army gives you skills and experiences to make you a well-rounded person. With many ways to serve that align with your goals, you'll become a stronger individual. Learn how you can be all you can be at goarmy.com/CECC. But speaking of those individuals, I think it's time for us to throw down to the bracket wall with Clutch Key for the victory crowning presentation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are down here on the bracket wall right now. We are getting set to place one more placard and complete our Rocket League wall. But first and foremost, we got the trophy bearers in front of us right here. Congratulations, Concord. You guys are 1 for 1 down here at CECC. How does that feel?
Yeah, feels good. Always feels good to win.
We're here with Samas right now, played an excellent game. You had pretty much 1 goal per game anyways. That's key, just scoring over and over. I mean, against a team like Akron, were you guys worried at all?
I can't say we were worried. We're more like, we just had to play a simple game and we were beating them every single time.
All right, and then I'll grab Coach over here. Coach, what did you see in this team today that impressed you so much to get them this trophy today?
Well, I mean, we've always believed that we're the best collegiate team, so we just had to come out, listen to each other, trust each other, and we knew we could win.
So you guys win CRL fall, CO Spring falls down just a little bit, but then you guys come back here. Does that mean that, you guys had a little bit of a matchup between St. Clair earlier on in the semifinals. Is that like your CRL Worlds right there?
Yeah, that's the matchup we wanted. We wanted our revenge because we really feel like we should have won CRL in the spring as well. So it feels good to get this back.
All right, we got one more trophy to hand out here. We know we got right here the big one, the heavy one. Although he's saying this is light. This is light for him. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So we got one more trophy to hand out, and that is our MVP of Rocket League right here. And this goes to the person to my right. Samas, you got the trophy right here. Congratulations. First and foremost, before you put that name on as well, earning that trophy, MVP. How does that feel?
Yeah, I don't think I deserved it, to be honest. I thought I had a quiet game, but hey, I'll gladly accept it, you know?
Anybody else want that trophy? Anybody else felt like they should have had it? He would have taken it. He would have taken it. You would rather hold that trophy instead of trying to hold that one up. It's heavy? Yeah, he's saying that's heavier than this for some reason. All right, guys, I will do one more thing. The name right here completes the entire bracket of Rocket League here at CECC Main Madness 2025. Who wants to do the honors? One holding the trophy, one holding the MVP, but one putting the name onto the wall. CECC 2025 champions in Rocket League, Concord University, everybody. Wonderful job. And they are lifting up the trophies and all. And they are doing such a wonderful job. Congratulations, guys. 1 for 1. Next year, 2 for 2? Yeah, 2 for 2 next year. Maybe we will see them defend this title right here. Before we go to an ad break, we will send it over right next to us to the Army booth to see who's got a PC going to them. Septilance on the other side right now.
Thank you so much, Keegan. We are here on the floor at the Army booth. And if you guys have been watching all weekend long, you know there was a giveaway here at the Army booth. There was the Punch Card Challenge giveaway. You can get a PC built by Oasis. Now they're stationed straight across the way there. So now it's up to me, I guess, a bit of pressure to announce the winner. And the winner is somebody fully aware of the fact that she's already won. She's standing 5 feet away. It's Maggie. She's the manager for the Maryville Valorant team. Now, Maggie, you and I were talking a little bit, and I asked if you're a PC gamer typically, and you said
I've never had one before.
She's never had a PC before. I mean, amazing. So somebody that absolutely needs one, somebody that wants one, somebody that's going to get one, and a pretty darn good one, if I do say so myself. How are you feeling about that?
I feel really lucky. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a great day. You get a PC. Your team's playing in grand finals. What else could you ask for? How's the weekend been for you guys so far?
It's been really good. Team's been great. We're super excited.
Absolutely. Well, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Maggie for winning this PC. And a big shout out to Army as well for helping us with this giveaway. A big shout out to Oasis for building this computer for the giveaway. We're stoked to have both of them here with us to help make CECC possible. Maggie, one more congratulations. Seriously, absolutely very happy for you. Now, I believe we're going to go ahead and throw to a bit of a break as we get our main stage ready for our next title. Don't go anywhere.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first. Delivery. I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert, and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first. Delivery. I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert, and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just gain.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. We get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on. Lava lamp.
My bad.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first.
Delivery.
I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just gain.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on. Lava lamp.
My bad.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first.
Delivery.
I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert, and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on. Lava lamp.
My bad.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first.
Delivery.
I will never accept defeat.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
I'm an expert and I'm a professional. I'm a guardian of freedom and the American way of life. I am an American soldier.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What I miss? Ah, the Expression Pro. Lean back, nice and cozy. Here's your gaming chair, and then the Expression Pro. No pain, just gain.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. We get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad.
Championship Sunday has not disappointed for CECC May Madness 2025. 3 trophies have already been lifted, and now another team shall enter into the pantheon of winners. Hello everyone and welcome back. My name is Sam Tonks, and joining me on the desk for Overwatch now, I have none other than Nerdy Bird, Tiny Shiny, and Killa Miles. And this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a matchup of all time. We have the defending champions, Illinois State University, going up against none other than Fisher College. And this has been an interesting weekend for both of these teams, but I want to touch on Fisher College first, right? They were the sort of team that we were looking at yesterday in our matchup that we had on Saturday. And when we talk about
Northwood going in to fight Fisher. It was that rematch. It was that blood match. It was that grudge match that Fisher won.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy, right?
They did win, and that's the crazy part too, because I think the vast majority of us that are particularly involved with the Overwatch scene for Collegiate were like, okay, Northwood, Fisher, this one's going to go the distance. Northwood, the exact same matchup happened for the Playfight Grand Finals literally on Friday. So Northwood won that, and we're like, okay, this will be close. Northwood probably have an edge going into it. Fisher sweep, all right? They locked it in, they come out and sweep. So it does show us that Fisher seriously have some fight that's left in them that perhaps a lot of us weren't anticipating.
Yeah, in particular, Cosmic was playing like the best he's been all semester, and beyond that, their synergy as a team really came together in a way we haven't really seen, especially in the Northwood Playfly match earlier this week. So if they're able to keep that up, signs of good-ish things are ahead.
Okay. Yes, well, there's the idea of if they can keep that up, but the real big thing here is the statement of if that you make there, because consistency is key to to fall back on what we've been saying across the board here. And if your DPS don't show up, unfortunately, in the current meta, then your entire team is not going to be showing up to the point anymore, because you're all going to be stuck in respawn off cooldown. Because if your DPS isn't creating pressure, your tank is going to blow up. That's just how this game works.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And sometimes that's what is Fisher College's death knell, right? They have this individual style of play. They try to go for these flashy maneuvers. They try to look cool, but they don't do it together as that synergy unit, which is why, Miles, when you bring up, having that synergy, right? It's a little out there, I guess we could say.
Yeah, the way I like to word it is Fisher College is a team that has some of the highest highs that you will see in Overwatch, but also some incredibly low lows. If this team is kind of going out there and taking these ego duels that might not necessarily be what is needed, then you're going to fall apart. Teams like ISU, who operate like well-oiled machines, are going to punish you for such errors. Whereas, on the other hand, if we can see Fisher hit a point like they did yesterday with Northwood and play together much better, then suddenly this battlefield gets a lot closer.
It gets a lot closer. But this is the defending champions that we're talking about here, Illinois State University. And listen, Nerdy, this is a big moment for ISU, the Redbirds, to make their statement.
It's a bittersweet thing to have to say this, but this program is sunsetting, and so this is their swan song, and it's the opportunity for them to make a statement and give themselves a last hurrah as a team and as a school as an esports organization representing their school. And so when so few of you are able to have the opportunity to do this, then you have to fight to the better end and the better finish to make sure that you do leave a mark here at CECC. You crown yourselves champions one more time, because you don't know if there's going to be another shot down the road for your university to have an esports team, or for yourselves to be here under a different banner as a same group. You cannot have that certainty, but what is certain is right here and right now, Illinois State, they're going to be going up against Fisher, and this is the chance for them to take the crown again.
Yeah. And it's not just this one time either. We're approaching the 4th semester of Illinois State sweeping every single major collegiate tournament out there. That is how dominant this Overwatch program has been, and it is a very bittersweet feeling for them. Having the opportunity to return this stage, one of the two teams, actually, Northwood Rocket League being the other one, having a chance at a title for the 3rd time in attendance of CECC, not just program history, but history for the entirety of collegiate Overwatch.
Which does, obviously people are always like, there's a target on their back, but if this program is sunsetting, if this is their last chance to really make this splash, then it's the last chance Fisher has to take down a true and tried, tested titan of the scene. Like, this is your moment to really show that you have what it takes to beat someone at their peak.
Yeah. But when Illinois is at their peak, boy howdy.
Oh boy.
Peak, am I right? And already they've been looking so good here at just CECC alone, right? They have not dropped one map in all of the games that they have played so far.
Okay, but what if you're Fisher and you're like, I can be that one team to make sure I take that one map?
I mean, that'd be pretty high.
You could do that. You
could take one map, or you could take all the maps, and you could say I get the only team to 3-0 sweep Illinois State.
That would be an insane turn of events, because mind you, in all the times that Illinois State and Fisher have met this semester, Illinois State have won every single one.
Yeah.
So they're currently 4-0 between these two teams in the last 12 months, I believe. So it's a tall task. I mean, a golden stage here for Illinois State. I don't think we can say that about any of our other game titles this weekend.
No, certainly not. there have been very contested titles all throughout in ways we didn't expect. I mean, we just saw with Akron, no one expected them to make the run that they did and have the performance that they did in the finals. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. ISU has been dominant. Even just now, that for a record, one of them was today. They swept, earlier this weekend, they swept Fisher and Pools 3-0.
I don't want to be that person because I said it earlier. I do agree history tends to repeat itself. I just want to try and give Fisher a little bit more of a benefit of a doubt. Oh, you've got a cheeky grin on your face and it is scary. I know I said history repeats itself.
What's that grin, Sam?
I can't take it back.
Hey, you know what? We always like having that person who believes, right? Who
I know I might be in the huge wrong here, okay? He's just got this grin on my face that's like, already really?
No, I think, but there has to be a way, right? That Fisher can punch through this indomitable ISU squad. There has to be a way that they can somehow get that victory over a storied team such as ISU.
Yeah, your DPS lock-in, you somehow manage to tilt the other team, you stay level-headed, and you absolutely demolish, but you have to become a beast among beasts in order to do that.
But this is where I'm going to come to you.
Ooh, okay.
Because you said highest of highs, right?
Yes.
This has to be the highest of highs moment.
It is either 110% or it's over. That's simply how I'm going to put it. Hydron and Cosmic, I think this is where Fisher can either live or die by. They can have some. I see them out there fully team wiping, playing some of the best Overwatch I've ever seen, and then other times I see them frontlining and getting punished for it. ISU are a team that aren't necessarily going to let that fly, and it's kind of the thing with Collegiate Overwatch too. Is we're not talking just about the best players in Collegiate. We're talking about the best players in North America, and I think across these teams, you can argue we have about top 5 in each individual role. We have insane talent across the board, but I think today it's going to come down not only to how these DPS perform, but how everyone can work together as a team and keep each other going.
On top of that, I want to throw in this idea that I mentioned yesterday, which is the supportal combat that comes through in this. Look, okay, I am here to see the most dominant support lines coming out today, because when you have the synergy and the confidence in your DPS to understand, hey, there's a health pack, then you know as a support player, when your DPS goes to take an off angle, they know their pathing. They know where they need to go, and they know the optimal time in which they need to go on these attacks. And when they do that, that means you as a support backline need to create immense pressure, putting out damage. You are the ones taking attention from your tank because it is your turn to potentially blow up and trade backlines. So you yourself have to start annihilating the enemy DPS in those moments. You need to keep your tank alive, and you need to be doing damage, and that is why I say you need to become supportal combat.
Yeah, I mean, we know the name of the game is shut down Kuffa on the tank, Lethal on the hit scan. They're the big names, but when you say shut down, you don't always have to 1v1 them and take them down to cut off their resources, take out the supports, be the support taking out the supports, like you said.
Supportal combat.
Why do you look ashamed of me?
Ashamed? I'm the most proud I've ever been.
Okay.
Listen, that's going to be living rent in my mind for at least until the end of today.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah. We'll take that. We'll take that. But it's the storyline, the narrative that's being built right now. Fisher College is just this. We talked about mountains yesterday, right? But this is the Mount Everest that Fisher's going to have to go against, right? They took down Northwood, though. That's a phenomenal feat. They got their revenge. They 3-0'd, clean sweep them, where they were playing their highest of highs Overwatch. Now it's how do they translate that into today? What's that sort of difference maker that they need to get to that point?
I need to see more of this team cohesion. I think Fisher Esports especially, I want to shout out Grapes here for a second too. Grapes and Kiwi, the support line for this team, incredibly solid when it comes to supporting, especially with the adventures that these DPS are going to go on. We kind of talked about before how Kuffa and Lethal tend to be the standout players for ISU on the tank and DPS respectively. So when we get to look ahead towards, especially when we need to either match that hit scan or, hey, Kuffa is in the backline, we need to deal with this, Grapes and Kiwi have a lot of control over what these supports are going to do.
I want to kind of pile in on that as well, but I want to look to the tank line because I'm going to be fully transparent with you. Well, I'm pretty sure Tiny can agree with me on this. Kuffa is arguably one of the best, if not possibly
I think he's the best tank. I think he's the best tank in Collegiate right now.
That exists in the Collegiate space. So when you're going up against that, I'm going to be real. The 1v1, odds are you're going to lose it. So you need to kind of get in the mindset of this is a losing battle on the front line, so I need to turn my attention elsewhere. It is either I'm surviving until someone does something to their DPS or their backline, or instead I'm going to circumvent Kuffa as best I can, guide my team path differently, and get into the backline and absolutely eviscerate them before Kuffa is able to notice.
That's been kind of the crazy part about CECC 2025, right, Miles? Is just the level of skill and the players that are out here on the stage, right? We've been seeing all across the board collegiate players that are like playing in the tier 2, tier 1 scenes.
Yeah.
All across all of our different titles, and it's no different for Overwatch.
Yeah, I feel like there has been a push to not just bring in like retiring tier 2, tier 1 players, but to actually incorporate them into that scene, find ways for them to participate in both, because it obviously gives schools visibility. It gives opportunities for the students to grow their career after college, during college. Like, there are a lot of reasons why these tier 1, tier 2 players are finding homes, real solid homes in the collegiate scene, and we're seeing that here in both these teams.
We absolutely are. It's getting close, though, for the player walkout, so I do want to go ahead and get some opinions on who is taking home the crown. Now, I want to save you for last, okay? Last, all right? I'm like, you hold on. Tiny.
Me? Okay, well, this is fine. I mean, I think that this is a moment that I first of all need to apologize for every single moment in the past that I have ever doubted the ISU Redbirds. There's been a couple of those throughout the past 4 semesters, and I have learned my lesson. They've won every single tournament. I'm not going to doubt you this time. I think this is the ISU Redbirds, their last hurrah, their last big moment that this team is going to get on a big collegiate stage. Fisher, yes, they're going to stand in the way. They might make it a little tricky, but a golden stage here, a potential to make CECC history. The ISU Redbirds, they're taking advantage of this opportunity.
See, I agree with you that ISU is going to win. But if Fisher was ever going to get a win, it really does feel like this is the weekend where it could happen. Like, Fisher has improved exponentially over the course of the weekend, and if that track has been continuing, there is a chance that this could be a Fisher win. Just a chance.
Yeah, sure. There's a chance. I agree. Honestly, yeah. I mean, Fisher, there's always a chance. I'm going to say you're just stacking. We're not just climbing Mount Everest. You might as well be stacking 2 on top of each other with this. I mean, this is a mountain plus some that Fisher have to climb. If there is a time for them to hit their highest of highs, it's going to be today, Miles. We even saw it in the semis before, and honestly, I want to give it to you. I think that Fisher, they do have the potential to push ISU if they're playing at their A game.
All right. Nerdy?
Hold up, you said I was last. It's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. What? Oh my God. Okay, hold on a second. You know what? I'm gonna follow the train of our very brilliant analysts here, right? I'm gonna go with ISU. I'm feeling pretty confident about what this team is capable of. Obviously, seeing how they've done over this weekend and how they've just done over, I mean, time itself, right? It's very hard to argue with those kind of results, but I do think that Fisher is going to make this a very close series. I think they're gonna make this a very close matchup. I believe they're gonna be playing the highest of highs of Overwatch.
Well, I don't doubt Fisher is going to show up and they're going to perform to their absolute best. They're not going to be playing for the quote content today. They're going to be playing their hearts out. Oh yeah, we hear about that all the time, of course. I have to... Last time there was a team, well actually a team member of another school who had announced retirement from the competitive space. I said, this is your last opportunity to show me what you got. The Redbirds have repeatedly impressed me. There was never a question in my book whether or not they could come to this event and perform. There was never a question even when they weren't here before this event last year if they could perform or not. I believe that they know this is their last shot. They're going to take it and they're going to run with it. Redbirds, this is your swan song. Go out with a bang. Do not go quietly into that sweet good night. Make your team, make your school proud, and show me what you got. I think you'll win today, but if you don't, I'm going to be sorely disappointed.
What's not going to disappoint, though, we have something a little special before we do our player walkouts. We're actually going to be hearing from both of our teams.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CECC 2025. I'm still your host, Septulence, joined this time by Aaron, the Assistant Director of Fisher Esports. So Aaron, going in, you guys are about to play ISU here in Overwatch. How are you feeling about that just off the cuff?
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty good. You know, we've already won Smash, so we're really, you know, excited to play even more. We played ISU a ton this entire weekend. We've been cheering them on. My voice is going as you can hear. So we're really excited just to see how these guys can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into that, you know, you guys are, I think, the only team this year to be in a grand final for 2 games. How does that feel going into the second one? You know, you guys got that first title, and to some programs, you know, they're looking for just that trophy. You've got the chance to win 2. So what's the mindset for this?
Yeah, I mean, one of the best parts about Fisher is that we're always having a really good eye on the rest of the competition. We'd actually be the only other school besides Northwood 2 years ago to win 2 trophies in a single CECC. So winning the second one is actually very important to us because we want to carry on that legacy. Obviously, moving forward, like, we want to win 3. Of course. And we want to sweep at one point. So we're always hoping to just better ourselves, better the program, and keep pushing forward.
Yeah, so better the program. In regard to Fisher College, you guys are a top caliber team in almost every e-sport. I mean, that is not an easy thing to do. So how much work goes into building a program like that?
A lot. Honestly, you know, there's a lot of sleepless nights.
Yeah.
There's a lot of long days. It's a lot of just worrying and making sure that the kids are doing what they need to, where they need to be. I wouldn't be anywhere without our staff. Our staff here is amazing. Everybody that we have here this weekend. We even have staff running other events of their own at home. So shout out to Jackson running the Massachusetts High School League. Absolutely love it. You know, all the staff here is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. So Aaron, going in, you guys are going to be playing ISU Overwatch, and by the time this video airs, in a couple of minutes. So which player on Fisher College, when I say who's going to jump to mind, what player is going to be in the front? Who should we look out for to make those big plays?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of the players are phenomenal. Iron's got a lot of legacy in him, so does Hydron, obviously being part of the Overwatch League. Cosmic is like that ranked player that a lot of people don't really know about. He popped off yesterday versus Northwood, so obviously look out for him. And then obviously that back line is one of the top ones in Collegiate with Kiwi and Grapes. And then honestly, shout out to Tensa, one of the best coaches in both Marvel and Overwatch, and any team would be lucky to have them.
Without a doubt. So Aaron, going in, if you had one message for ISU Overwatch here, just something to say before the game, I'd love to hear your final thoughts.
Look out, we're coming for you.
Short and sweet. Thank you so much, Aaron. We're going to be jumping into this game in just a bit here, folks. I hope you're excited. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CECC 2025. I'm your host, Septulence, and I'm joined here by Parker, the head coach for Overwatch over at ISU. Now, you guys have qualified for grand finals this year, which in its own right is something incredible to talk about. What prowess is it about this team that has made you guys so strong? What is it about ISU Overwatch that sets you guys apart from all the other teams we've seen this weekend?
I think it's our passion, our drive. I've been talking to a lot of the people who have been here, and I know a lot of the players as well, and I kind of know what their day-to-day looks like. I know what their programs look like. And not to give away secrets away, but I think that the systems that we've developed, the players that I've recruited, and their passion to win is unlike any other in the scene. That's why we're so successful. So.
And Parker, unfortunately, you know, this passion is going to get cut a little bit short, and that's something that is absolutely devastating for this program. And you guys have made it to this grand finals. What would it mean for you guys, not the program, what would it mean for you guys to win this weekend?
Yeah, so winning is really, really important to us because we want to go out and bang, and we want to solidify ourselves as the kings of the collegiate and the greatest collegiate team to ever exist. So we really want to lead by that legacy. We have the opportunity to do it here and again next week at NECC.
Yeah, without a doubt. And going into this weekend, you guys are going to be on that grand final stage in possibly just a little more than an hour at this point. How are you guys feeling about going into that match?
We're feeling really, really confident. I think historically we've had a lot of success against Fisher, and we were really surprised that Fisher 3-0'd Northwood. And we 3-0'd Fisher last time we played them, so we're feeling pretty good about going in.
Yeah, and I'm not going to ask any specifics here, obviously, because this will be played, I think, before the match, so we don't have to get into mechanics here, but if there is a player on your team that we should be looking out for during this matchup, which one of those names jumps to mind?
I mean, they're all demons. It's so hard to say. Lethal is always a superstar whenever we need him. I mean, Will is just so consistent, and he's always playing well, always communicating really well. I mean, I could just sing high praise for all of my players. Obviously, the DPS are going to stand out the most mechanically.
Right.
But, I mean, without Kappa or Admiral or Luke Mino, like, none of that would be able to happen. So, I mean, just all the players are just so good together and so talented.
Without a doubt. And by the time you guys see this video, we're about to find out how good those players are. So, Parker, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you,
Best of luck.
Appreciate it.
Welcome to our grand finals in Overwatch here at CECC May Madness 2025. Our match is between our number 2 seed and our number 1 seed. Let's introduce our teams. First to the stage, the number 2 seed from the CECC East Regional, Fisher College. Iron, Hydron, Cosmic, Grapes, Kiwi, Dongmin, Sloth. And their opponents, the number 1 seed from the CECC Midwest Regional, Illinois State University. Lethal, W. Maimon, Kuffa, Admiral, Luke Mino, Goose. And now, please welcome back to the stage for the pre-match showdown, your host, Septilence.
Hello once again, everybody. Gentlemen, feel free to take your seats if you would like, except for the 2 of you who, of course, are coming to talk to me just a bit about the series we're going to be seeing. So we'll start with Fisher here. Great to see you guys. Happy to have you on stage. So you guys have had quite the performance this season. I mean, but that is of Fisher nature, right? A behemoth in the collegiate esports space. So finally getting in, having the opportunity to play against ISU in these grand finals, getting the chance to maybe bring home the 2nd trophy for your college today. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. We always expect to do well in these tournaments, and these guys too, we always expect to play against them. It's nothing new, so it's really exciting.
Absolutely, and on this side, we're going to be seeing a hopeful victory for you guys as well, but I do want to ask, with the closing of your program soon, I am quite curious for you guys, is it about the trophy or is it about the statement?
A bit of both, to be honest. I think we just want to win everything, so winning this and then the tournament next week in San Antonio, it would be a really nice way to round out the year and the program in general, I guess.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but since spring of last year, 6 losses total for you guys compared to over 150 wins. So, I mean, a very dominant season so far. Do you guys think you're going to be able to carry that momentum today?
Yeah, for sure. We're really confident.
Absolutely. And going into this, you've played them so many times before. Do you guys, and of course you don't have to say what they are, but do you guys have any secrets or something different that you guys are going to try to do against a team you've played so many times before?
Nah. Straight up? Yeah, we're not doing anything different. We're just going to play.
Love it. Just got to play the game you know best, right? And you guys both know it pretty darn well. So without further ado, let's get to it. Let me see that handshake, gentlemen. And let's wish them the best of luck as we jump in to Overwatch Grand Finals here at CECC 2025.
For CECC May Madness 2025 Overwatch starts right now. For the final time from the booth, Clutch G alongside my good friend and partner, Twin Salty, with you in the booth for one last match. Not only for CECC May Madness, but a program, overall history program that could make some history here. We'll talk about that in a second. But Illinois State, as we've been talking about throughout the entire day, the entire weekend, this is one last hurrah for a historic program.
Yeah, if they win this, and let's say they win NECC next weekend, might go down as one of the best dynasties, not in just collegiate Overwatch history, but collegiate esports, period. You heard Septilence say a little bit of the numbers. This year has been astronomical. They've only lost twice, and they avenged both losses within weeks. So this is a team that, even when they lose, they know how to bounce back. But the tricky thing here is there is no bounce back ability if you lose this series to Fisher, who they performed extremely well yesterday. The desk talked about it was not the expected team to go against ISU. So a hot team that could do some damage.
Yeah, and we talk about a team from Fisher that is looking for their first championship. They've been stuffed out before in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals. No matter where they have been, they have tried as hard as they might. But every single time within the last 2 years, when they get to this point, or try to at least get to this point, they were stuffed by the eventual champions. That's the one thing to know. Now they are here in the grand finals, but the desk talked about it. This is a mountain that has so many storylines. It almost feels like the storyline lines up for Illinois State. But if you heard director Aaron Koliakomo down on that floor during Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, that man lost his voice saying it still wasn't enough. They have to have enough and more to beat this Fisher team for him to scream one more time on that wall.
And honestly, it's not out of the question here for Fisher, right? Like, no matter what, as we've seen it time and time again, especially in events like this, the impossible can happen. And it's not even like it's impossible to beat ISU. It is just so difficult to beat a team that is this polished and this skilled. But Fisher, the way they played yesterday, it feels like all the pieces are finally coming together here for the Falcons. So maybe this is finally the time that they can get their first Overwatch title in CECC after being here all 4 years.
But talking about CECC titles in general, Illinois State storied already. 2022, they had it. Missed the year in 23 thanks to the Saints of Maryville. 24 last year, they get it back in a sweep. 2025. Bit of history here. They could be the first team since Northwood Rocket League to go back-to-back in championships. They could be the first team in CECC history to win 3 titles in a single game. Northwood had the chance to do it this year. They were the only other team to try for it. They go out. But Illinois State is here in the finals. They are one step away from making history not only once, not only twice, but 3 times in the history books. And this could be something worth watching. And again, there was no Overwatch Collegiate Championship this semester. There was nothing for it. You feel like this is the pinnacle right here. You feel like, and I know there might be other tournaments down the line, which we know of. But right now, as it stands, with everybody gathering in here, every one of those 20 teams are the best 20 teams in Overwatch collecting here, 16 of them from the Okra rankings. This feels like this is it for the title.
This does really feel like you said, this is the tournament to win. With no OWCC this year for whatever reason, this is the biggest tournament of the semester, of the school year for these teams because of the ABC not going on. So everybody had this circled on their kind of like, yo, this is the one we need to win because this is where the best of the best of the best are going to be. And it does feel right. Number 1 seed, number 2 seed in this are the 2 teams here meeting in the final. And, you know, first map, we'll get into bans here in a little bit, but first map, for such an historic game like this, we have to go to Lijiang.
It has to go. It has to go to Lijiang Tower. To start us off in Lijiang Tower, that is the only way to end off here in such a grand way for not only program, for CECC May Madness in general. We still have Valorant after this to go as well, but you feel like the storyline belongs here, right? A program going out or a Fisher program that's going to win their first in Overwatch here in CECC, which could be over the hill, right? I mean, it feels like also just on today alone, right? Let's talk on the other side, not Illinois State, but Fisher, right? They are the ones here in CECC May Madness and Super Smash Bros. Went all the way to 5, technically speaking, played 4 games, but all the way to 5 in general. They won it in such an exciting fashion. Kronos at the end, cleaning up house, taking care of it, and giving Fisher the trophy at the end of the tunnel. And then you get this hill right here to go home with not only 1 of those heavy trophies, but 2 at the end of it. That would put Fisher at a pinnacle that nobody else can reach right now.
And they get to play spoiler in both, you could argue. Like, they upset the hometown team, UT Arlington. You guys saw it earlier. The crowd was going nuts during that when UT were about to win it and Fisher just steal it at the last second. And now they could play spoiler to the story of ISU. But even on their own right, this is a team that was brand new back in the fall. Kiwi comes in the beginning of the spring, replaces Renko, who goes over to Maryville. They drop out in semifinals. But this has really been a team that, yes, they've had their little bit of rough patches here and there, but it has been so much that they've been able to do this year.
So there's going to be a lot to do here for Fisher to get over the hill that is Illinois State. First map, Lijiang Tower, and the bans are online. Illinois State, first banned out to Lucio. They don't want anything going. And in the skies, especially on Lijiang Tower, whether that be the Garden or the Night Market, not so much Control Center, but far as off the map here for Fisher.
which shocks me to a degree because I know WMA has a phenomenal Pharah, and that's probably why Fisher banned it. I think on the other side, it was the Lucio. This is a team that they run the Lucio a lot, but it is also a team that, hey, Admiral is very open to if they want to run the Brig with the Juno instead. That's not something they're completely against. We've seen it time and time again for Fisher. It does throw a little bit of a wrench because they do typically run that Lucio with Grapes, but it's not something that is totally uncomfortable. As we load in here now to Gardens, round 1 of map 1 of this Overwatch final here at CECC 2025. And we have practically a mirror matchup as both teams will go to the Genji after the sim TPs to point.
So it will be Illinois State on the blue side, Fisher on the red side. History to be made right here, right now. First map, Lijiang Tower underway, as you can see just each side poking out right now. No Lucios anyway, so you can't move anybody on the map unless you had a Pharah, which, by the way, does not exist here anymore either. So no environmental possibilities for the most part, unless you have maybe an Orisa Javelin spin, maybe if that, or even a Jagged Wall, but no hazards on either side to be worked with here. But they're just poking at each other right now, but that allows Illinois State to take the space and move in.
Yeah, just slowly poking. Nobody wanting to make the first mistake of this game so far. It's Kuffa and ISU being a little bit more aggressive, and they get the point captured first, and now Iron trying to contest, but it's Cosmic with the first blood.
Cosmic gets first blood onto Luke Mino at the very least, so that is the Juno out of play. That's a big chunk of healing down for Illinois State as well, and that means Kuffa's going to fall down because the only healing you have left at that point would be the Brigida, and they're just all going to fall away. Cosmic finds 2. It's back to Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher able to get the flip over, especially with that opening pick. And this is what we talked about. The Deaths talked about it a little bit too. Cosmic needs to be at the top of their game. It's a massive reason why they were able to upset the Timberwolves yesterday in the semifinals. They need that kind of performance from the Genji here and now.
30% coming up here. They need to find a way to get Hydron down because Hydron's falling oh so low, and now it's going to pop off the Annihilation. Kuffa's trying to cover every single inch of area he can, and that's a big area to work with as well. WMI, Mona, and Lethal will follow up on the damage. This should be fight over. They're not going to use anything else because Illinois State 1 button, 1 win.
Yeah, just the simple ult right there, able to clean up house across the board. Even though they're not able to get Grapes, I thought they were able to get the Brig early. They escape, but with everyone in such disarray, trying to deal with Kuffa in the Annihilation, it's actually the supporting members that are able to get those final blows for the Redbirds. And now Lethal, this overclock in hand, could be the best player in Collegiate right now, dare I say. Let's see if they can pop off here.
Could very well be it, but let's find out if it is. If it will be the orbital ray plus the rally at the same time. So is this going to be enough? Now you have the Blade coming out here. That is 4 ultimates used on the side of Fisher to win out this fight. Yes, it's close, but do you think it was worth it right at the end?
We'll see. I don't know. You get 2 ultimates out of ISU, especially the orbital ray. That's big. Getting the orbital ray and the overclock out, that is massive for Fisher, but you do use 4, and it feels like maybe they could have got away with 3, but they have to look forward now as they have the lead. Iron, Annihilation, they have to live even with the rally going from Admiral.
I was about to say Iron has Annihilation, but Admiral can capture that right away with the rally too, so here comes the fight, and Kuffa is alone by himself. No need any damage anyways, but WMI Moan slashes hacks away to get 2 kills for the Genji, and that's enough to put Illinois State back into it, and only needed to use the Blade forward. Rally still available.
Yeah, they use Kuffa as bait. They're like, hey, Kuffa is here alone. We have a few on flank. They pop the Annihilation, not realize that the flank is coming through, and the Blade is able to get 3 right up front. Iron lives, and the Rally is trying to keep them up now. At the ISU up, I should say.
It is ISU that is up for the Rally here. Kuffa almost to an Annihilation. Nobody on Fisher is close to an ultimate unless you're going halfway over. It is just the supports of Kiwi and Graves that are over 50% at the moment. Hypering comes out, nothing there, and again, the Mythic skin, very nice Hypering in the shape of a heart, but what right now Fisher's not loving is the fact that Lethal's found 2, and Kuffa finds another one to clean up house. Final fight territory.
And they will try and stagger on Iron, and they do. 87% and counting now for the Redbirds, and they will be posturing extremely far forward, knowing that, like you said, Fisher do not have the ultimates. They have the Annihilation just to keep everyone back so they can't touch.
They don't have a Lucio either. They can't touch
they can't go over.
So they can't even get into it, but somebody finally does. Too bad it's at the life of Cosmic and Graves here. Fisher tried, but you almost feel like those 4 ultimates may have just costed them the round at the end. Lethal is going to find 2 picks on the process. Nobody else is touching this point. 173. Good start for the Redbirds.
Redbirds maybe a slightly slow start in that first fight, but they're able to get it together, and I will say critical error, like you said, from Fisher. using maybe too many ultimates, and they get themselves in too big of a hole to get out of. But if we go over to Night Market now, maybe, again, more than likely going to see more of this Ram. I think eventually as we go on in this series, depending on where we go, we could see more of that dive coming out, whether it be from the Winston, D.Va, Hazard. More than likely not seeing the Winston, with these two being the teams. Fisher usually like going the D.Va route. It's one of Iron's best heroes. Hazard on the other end, Kuffa extremely comfortable with, but we'll get to that later on. But no changes across the board except for the TPs coming out. Actually, only for Fisher. ISU will not TP out. Fisher will be able to get to point first and set up.
So yeah, they'll use the Symmetra as per normal, which they don't use the another teleporter to get back up to the top way, but either way, Illinois State's able to get their first. They're able to actually take a lot of space here. Fisher's kind of split up momentarily and look right in the face is this Brigade, but it's going to land up for nothing. Lethal and Kuffa take care of business, and all they find is Grapes in the back line kind of just hanging out and waiting for death to appear.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that got messed up for Fisher. Like, they should have been able to get there first. They TP, but instead it's ISU. They catch the supports trying to get through initial choke. They're not able to rotate with the rest of the team over to the main fighting area, and ISU able to capitalize on the kill box. And ISU just going to hold here at the doorway. It can be very tricky depending on which way they go, but Fisher now looping around the outside.
By the way, differential in the tank ultimates here. Iron and Kuffa about 30%. It is massive right now, almost even 40%. And Kuffa's going to get a little bit more for it. Hydron goes down, so does Graves. Yes, you get Kuffa back, but you almost feel like that's too little too late.
At this point for Fisher, you just reset. Chill out for a second. Kuffa will be the last to respawn, and Lukmina will not be able to go back to get them in with the hyper ring. So Fisher, now that they take a second, everybody will be back. They can start making their way to point. ISU smartly just take and go back. They can contest from the outside.
See if they do here. They're going to try it for a different way around. Fisher almost captures point as well, but instead it is Illinois State that's going to hold on to a couple of more percentages here. Cosmic's got to reset, and it's going to dash away to another one. They get a 2-for-1 trade. Hydron is down, but watch out for the Genji in the window, in the wall, looking for any kind of pick whatsoever. But that forces out Kuffa to use the Annihilation. Nobody home for that blade if possible here, but Cosmic doesn't even have it yet, so Graves does have a rally available, is not with the rest of the team, and now this is just waiting for the right moment to do so. Graves does so, and actually what a Ravenous Vortex from Lethal that leads Lethal off of the map, drags him down to the abyss below, and it's back to Fisher.
That is a perfect Ravenous Vortex from Iron. You just shut down the playmaking ability, the play that could have brought it back for ISU. Yes, it's a very long contest, 63% now for the Redbirds, but a fight Fisher are willing to take, especially because they didn't have to even use the Annihilation that's not up yet. They will have 3, potentially 4 ults to now continue this momentum.
Let's see if they do here, because Fisher themselves are going to get a first pick in the WMIMO. Cosmic's just popping off, by the way. We have not seen Cosmic pop off earlier on, except it was a trade fight. Now times, Cosmic's just going to go hello and say hi to everybody else that I exist. I've got ultimates on the board too without even having to use it.
It's like, I know Hydron is the other DPS on the team, you know, former Overwatch League player. But hey, I'm here, and I've played extremely well over these last 2 days. Orbital Ray used early with the blade for Fisher.
Orbital Rays are used early. Fisher's going to use 3 ultimates here. Blade, Overclock, and Orbital Ray. One might not be good, though. It's WMIMO slashing away every single hope they have. Now, good Ravenous Vortex to keep in them, but it's trade after trade. Iron's going to find one onto the Annihilation. This still keeps going because Fisher's going to keep holding on to the point here. They do get rid of supports in the meanwhile, but Luke Mino somehow falls off of the map, so that still gives advantage to Fisher here, who can hold on for this, but they finally get rid of Iron. They still haven't gotten rid of the point yet. It's still a stagger to work with, though. Kuffa getting rid of Iron was big, and that's the rest of it. Hydron also falling off the map for some reason, but they're still holding on to this. But finally, after all ticks and purposes, Illinois State gets it back.
I don't know what's happening. I guess people are just missing the tech, I'm guessing, trying to go around the outside and not able to make it in time for the contest. Fisher do get it, though, to 76%, but ults galore across the board. Fisher, maybe a late rally for them. ISU, Lethal will be the one to watch here. Just 8% to that overclock that could steal the map.
Kuffa does have an Annihilation ready to go, but that's the only ultimate on the board thus far. Lethal will have an overclock to work with too. Final fight territory for the Redbirds to try and pop off here. Will it be enough to stave off the pressure from Fisher? Graves can come up on a rally, but it might be too little too late, because here comes the Nemesis form. Punch, swing, away. Here comes ISU. They will get onto the point just trying to defend it, but I don't think anybody's touching. No Lucio, no nothing. 173, 176. Redbirds off from the runway. They're up 1-0.
And it's just the fact that, like you said, Kuffa just bullies his way into the backline of Fisher. Like, y'all got to deal with me if you want to get to point. And by the time they do, there's not enough time. Nobody has the speed, especially with the Juno of Kiwi being taken out early. And ISU, a near perfect start for the favorites here in Arlington. And yes, Fisher, I will say, not a bad first map. Obviously, like you said, 176, 177. It's not like it was a 200-0 control. But obviously not where you want to start the series if you're looking to upset.
Not at all. You never want to start off on the point here where you are down 1-0, having to pick the map, having to pick the side, and yes, maybe the bans as well, but that's an advantage you do not like sometimes just because you're trying to get into Illinois State's head and they are locked in. This is a team right now, again, that has 3 players from Nightmare, the Nightmare team that went to the winners and losers finals in Hangzhou, a place that I don't think a lot of people had them going to, if we're truly honest, because we still had Korea, we still had China, right? That were in that, and yet they made it to the top 3. That's the hill that Fisher has to climb. Yes, you have a good couple of players in that roster as well, but as of currently, it looks Illinois State has a better roster and they're winning the fights. And again, you always want to question that one fight, right, that could have turned everything around for Illinois State. Fisher used 4 ultimates. Does that mean that they need to work on the coordination coming up? We will see.
It looked better, I will say, at Night Market. Like, the ult combos looked better. I think ISU just had such a chokehold on them. They didn't actually be able to use some of those fight plans because ISU just put a choke on it. They weren't able to do anything, and at that point you have to adapt instead of going in with the plan that you had, and that was the issue there for Fisher. But now a lot of the pressure over on the coach Tensa on Fisher. Where do you want to go? Again, any map type you can go to. It's not a set map type order as long as it is not control. So we can go to Flashpoint, Push, Escort, Hybrid. Whatever they feel the most comfortable with, they can go to any map in the map pool. And we'll have to wait and see where the Falcons decide to go. But you got to feel like, hey, we need to shut down Kuffa, because right now he was the one just getting all sorts of dirty up in the back line of Fisher.
Yeah, and by the way, you're talking about map pools real quick. It is Hybrid on Numbani, Hollywood, Paraiso, or Kings Row. Escort, you show Gibraltar, Dorado, Circuit Royale, Shambali Monastery, Push, Coliseo, Rinasapi, and Esperanza, and then of course the Flashpoint going to the only 2 there. But the next map is determined, and why not go to the comfort pick? We went to a classical number 1. Let's go with classical number 2. Kings Row is the next map pick here for Fisher College, who need the comeback here, who need to kind of fight their way back. Yes, again, down just under 30 percentages on each point, but that's still momentum. That is still highlights that you can take off and try to push it here into Kings Row.
And we even saw yesterday, right? Like ASU, they keep it close with Northwood, not able to win it, and they almost, very similar situation, they go to Kings Row. There was a few fights there that Northwood are able to close it out, but I think it's that kind of momentum, like, hey, it's a map we're familiar with, it's a play style that we're feeling at least decently good about right now. We'll see where the bans land. Maybe we see a May go out, because obviously Fisher cannot ban the Farah again. Farah cannot get banned unless ISU decide, hey, we want to ban it again just for funsies. But I doubt they are going to be a team that would ban the Farah, as the ban's still being figured out. But yes, ISU cannot ban a support. Fisher cannot ban a DPS going into this map, which I would say, if anything, gives Fisher a little bit more flexibility, because most of the time we see a tank or support get banned. A DPS ban really only comes out if you have one specific person in mind, and I doubt they're really wanting to ban Soj because of the fact that Hydron had a decent performance still on Soj on map.
I was about to say, when you're talking about ban systems here, at least in a high-level match like this, you're not targeting specifically one player. You're targeting a composition in general. You're trying to target something that at least gives you some kind of, momentum to change it up, because obviously Lijiang Tower, it's pretty meta. It's pretty standardized what you're going to run, what you're going to see. Now that we get the ban system in for Kings Row, this is what we like to call Scrims Row, right? Anything can happen here. We can have so many different compositions. We saw Winston yesterday against an Orisa, right? We saw Ramatra being played as well. So, I mean, it's just the jumbling of characters you could have here, right? Just with the insane amount of bans is crazy. But now we see that Fisher is going to go on over from one DPS to another. They don't want to see a Hanzo in play, apparently, so Hanzo's out of the picture from Fisher, and then Illinois State will go ahead and ban another support, and instead of a Lucio, this time it's a Juno.
So they want to nerf the Brig Juno backline in that line, and I won't lie, the Hanzo ban's a little bit of a question mark for me. I won't lie to you, because the Hanzo not played a ton. Granted, in a map like this, is very close quarters, but still very long sight lines. It can work if you were looking for the shield break, especially if you want to go maybe the scatter arrow perk for Hanzo. That could really help decimate the shield, whether it be a Ryan or even the Ramatra here when they try and put it down. But for ISU, actually, we'll wait and see because they can always change it up on their attacking spawn. Because of the Juno ban being in play, Fisher will now go over to a different backline for the moment being that Lucio Curious want to play really fast. Like, they want to get very quick picks because they don't have as much sustain, but they do have that protection Suzu if they need a little quick hit.
There's also this point as well that we talked about over the weekend here. I forgot off the top of my head who did this, but Illinois State's the first one to attack. They had side selection. They are selecting
Northwood did that yesterday.
Northwood did that yesterday. Yep. Illinois State is going to do a somewhat similar situation as well. They're going to go attack first instead of defense first, so they want to just come right out of the gate here. If that hazard holds, they want to play aggressive, and especially, remember, they were the ones that banned out the Juno as well. They don't want that Juno break, so this spells dive all over the place, and especially with a hazard, that's possible.
Yeah, and even the Pharah in the mix. This was a ban that came in from Fisher just last map, and we talked about it, but it's actually Lethal that will be locking the Pharah and not Maimone. They'll still be on the Genji to help a little bit with those closing out picks up in the front line, but ISU for now just starting to wrap around. They take high ground, control Fisher now, trying to wrap through Hotel to find one of the stragglers, but so far not successful.
Nothing successful so far, but they do have a few pokes to talk about here. You can see Kuffa all the way second level, trying to dive into the back line, already forcing out the Suzu. Good block out from Kuffa as well to find two. The Alderworth Hotel is busy. There are no vacancies left when Kuffa's in the building. It's gonna find three. It might find all three ticks too.
Yeah, all three ticks will go down. The stagger goes in onto Iron as well as ISU. Very quick attack here onto A, and they will have... Kuffa is already halfway through straight, so they're just having the time of their life here on the head. Look at the smile on the man. The Aussie is having the time of his life here in Arlington, but ISU do cap over 5 minutes on the board, and Fisher already making a composition change, realizing and recognizing that, hey, we're open to playing the dive, just not the hazard. We'll go to the Diva and take out Kuffa.
Yeah, only two players on this Illinois State squad, by the way, coming from the way of the United States. That is Luke Mino out of Connecticut and Goose out of Wisconsin, both of them juniors. Meanwhile, the rest of this team mainly sophomores and one senior out of Lethal. So 5:24 to start, 5 minutes left to go on the clock. They are able to regroup underneath the archway. So at the very least, you hold them momentarily, but again, Iron forced the swap on over to the Diva to protect the team from any guards, even try to protect from the pseudo dive that is the hazard, but Lethal's in the back with the moving barrage, and Lethal somehow gets out of dodge to get out of the way of the Diva, and so now you're focused on so many different angles. You got a Diva behind you, you got W Maimone in the back as well, just throwing some shurikens in the face of Illinois State, or rather in front of Fisher, and Illinois State's going to make this look easy to push.
They have both DPS wrap around the high ground, and it's actually, W Maimone lives for so long in the back line. Nobody's looking at the Genji. They actually find the pick as Lethal's trying to solo with the barrage, so they play a little more conservative. But now, Kuffa already going full deep, doesn't hit anybody though. All eaten up, I believe, from the defense matrix, but they are so aggressive right
I don't
now.
think that matters. That downpour was just for absolute dominance. Blade is in the background as well. Cosmic's kind of just swinging away here. Payload continues to move, and now finally Fisher will dive on in and get to the rest of the team of Illinois State that is on this point, but ISU attempting to back off momentarily before using the Keaton Russian, before Kuffa can get just right into the back line and kind of just slash his way in. Kuffa is just making this so hard that Fisher right now has no answers to work with.
They don't know where to look. That's Fisher right now, but they're also pigeonholed into this Lucio Curie, which is not bad when you're thinking about it, but the break, especially when you have divers going on in, when you can also deal with the flankers trying to hit you, it is such a better option than the Lucio, but they have the Sound Barrier Fisher. They have 3 ultimates, Sound Barrier, Self-Destruct, and the Overclock all online, but they have to find a stop. They have to find a stop to the bleeding, even though ISU do have the Blade and the Rally to answer anything the Falcons do.
5 minutes and 24 seconds when they captured the first point. 5 minutes when they capture the second point. Fisher's going to have to waste away all of that if they want a chance at this. But W Maimone, Blade in hand, Admiral with the Rally. Beat's going to come out just in the nick of time to save, and that hits everybody on the point. Here comes the team from Fisher, seeing if they can work out anything with the Self-Destruct, with the Kitsune Rush. Beat already expires. Luke Mino, though, somehow gets Iron still, even right out of mech. Barrage is moving around. Lethal gets out of dodge. Kuffa finds Hydron. This is slipping away. Final fight territory. Welcome to home stretch ISU.
Everything Fisher tried, ISU had an answer. Nobody dies. That's just it. The Redbirds never say die. Right now, they are just continuing to push on forward. They still have 4 minutes left in the dying stretch. Iron now goes over to the Hazard, trying to match it. Hydron over to the Widow to try and make some magic.
Something's got to happen here. You got to take somebody out. Couple hasn't been taken out. Somebody's got to touch, by the way. And that's it. They're not touching anytime soon. Illinois State's going all the way. They go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map on Kings Row with, by the way, an insane time bank. 12 seconds under the 4-minute standard bank.
Nobody touches, huh?
Nope.
That's crazy.
I don't think, do we call it?
I don't think so. Most of the team was forced into spawn by Kuffa.
You know what chat is going to say?
But I think Iron...
I have a feeling you know what chat is
Chat's going to say...
I'm telling you right
probably
now.
Probably a C9.
If
Chat's going to say C9.
Flats is going to say it right. Chat's going to say it right.
I don't know. But, oh, man. Yeah, most of the team was kind of pushed back in spawn. Iron, I'm not sure what happened. I think they tried to get the mini because they were so low and their supports are obviously just, strongholded in spawn and just didn't have enough time to get over. But, man... in a map that, map 1 is very close, but Fisher not able to get it done. That is not how you want to start your own map pick here for Fisher.
Not at all.
But that's exactly why ISU wanted to start on the attack, because they set it straight immediately with an egregious time back.
That's a good point to make. This was Fisher's pick, but you got to remember, this was no curveball. This was like a fastball straight down the middle of the lane. This was just a straight up line drive thrown their way, because obviously this is Scrims Row. Every team is comfortable with this map.
Yeah.
So if you're picking for kicking to go against Illinois State, this was not the map to do it. But 3 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock is already an impressive thing. But the fact, again, 5:24 on first point, 5 minutes on the second point, and then 3:24 to end. They only took up 1 minute and 12 seconds to capture that third point, which in itself is insane, which means you only fought one fight, which it was.
And now if you're actually lethal off of the Farah, they go May, and already able to take advantage of it. Grapes left alone, Kuppa with the slash, able to take the Lucio out, and Fisher now have a dilemma because they want to match the dive, but you have no way of answering it right now unless Hydron gets so much value from the Farah, and so far, getting shut out for, of all people, Luke Mino.
And the main thing, too, here is that even for the Farah, right, they don't really need a hit scan because they're killing everything else around everybody else.
No,
anyway.
it doesn't matter.
You don't have to worry about a Farah if everything else around you is dying, right? So Illinois State sitting pretty comfortably, actually, and now an Iron going down means that, welcome to the rough show here that is Fisher College, because Illinois State's just going to run rapid. The Maywall blocks off anything else, but that just means more people are going to die and more time off the clock.
I will say it's a brilliant strategy, as at least Fisher is able to get one Admiral. Maybe get a little too close and comfortable with that Fisher spawn. Kiwi is able to take them out, but they're using a double wall setup here on Choke. The Maywall goes up whenever Iron wants to push on through, and then Kuffa sends their wall whenever a hole is made. So it is a genius idea, but now Fisher, without the Lucio, they are trying to move in and take advantage of the 4v5.
And actually, earlier on, too, Kuffa and Lethal both using their walls defensively, so that allows Fisher to push in. Kiwi's going to go bloodthirsty on the kunais, and it almost feels like you finally have an answer here. Blizzard not available just yet because Lethal's just going to die with it, so you feel like Fisher is going to get all 3 points here, but man, that felt a little tough to get through.
Yeah, a little rougher than what you wanted, but you're able to get the pick, and as soon as Admiral gets back, they get taken out again. It was perfect execution there.
Oh, they're still going.
This will be a stall. Admiral dies a third time.
Yeah, Keaton Rush is going to come in. Admiral dies earlier on, but this Keaton Rush is going to help out at the very least. And now you have the downpour being used by Kupfa, which actually lands up on the Kiwi. They're still trying to fight this out. They're trying to waste away any time that they can. Downpour hits. Hydron finds 2 in the process, but it's still looking like Fisher's got this. Lethal in the air somehow finds Hydron between the eyes. More stalling points. They had this with 2:24 on the clock. They wasted away about 40 seconds, but they'll get it with 4:14 on the streets.
And I have a feeling Lethal is going off the May. So at that point, like, why not throw the Blizz, see if you can make a hero play, and at that point, if you need to swap, you swap. But actually, they won't swap. They're going to stick to the May for now. Luke Mino is staggered out, and Fisher already at the end of second phase trying to continue this, because they know if they want to change, they're not going to be able to match the tiebreak from ISU. That's just nearly impossible at this point. But they can try and get a close one, but you cannot die here. But they get Maymon. They continue to push on forward, and this is the Fisher we need. Overly confident. They need to take the 2v3s, the 3v3s. You cannot play ISU's game.
You cannot play their game. You have to play your own, right? That's always the saying. Play your own game. They've done that so far. They're trying to match the aggressiveness that Illinois State had earlier on them. They're trying to receive, and they're trying to return. And so right now for Fisher, they've got 3 ultimates on the board. Downpour And actually, Iron passes Cuffer for that as well. Soundwave is going to come out at the same time as the blade for Fisher. Barrage 2. So this is 3 ultimates for the Falcons that are going to come out swinging, but only results in 1 kill after all is said and done. So you feel like Illinois State maybe get their way back into this because now the blade's going to get pulled out from W. Moan to get 1 back, and 2 kill final blows there as well. W. Moan goes down, but it feels like too little, too late.
And that is 3 ults gone for Fisher. 3 ults gone, only 2 from ISU, and it was only the 1 initially. It was the beat used from Admiral to try and save from the Cosmic Blade, and that was just a brilliant display, and Fisher just not able to capitalize on the advantages they had because it was a perfectly timed beat from Admiral. And now ISU, they can sit steady. Fisher going back in now. They have ultimates to work with. They have the downfall. They have the Kitsune rush still to use. Not an impossible fight here with only a rush on the other side.
Well, here comes W. Moan on the other side as well. Downpour's going to land. It's going to hit at least 2 people, but it might be too little, too late, because the downpour, the rain, well, there's going to be a drought on the other side of Fisher. The downpour may come, but there is just a dry spell for Fisher to even get that fight win.
Yeah, and now you just have to live here. Yeah, if you're Iron, try and back up. You only use the 1 ultimate, which is fine, but ISU, they just have a way of picking apart the attack from Fisher. Whether it be on Li Jiang, whether it be here, they are not allowing Fisher to do anything that is actually planned. They are constantly forcing adjustments, and already, there you go, Blizz in action for the rush, but it actually misses.
But a Blizzard doesn't hit anything. It doesn't really matter. It's a good zone anyways because you get Hydron down momentarily, and now you don't have a teleport either. You don't have a swift step away. Yes, it's going to be a trade fight, but momentarily this is not good news anyways because it's still 3-2 in the favor of Fisher. But it still feels like they're even losing a fight here because any more staggers could result in this payload just not moving anymore.
And ISU understand at least that, hey, spawn advantage in the favor of the Falcons. Do they actually kind of hold off? They're like, hey, we just need to relax just for a moment being. Maybe we get a stagger pick, but that's really it. But now the beat to re-engage.
Beat comes in, engages, it hit everybody on Illinois State. That's the go button here. They've given themselves 1 kill. W. Moan not afraid of the Pharah in the air. Takes them out of the skies. It is Illinois State putting it down. 60 seconds and rolling.
I love that. Like, as soon as Admiral is back, all right, let's go. No hesitation, no worry, complete trust across the board of what this team is able to do. And now ISU, 45 seconds now to hold. They have the blade and the rush to use very soon, but it will be Fisher who have those ults first online. A lot of pressure here on the Hydra to get something out of this barrage because they do have the moving barrage available, but honestly, they gotta get 1, at least 2.
They gotta find a pick, if anything, because look how far back this payload is, already nearly back to the archway. It's gonna be the Suzu out barrage at the same time. A plethora of ultimates here. That is 3 for Fisher. That is 2 for Illinois State. And always, momentarily, it's 3-3 actually, you're absolutely right. But still, now 10 seconds left to go, final fight territory here.
ISU, all 3 living members are at Hotel at first phase. You got 2 members from Fisher who wanted to at least get some cart pressure going because overtime has now started. But now each team is reconvening. This is bound to get messy.
Well, it will hit the overtime clock because somebody was on that while they were fighting up on the streets. Blizzard's going to go right in the middle of the pub, and it's going to freeze out Lethal momentarily because Lethal wasn't the one. Lethal was the one that threw that down, but it's going to die for it. It's now going to be the beat that comes out from Admiral just in the nick of time. Everybody else starts to swarm the card, and the overtime clock starts to melt away now. They've gotten rid of Grapes. It could signal the final fight. They may just get a second point in the series, but a desperation Kitsune rush isn't enough from Fisher to keep this match going. That answer is no, and Illinois State holds them off a 3-1 victory here on Kings Row, and the Redbirds are 1 away from history.
1 map away are the Redbirds, and they said to me earlier, hey, we feel very confident. There is no stress. This team is just here to have fun and to make their mark, improve their legacy. And so far, they're doing exactly that. An astonishing attack on Kings Row. Almost 4 minutes on the time bank, and Fisher just have no options at all. And I will say ISU have completely silenced Hydron. We have barely said his name today, and if someone of his caliber, it is just so odd. But that just speaks to the volume right now that not only Lethal, but Moan is doing to put a lot of pressure on the Hydron so they can't find that value.
And the main thing, too, to talk about here is that, again, no answers whatsoever. We have talked very little about what Fisher has done. Illinois State has been the main stage so far. It's been the main thing. And, again, they have not really – and Fisher, at every single single given point in this tournament, right, in CECC history in general, they were trying their best. They were absolutely just, again, quarterfinals, semifinals, no matter what right now. And it looks like they may get staved off in the finals as well. It just almost feels like the glimmer of hope is starting to go away, but can they find it? Reverse sweep needed. They need to pull basically what you would know as an Arizona State reverse sweep.
Yes, they need to find a reverse sweep, and hey, it's got to start somewhere. On map 3, it is their map pick. Once again, can go over to Escort, Push, or to Flashpoint. So we'll have to wait and see where they want to go. If they want to go the El Clasico 1, 2, 3, we had Ligier and Kings Row. Saravasa would be, I would say, the newest addition
to the El Clasico.
To the El Clasico 1, 2, 3. You can't tell me that's wrong.
Well, I can't, but you know what else? I can't tell you what's wrong. A great networking partner like Cisco. By the way, CECC is brought to you by Cisco, and the finals are brought to you in part by them, the Cisco Network. The backdrop for every esports battle. Discover how Cisco can help you create a top-tier esports program that's easy to manage, intelligent, automated, and secure by searching up Cisco in esports. Shout out to Neil down there on the floor as well for watching this game before he goes out into other ventures. But again, shout out Neil Tilley from Cisco and the rest of the Cisco team for supporting CECC Main Madness 2025 last year as well here in Esports Stadium Arlington. Back again if you're just joining us here for CECC Main Madness on stream in 2025. Illinois State dissolving program that happens after the semester, up 2-0 in the grand finals over Fisher right now. They are looking for it, and a little bit of a heart here as well, loving the crowd, loving what's going on here, and loving the program. So right now everybody cheering for Redbirds, but the villain, I guess I shouldn't say villains, but the team that needs to make the comeback here to spoil the storyline here would be Fisher College, and right now they have a mountain to climb, and he's even watching the stream.
He's got stream
on.
Hey,
stream on.
Hey, whatever, a quick VOD review, instant VOD review of a map you actually just rolled. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But honestly, for ISU at this point, you just wait to see what Fisher's throw at you. I don't think they're really stressed about, hey, oh my God, what are they going to pick? What are they going to do? They're just like, all right, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what Fisher have, because they have nothing to change about their game right now. Fisher have yet to find the answers to, how to suppress Kuffa so we can't just go on these wild pushes and get tons of value and live. They're able to get out almost every single time, but also just how do you find your own action plan here? Because it's not like they're not making plans. For Fisher, we see them coming in the death comms, trying to figure out, hey, what is the plan here? What are we supposed to do? But they're just not able to get the final piece locked down, and they got to find it soon. And it is going to be El Clasico Part 3. Saravasa is our third.
Saravasa is where we go. By the way, you can see on your screen right now a couple of stats that we have here. 34 eliminations from Kuffa. 34
Unreal.
With how many final blows, sir? Read that number for me.
I'm blind.
20 final blows out of 34 eliminations. Over 50% came from Kuffa to kill the rest of Fisher. That is insane. That is, I get it, nightmare and all, but again, to pull that off in a high-level match, collegiate match like this, they're just having fun. They're vibing. They're
Kuffa is, well, you even talk to Kuffa. I talked to Kuffa a lot throughout the weekend. Just so relaxed, just naturally relaxed. It's like that Aussie mindset of hey, life's just gonna happen. We do what we gotta do. And Kuffa, they bring that into the game. They're always just smiling, having the time of their life in these series, and it shows because it's just this kind of restless feeling. Not say restless, but stress-free. Hey, we're just gonna do what we gotta do. I trust everybody sitting next to me to do exactly what we came here to do, and it's to win a third title. And across the board, second title game across the board for most. Luke Mino is a new addition, but they also played their second title game with Maryville 2 years ago, and actually the third CECC title game for Lethal, because they lost back in 2022 when they weren't part of ISU yet.
Yep.
So a little bit of, they have a lot of history on stages like this, and it's showing right now against a Fisher team that's a little bit newer to this level of competition at this stage.
Well, you said earlier before, again, Kuffa out of Australia. This team, once again, 6 members on the roster of Illinois State. 4 of them, by the way, of international. Lethal from the United Arab Emirates. Kuffa, by the way, of Sydney, Australia. Swansea, Wales is where W. Maimon is from, in Admiral's hometown in Estonia. So the only 2 players represented here for Illinois State, at least from the United States, is Luke Mino out of Connecticut, Goose out of Wisconsin. Otherwise, from all over the world, this team comes together and will come together for a potential final play here or final play, and to send this program out with what would be the greatest achievement, the greatest victory that you could end on. A curtain call that could potentially say, hey, if this program were to dissolve, we're going out the right way. We're going out with a bang.
We are going out on top. And yes, they have one more tournament next weekend for NECC, but we will get there when we get there. It is an Orisa ban for ISU.
Oh.
They would like to keep the Ram, is basically what that's saying. Moira banned for Fisher.
Yep.
What is happening over there? There's some of the most random bans I have ever seen. And Dust talked about they need to win the ban game. So far, I don't think they have. ISU are one of the best. It's one of the also reasons that Nightmare went on such a run at Champions Clash for OWCS, because they were able to win the bans before we even got into the map. And right now, ISU continuing that roll on, more than likely seeing either the Ramatra or Kuffa, maybe leaning towards a different familiar option.
Well, I mean, you know, Kuffa is going to go for the hazard. They haven't had an answer yet, so
it doesn't matter what Kuffa goes.
Well, I know, but it's the saying goes: don't fix what's not broken. And Kuffa's just going to be Kuffa, right? Just let Kuffa. It's like letting the Yiffy cat just do its own thing, right? Just go off around, just hopping back and forth, right? So it's more just Kuffa being Kuffa. Even then, right? Switching out over to the Winston instead. Oh. This is going to be a complete change from what we saw. And Juno wouldn't bring her back too.
Trying to get 3 maps, 3 heroes to win on.
I guess.
That's how they're looking at this. Is ISU, yeah, they will go the full dive, but it is lethal on Genji and Maymon on the Soj.
Yep.
Interesting. Hey, I guess they want to do a little bit of a mid-game role swap just for the funsies. Fisher, very standard here with the Lucio and the Kitty, especially with it being Flashpoint. You want that speed. You need to be able to get from Flashpoint to Flashpoint. The Lucio is critical. I have a feeling ISU might be missing that. I think. Did Lobby just crash? No, there we go. We're back.
All right, back into play here for Fisher College. They almost do have the point, and Hydron's able to take down Kuffa, so that's big news for you. Good deflect from the Genji of Lethal momentarily, but Fisher's able to take care of the point and is able to push them back to start. So yes, maybe a little bit of a role swap between Maimona and Lethal, but hey, at the very least, Fisher's got percentages.
Hey, Fisher's not going to care what's on the other side. They got to figure out what's going on in their camp.
Yeah.
And that's the way they have to look at it. Yes, you need to find a way to answer Kuffa, and you already made him swap, actually. Off of the Winston, back onto the Hazard. But you need to figure out, hey, what is our game plan here? Because we haven't been able to run it for a whole lot of this series in its entirety. But already 45% halfway there. Fisher don't have a whole lot of ults, but the Kitsune Rush will be online shortly, but it is Cosmic who falls.
So it will be Cosmic that falls first. Lethal does take that final blow, and now Kitsune Rush just to see if they can stall this out long enough, maybe even to get to the 99% and one fight territory, or maybe, how about even a win there? Kiwi lands a couple of headshots down. They haven't completely taken over the point just yet, but Hydron in Nemesis form takes down Lethal, which means that you have no Genji. You have Kuffa switching on over to the Winston saying, hey, at least we tried.
Yeah, no, we tried it. And, you know, it's not like Winston is, like, awful here on Saravasa. It is just much more of a rush map. But the Hazard is that in-between, right? Like, you can treat Hazard almost as a pseudo-rush. What a Ravenous Vortex, though, from Iron. They deny the lead. They deny the wall climb, even, from Kuffa and Fisher. Hey, if you need a reverse sweep, you got to start somewhere. 1-0 on Saravasa.
Well, then if they go up 2-0, you don't want to reverse sweep on the other side here. Though we've seen it throughout the entire weekend here for some reason. But Fisher gives themselves a good chance to start as they give themselves with an overclock as well as a sound barrier almost coming up on an annihilation as well. But Illinois State's going to have a few check marks to work with on their own. 4 check marks almost online here, but they're going to kite away momentarily here for Illinois State because Fisher finds themselves using overclock and sound barrier. But on the other end, Orbital Ray coming out from Luke Mino is still going to be enough. The Juno goes bloodthirsty, finds 2 final blows, finally goes down as W Maimon, but we're still going. And this is just to flip the point in their favor. Luke Mino finds 3 final blows in this fight, and it's going to be Illinois State taking this.
And man, everybody's throwing ults left, right, center. Ends up being a 3v3, and at that point, Admiral's like, hey, we need the rally. We need to finish out because it got a little messy down there here towards the fountain. Now, Fisher already continuing to make some of these adjustments. That's ISU. They go over now. Maimon over to the far. Maybe a little bit more of a comfortable pick rather than the Soj. Not usually on the hit scan. Now, Lethal with the blade.
Lethal comes out with a blade, but it's finished. It is stuffed away. Lethal's not going to get anything more than 0. Fisher finds themselves in a good position now. Blade of their own, annihilation of their own on the board. Do they decide to use it, though? Now, Kuffa's going to dive all the way into the top ropes here just to see if they can get them off this higher ground, and is chasing down the Lucio with all of their might, but as try as they might as well, nothing's happening. Has to fall back to the rest of the team. Forces out the annihilation, which will clear the point, and that means Fisher will get it, but was that worth it in the end? Because Lukmino goes down to Cosmic, falling oh so low. Yes, they get point. They might have lost a lot more.
Yeah, they still have the Kitsune Rush if they want to use it here to try and save it, but already Cleanse
it's canceled.
Kiri gone.
The Kitsune ultimate, the Kitsune Rush gets canceled. Kiwi dies right before it, the frame perfect kill. And so no Kitsune Rush available for Fisher to come back from this. It's back over to ISU.
That is rough. You needed that ult to get off. Even if you lose the Kiri, the rest of your team could have been able to bring it back, but instead it's ISU now who will more than likely cap, and they will cap the second flashpoint, giving us to 1-1, and now Lethal back over to the Soldier, and some more comfortable rolls across the board now for the Redbirds. Maybe just trial it out a little bit something over on the first flashpoint, but Fisher need to book it over. I wonder how long they're going to try and stick the Ramatra. I don't mind it against the Hazard. It can just be a little difficult, and already the Cleanse used again.
Yeah, and once that Cleanse is gone, you know it is so hard to win a fight after that, and that's just going to show you this right here. Hydron can't get out of the downpour. You have no protection for that. They make it a 5v4, and Illinois State gets advantage here to start on the Ruins, at least man advantage-wise, just trying to get at least a little bit of the guard up, but it's now a Blade that comes out from Cosmic, trying to do anything here. At half health finds one, but a barrage is bigger. It finds three. WMI Moan popping off. It's all the Redbirds here on Ruins.
And well, just what a barrage. They're able to find three, shuts down the only win condition Fisher had, and that was the Genji Blade, and not able to get anything. Cosmic goes over to Tracer and realizes very quickly, like, I don't think Tracer gonna work here. I don't think it's going to. So going right back over to the Genji. Hydron, again, haven't said their name a lot. They need to pop off here with the overclock point blank.
Jagged Wall as well is going to keep them in for momentarily. Sound Barrier comes out. That does hit the entire team. Fisher can counter this orbital ray that got popped out from Lukmino. Iron punches away, just going in Nemesis form. Hits two right in their body punches. Coughs them out, and it's going to be Fisher that takes over the point. They may be even able to keep this because Cosmic deflecting all of the needles out of Kuffa. So Fisher able to make the comeback even after the orbital ray.
And hey, that's a massive win, because yes, you have to use the Sound Barrier, you have to use the overclock. You do get out one of the best ultimates in the game right now in the orbital ray. But ISU, they still have the answers that they could possibly use. Lethal's turn now for the overclock. Admiral has the rally to go, but Fisher, they could stop it all with a quick rush.
Well, now the Kitsune Rush actually comes out this time for Kiwi, so at least it's activated. Kiwi can breathe a sigh of relief that Kuffa's not in your face, and neither is the rest of this Illinois State team. Look what happens when a Kitsune Rush is allowed to be played on the field. Good things can happen, Jesse.
Good things happen when it actually goes down.
Yep.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that? But Fisher now in a great spot to go 2-up on the flashpoint. I actually do have plenty of time though for another touch. They can use the Hyper Ring already, posturing for it. Fisher, they have the Annihilation. They can just stall this out maybe for the Blade from Cosmic, which is already 30 away, but ISU, they have the rally for that stealth. Downpour as well as the barrage. They have so much utility here, but they can't use everything. They just
give up the point. I mean, Fisher tried as they might, but they weren't able to get back onto the point. Admiral is just right there to take it, and now it's going to be an Annihilation right into a rally, but Iron's going to have to do everything himself. It's going to have to be everybody dying here, but unfortunately, it's back over to Illinois State, and they are looking at a team kill, and they might be looking at a second point.
That was a risk, man. That was one hell of a risk from Fisher that did not pay off. It hit it back very swiftly, and now Mamo, get ready for the barrage.
Barrage is up in the air. Suzu used isn't enough. It's enough to keep them alive for right now, enough to keep an overtime clock on, but Cosmic dies with it again, and no more touches coming. Illinois State on championship point.
And they will get the staggers too. Lethal does fall, yes, but you're able to get everybody else. Hydron and Iron will be on the same wave respawn. And look at this, the next flashpoint is right here. They do not have a cross-map rotation. They're settling in right away. And yes, it doesn't unlock for another 15 seconds or so, but it is so nice just to be able to relax. They can set up exactly how they want. They have the downpour ready to go. Orbital Ray soon, but Fisher, they have those big ults first. The Sound Barrier to answer the downpour, the Blade to go on the offensive.
They have a Sound Barrier, even if it's just go in, if anything, too, right? You want to keep Cosmic alive for this Blade, but you got to make sure Cosmic isn't half health when that Blade happens anyways. It looks like Illinois State is going to be the first to cap point. No contest right now from Fisher. It will be an offensive Sound Barrier to lead in to a Blade as well, but Cosmic's not finding anybody on the floor.
Nobody's there.
Cannot find a slash at all, but finally does so onto Lukmino. They may be able to trade this out, but Kuffa falling low, and so is Iron. Iron can't find any healing whatsoever, but finally doing so. It's a Lucio trying to bump away from anything else, and WMI Moan popping off for 3 final blows in that fight. Illinois State stalling out so much time and keeping the point here that really Fisher can't do anything about it unless Hydron can. Takes down Kupfa, and it's back to the Falcons.
This is still not done yet. This fight is so scrappy. Luke Mino's able to find Iron, who's still so low. Hydra, no. 1v1ing with ISU. ISU find the quick flip, and now they don't like to flip it back.
Hydron gets the overclock. Who wins the battle between the two of these? The mirror battle on the overclocks. It's Admiral that ends it by themselves, and Lethal goes down, so either overclocks go for 0. And now 58%. It's looking like final fight territory. Illinois State is on the cusp of this. Now they're going to use the Keaton Rush just to get in. Sound barrier to counter out as well. They're just trying to hold on for as long as possible. Kupfa taking out Graves, and this is looking better and better for the Redbirds. Try as they might for Fisher College. They're just going to waste away here. This team dissolves at the end of the semester, but it's a hat trick of history that will end the program. Illinois State will go away as CECC champions. They are part of history then, now, and forever.
Undeniable, undisputed, undaunted. The Redbirds fly high one final time here at CECC in Arlington. An historic 3rd Overwatch title, the first team to ever do it in CECC. And why not another mark on maybe one of the best collegiate dynasties in collegiate history. What about that?
It's just an insane program that unfortunately has to go away, and I will speak my mind freely to this. Why should this program go away after so much history involved in Illinois State in general, in their Overwatch team that has won countless games in Overwatch Collegiate in general, no matter what tournament they may be in? This Illinois State team proving themselves to be worthy of another CECC champions, the first team ever in any game title in CECC history to win 3 titles in a single game. The first since Northwood to go back-to-back, and the Redbirds will lift a trophy again here in 2025. What a way to go.
And it was a shutout, an absolute shutout from the Redbirds. There was never a doubt, honestly. Yes, in control, it was a little bit back and forth, but once you saw Kings Row start, it felt like there was nothing Fisher could do. It was just a giant snowball rolling downhill. You're gonna get hit, you're gonna get knocked out. Fisher, they had many answers here and there, but they never had the actual answer. And yes, we had little pop-offs, but Fisher just could not return to the form they had yesterday.
It was, you knew the mountain was tall.
Oh, yeah.
You knew it was Mount Everest, but try from that performance Mount Everest times 2. It just felt like Illinois State was at the perch already. They were at the top, in the peak, in their nest, and they would not come off of it no matter what happens. Final stats on the board from Suravasan, a 3-1 victory on the map, a 3-0 victory in the series. Kupfa once again pulling out Driver, 28 kills on 13 final blows. This time, not over, but nearly 50% again in terms of final blows for the team.
I know we don't get to decide MVP in here, but I think it's a pretty clear answer for MVP if I had to pick.
You would think so.
For me, it's got to be pretty clear. It's Kupfa. It's unreal performance from them. Not even just today. They've been the best tank. They talked about it in the devs. Best tank in Collegiate this entire school year, and it showed once again here, being able to go from the Ram over to the Hazard. A very quick stint on the Winston that didn't really work, but overall, just able to shut it out. In ISU, for one final time, they land on top.
They will take a bow on the stage. They will lift the trophy higher than any program has done so before for a 3rd straight time. To the trophy ceremony, we will go. Some final moments here for Illinois State on a big stage known as Esports Stadium Arlington. Soar high, Redbirds, one more time in the limelight for you.
Gentlemen, if you want to join me. Gentlemen. Come on over, gang. Get on over here. Come on over. A big congratulations to ISU for their victory here. Let's give them a round of applause for a well-fought victory, a beautiful season, and for being one of the strongest teams in Collegiate Overwatch history. Gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get the trophy lift, of course. So everybody put a hand on it, a well-deserved trophy victory. We get out of here with it. Hey, round of applause, yay! Beautiful. A big congratulations to ISU. A well-fought victory, and honestly one that I think you guys have deserved through and through, season after season, semester after semester. You guys continue to be powerful. I'm gonna sneak in front. Excuse me. All right, so I mean, something that I'm really curious about, and you guys might not know the answer, but I'd love to hear if you do, is I think a lot of people are wondering, what's next for you guys? You know, this is a very unfortunate circumstance. You're ending it on a bang with a phenomenal finish. You've got one more thing coming up, but is this going to be the end of the Overwatch road for any of you?
Well, I know for a fact that at least 4 of the 5 players are going to be competing in OWCS in the upcoming future, so that's going to be really exciting if you want to see more of them. I know I'm going to be cheering for them. For me personally, unfortunately, my tenure at ISU is coming to an end, but I'll still be supporting the boys in their OWCS run as much as I can, and I can't be more proud of them. So.
And you know, I'm definitely curious, being the players yourselves going into this. You guys are obviously one of the, if not the strongest Overwatch team in collegiate history, and that is absolutely due to you guys, due to the work that you have put in, due to the time you've spent together, and due to the skill that you guys have. But I would love to hear it from you. What is it that makes you guys so amazing? What is it that makes Redbird? What is it that makes this Overwatch team one of the greatest collegiate teams we'll possibly ever see?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have no voice.
Yeah, no worries. What makes our team?
Yes.
It's just dedication, and especially like teamwork. You know, we like each other outside the game, inside the game. As long as we have the synergy on top of each other, we're not gonna let go of anything. Only W's from here on out, you know?
I love it. Well, guys, big congratulations again. Let's get one more trophy lift just to celebrate ISU in a beautiful victory. Illinois State Redbirds Overwatch, your CECC 2025 champions.
Back-to-back Overwatch CECC champions. That has to be a good feeling. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. We got a lot to break down here with that crazy game, right? Illinois State University taking the win over Fisher 3-0. Tiny Shiny, you're looking very happy about this.
And they did it. It's the first team in a while that we've had, the second team ever at a CECC event to win this tournament 3 times, and 4 now perfect semesters still remains, and you could close it on a golden stage. Not a single map has been dropped this weekend by the Illinois State Redbirds. I mean, it's a statement to have to say goodbye to this program, and it really does warm my heart to see them get this success on the biggest collegiate stage out there right now.
It is. Miles, I mean, you've gone out with a bang, you've sent your message, and everyone will remember this moment seared into their minds.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool and interesting to see a Fisher upset, but this feels right, you know? Like, this is earned. They've been working so hard to achieve this pinnacle placement, and like you said, ending on a golden stage of all things, it's almost like, it's poetic, you know?
Oh, history is writing itself right now, Nerdy.
It's writing itself, it's repeating itself in the best way possible, I feel like. I mean, yes, they had a perfect run here at this event. They finished on a perfect game, but I think this also points to the synergy that team just has as a whole together. I mean, Lethal said it best, and that was pure teamwork. And if they were missing that dynamicism that they have, the communication, working together as a well-oiled machine, things could have started to sway in Fisher's favor, but it didn't. They approached this absolutely as though they needed to play it well, they needed to do it right, and whether or not they wanted to get it done in 3 maps, or whether they did anticipate having to go the distance, they were going to give the utmost respect to Fisher, play their A game, play what they do best, and we saw that every single team fight that was happening. Fisher walked in down a player because they were handing themselves over to Kuffa, trying to play for, you know, the POTG moments when Redbirds, they were more than willing to give up their ultimate just to take one person out of the play as they're rotating towards the point. They knew if they could use their ult, get the advantage, and play for their team, that they would have the most success.
It really was a sight to behold. Like, it truly was. The way that the Redbirds were playing Overwatch, it was aggression dialed to 11. Ultimates? Yeah, we'll get those back. Let's just go ahead, press Q, and we'll see what happens. And for the Redbirds, what happened? Miles, what was that? A lot.
Yeah, I mean, when they're throwing those ultimates just to get a single pick, it's because they have that faith in their cohesion as a team, that they know when it's 4v5, even if they're down in resources, down in cooldown, they can find a way to make a miracle happen and, well, actually not even a miracle happen, make their exact plan happen and take home the fight. again and again and again and again. Every map, every fight, every stage, just every tournament go into the Redbirds.
And Tiny, we were watching Kings Row, and we were like, dude, Kuffa's just, what is Kuffa doing right now? Like, all alone by themselves on Hazard, and just wreaking havoc wherever they go.
Dude, this guy's a beast on the Hazard. I mean, I'm over here watching Kuffa. Like, I've casted ISU a couple times, you know, just in recent days. And I mean, since Hazard came out, I literally said, once I found out what that hero does, I'm like, oh my god, Kuffa is going to fry on this character. And that's exactly what he did here on today's stage. He's incredibly good at both splitting apart the teams, but also, as Nerdy Bird was saying, knowing to choose those timings to a point where Fisher aren't fully prepared for his dives. There was a lot of moments where we saw ISU flat out spawn holding. Half of Fisher was stuck in the spawns, half of them was pushing the payload, and a lot of that was because of Kuffa's initiation. But you need to also shout out the entire team and how they played so well around each other to make this happen. I mean, even us, like we were saying that there weren't these massive pop-up moments from individuals because the team works so well together as a whole.
And I need to continue on with what you're saying, because yes, Kuffa would dive in and play the divide and conquer game.
Oh yeah.
He would pick his battles wisely, but when this is occurring, there's a lot of teams that are like, where's my tank? And I'm pretty sure anyone who's ever played Overwatch Ladder can totally relate to this feeling of, my tank is missing, therefore I'm going to lose this fight. No, Kuffa is off winning his little battle that he's having with someone, or he's spawn holding someone. So you better do your job, and that's take care of the man advantage that you currently have and win out that fight. And having that trust to know that my tank can go veer off on their own and live is a huge sign of both respect and trust in that team to do their job and do it well.
Throughout this all, though, that interview at the very end, right? It's one that really just fills you with heartbreak. It fills you with emotion. Just seeing that this powerhouse team, it's being sunset. But like we said, the memories that we've built around them are just going to keep continuing, and seeing how they've been able to make it this far, how they've been able to get the back-to-back championships. But we do want to see some of the great plays that came out of this matchup with our Red Bull Wings play. And I think one of them, I mean, there was a lot, right? And this was actually pretty difficult to figure out because of how well this team was playing. It never really felt like the individual pop-off moment, but instead the team pop-off. But we did manage to get one, and I think nothing better exemplifies that than just the absolute insanity that we're seeing here.
All right, so Admiral on the Lucio getting the POTG. I know that Tiny was also a little shocked on Li Jiang to see that Lucio was banned. I didn't say it, but I kind of assumed they knew we'd go to Kings Row and they wanted to protective ban Lucio. I think this is why. So Admiral could be a dominant force on KR.
I mean, we get to, literally, this guy's on a 180 swivel, like, the entire time. The sheer amount of things that he does in this fight. He sets up the elimination onto Grapes here, makes sure that he comes back into WMamon's mage, then identifies that, there's a dive happening in the backline. I need to make sure Hydron stays where Kuffa can hit him, and now there's this Cosmic on the Genji, then I need to put out of position, away from the rest of my team, forces the dash, and then just flat out hits all the pellets that are needed. So not only is this a standout individual play from somebody like Admiral on a main support, which is, by the way, really hard to catch sometimes, but it also shows that ISU are so good at identifying what each individual needs and how players like Admiral on a support can help them in like 4 different ways in the span of 5 seconds.
Miles, it's what makes Overwatch so great, right? It would be so easy to just pick a tank, pick a DPS, and just go with big flashy kills, but here is a support play, a Red Bull Wings play for the support, showing what it takes for that setup and what a good support can do to help enable their team.
Yeah, I mean, you have to perform at the high level and exceed at the high level. You can't just be doing your one role or cycling between things. It has to be synchronous. It has to be multiple goals accomplished with one single action, and that's what we saw in that Red Bull Wings play.
It's been a great time. It's been an amazing weekend of CECC Overwatch. And now it's time to throw it over to Keegan and the bracket wall so ISU can lift that trophy again.
Thank you very much, Sam. We are down here on the bracket wall yet again, and we have for the third time in front of a bracket wall. Illinois stayed back in 22, won it 24, and the boys are back in town. 25 one more time. I asked them last year, if you remember, I asked them, this year are you going to win it through the Midwest Regional and then win it all? They did exactly that. They followed up on their promise. They're here. I'm here with Coach Parker holding the trophy. You okay?
Yeah, doing great.
All right, well, we have the MVP trophy, which will come up in a sec, but Coach, I have to know, what a way to go out for the program here. How do you feel about seeing this team, take it all home in what could be the final hurrah?
I mean, I say this all the time, but I couldn't be more proud of my team, and I'm so happy that we brought home our third win at CECC. I'm sad we can't do it again in the next years coming forward, but really, really happy for everybody. Yeah.
Now, I want to say you guys are the first team in any game to win 3 titles here in CECC in the 4 years that it's existed in LAN. I mean, that's got to feel pretty good for a team. Again, history going out of it, but that's got to hold high in your eyes, right?
Yeah, we're not the kings of Collegiate for nothing.
The Kings of Collegiate absolutely running on that line. And now, I know I have the card, but right behind me, I have the MVP trophy. Jesse and I said it. We had a say in it. To the man that went 34 eliminations in one map, 20 final blows. Kuffa, come on up. Kuffa, come on up. Congratulations. 34 eliminations. First of all, Hazard I did not expect the Hazard to come out first and foremost. I thought we were mainly going to see Ram. I thought we were mainly going to see Orisa. 34 eliminations, though. I mean, were you just vibing? You were just having fun up there, it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard's just pretty fun. You know, that game was pretty light work, so just had a bit of fun with it. Didn't want to ram mirror the whole time. Play some other heroes. Get a little bit of fun.
Now I want to know for the rest of the team, was it fun having to play around this guy or for this guy, or was it you're just trying to make sure that he wasn't getting too far away from you?
You know, he makes the game easy sometimes, and sometimes he makes it hard, but he always wins, so it doesn't matter. He always pulls through.
All right, one final thing, guys. Let's wrap this up here. Again, congratulations on the MVP, but I got one more thing for somebody that wants to take this last piece of the wall for Overwatch. Hangs in my hand right here. Who wants to take it? All yours, sir. Admiral takes the title. Put it on. CECC 2025 champions 3 times in 4 years. A hat trick of history in CECC May Madness. We will take a short break. When we come back, one more game left to go here from Esports Stadium Arlington. Valorant on the other side when we come back from CECC May Madness 2025.
as we get to learn a little bit more about one of our key brands here at May Madness, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in 2025. So I just got a chance to meet you this weekend.
Yes,
How
sir.
are things going at CECC?
I think we have a great reception here. This is our first time with Esports CECC, and I think all the competitors as well as the parents and fans are loving it.
So tell us a little bit more about what El Cerro is.
So El Cerro is a 0.0 ABV mocktail. They're Whole Foods compliant. We're actually in all the HEBs out here in Texas and all the Walmart.coms in all 50 states.
That's great. And where our office is in Connecticut, I know you just launched there as well.
We did. We just launched in Connecticut, the whole entire state with the Molson Coors distributor up there. Was there last week. It's a beautiful state. And we got in all the Total Wines, Carluzzi's, and the Buy Rights. And I believe they're called Bev Maxes.
That's great.
Yep.
That's great. So if you are looking for a mocktail, a little bit of maybe something to crack open and take a sip of, where you're not feeling any of the effects of alcohol, this is a perfect opportunity to get El Cerro.
Absolutely. They're a true 0.0 ABV. We have 4 flavors. We have a strawberry daiquiri with strawberries.
I'm going to pick one up. We're going to share one here.
As a matter of fact, the one you have is our berry mule. It has 4 berries, fresh mint, cucumber, and ginger. Cheers.
Cheers. Delicious. Love it. This is not the first one I've had, as you can tell. I'm a pro with the El Cerro. So tell us a little bit more how the company got started.
Yeah, so in 2012, I've been a mixologist for a number of years, 25 years. Anything bar or restaurant related, I've done it.
Great.
And so what I would do is I would make these margarita mixes and different mixes on my NutriBullet, take them in empty milk jugs and go into a cantina called Dos Gringos South Tempe, right off the ASU campus.
Awesome.
Yep.
So
that's how I got started.
Yeah, that's a great way to get started, is right near a campus. Obviously, it feels like this category is growing quite a bit too.
It is in the double digits, where wine, spirits, and beer are down double digits. The non-alc is going up double digits. We also have another non-alc called Elevado, and that is a low-dose THC CBD product. That's what's in Connecticut.
Really fascinating. Yeah. You can learn more about El Cerro. You just go to your website?
Yes, sir. You got elcerrodrinks.com. If you want to order online for Walmart, elcerromocktails.com, and then you also have elevadodrinks.com.
Excellent. So a lot more to learn about it. They have 4 delicious flavors.
Yep.
If you like a little bit of a spicy or a sweet opportunity here to drink with El Cerro. So cheers.
Yes, cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good. Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The
eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports, and it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an Expression Pro. No pain, just gain.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle.
If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me.
If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get.
I die with honor. Delicious.
Amazing. Wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. It's like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad.
I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
Backhand coming in with
another one!
Again, not enough with a
No! The time it right the back row doing it wrong!
You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get
Sue, the paranoia's gotta come out. I don't know who's coming or where they're coming. Oh, the Sue makes it happen. That's 4 on the site.
Damn right. You know I play right. You know I don't play right.
Welcome back, everyone, to Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup May Madness 2025 live from the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. I'm Cat Nader, and joining me on the desk is Nerdy Bird, Tiny Shiny, and Sam Talks. Great to have you guys with us for what is our final game of the day. It has been one heck of a championship Sunday. We've only got one Commissioner's Cup left to lift, and that is for Valorant. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of these two teams, let's just talk about how they got here to Championship Sunday, how they got to the grand finals, starting with Winthrop. Tiny, walk me through their run.
And Winthrop, we got to see them especially kind of come out as one of the best team that wasn't within the Pool A. They were that kind of they were technically the 5th seed, but in a lot of people's eyes, the number 2 team, in especially only falling to Maryville, which we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But Winthrop in particular had to walk through Columbia, they had to walk through Tamu Maroon, and most importantly this morning, they had a face-off against the St. Clair Saints, not St. Clair Saints, against Cumberland, who have been on a tear throughout this bracket. Winthrop shut them down in 3 maps and now find themselves here in the grands.
And one thing I want to build off of what Tiny's speaking about here is that there was 2 people on this desk that said Tamu Maroon were gonna win.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I'm one of those people. The other one is down there.
I didn't say that.
We did, because I leaned into you and said Tamu Maroon.
I said Maryville.
No. Day 1. You backtracking.
I was a Maryville believer.
Someone check the clips.
Wasn't me. I said Winthrop, so I'm chilling here.
Yeah, I just...
I'm sorry. Hey, okay.
You.
Well, Sam, that's how it goes sometimes. Don't worry about it. We'll take your word for it. No worries. I do want to highlight, though, on that Cumberland matchup, they went at 2-1. They won Lotus 13-2.
Yeah.
They lost map 1 and said, you know what? I'm tired of losing. Completely reset. I don't know what they talked about in the break between maps, but clearly efficient. A 13-2 on Lotus and then a 13-9 to finish that series as well on map 3. Phenomenal stuff from this team.
Yeah.
But there is a side on the other end.
Now, Sam, you said you had Maryville winning.
I did.
Why don't you tell me how they got to the grand finals in the first place? What was their road to the finals?
Well, they've had a pretty, simple road, right? They were one of the regional winners, so they got through the group stage relatively unscathed, right? They fell to St. Clair and then eventually to San Jose State. So that put them at the second seed. They come in, they have that bye, they beat Baker College 2-0, they beat Northwood 2-0, and now they're just sitting here waiting in the grand finals for Winthrop University.
Yeah, those are squads that I think some folks had winning the entire thing. I will say I thought Northwood would take this thing. Oh, I at least expected to see them in the grand finals, but Maryville had other ideas without a doubt. And I think that comes on the fact of Giza with this roster.
Yes.
Only player with a chance to go back-to-back in Valorant this year, lifted a cup with the St. Clair Saints, came over to Maryville instead, has a chance to repeat history. Are we liking that roster addition, Sam Talks?
I am. I think Giza has been a phenomenal addition to the Maryville roster, right? You can take a look at how they've been able to reshape how Maryville has been playing. And not only that, but you can also see the track record of what this team has been able to do ever since they've come back. And Giza has been a consistent top fragger for this squad, occupying the Sentinel role, which is something really crazy to think about on top of that. So not only do they bring the experience that they have, being a championship, being a title winner, they also have the experience of playing in all of these different collegiate scenes. They have this Tier 2 experience that they're bringing with Maryville as well that they're trying to work towards getting. And it's just really, I think, going to show itself to its utmost potential here on stage.
I'd say there's a bit of a rivalry brewing between these teams as well. They find themselves in the grand finals and NECC of fall 2024. And Winthrop, I don't know if they'd call it a rivalry. They won it in convincing fashion. It was 3-0, and some of these map scores, you got to talk about them, right? They win a set 13-1 to set the tone for the series. They take Abyss 13-6 and their Haven matchup 13-8, so fully sweeping that best of 5. But a rivalry nonetheless. Tiny, talk to me about it.
And we say a rivalry because it wouldn't really be a rivalry if it was just one-sided,
Yeah,
right? Or a one-time occurrence. Mind you, this was way back in the fall. Feels forever ago. At this point, these teams actually, this is now their third time meeting in the grand finals of a major collegiate event. Just last week at the NACE finals, this was the exact two teams that were on the stage, and it was a Maryville 2-0, people. This score now tied at 1-1. Now we got a tiebreaker on our hands, and having it here at the CECC stage, I mean, if this isn't a rivalry after this, I don't even know what a rivalry is anymore.
Kat.
Good.
I heard that moves of Winthrop fame. Just talking about, Maryville's a great team, but they're a collegiate team.
Ooh.
The only Challengers roster here this weekend is Winthrop. Does that Challengers experience give them an edge in this competition, Artie?
I think it does, because there's a lot more on the line every rung you go up, so to speak, which is, pointing towards our other games. And we had in Overwatch, we have basically Team Nightmare playing in a collegiate space. They're calm, cool, and collected. They don't feel stressed out because they know that the competitive tier that they're capable of being at is, even though they're fighting tooth and nail, they can relax a little bit here. And the pressures of making a mistake don't feel as devastational here as they would to them when they're playing at the highest capacity possible. Is that saying they're not going to ball out? No, of course they still have to, as we've said on Desk. This is a rivalry in the making, and if it doesn't become one today, we'll probably be very disappointed in the performance of at least one, if not both, if they're not fighting tooth and nail. But I also don't foresee this turning into a situation where we're going to end up with an 0-13 type of map. If we do,
absolutely not.
Something is terribly wrong. But I do need to follow this up with, and speaking with Sam earlier, when we asked Maryville what the map's picks and bans would be, what was the response you got, Sam?
Well, listen, now when they told me this, it was in utmost complete confidence when they said this. So I'm sharing it with all of you. Maybe with utmost complete confidence. They go in, nah.
So, that has me a little bit worried for them, but that also maybe could imply the fact that they don't feel so uncomfortable with any map that could be presented to them today that it would be an issue. But according to some of the stats I have, even though they won very heavy-handedly on Ascent, do you want to know what their win percentage is on that map?
Give it to me.
38%.
Ooh. That's a yikes.
That's supposed to be like one of the litmus test maps that exists, and it is by and large one of their worst maps. So if that is their worst map and they win 13-0 on it, I honestly want to lean into Maryville, but I'm still going to say, Winthrop, they're probably going to be super comfortable today.
I mean, you mentioned Winthrop's Challengers experience. They feel like every other squad, just a college school. But you know, you got to think this Maryville squad is gritty, right? They come in, they're able to take down Northwood, a heavy favorite, to make it at least to Grands in this bracket. And in map 2, they go to 5 overtimes. They win it in 18-16 fashion. Wow. I was refreshing VLR earlier this morning because the second series was already done, and I was like, someone in the pit is not reporting out. We have great TOs here. I know somebody. There's no way we made this mistake, and they certainly didn't. That almost 2 entire maps worth of rounds from this team. So if that doesn't tell you they can go the distance, I don't know what does, Sam.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this is against Northwood University, right? This is another team that's also comprised of challengers players. It's another team that's comprised of that tier 2 experience. So yeah, when you're going that distance, when you're knowing that what is on the line is going to be that grand final stage, you're going to bring everything that you have, but I mean, 5 overtimes is next level. That is the kind of, when I'm in my own ranked games, that's when I'm already hitting the FF button. I'm that one player who's like, I'm done, I'm going home.
Let's draw.
Yeah, let's go ahead and draw so that way I can go to bed or something like that, or go to next game. But yeah, 18-16 is a wild stat line to see, and especially when you look at the pedigree that's coming out from both of these teams, and when you look at the actual map itself, that being Fracture, right? It's something that we don't typically get to see from Maryville very often, but for them to be able to pull out a win like that in such a grueling overtime fashion, it's a very, very good sign in my opinion.
Yeah, it shows they can play whatever map's brought to them. So Winthrop, you know, you want to make that argument. It's going to be the same story on the other side of the coin. And let's talk about players to look at in this matchup. I think for me, for Maryville, I'm looking into Cloric and Wildfire. They've had an incredible weekend, and they've really only gotten better as the bracket's gone on. But anybody that's drawing your eye, Nerdy.
Drawing my eye?
Yeah, you first.
All right, well, I'm going to be looking at Infiltrator and Flare specifically. Okay. And that is because I feel like this sophomore player is going to be on Jet very important. We've seen Jet players absolutely pop off over the course of the weekend, and I say this in the utmost respect to any other duelist in the game that plays any other agent. I just feel like Jet is in a very comfortable place right now, and if you are capable of using her kit to the extent that it should be for initiations onto Objective B, for example, on Ascent in particular, the Jet initiation post the util from your initiator, if you use that Cloud Smoke at the right time, the dash, get in, get the elimination, or even just get the door down for Market, all of that, when done perfectly, of course it is the utmost and I think most popular initiation onto that objective in general when it comes to using the bread and butter composition for Ascent. Doing that, making sure it's perfect every single time is what I'm going to be looking at. If there's mistakes happening because you haven't been playing Jet as much as you should be lately, or because you wanted to shake up the comp, then I'm going to start getting worried. So I'm going to be looking at the Jet players, and I really will be looking at the duelists overall to see if they're initiating on points off their initiator util today and doing it at the right time.
Well, you asked for duelist. The best I can give you is a flex, if that's all right. We have some words from Cloric. Let's go to the video.
And I'm here with Maryville Valorant. Right now, our biggest inspiration is to get in Tier 2 challengers, which we're right on the cusp of, but we've been falling short, but we're right there, so we'll get there. Right now, our normal practice week is 4 to 5 days a week, at least 3 to 4 hours. But with finals, we've been slowing down a little bit, but usually 3 to 4 hours almost every day. The final experience is pretty surreal because there's so many teams here and there's some massive venues, so we're happy to be here. I think we're looking to face Winthrop or Northwood, both like top tier competitors. There some players in challengers, Winthrop full teams in challengers, so looking to face them again after beating them NACE finals last weekend. I think my personal goals is to be at the top of Collegiate and hopefully making the challengers. I think it's the same for all my teammates too. I think the Maryville motto is one team, one family, so we're gonna stick with it. My advice was to get players that are hardworking and want to succeed, because then if you have players that want to put in the work ethic, then you'll go far. I think the main moment this season that's brought our team together has been the NACE Orlando finals, where we took it 2-0 against Winthrop University.
There's nothing like hearing from the players, without a doubt. Let's continue the dialogue here. Let's move into what we might expect to see in this series, or at least where we'll see this series take place. Let's talk map pools. Sam, where are these teams looking strong?
I mean, even just taking a look at how things have been going within the past couple of weeks, right? A big point of contention between these two teams from what I've been seeing, at the very least,
match history-wise, they like their Havens, they like their Lotuses. I wouldn't be surprised if they go there. What I am kind of hoping to see is going to be that Icebox pick. Right? Icebox has been, yeah, you can see already kind of has a little bit of a pulse on the Icebox map pick from both of these squads, but I think I would really like to see that. I think a Haven Lotus, there's a possibility of maybe an Ascent being brought out, right? That being the Collegiate special, that being a place where a lot of teams find their comfortability. I know we were talking about low percentage rates, but maybe. I wouldn't be surprised also if that's probably going to be one of the first maps that we see banned, but I'm feeling Icebox, I'm feeling Lotus. And you know what? I'm going to go crazy. I'll say Split.
So I actually am going to agree with you on the Icebox, and this is because this is not a good map for really either of these teams, but it is like a mutual hated map. It feels like across the board for most college and professional teams, it's normally banned outright, and so that implies lack of experience on it, but really I do think it is a map that no matter what, everyone has to practice on, even if they hate it. So I do foresee Icebox as being a potential map pick, and then I'm going to pivot away from the Ascent here, and I'm actually going to say Fracture.
Yeah.
And then the great equalizer that's going to exist, I don't think will be Haven, just because one of these teams just it's not their bread and butter. They do not like it. They seem to be almost allergic to it. So I'm actually going to lean back into the Lotus, just because we've seen that so much this weekend. Both these teams have played it. I feel like there is the recipe for success there. So those are my 3 maps, and I don't think we see Ascent.
We do have a 100% Lotus played on stage rate so far.
Yes.
I feel like we have to keep that up, you know, especially for the fans.
Yeah, we got to see it at least once. And both these teams, yeah, as you mentioned, have some reps on Lotus this weekend. It's 100% win rate when it comes to Lotus for Winthrop this weekend. They took Cumberland 13-2 on Lotus. So it almost makes me feel like you just ban it if you're very big. You know, like Cumberland is such a powerhouse school. They took them 13-2. I don't want to have the same experience, especially not state. And that's not to say that Maryville can't win it. They beat Baker, another squad that I know Zoe really had an eye on going into this weekend, and that was a 13-8 scoreline. But it's not a 13-2 to Cumberland. You know what I'm saying, Sam?
Yeah, 13-2 makes it a little bit different, I think, right, in the mindset. Makes things a little,
it makes it different.
It makes it different. It makes it a bit difficult to, when you look at that score, you're like, okay, maybe we just go ahead and get rid of that one, dumpster that in the trash, and record some of the other matches.
Dumpster.
Yeah, just dumpster that one in the trash. GG, go next, and yeah, just ban that out. But there's also that dichotomy, too, of maybe even just picking a map that you might think will play into their hands, so that way you can get a map that you want for yourself. And you know, we talked about that with a little bit with the hero bans in Overwatch. Sort of the same idea translates into the map pick ban for Valorant, where you're wanting that mind game. You're really needing to make sure that you're looking at how your opponent plays, figuring out where they are most comfortable on, figuring out where their greatest win rates are. And on the grand final stage, right, you're not holding anything close to your chest. You're not holding any cards close to the deck.
There's no need.
There's no need anymore. It's just everything you have, put it out there.
And with how much these teams have played each other recently, too, like, I don't think there's not even that much secrets between them anyways. Like, because they're meeting in the finals of all of these matches, like, you're pulling out your best to begin with. Like, it's been a week since those NA's grand finals. Like, I highly doubt there's been these significant changes to how these teams prefer, how they're going to want to do these bans. So now that each of these teams are coming in with a wiser idea of what the other wants to do, I think we're seriously going to see those mind games come into play, because these maps are really going to make or break your finals.
I have one last Joker card I'm going to play down, like I'm doing Bellotro right now. Thoughts on Pearl?
Oh. Maybe not.
I don't know about that.
Maybe not. It's you really have to go deep into the match history to find some form of Pearl.
I know, and that's why I say I present to you Pearl.
At least for Maryville, you do. Winthrop did play it against Tamu Maroon in the playoffs or the quarterfinals, but they lost that 11-13. So, again, maybe
I think it could be a trump card.
For which side?
For Winthrop.
Well, Maryville played in CVAL and beat Cumberland 13-5.
True. Okay, well, my trump card has been burned up.
We all got deep pools, especially when we get to this level, right? You can play any map.
Yeah, pretty much.
And a lot of these comps, too, for both these teams seem to be the same. So it kind of does feel like who is going to be the best. day of. And so when we get to then how do we edge out this competition, let's talk about what are some keys to victory. Ari, anything coming to mind?
I really think it is relying on util and using it properly. I mean, yesterday we saw what exactly can go wrong when you're not using your util at the right time. It is there for a reason, and there is util that recharges for a reason, so you need to be using it optimally in order to come out on top. And on top of that, I think if we move into a map like Ascent, where there is, you know, that third lane of presence, making sure that you're gaining that space, getting intel when you're taking that space, or preventing intel from being given over is going to be quintessential. This game is a game of numbers and information on top of your ability to click heads. So when you have the most information, you set yourself up for the most amount of success. So I think with that, using your utility and getting information off of it are going to be the two big things that really drive a team to success here.
Anything jump at you, Tony?
I'm going to kind of jump off of that a little bit too, because not only the utility usage is important, but we've also seen, especially on stage, a lot of issues when it comes to these post plants, whether deciding whether you're going to, how far you're going to push up, is your team there to back you up, is this balance between how confident are we, like, in actually setting up for these particular plays, versus are we too confident and are we going too far ahead out of the support of our teammates. So I want to make sure that these limits are in place for these teams because of how high of a level that they are competing on in challengers for the most part. There's really not going to be too much room for error like that.
Yeah, it always comes down to those like post-plant retakes or how you're going to set things up. But I always, when you look at a team, is how they handle the early rounds, transitioning into the mid rounds. The very first pickoffs that you can make really do set the tempo and how things are going to work out. Winthrop, though, has always been a great team that can recover even when they're down a member, even when they're down a squad, a player. So for them to be able to have that in the back of their mind, to be able to have that in their tool set, Maryville is going to have to keep up with that tempo of their own. They're going to have to make their own plays, and it really does come down to the question, are we going to be getting Collegiate Winthrop or are we going to be getting Challengers Winthrop? Sometimes this team likes to oscillate between what they want to play, and both of these teams have been through a relatively grueling schedule, right? They've been playing, obviously they did NACE last weekend, they've been playing CVAL all weekend, now they're here, they've also been doing CECC at the same time, now they're up here on the grand final stage. I mean, just a few hours ago, both of these teams were doing their own CVAL matchup, so at the same time, it's a grueling schedule. On the flip side, you're warm. You're ready to go. You're ready to start playing. And I'm getting like some crazy looks over here.
Look, you signed up for it. So if you're going to point to the fact that, like, hey, I had to play these games as your weakness, your point of contention as to why you didn't perform as well, you literally signed up for it. You knew this was going to happen, so you have to own up to the fact that, you know, you did this to yourself. So there is no reason why you can really point to that. I say, you know, play your hearts out, slam a Red Bull or two if you're physically capable of doing so, and, you know, play your heart out on stage. This is it. This is the end of CECC. If we don't go out with a bang, that's going to be so disappointing.
I do think your point, though, Sam, I think that is a big advantage for Winthrop is how much they play.
Yeah.
I think one of my biggest gripes with the Challenger schedule is that they only play one game a week, but that's not an issue when you play so many collegiate matches. So they do have so many reps. They have double the officials of almost any team here, which is such an advantage. And the level of opponents that you're playing as well, it takes you down to a lower level earlier in the bracket. You know, no shade, of course, but I don't think any of these teams are Challenger rosters, and they won't hate on me for saying that, of course. But we're talking keys to the match. I actually think I'm looking into Giza here.
Yeah, fair.
Did win last year, right? But had massive moments. In game 2, had 20 in 10 rounds. Was stellar when it came to Sentinel play, when it came to holding down sites. If they went to the A site with Giza, there was a 4K coming your way. And right now, we're going to throw it to a short break. When we get back, it's the grand finals here. Don't go anywhere.
Wow. 9 at window number 9.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good. Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws?
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. So we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an Expression Pro. No pain, just game.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle. If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me. If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get. I die with honor. Delicious, amazing, wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Ow! Not at window number 9.
Sour Punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez. Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on. Lava lamp.
My bad, my bad.
Welcome to the Grand Finals in Valorant here at CECC Main Madness 2025. Our match is between our bracket number 5 seed and our bracket number 2 seed. Now let's introduce the teams. First to the stage, the number 5 seed from the CECC Last Chance Qualifier bracket number 1, Winthrop University. Ali, Moobs, Nazi, Infiltrator, Flare. And their opponents, the bracket number 2 seed from the CECC Midwest Regional, Maryville University. Chloric, Renz, Angie, Wildfire, Giza. And now, please welcome back to the stage for the pre-match showdown, your host, Septilence.
Thank you. It seems like we have a pretty excited crowd out here. Who's excited for Valorant? Hey, there we go. All right, gentlemen, feel free to be seated, except for those joining me for my questions up front here. Let's move in front of the trophy, why don't we? So everyone can get a beautiful look at this trophy that could in just a couple hours belong to you, or could in just a couple hours belong to you. So coming in, man, I got a little bit of information about you before we jump into this. I was told that you are kind of considered the Winthrop Val hype man. We were told that you're kind of a primary communicator for the team, that no matter what, you're kind of in that positivity mindset. You're looking to keep the team stable. And I'd love to just ask you, what kind of impact do you think that's had for the rest of your team? Because I've heard that you are that driving force just as much outside the game as you are inside it.
Yeah, I mean, as an IGL, I kind of have to control the team. So I just mentally and physically in the server and outside the server, just try to keep everyone composed. And of course, we're going to bring that today and play our best game.
Absolutely. And on this side as well, I mean, going into this matchup, how do you guys feel? Maryville, an esports program synonymous with success. We see you so often at the upper echelon of things, and you guys are coming into this. What kind of energy are we bringing to the table today?
Listen, I'm going to settle an argument right now. If you were to take 5 people from our team, including me, versus 1 silverback gorilla, we're winning the fight.
And it's that easy. 5v1 gorilla here. All right, you stick around for me, but I'm going to send you back. I'm going to pull Giza up here. I'd love to get a little bit of a chat with him. So something interesting about Giza, for those that are curious, Giza actually won CECC last year, but with a different Valorant program, which is very interesting. So if Giza wins today, he will be a player with 2 CECC championships under 2 different schools. So Giza, I mean, that's impressive first and foremost. How does it feel for you personally to go on a team, make it this far, make it to Grands and win, to go to a different team and do that again?
I mean, it feels great coming from St. Clair and winning CECC. I love my boys at SEC, sitting there in the back. But I can't wait to win another one.
Yeah, hey, he said can't wait 2. Not if. There's a 2 at the end of that. But gentlemen, if we can get that handshake jumping into this game, best of luck to both of you. Let's make some more noise for CECC Valorant Grand Finals.
Welcome everybody. We have saved the best for last. It is Winthrop University with that experience under their belt in Challengers versus Maryville University, the recent winners when it came to a conference championship between these two. But they meet again, Zobi. Apparently Maryville, the 5 of them can take on a silverback gorilla. But can they handle Winthrop?
Ooh, I mean, that's definitely a hefty weight to have to lift off their back. I mean, the Death laid it out perfectly. A rivalry in the making, a tiebreaker match, and I mean, these 2 squads, at least this weekend, have had such different stories and such different seasons. I know there was this discussion between experience and the outburn that can happen when you are playing so many matches. And I think that's what this Grand Finals is going to come down to.
Yeah, listen, Winthrop, a ton of matches played here today, especially including that CVAL currently going on. A lot of them going to map 3 as well. But then you look at Maryville, Cool, Calm, Collected. Their last 2 matches in this event went 2-0 to Baker, 2-0 to Northwood, and they're hoping to get another 2-0 under their belt here in this match. So you've got a calm team like them in Maryville, and then you've got Winthrop, who are hoping that experience pays off. Like you said, a ton of matches today. We've seen them kind of get exhausted in some scenarios there, but I'd say they look pretty animated. They look pretty ecstatic to be on that stage.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Moobs, you saw it even while they were pulling the interviewees, going over. They're all friends. They all were tweeting saying they're excited for this matchup today. I mean, I kind of look at it as this. It's like the younger and the older sibling. The younger sibling gets spoiled by everything, winning Nays, being the number 2 seed coming in. And the older child has one nice thing, which is Winthrop's Challengers spot. And Maryville wants it too.
And they've been working so hard for that. We just heard in the interview, I believe that was Cloric that we heard from, where they're like, you know what? Yeah, we're not in Challengers right now. They've come so close, but he says, we're there. We're basically there. And so that's kind of the idea with this. But what's the idea when it comes to the maps below there? You see the Sour Punch logo as well. We're getting the Pearl. That is the choice of, help me out here,
Winthrop.
Winthrop, and then interesting to see Maryville go with Icebox, because we've seen Winthrop kind of ban that in some of their second ban phases, and then if we get to it, the decider of Lotus.
And I think, and I mean, I was like trying, my favorite thing as an analyst is to try and predict the map pool, and I could not have, I think read this situation better. Icebox, Nerdy kind of talked about it, maybe these teams avoid it. Maryville, the Giza Reina. You were mentioned in the Sentinel role? Not on this map, and I'm excited that it's going to be a confirmed part of this best of 3. And while Lotus is the best map right now, it was a 100% win rate in this tournament for the side of Winthrop. I'm not surprised they floated it through the first round, because they actually lost it earlier this morning, 9-13 to Fisher in that lower round of CVAL before they turned it around nonetheless for a 2-1 victory. So maybe they're a little bit shaken there, and they actually lost that map in NACE Grand Finals, also to Maryville in a pretty, so-so fashion.
Yeah, 13-7. I see that right there. So, listen, yeah, Lotus, it's looking really solid, this event for Winthrop, but when or if we get to that third map, we'll have to see. But it is indeed Pearl for the first map, and Pearl is a map that excites me a lot, Zobi, because we're going to get some of my favorite agents on that map, or at least I'm expecting a Vise, my current favorite Sentinel, but unfortunately no Yoru. I'm a big Yoru fan. I know he's been hit with some nerfs lately, but we've got some players on these two rosters that are very comfortable on that Jet.
Oh, for sure. The desk was hyping up in particular Infiltrator and this Jet role, and I'm definitely excited to see a head-to-head then with Rens, and especially when these operators come out to play. It'll be quite interesting to see, but what also stands out to me is the difference in initiators. We typically see the KO versus the Fade actually for these two squads, and the Fade is a little bit more, a lurky player, maybe fake off the information utility, while that KO's more, tied to the hip at the Jet, so you can be that flash and dash kind of support pillar.
We're talking about that support with the Duelist and the Initiator. One of my favorite combos when we talk about these two teams is Infiltrator and Flare. And listen, that Initiator and Duelist combo sees itself in many different compositions, but my favorite is the Jet, and actually the Tejo, if we see it. Flare has gone and become a monstrosity on that Tejo. Zobi and I have got a lot of experience here casting in the green room, but also in the pit. We've been watching these teams play from the quarterfinals to the semis, even during the group stage, and I had the pleasure of watching Winthrop just from behind their monitors, and those two are, not always, but sometimes tied to the hip. Flare allowing Infiltrator to just make hero plays whenever it's needed.
Oh, for sure. And I'm excited to see Flare as well on that Tejo. They're very flexible. I think over on Icebox, you'll see them maybe inflex to that Killjoy. I think that's where they truly shine. But outside of that as well, I mean, we kind of talked about this earlier. Nazi, right? We got that interview with the IGL. They are such a Sova-centric player that on this map, it's so interesting that they actually are that Fade player. While on the other side, it's actually Maryville that pulls out the Sova for Caloric here. So I'm wondering if we might see a little change up, last second from this squad. I mean, Winthrop was even talking about it. They're like, hey, in that Cumberland match, we kind of trolled a little bit on Haven. We tried it in a new comp. So maybe the grand finals, they already don't want to repeat in the map pool. Maybe they won't have a repeat in the comp style either.
I think what I really like about that point that you mentioned, Nazi, not necessarily playing on what we see as maybe a comfort pick on that Sova on Pearl, but the others are, you have that experience. You kind of know where all those dart lineups are and where they could be. So I don't think Nazi is going to be surprised by any sneaky owl drones or shock bolts that could come its way on Pearl. That's at least my sneaking suspicion.
I am, though, still, a fan of the Sova pick because we've seen it. A Fade, a Tejo, not effective enough to push an operator off of an angle versus an Owl drone can get that deep ping during halls. So, when we actually get to this map where Winthrop's starting out in the attack, Maryville on the defense, we are going to see that in full swing, right? If Maryville gets the pistol, if they get those follow-ups, and I mean, you can see on the stage the players falling asleep, getting ready to jump into the action. We talked with these players after semifinals, actually. We hosted a little mini cast in the pits, right? And they were just happy to be on the stage, again, right after they were able to over at Full Sail down in Orlando. And I mean, the energy's there across both parties.
Yeah, the energy is there. That is a unique form of energy. But listen, we've had so many players up on this stage through the whole day, so many different titles, a lot of massive trophies lifted, if you can see it right there, center stage. And yeah, even Nazi's getting into it. He's excited as well, getting ready to have their fun on the match. And we spoke about them getting so many maps in today, maybe being exhausted. I think we can put those doubts aside.
Ooh, I mean, I definitely maybe. I mean, they still had like an hour or two after that CVAL match, but the difference is that Maryville had like 9 to chillax to watch these matches unfold. But all in all, I do want to pose this as maybe a challenge. Do we think that the Valorant players on stage, I think they've been the most nonchalant and funny, and the other CECC talent can come after me after this series, but I think they are, you know. I think the most chill, the least nervous here to play in this environment, and I think that comes out of the challengers experience that these squads have.
I think it really does. Yeah, that experience pays forward to be able to get on your phone and maybe take a couple pictures of the stage,
the crowd,
or make a little selfie out of it, and just relax. Because at the end of the day, whether you had 9 maps played or 2 maps played today, your experience throughout this whole year playing together, or especially this semester, that's the experience that pays off to this day right here. We're not expecting to see those super big surprises with different agents. There haven't been those catastrophic nerfs or buffs that have shifted and made teams completely change their composition. Today is the day where these two teams get to clash and finally get that tiebreaker, because we mentioned Winthrop coming in as fall champions of NECC, but as we mentioned last week, Maryville, those NACE champs. So this is very much the big stage, the grand stage tiebreaker that these teams have been waiting to duke out.
And speaking of predictions, right, since the get-go, these were the 2 teams you expected to make the run to grand finals. And Pyro, the deaths seem to be a little bit divided, right, between Maryville, between Winthrop. I know there was a Tamu, you know, shout out CVAL reigning champs thrown in the mix, but where did we kind of end up? I think we were on the same page, actually, right, for once?
Oh, predictions.
Yeah, for how the series is going to go.
Oh, how the series is going to go? I think if it goes to a sweep, it's got to lean in favor of Maryville. I'm sorry, they've just looked so good throughout this tournament. You look at their performance right now in CVAL, they're sitting at top 2 very comfortably in those upper finals, whereas Winthrop kind of fending for themselves in that lower bracket. But even if it does go, you know, sweep for Maryville or map 3, what's very obvious about these 2 teams is that they have earned their spot. There's a reason they're both still in that top 6 of CVAL. There's a reason that they're on this final stage. It says that no matter who we're going to face, we are going to come out on top. I don't have a loss recorded for either of these teams against anyone throughout this event, but I do have a map ready for you. Map number 1 is going. It is Pearl. Just as a reminder, our map pool today, because it's been a little while, we've talked for a little bit here. Pearl, Icebox, and if we get to it, Lotus. But whoa, Flare is on the Tejo. There it is.
Yeah, that's what we expected. It's that other side. Again, we have a full house right of initiators here with the rest of these lineups matching each other toe for toe, blow for blow. And once again, like you said, we've been napping for a while. So Maryville, as a reminder, starting out on the defense, while it's going to be that tempo control in the hands of Winthrop. But let's get hyped. Let's get excited. Valorant kicked off CECC May Madness 2025. And now Pyro and I are here to close it for you. Maryville, Winthrop, a rivalry in the making, and only one will step away ahead, 2-1 in their previous records.
You know, we can talk about that big trophy. We can talk about the $2,500 going to the winner, but you said it best. It is that tiebreaker. It is the pride on the line between these 2 teams. Winthrop believe very confidently in themselves in that challengers aspect. But for Maryville, they're saying, no, we're already there. We should earn that spot, and we're going to earn that reputation here today, right on the big stage. It begins on Pearl. We're getting all the cinematic views of the map right now, but we're getting the gates to come down, and we're getting some bodies down on the ground as well. It's Infiltrator to start with our first blood.
And you can already see how this map's going to function. A singular Vice Lurk there out of your player-like moves, and on the other side of things, it's going to be aggression through A main to claim this site pretty flawlessly on the side of Winthrop here. So now the remaining players kind of rotating over, clearing out those deep lurk positions and starting to thin the herd.
And right now, there's only 2 sheeps left of that herd. Wildfire trying to pose themselves maybe more of a lone wolf, saying, if I do have to go about this solo, well, hopefully there's nothing behind me. Moves very stealthily, maneuvering behind them from Flower. This is now Ollie. Oh, getting a little bit of help there on that kill with Infiltrator, and Wildfire sneaking their way into sight for one, denying the near flawless of Winthrop.
And that's something we're going to be looking forward to with Maryville, is with compositions so similar, there's no double duelist antics, there's nothing that gives them an edge in fighting forward, which feels like it's become a prerequisite in professional play, in Challengers Tier 2 level play, where you take the space, you leave a deposit, and you go about your business spreading or rotating across the other map because you have that ounce of certainty. And now, I mean, when you're down already a pistol, Maryville is taking that to the next level. Stack and execute. Your Astra even joining you in this assault deep through A main. And it looks like Winthrop ready to receive it with open arms here.
Oh, certainly. Open arms wide. Here we go. Chloric, the first to peek. And he's peeking right into that vandal from Infiltrator. You already know what's going down at this point. Good for 3 classic. Out for 4. Let him ace.
And that last player gonna be met head on by the Vice, and you can see just jumping, playing content, trying to avoid the kill to give Infiltrator this ace. And you know it's moves, of course, the player that was coming shaking hands. They say, I got a sheriff in my hand, I got nothing to lose, so let's give Infiltrator this clip. And Giza, that is the most bad manners I have ever seen. I think they purposely did that. I don't think that was a mistake.
The Razorvine may have been able to push them towards the ace, but Moob said, no, wait. I can go out that way. I will go out on my own accord. Thank you very much. But either way, the dust settles, and the 2-0 very much in favor there of Winthrop. Will we see the clap back?
But it's also tactical, right? Look, now Infiltrator won off the Bladestorm. They aren't guaranteed handed that ultimate for a 3rd round conversion, but in my mind, Winthrop's not going to need it. A lot of weapons carried over because of that flawless round. Probably even an upgrade found for moves in this expectation. And I mean, it's Nico round. You expect Mid Plaza to be the focal point, but when Winthrop has this much of a buy, this much confidence behind them, they can just go about a normal side exec. What they've been trying. Moves, again, on the lurk, this time a little bit deeper committed towards B, while the rest of the squad kind of strolls, kind of clears out A main.
With the clearing occurring, Moves, as you mentioned, put in the waves there with the Arcros. Making sure nobody's hiding there in that cubby corner. Sheer still active on that end. We may have began at A and B, but now it's mid. Clearing out that B link. Keep an eye on Giza, very much hiding within that quarter and behind the box right now of Renz. They have no idea that he's there. Good for 2. Player takes care of it rather swiftly, and Moops finds a sheriff shot as well. It wasn't easily taken, but that path is secured to A.
Yeah, beautiful opening pick there from Ollie. Again, capitalizing off the outlaw, capitalizing off of that quiet deposit Winthrop made. But I liked the clearance. I liked the hold there. They had strong off art, like that surprise play from Renz, and that places Wildfire in this 1v3 to deny the 3rd round bonus from Winthrop.
Now Wildfire. The kill splur there from Renz at art. Can they stack a couple more in their favor? Maybe even use a chance. Not quite. Ali finds them in the back with that outlaw. So I want your perspective here. How much of a ratty map is Pearl? Because we saw some hiding on the B-Link side. Then we saw Renz behind the box. Are we going to see more of those kind of plays here from Mary?
I think as we get to this highest level of composition, I think from the attackers, you're going to see those lurks. You're going to see this deposit. You're going to see those late round kind of I'm behind you surprise plays. From Maryville, I don't think you can get away with it twice against a squad like Winthrop, to be honest. Now, when you said ratty plays, I thought you meant post-plant utility, because that's what I'm looking at, and that is a prerequisite in the current meta and for Pearl. And that's where, you know, Winthrop with the Tejo might have a slight edge, even if KO and those shock darts from Sova, you know, add fuel to the fire for the Maryville side once they're on attack. But let's get to this round, right? You just lost your bonus, you're down on money, and it looks like you're changing up the approach. Last time when they had a Nico, they 4-stacked A and fought forward. This time it feels like they're playing, you know, super far back, playing for more of a retake scenario once contact is made.
Yeah, Wildfire being very cautious about if that contact is made. Right off art, allowing that space to be taken there by Winthrop. so choose to. Spike's still down there in spawn, so that's rather notable, especially as Giza is taking care of one of Winthrop's stealth drone. Pushes and into that pick there from Infiltrator, evening out the agents, and eventually that spike is picked up with that first blood on the A side, at least from Winthrop's perspective. Moves is still holding this side at a mid, securing that territory. It doesn't look like that altercation will occur, and still very steadily they're pushing on to A. That spike's down, but they're rather close to the spike there.
And I thought they were going to fight to keep that weapon out of the hands of Maryville, but it's been collected to make this 4-on-4 pretty smooth. And Infiltrator, I like you playing forward, but you got to avoid all of this detection utility. You've got to avoid all the players closing in. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do it for the time being. The double swing, good. Giza, again, that player we're looking towards, carrying this hero rifle, carrying the weight of Maryville across the finish line amidst the sea of sheriffs to get Maryville's first round on the board.
It really felt like that rap from B-Link was going to tell the story of this round. They really could have pushed into mid, into the hands of Winthrop, but instead they steadily played from behind, spent their time on that flank, and it was 2 on the swing there to rack up those kills. Giza at 3, Renz at 3, slowly and steadily, and with that Thrifty, they're starting to push forward.
Ooh, in this round, I mean, we're getting the Renz operator that we kind of talked about could be an issue with the Fade, with the Tejo instead of the Sova. But fortunately, it's on the opposite side of the map. So the only real person that could be in danger would be, moves on these lurks. But it looks like, again, it's this, rinse and repeat from Winthrop. If A main isn't failing, take it by force each and every time, especially with Infiltrator and these Blade Storms as the added addition and the Armageddon to further facilitate the chaos.
And Chloric either push away into the Armageddon or into the Blade Storm of Infiltrator. Choose an alt either way. You're down. Plant as well for that spike is going to be down. So getting solid start here from Winthrop. All 3 near the spawn right now for Maryville. That link altercation could occur with Infiltrator searching for their third. Right now, Wildfire still in the backside. Yes, there's the third of Infiltrator there. Operator from Renz may have to be saved in this position. There's no reality where you defuse this spike, and yeah, Zobi, looks like that's what we're gonna get.
And I'm expecting a Maryville timeout after this, unless both, again, of these teams are playing very nonchalant grand finals, let's get this job done type of vibe. But at this point, you're forced into a save. It's gonna be a Winthrop 4th. It still is obviously the pick of Winthrop, but this is not how you want to be opening up the grand finals. And it looks like Maryville, again, being thrown some disrespect here, trying to get these weapons out of their hands, but they will survive. They will carry them forward into that next round where hopefully the strategy will meet the buy.
And Zobi, what do you think about this? As we do get that timeout, you've correctly called it timeout, I think, every single day that we have been here. It is not the Valorant timeout, it is the Zobi timeout. I just want people to know that. I want your thoughts on this A conditioning right now that we're seeing out of Winthrop. I think they've opened every single round on that side. Should we expect a switch later this half?
I think it's going to happen now.
Oh.
I think Winthrop's about to go B long, to be honest, because usually when you condition like this, then Maryville's entire strategy coming out of this is going to be, how do we address the problems on A? So what is Winthrop going to do? Make even more problems. But you called this the Zobi timeout, and while I may have called it, I got to call this the MCE timeout. Okay. Because shout out to this coach and the, rigor that's behind their experience, Cloud9, the guard. They have that dad buff here in a person, too. He's been following him for years. And I think, some wisdom, to bestow here upon him can maybe help him, counter again this A aggression and realize, okay, how can we utilize the ultimates that are about to come online, like the Steel Garden, to maybe play retake on that B site.
It's interesting that you mentioned the ultimates because I think that's really enabled Winthrop so far. We saw the Blaze Storm combined with the Armageddon for that last push on to the A site, and you saw players like Chloric have really no choice but to push into either one of those ultimates. The combination, and I've talked about this before, Infiltrator with Flare is a deadly combo, and now we're seeing it really in action. So after that timeout, in which both teams get a little bit of time to talk, will we see that switch up here for Winthrop?
I mean, I'm already seeing Infiltrator leaning towards the B site. You're probably going to throw that Haunt deep into A if you are Nazi nonetheless, just to be like, hey, we might still be fighting for A main, you know, invest that utility. But this is an interesting approach, as I think we're in a slight tech pause. Okay, I was going to say, if all the players were staying in spawn for Maryville, I mean, if you can't stop the force, I always say get out of the way, play retake, but this would be taking it to a whole new level. So we'll wait to see exactly where they go, what the adjustment is out of their timeout. But for the time being, it does really look like Winthrop is again trying to create a new problem, trying to spur out a B execute.
And I think another factor there was the potential Ren's operator popping off during this round, but Ren's ended up being one of those last players remaining on that round, which makes it so difficult for that operator to come alive. But now I'm seeing the buy actually in favor of the Ren's operator, so that could absolutely still be a factor. Even with them down 1-4, there's still that economy available to pose a threat in that manner. And listen, when you've got an operator on your side and a Steel Garden to potentially take away those primary weapons, you're looking at a good opportunity for some upgraded weaponry if the stars align.
I mean, not even taking away the weaponry, but when Wildfire's one off of the null command, and if your plan again revolves around getting ahead of this stampede over towards A main, or if you recognize that they're going B and you can get that space for free, that's another ult orb secured. And just like that, you might be able to again have a really deadly combo for a retake situation.
I like the ideas, I like the thoughts around a potential retake. I like that players are figuring out their headphone situation as well. Thanks everybody for being patient through the tech pauses. We've gone through plenty of titles here today for the CECC 2025, starting out with some Super Smash Brothers and some Street Fighter, going all the way through to Rocket League, Overwatch, and now Valorant. So the equipment keeping things alive for these players who are being ever so patient.
And again, one last shout out to these players. They have been here, you know, minus maybe leaving for lunch or a quick nap for almost 12 hours probably by the time this series is over. And again, they've been playing in so much Valorant, and they're going to go home and play even more Valorant. I know Winthrop's headed to NECC Nationals over in San Antonio, so that's going to be a quick return trip. And then again, they jump right back into Challengers versus Maryville. They have to bide their time, being denied an appearance in promo relegation for Challengers Stage 3. They're going to bid their time, work on themselves, and see how they can come back stronger.
What do you know about pro relegation and Challengers anyway, Zobi? Not that you're casting those matches as well. Keeping a close eye on this Maryville team as they look to upgrade in all facets of these leagues, but why don't we upgrade the timer as well? Why don't we update it? And here we go. That timer's ticking away, so more Valorant action is at your doorstep. It is round number 6. And Maryville trying to turn the tides.
And it still looks like it's going to be a B end for the time being, but it's a little bit different than we thought. Not a B main, not a B long presence. You send moves to handle that, but you're going quick through mid door off of that stealth drone Infiltrator. Nice deposit, whittling away some of those flashpoints out of this Wildfire players. Tucked deep. Do they realize there's more than one here? And it seems not to be the case. Giza claps back, and there's that Steel Garden you wanted.
And there's more. I don't even think they needed the Steel Garden. Of course, it pushed them to try to make the primary work, but I don't think a secondary is going to matter when your entire face is lit up. That is 3 for Giza, and it is not just the third of kills in that domain. Giza has absolutely staked their claim in that B-Link.
That's the why it's a player to look out for on the side of Maryville. Didn't do it alone. Wildfire, some really nice pop flashes to facilitate when an Arc Rose was on its rotation, cool down. But this is the risk you run when you split out the gate, when you go for that aggression and don't realize, okay, Maryville, they have the same level of respect for you and are willing to push back, to fight back. And it looks like Maryville, right, they might get this round, as it looks like almost a save's already been called, weirdly enough, out of Winthrop, despite them being rolling in cash.
As if we haven't burned enough of the clock already.
Yeah, and Maryville, I mean, it feels like they were more gifted this round by Winthrop making some mistakes, right?
It could very well be true. I just think maybe the mistake was pushing into Giza. I don't know. That seems to be maybe a reoccurring problem for Winthrop that they have to double back and think more of. But this is a really important turnaround right here for Maryville off their potentially extended timeout. But they will extend this game a little bit further. There it is, officially the second round win for Maryville. And this is how expected, a competitive first half, no matter what way it's formulated.
You know, I would have been nervous if Maryville lost that round. It would have then been a quick route there for Maryville to get 6 or more rounds. The rifle rounds kept going their way. But Maryville, again, a great adjustment. They utilized the Steel Garden, yes. I'm more concerned that Wildfire and Rens weren't able to get those ults online, so you gotta get this shuffling a little bit over time into business. But outside of that here, Winthrop, and they lose around playing around with B, playing around with Mid Plaza, and they go back to the A shenanigans. And it looks like this time, again, the timeout, we talked about it, they wanted to address A control. And it looked like they were going to, but these Tejo salvos are just so oppressive in that regard. We can't wait for the nerf.
Oh, can we ever? Well, you know, I'll keep queuing as Tejo until the nerfs come, but so will these players in these competitive matches. Right now, you see Cloric still hanging out there in A. They've kind of been positioning in those sneaky corners versus playing the backside. There's certainly a decision to make there, but the drone hoping to collect a little more information for Maryville, finding nothing through Arc. Been a very patient start to the round for Winthrop.
Ooh, and that's a huge pace change versus this dive they've been taking round after round with their BA side or mid door. And now Art Giza again at the receiving end of all this pressure. The players of Vines are going to divide and conquer a little bit here, but it looks like Infiltrator's looking to pioneer their way nonetheless.
And Cloric's been sitting in that spot for a while, hoping to get some value out of it, but clearly it comes a little more difficultly. Shorty to the face, Infiltrator pops up yet again, and Giza only stays alive for that trade. Operator now in the hands of Infiltrator, still able to make it work. 3 now for Infiltrator. He might be at 15 for this map already, just in round 7.
Oh, the recall start good, but not good enough. Infiltrator, there's your 4K you asked for. And the fact that it's insult to injury that they picked up Renz's weapon and carried that forward into those conversions tells volumes. And the only other thing to point out there was, again, Maryville didn't play that terribly. They were playing quite well, right? They were refragging, you know, the deposited art players, whittling away those post-plant individuals. I really think it was just that proactivity from Infiltrator, and Maryville wasn't prepared to have their retake attempt thwarted from the get-go.
Well, let's get going to this next round. Giza still trying to hold it down on either lane. Could continue to be that X factor here for Maryville, but the real X factor is taking control of that A main territory. It's being fended off right now by Renz. See the scope, trying to locate that first player. Jump beak not found, but they'll continue to hold this angle as long as they have to, until they get that engagement they were looking for. Infiltrator as well, trying to hold the right angle. And Giza, why do you keep pushing into Giza? He's gonna make these kills look like a breeze, you know? And continuing to move around this mid end is Winthrop again, trying to hold on to this territory. Could it be just the next victim is Nazi? And Ange on this other side around the boxes has to pivot off to this B side, because now here come Winthrop towards the site.
Oh, they finally find their way down lane despite Giza's stronghold that's been here time and time again. They've also dislodged Ange, who was trying to play their life on the site. And now, I mean, Winthrop firmly in control here. You do have the No Command, you do have the Blade Storm here if you need more aggression outside of that operator purchase for Renz. And it feels like that's what they're setting up to do, bidding their time, waiting for all these individuals to come together because they know they can't start sacrificing rounds like this.
Position at the hallway. Those may be the first to clear out if you can. Nazi reminds him that's going to be a little more difficult than you'd like. And with 1 down, that is all they need to know to pivot right back off. The shorty's poked out there, but Cloric takes care of it. A couple kills on the exits there for Maryville, but that's all they're going to find at the end of this round.
I don't know. What it feels like is happening is Maryville's like feeling like they want to play the too perfect of a game. I haven't seen much scrappiness to match the energy on stage. They're leaning into these really safe saves round after round here. You know, I feel like Winthrop, again, they're so confident in themselves. We talked to Nazi again at the semifinals saying, we don't care, we're confident that we can win this despite that past performance at NACE. And that's what's showing here, right? I feel like any other collegiate team with really strong mechanics behind them, like Maryville, would have been like, okay, 3v5, doesn't matter. No Command, Blade Storm, we're dashing, we're diving in and utilizing those as an advantage. And Maryville just isn't taking those risks. So Winthrop is stepping ahead, round after round, and it could be too far to turn back.
We've been saving that operator. We've been saving these ultimates for long enough. We see Maryville start to utilize them at the right time for this round to turn it around. Remember the mention of that A space being taken up early in these rounds. Right now it is under Maryville's control with Renz. Did that again with the operator. They very certainly find someone in their crosshair. If they're not pushed out by salvos and the like, it's going to be the drone first. Try to spot them, Tailwind active, and well, you kind of got to get out of dodge, especially if you do get collected by that drone, because you won't have the Tailwind to utilize after that. So it is the pivot off from Winthrop to the other side.
And we mentioned again, this composition's weak against an operator on the B side, but it's always been A for Renz. And in the meantime, it's always been players like Moobs, and this time around, they have help of Ali paving this way over towards the B side. But what's different is how Giza's been positioned as utility. Sheer wall still up on the B side while you have that control over mid. And that's what's now, I think, going to buy them some time so that Snow Command can get popped. So the players can rotate over and Ange can find kills just like this one.
That's important for Ange, but their teammate of Wildfire already went down, was stuck in the Razor Vine, and then got stuck with the shots as well. So solid execute coming out for Winthrop here, and now they're able to play the post. And Nazi able to collect one, and that's two from the link. One towards the Heaven side. Nope. The Hell side, actually, that is still the, Sheriff Hell by Giza. What a headshot. Renz eventually does go down. Boots holding their ground, Ali as well. Cloric pops the spike, but with that dissipate, they will be exposed. Trying to get the kill in the hall, they've got to keep on pushing away, but Moves can just keep playing around, showing their barrel of the gun, but they've taken the time away. It's yet another round where Maryville, you get the exit frag, but not the round.
And I really liked that. Winthrop showing they're not afraid of a B execution once they know the Renz operator isn't there. So understanding the weaknesses of their composition, still find a way to have those late round pivots. And speaking of the late round, that was the first time we actually got to see Moves alive that late and the impact that he can have in delaying the timer despite not having as much utility. And this is dangerous. MCE, both ultimates in the first half, so you will not be able to talk to them until halftime for 30 seconds. And then overtime, if it goes that far?
If we get there, that's right, 2 timeouts to take, and this is the second one already. Now, there was an extended timeout already for that first one, so now you're taking a second one. You're right, it's a dangerous maneuver, but at the same time, it's very dangerous to end this half at 2:10, so you're trying to avoid that.
Oh, of course, and coming into this next round, you just saved a weapon, you have some ultimates. So again, we're leaning into, okay, how do you not play a perfect game of Valor where weapons match the ult, where, the numbers match the situation? How can you convert off of what you have, being flexible, being reactive, and playing when you are down 2-7 to say the least. And I mean, the takeaway here is, it is at least Winthrop's map pick, but this is definitely not what you want. And this goes back to what we mentioned as well. Maryville has the chillax day, hasn't played since, noon, so they might not be warmed up, right? They were busy setting up their preferred audio, devices on stage. They might not have had time to hit the range. So just like we've seen in previous series from the pits, this could just be the map 1 jitters getting out of the way.
And it could be the coach trying to get those jitters away and trying to tell their team, you're better, go act like it. So this is a great round to do that. Round number 10, we've reached the double digits, and now Maryville trying to keep that away. Right now, Hunter's Fury already popped and in search of opponents, but Flare from the mid side, special delivery out, and 2 down on those eliminations. We talked about the combo play from Flare and an Infiltrator, and it comes alive yet again. They are aware of Giza on the other side, but Giza more aware than they could ever be. Shorty already poked out. Cloudburst allows that range to maybe converge, but it's just not enough, and Giza takes care of business.
And you said it, MC instilled a sense of confidence and pride in them, and they put the pedal to the metal, proactivity, fighting out of arc, catching Winthrop off guard. Even when it seemed like for a second the scales and the trades were tipping in the favor of Winthrop, the extra forces arrive outside of the B portion of the map, and they wrestle out that third. So a 7-5 here would not be too shabby, especially when both have fairly similar compositions and approaches. And now that's almost equating the economy too, right? Winthrop no longer stacks of cash, now just the standard livable wage.
Got a chance to tip the scales here in your favor, Maryville, and the A fight proceeds. Infiltrator finally removed as the first blood, and this could be the hugest move that Maryville could ask for as much damage as Infiltrator has done.
Yeah, and it seems like they were having a hard time keeping a cap on Infiltrator. And Renz almost felt shackled by the operator. Now, you know, Renz has dashed out Art, has dashed out Main. And this time, both opportunities has found huge openers for the side of Maryville. So this is a nice look, a nice turnaround at the moment. And now they're even countering the re-execution from Winthrop. Clork here from Secret, a nice kill found. And now that they have numbers, they go on security. Lockdown mode, smoke it off, don't take engagements unless you have to, like Art.
And that may just be the case. Ali says, you want me to take an engagement? Well, I will. Couple found there, but it is Clork once again in that cubby trying to hold their position, and they will now with a shorty. That's a dangerous position to stay in, a wall bangable spot, but as well for the spike plant, it is safeguarded. You're allowed to put that down and not have to worry about that wall bang until now. Primary's back up here, still numbers advantage from Maryville, and it will start to landslide. Giza takes out Ali, who already found two, and it's just moves to protect that spike and try to get one elimination after the other. 11 bullets in that gun barrel, but none of them will be utilized for the win. It's 2 in a row for Maryville.
And Giza, your reigning champion in the server, comes through and says, I got this, just go for the defuse. And I liked that tempoing out of Maryville, you know, waiting, understanding the ult potential that Winthrop had, like that Steel Garden, ensuring they had the full weaponry to fight back into that site and played the time down. And not only the time, but the economy now played down for Winthrop as well. Last round of the half, so scrape the barrel a little bit, especially when you have these 3 ults to complement it. And we could just see an 8-4.
We could very well. Those ultimates are a little bit scary, and the Cosmic Divide, my favorite position for that to be utilized is this B site, and I think Giza has a good idea of that. Most of the utility has been placed in mid. This time around, it is at B to try to deny that effort. It is going to be the split push from B initially activated there with the Prowler to safeguard some of that area or try to scout out some of those Maryville players. The Nightfall can assist as well, but you've got the KO there of Wildfire to peek with the flash and take everybody down with them. Flare gets one on the salvo, another with the Bulldog. The Armageddon popped as well, but they will drop 3 in a row for Maryville to bring it 5-7.
Ooh, a great attempt from Flare there. The Armageddon just a little bit too late after the Nightfall was invested, and it felt like all of those ults really was just for mid-door control, not for B long or for the B site.
It was almost a sour at half there for Maryville, which reminds me the CECC is brought to you in part by Sour Punch, famous for those delicious, perfectly sweet and sour straws, bites, shapes, gummies, and the new filled straws. Sour Punch candy delivers that perfectly balanced fruity flavor and punch of sour with their iconic mouth-watering coating. Treat your taste buds and punch up your energy anytime you need a boost with the Sour Punch. Embrace your punch. For more information, www.sourpunch.com.
And speaking of perfectly balanced, it's not a 6-6, but a 7-5 half. You win the pistol, and it means that you have the opportunity to even us right out the gate. And it looks like a very different approach here for the side of Maryville, right? Not these A antics, not this death ball, a little bit of a deposit, the recall star, the deep, you know, control over long. And it's going to be that slow kind of scale up here. But speaking of scaling up, Winthrop, deposit, Ollie, and they're going to keep searching towards spawn. Wildfire seen.
Yeah, this is a slow start to this pistol round. We've got a little bit of sounds from either side, but still all 10 agents standing. Spike transferred. Clork able to take this position instead, and I kind of like this from Winthrop, right? There's no reason to over-aggress in this situation. Continue to get information where you can, and they will continue to respond to some of that. Arcros able to pop and trying to find more, but it does look like this one's going to end on the B side, which Winthrop, they're a bit prepared for. They're scattered quite bad. It doesn't look like they're able to make a decision here. But let's go anyways. Friends able to hide out in this smoke, but now has to move off of the salvos. It's going to be Flare and Ali to find a couple there at Link. Kind of disposing of this split push right now for Maryville. And now you got a couple left. Are you even going to get the spike down at this point? Wildfire having trouble doing so. They find a couple headshots, but it's not enough in the end.
wow. And I thought Maryville did a really, really good job spreading the attention. You know, pressure here, pressure there, so that Winthrop wouldn't have a comfortable time or a surefire like, they're coming here, let's rotate, let's commit. And the speed in which Winthrop made that decision, got to the site, and was able to completely body the players from Maryville shows maybe the strength of the delay, the strength of the players there. Some quick pop shots off the Ghost, and just like that, that quick pistol around turnaround that I foretold that could have been great for Maryville is smothered to smithereens.
I mean, you talked about the flexibility needed from Maryville on defense. We definitely saw it there from Winthrop on that responsiveness, but try to respond to this, and now it is Renz clearly through that sheer on the tailwind, skates right past the salvos as well. And wow, on the other side of it, Nazi getting that quick one from Wildfire. A few found there on the drone, and everyone else that pushed through Link is down as well.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was concerned there for a second. I'm like, why is there no follow-up of the sheer wall, right? No punish off the singular player that would have been isolated. And it's because they're like, we still have them contained. 2 players coming from mid-connector out of art. You got Nazi on site with a Bulldog. What better combo could you ask to serpentine surround and choke out an eco attempt out of Maryville? So Winthrop coming in, this bonus to be feared with a stacked arsenal and some regen shields even in the mix on the side of Maryville. It's gonna be dangerous, and it looks like they even have a strategy here to get proactive out of mid plaza.
We're already going to see that lineup from the recon dart as well. But yeah, for both Link sides, it's watched and held out in mid. You got to be aware of this, especially if you're Giza staring down the barrel of that. The Arc Rose, of course, is prepared for it, but it's not going to quite find anybody just yet.
It feels like Winthrop is usually so intentional right now with Infiltrator's placement versus Renz was like, okay, Renz, where do you want to play with this operator? And I like the setup that they have here because it counters from the get-go. Lurk plays from Giza like we saw out of moves in the last half, right? Ollie gonna take contact here. If they fall, Infiltrator pushes out. And even the Nova Pulse was set up to counter that. So here, like I mentioned, Infiltrator gets procced. You know, you can see Moves is gonna join them as they now try, even with a number down, to retake this A site.
Ooh, Flare does remove Renzo with the salvos, and so still waiting on this spike plant right now is Chloric. Good position as well there for Infiltrator to try to find a couple Chlorics. Just caught in his cubby right now after putting the spike down, but it doesn't matter. Ange comes through on the flank, and Maryville with a very important round.
Very, very clean. I mean, that high-low made it felt like Chloric was trapped. You saw Wildfire was trying to help him get out of this uncomfortable position, and then Anne just, I think, reflanked through mid-plaza and snuck in to Art to dismantle it from the back lines. So maybe there, again, Winthrop gonna have to keep an eye out for what could be brewing, because Maryville may have more layers than you expect, and I mean, that could have been a disastrous round. Even walking away with, you know, 2-3 rifles isn't the best here, and you can see that money going to be a little short as a result, but here we go, 6-9. That gap could get closed with this next rifle round. Looks like, again, it's just Maryville. These slow starts just trying to gather information, intel, and react upon it accordingly.
Felt like the slow starts from Winthrop really produced an anxious Maryville. So they're like, how do you like it? We're going to play a little slower as well. But eventually that spike is brought over to the B main side, and stars are getting put down. So dashing through that sheer once again is Renz, just fearless into the hallway. Gonna take some damage off that fragment, but equalizing with the headshot there. Nazi not watching the right spot. Didn't really realize that Renz could be back in that hall. Infiltrator, this tailwind could get popped, but they're gonna stop for just a moment.
And again, it feels like there's no punish off of that Vice utility, so you get deep deposits like Renz in halls, but it's still not enough to disrupt this retake. Utility, nice, the avoidance off the Sova util as well, allows all this free space, but look who's coming through, Link!
Oh, it's gonna be Giza looking for something, an Infiltrator right there on top of the wall. It's just not that safe of an area. Right now, Moobs able to take care of business maybe with the defusal. They're trying to avoid the spam. They're actually gonna try to stick this. No, they won't. They'll get the elimination, and they find another unbelievable for Moobs.
4 HP, and the defuse comes through just in the nick of time. The Nebula drops, they take the fights, they take the trades. No matter how you spin it, that would have been a Winthrop round, a Winthrop double digits, and it came back to, again, the awareness. They're like, hey, we got reflanked by Ange over on the A side in the late round. We're not going to let Giza get away with the same, even if they are 17-11, top frag in the scoreboard for your team at the moment. So again, an important round I mentioned goes south, and now your economy's a little on the fritz.
By the way, I'm surprised Moves didn't get up after that one. We saw him get up there a lot in the pit,
pits, yeah.
let's say. But on the stage, a little tamer. We'll see if that changes as the course of this match continues. Caloric having second dots over on A main, but able to scout out a couple and as well get that dart on. So Winthrop, try as you may to take this A space. It's not going to be secured that easily. Oh, wait, hold on, Renz on top of the box, looking for a couple. The high-low setup. Renz and Giza able to push forward and take out 3 together. Damaging efforts right now against Winthrop, but still holding on is Nazi, eliminating a couple for themselves. But Clark does get that res on the wildfire, so it's going to be made even more difficult there. Ange on the CT side, and it's just Nazi. They found the kill, they found a couple, but against 4, that's a lot on their plate.
And I am still just in awe at what just transpired, right? A really proactive take of A main, and then it's just thrown right back into the face by Maryville to clear out a main, the pushing forward, and Ange, I mean, you saw it, like, updrafting with a Phantom into Art to try and counter these players. It feels like Winthrop maybe got a little over-eager there and thought they could win those fights, so maybe, again, the double-edged sword of the confidence coming through.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, if Renz is popping up kind of fearless like they did the Tailwind through the Sheer and the Fragment, we're just seeing Renz W key no matter what is in their face, and it's producing results right now for Maryville. So that's kind of duelist you want on your team, that kind of behavior, setting themselves up for success. The A fight continues, but the real action is there on the Art side. Hunter's Fury trying to find a couple, maybe doing a little bit of damage. No eliminations, but they've certainly taken the health bar down.
Yeah, you mentioned the approach built up the confidence, built up the rounds, but it built up those ults. And I think they're fortunate they didn't walk away with any deaths after an escapade like that. Nazi pinged down, but ultimately the B end. This is a really deep Cosmic Divide, which would have opened up moves to punish, but Renz throw on the clear out. And now I'm questioning, how far do you go with this Bladestorm in the post?
Listen, you got that Cosmic Divide, of course, so you could just watch the wall. And a body shot on Nazi is going to do enough after that Hunter's Fury did so much damage. Hans, yeah, not going to locate anybody in that situation with the smoke in your way. And it looks like Renz is still going to watch this area despite the Cosmic Divide down. Time ticking down still, and Winthrop holding on the CT side. They're waiting maybe for those salvos to regenerate. They're out on the hallway, but Renz still holding this angle, and now the time is there to push. One is located, 2 are taken down. Giza with the help, trying to steal the crown, push them forward. Maryville starting to pile it on.
Wow, and you saw it there. Winthrop sticking around, just trying to, do some damage because they knew that Maryville wasn't necessarily out of the woods just yet. But Maryville instead says, all right, we're going to take these ult orbs. We're going to take our Steel Garden. We're going to take more kills to power up an All-Star Giza. And just like that, we are 2 rounds away. But Winthrop, slow start to the half, won't stall out the inevitable operator for Infiltrator, posted up towards the A side. But again, we've never really seen Maryville take these dry swings, these engagements like Winthrop did on their half because they knew they could win them. And I think that's going to hinder Infiltrator a little bit in these sort of play rounds.
Really, for Winthrop on this round, you just play a little bit safer, a little more passive. You've got so many solid retake ultimates here. Right now, Caloric is pushing through. No, Nazi still wants to take the fight to them. Prowler to get one, and right away popping that Nightfall. Prowler's gonna chase yet another, but the return is there from the Steel Garden. So if you want to move off that Nightfall, good luck with those secondaries. It is Renz now pushing through with the team. Spike's gonna be able to go down, but the salvos will delay.
Oh, and those weapons are now back up. Primary's unjammed. An Infiltrator in the swing of things. Not going to pop the blades because you're hit by the suppress. And there's those ultimates you talked about to retake this site. Armageddon coming out to flush players out. But now, Spike was never planted. So you really just did all of that to, with 40 seconds, make them pivot to B where nobody's going to be.
But it comes down to the pacing right now of Infiltrator with that operator, and so I think he's winning the race a little bit. Maybe Tortoise versus Hair, and Infiltrator, we're looking at these hair angles right now. There's smoke there as well, and a beautiful shot from Infiltrator. Tailwind available now as the rest of the utility kit as well will be shared. The whole team's here. It is a fiesta, and the Salvos will just join the party. Little to no, time to get that spike down. So Infiltrator, you've done your job. Now just save the op.
And you can see Wildfire there was trying to punish, again, the egos of these players, but Infiltrator not even taking the opportunity to safely tuck a tail. They get their 3-piece, they get their glory, and what a round. I mean, very well understanding of those ultimates, I think, which is why they took the route where they can maybe come in contact with enough players to take those options off the table. And it was just Winthrop playing very safe, playing very deep. Even that updraft, right, from Rens was met with Flair like, let me get out of the way, I don't need to take this fight in secret. So very nicely done on the side of Winthrop. And coming into this next round, it feels like it's do or die. You lose this round, Maryville may have one more opportunity, but it's still going to be map point.
Well, what do they have up their sleeve? Could start with Giza at mid, who's pretty much been good for one or more every round. So when you're eliminating that player, that certainly turns the tides. No sheer Razorvines available later on, but a Razorvine certainly there with Ange and company. Ange immediately going down by moves, and Infiltrator sharing the limelight as well. Taking away Rens. At this point, we've seen a complete turn of the tides from the Duelist Infiltrator back in the limelight.
Oh, and there it is. Now a player has to step forward, a hero, and Cloric in the back lines. The tap good from Wildfire to bait them out into the angle so Cloric can punish, but now it's all down to Cloric. The 1v3 to keep Winthrop off of map point, and they are getting bombarded by utility when their own has been stripped away in the process.
And of course, Ali picked up the operator, said, I've seen some interesting angles taken on by Infiltrator. I think I can handle the action as well. And no doubt Ali in that position, but there might be some doubters here for Maryville in this round. They've been able to scour some rifles, though.
I mean, and this is, you have to. It's the last round, no matter how you spin it. You gotta, invest everything for the next 4 rounds until you get to overtime. It looks good. Like I said, they had one opportunity, I think, with the money left over, but it's so difficult because you mentioned Winthrop look like they're just shaping up with each round, and I think that comes out of how Moobs was playing the beat defense, punishing off the Razorvine, punishing Rens on the dash in. So again, they're understanding, okay, how can we utilize the utility, the placement to win these engagements? Speaking of winning engagements, Ali won this opening duel last time, and this time Maryville has shown up with friends alongside Giza.
Ollie's so patient in this situation, moving off the Prowler and getting to Cloric with the instant trade, and maybe could even the odds, safeguarding themselves around with the Prowler and everything, but Infiltrator with the Blade Storm gonna put an end to that. The mid fiasco for Maryville won over on the Winthrop side.
Oh, and you saw it. You know where Ange is. You know where now Wildfire is off that jiggle peek into Art. But you still have Spike under your control. So you're going to play delay. You're going to play to ensure nobody can stare you down. And it's Wildfire, the 1v3. Power friendship.
And they'll go down. No hands to hold there for Wildfire, but together and forward. They will move on for Winthrop. Started out Pearl beautifully. Couldn't hang on to the best first half that they wanted, right? I think it went to a 7-2, then a 7-5, but it was clear on the other side of things. They were able to hold on for this first map win.
And I don't even know how many 7-2s we've converted into 7-5s this weekend. We've watched it and we're like, this needs to be studied. But nonetheless, 13-8. Again, we mentioned it. This squad maybe not taking chances going on to Lotus, a map that's now been kind of shaky this weekend. And instead going to Pearl, a complete question mark for both these squads. A map that's not as played, but clearly fleshed out for this team.
Clear as day that is indeed the case, and well, we had a lot of pauses during that map, I gotta say, between the tech pauses, the timeouts that were taken earlier. You gotta wonder as well, did Maryville need a timeout in the second half?
Ooh, it definitely would have helped, because when you're snowballing like Winthrop is, and I'll tell you right now, Winthrop as well, nobody in the coach slot, they are not going to be as inclined to take those timeouts to give you that opportunity to talk with, as prestigious as a coach of NCE. So all of that to say, this is a best of 3, not a best of 1, and that was Winthrop's pick, and we've got another map or 2 ahead of us, don't we, Pyro?
We certainly do. Icebox is next here for the CECC 2025 finals here of Maryville versus Winthrop. We'll be right back with that second map after this break.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an expression pro. No pain, just game.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle. If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me. If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get. I die with honor. Delicious, amazing, wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
At window number 9.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. It's just, we get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an Expression Pro. No pain, just gain.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle. If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me. If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get. I die with honor. Delicious, amazing, wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Not at window number 9.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alvarez? Who's Alvarez?
Corporal Alvarez.
Corporal Alvarez. Well done. Thank you, sir.
The eyes of 20,000 fans here in Seoul and millions worldwide hang on every move, all glued to the biggest moment in esports, the League of Legends World Championships. Together with Cisco, we've reinvented our infrastructure to power the future of esports. And it's built for moments like this, to crown champions.
How intense are Sour Punch straws? They're that good.
It's nice to just get away from everything. The convention's fun, but like sometimes you just want to sit down and just observe and relax. Like we're not just like constantly up there. We get to just sit back.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to not have to be talent all of the time.
I mean, it's just like, oh, okay, so the lava lamp, it's rising. I mean, it's getting all changing colors, it's joining different bubbles. It's going even faster. That one bubble is left behind, so I'm not.
Hey man, come on, lava lamp.
My bad, my bad. Danger Taco here with the most heart-racing, thrill-seeking giveaway possible only for those here at CECC May Madness. We're giving away free tickets to Six Flags Over Texas. Inside most of us, there are two wolves, and both of them want to attend Six Flags Over Texas. The only thing holding you back from a weekend full of fun is taking out your own phone and your own cowardice. Prove your father wrong. So scan now, thrill later, only at CECC.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here's your gaming chair, and then an expression pro. No pain, just gain.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Your Highness, please. The Kingdom of Candia needs a treaty. We're losing our food, our crops, our cattle. If you choose to approach me on the day of my daughter's wedding, you must duel me. If it is a duel you want, Your Highness, it is a duel ye shall get. I die with honor. Delicious, amazing, wonderful honor.
They're that good.
Oh my God! I can't even fixate on this. You see the polarity. One's at the top, one's at the bottom.
Listen, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
I can't even understand what we're looking at. Spiritually, emotionally, this is another level.
They're about to reconnect. The reformation is here.
This form, this level of viscosity, it's something truly to behold.
Sour punch. Yeah, it's that good.
Embrace your punch.
Welcome back to the CECC May Madness 2025 Valorant Grand Finals between your number 2 seed Maryville University versus your number 5 seed Winthrop University, where map 1 was a 13-8 victory on Pearl to your lower seeded Winthrop.
And on Winthrop's map as well. So Maryville, they took a little second to get cooking. They were down 2-7, ended up coming up with 3 rounds in a row. So very much looking like the team that didn't play as much today and is kind of heating up. The coach calling 2 timeouts in that first half just to get the team's blood pumping. And you better get the blood pumping. You better stay hot because next is Icebox. But how about we take a little look at those stats there for map 1 on Pearl. Was it any surprise to see Infiltrator pop off in the way they did?
Ooh, I mean, I think in the first half in particular, it felt like, again, they were a lot more, like, flashy, right? I would say as a duelist, but you can see as well that I want to say, if the stats are correct, Ren's put up a similar performance as we got to the later stages, but I'm somehow also doubting that they had the same exact statistics, blow for blow in terms of ACS.
That's fair. I will say, though, they kind of shared the limelight in a way. You know, it was very much Infiltrator during that first half. I think it was like 15-3 or 15-5, popping off in the first 6 rounds. But then on the second half, Ren's very much took the mantle. We saw them W-keying through every piece of utility. I'm talking fragments from the KO. I'm talking a lot of utility. Okay, just trust me on it, all right?
I was gonna start counting.
I know. But hey.
And that's the big thing as well, was with that utility investment, right? We talked about, okay, very reactive Giza, very non-reactive moves, right? And I was like, that may be a shortcoming on the defense from Winthrop, but then all of a sudden moves is starting to, you know, punish the dash-in from Ren's off of the Razor Vines. And I think that's where that tip happened, where we kind of saw that fake comeback out of Maryville thwarted.
Yeah, Giza definitely turning on the Jets in some of those moments, and maybe a good time to mention Giza because there's a specific agent that we got to mention as well.
So we're getting into agent select here for Icebox, and looky there it is, the Empress herself, Reina, coming in, and this is a big swap up. We already saw, despite the lost Giza at the top of the leaderboard, the top of the kill department, and we kind of mentioned this, or you were like, wait, but they get rid of another duelist. But then we see Ren's on the Clove, and we're like, oh, it all makes sense.
It does indeed, yeah. You've got the double duelist there for the Reina Jet when you look at the Winthrop side, but indeed, Clove is a duelist in their own regard. I was talking about this earlier here before the match started with you, Zobi. I mean, Clove doesn't necessarily have the same mobility as some of the other duelists do, but they've got that energized pick-me-up. Sometimes they do have a get-out-of-jail-free card in the Not Dead Yet, so Clove does provide those capabilities.
Yeah, no, it'll look really, really clean there alongside the Reyna, but I am interested in, again, we mentioned Ollie. They were also, I think, stepping up, especially towards the latter half of that map, right? Especially in that art position on that Asher. They weren't playing the backlines. They weren't playing their utility. They were playing front and center, usually being the first to swing, right? Against players like Infiltrator.
Yeah, Infiltrator.
Or Renz.
Or Renz. I mean, do you really want to swing into either duelist? No, but if you're Ali, maybe you do. So that's sort of the interaction, the altercations that we're looking for here on map number 2. It is Winthrop's to win, to take over, and be the CECC 2025 winners. But clearly it's not going to come very easily.
Yeah, a really nice dart there to punish that 2-player, but then the response from Winthrop almost immediate there to fight down mid and deposit this Reyna ready to engage. But outside of that, in the meantime, the rest of the squad was perusing up B main off of this toxic screen, but they never cleared out yellow, they never cleared out moves, and they might not have to because Infiltrator instead is at the brunt of the force reactant.
I thought moves would be that surprise factor behind yellow, but I guess you don't need it when you have Infiltrator getting those frags early on yet again. So it's kind of forced this pivot from Maryville to position onto A, where it looks like they do have some space to work with.
Yeah, Cloric depositing themselves under rafters here, trying to fight towards these proactive screens, retake, not think they're deep enough. And speaking of those deposits, they also had Ange over towards mid, but it doesn't matter if the players are unthwarted on this Reef Flood. Swarm Grenade and all to deny the spike plant altogether, and now your Lurk player and your Sight player have been taken care of.
Everybody coming to form there towards the end. Again, we talked about Infiltrator putting in the work early on the previous map. Are we going to see that near 15-3, 15-5 that we saw on Pearl yet again?
With an Outlaw and an Eco, I think we are. I mean, the fact that, again, they almost aced, and if you remember, that's how we kicked things off. Giza, like, I sacrificed myself to the Razor Vines to deny not just the ace, but also the Blade Storm. It makes me think we are headed towards a similar path, but I do like how light this buy-up is. Again, I feel like an Icebox map can get away with it, to say the least, but let's see if Maryville can get away with just 5 strong A.
Looking at Ali potentially being one of the most pivotal duelists on this map, and well, with Delirious certainly could become one. Dismiss after that first blood just to get out of the action, but it looks like they're thirsty and they're hungry for more. Giza ends up going down as well, but Ali will continue to stand their ground, but they've pretty much given away that Spectre. Flair still taking care of business though on that Killjoy. Renz again upgrading now with the pick-me-up, finding the head of Infiltrator. This is absolutely possible on the 1v1 on the other side though, is moves to put it all to bed.
Oh, bloodied and battered, but Winthrop emerge from the battlefield with that round intact. I mean, it started off great. You're playing around Ollie and that Reyna perfectly. Get your kill, dismiss out. I think they wanted more than one off that dismiss, though, and once they realized there were no more targets to be had and the reveal realized it was a high-low concoction, they wanted none of it. And the re-execute was just a little mismatched player as well. You're not missing some shots on the Bulldog. It made it easy to punish and overcome. And we mentioned how light that buy was as well. It does mean they can afford some Vandals and some Light Shields to try and still get a third round across the board.
And I'm looking at Wildfire to be a little bit careful with the regen shield now that that Outlaw's still in the hands of Infiltrator. But Ali again really overexerting themselves in these positions. Good for one, but then finding themselves with none right after.
Here we go. Dust Silos the 3v4, but look at how low HP you are when hit by the Outlaw here. The Viper knocking on Death's door. Toxic screen as soon as it drops. Infiltrator will get another opportunity as well on the Renz. Where are you looking?
Clearly not an Infiltrator making the Outlaw work yet again. An Infiltrator and Flare, they're always working off of each other. Spike has the opportunity to still be planted here. Snakebite gonna deal half damage to Wildfire, but that regen shield allowing themselves to be a little bit closer to 100. Hoping to play off of Ange on these maneuvers, but neither y'all got a lot of health to work with here. Toxic screen. Cloud a little bit, but Ange immediately immediately sprays through and finds a headshot onto Flare. Another one found now by Wildfire. And just one more to remove, maybe the toughest of them all. Infiltrator scouring around, looking left, looking right. The barrel of the gun though found by Wildfire. The spray won't connect. And on the other side, the spike pop. They're now watching the right side. Infiltrator taken care of.
Wow, 10 HP, a dream and a timing to lock in that round. And I think that was very well communicated as well. You know, I'm 1 HP, can't survive a snake bite. Wildfire goes for the plant instead. And all of that, I mean, hinging off of, again, this aggressive high-low where you mentioned, okay, Wildfire's going to play off of Angie's contact. Angie says, no, I got this handled. Little waver at the top of the screen, and you suddenly shut down Flare, who found a great kill with the Sheriff that round as well. So with that, again, another attempt at a force spy out of Winthrop denied. Again, we're going to be close from the get-go. And look at this, regen shields across the board, and sometimes Icebox bubbles down to go A.
Oh, yeah, it looks like A. We need to some new craves because more bodies are being laid right there. Reds removing Ali. They just couldn't get out in enough time. It seems like no one can really in this situation. Oops. Won't be finding anything at all either. So we'll move very swiftly to the next round.
And I feel like this is the perfect dichotomy between what we mentioned over on Pearl. I feel like they were trying to play too clean, too perfect of a game into what a scrappy composition requires, is scrappy gameplay. And this is why a lot of people hate this map, is because it does bubble down to just who is aiming better at that point in time when it comes to butting heads on the A site. And right now, that's the exact mentality that Maryville is leveraging to get these rounds on the board by, once again, as they were about to break this tie, go away, even when it's an eco for Winthrop.
Winthrop. It'd be nice to have more than just a couple sheriffs, but what can you do in a situation like this? Giza wants to
145
Ansman out of this. Tough on that HP indeed, and Ali gonna have to pivot off of that side, but the Blade Storm come up massively for Infiltrator with this toxic screen. Only has a couple angles they could realistically watch as a shock bolt flies right overhead and in front of them, weaving in and out of those dangerous positions. The Nanoswarm even won't find them. Infiltrator waiting very patiently for someone to peek into their crosshair.
Look at this. I kind of saw the Viper move from the bodyguard position deep spawn to starting to pave the way towards its B rotation. But this is when I love a good anchor player, and that responsibility is going to fall on to moves here. Only a Sheriff in hand, but they do have their utility to play around, and the snake bite to delay until the reinforcements arrive.
And a lot of that utility should be used here to delay that spike plant, but 40 seconds means you've got a little time to work with here if you are Maryville. You've got some ultimates to work with as well. The Empress is popping, it's tight, taken right down. Hunter's Fury finds one, but infiltrating and noobs finding more. Red's good for 3, and they're back up and running with a not dead yet. It's only Ali alive, and well, they might be able to see one away with the not dead yet, but the other two, that could be a problem.
But I like where Renza ended up here. If Ollie, comes from mid, comes from Hall, not going to be able to really collect a sizable upgrade beyond that Sheriff here. So not going to be as winnable, especially when an Empress is online. And after Maryville has been bloodied on an eco round for Winthrop, investing 2 ultimates, you got to keep these 2 players alive and strong. And that's exactly what they're going to do, side by side. Maryville, and finally, stopped at the helm.
That's right. So, good start here for Maryville, but now with the situation of Winthrop having some weaker guns, still getting all those eliminations, this could be a chance for them to bounce back and bounce back hard, right? Operator now finally in the hands of Infiltrator to deal some serious damage.
Oh, for sure, and we saw what they could do with the Outlaw. This is only going to be scary, and we mentioned again how right now Maryville's strategy hinges off of early A success. This is one way to put a stopper on it, and Nazi setting it up brilliantly here while also capitalizing off of this orb. A near sight isn't going to do much.
And we saw earlier that Infiltrator couldn't really find anybody in their crosshair, but not having much of a problem this time around. Still filed down by the Recon Dart, but look who crawled their way through mid and able to find one on that side from the mid end. But Wildfire goes right down with that spike, so while the lockdown is able to push them through into the site, they are not able to get that spike down soon enough. Now, gotta wait out this Hunter's Fury. Nazi able to find one here. Shock bolts available to take out the spike planter. Rest is barely staying alive with 18 HP. We've seen some low HP clutches already in this round, but we won't see it here.
Oh, there was huge potential. Find the kill, get the pick-me-up, reposition into the 1v2, but all in all, it's still going to be a Winthrop round. I mean, I was scared. The fact that there was a major lapse in communication, I mean, I'm 90% sure that Flair would have made this mistake of not having a turret or an alarm bot mid, but the fact that there wasn't quick enough communication that, wait a minute, and just running down mid and is backstabbing you as the plant is secured amidst the chaos as well of the Hunter's Fury, it was all I can say was some heroics to get that back under the belt of Winthrop to tie us, to keep us even 3-3 as we go into the next round where finally we're at true to life even footing.
Took a little while to get there. And, you know, at the very least, we saw the turret placed at mid. So whether it is the piece of utility that needs to work or the communications to work, focus on Winthrop doing exactly that. But A, once again, is going to be the hot zone here on Icebox. If put away Cole just a bit. We're out in that cheeky position taken there by Winthrop on top of the box, but eventually having to get down Giza, hoping that maybe this could be the round that they put some frags together.
Ooh. And again, they're so good at taking this space. You can see now Winthrop maybe changing gears, right? You have the lockdown. You have the Empress resources to retake this site instead of fighting it head on. And now, with an opening kill like that, you even have an edge in this situation. So, I mean, there's the plan. Set, point, execution coming in.
Right off contact, that lockdown put straight down, really forcing Maryville right out of the way. They've got the spike, they are out, the exit found immediately. And even with that rotation, Set and Secure, Infiltrator is one step ahead. We're watching Valor, but it feels like chess at some points in time.
But Angie's 3 steps ahead. Look at this, coming behind you in the kitchen. Ange through Snowpile should be able to handle Infiltrator and likely get more here. And in the meantime, they facilitate and execute onto the site. Safe passage for Clork, which is sometimes you can't be Icarus, you can't fly too close to the sun, because now it's Clork in the 1v3 to clutch out the round.
It swarms there to watch Spike, but not available to watch the one coming from the kitchen. And there was certainly some cooking happening in that kitchen. We saw that last kill from Clork, but Ange really being the difference maker.
Oh my gosh, Ange has been like consistently weaseling the way through, and that's going to be a dangerous game if Winthrop can't get a hold on it. But for now, I mean, Winthrop, the plan, we only saw the surface level of, right? You know, denied the plant, forced them off the site with the lockdown. No, it's forced them into the operator. Make those opportunities for Infiltrator, and when there's layers upon layers and Ange isn't finding the round-winning impact with those lurks round after round despite finding that advantage, that's when your coaching staff has to step in. That's when MC has to be like, okay, this may be going wrong. And you mentioned wanting to see the energy on stage for Winthrop. Nazi, all smiles.
All smiles, feeling good that maybe potentially we've casted now. This is our third mainstream Valor match, and would be a third 2-0. Certainly, that's what the folks from Winthrop are hoping for. But yeah, for Maryville, this is another first half timeout. It's not as bleak of a scenario as it was the first time around, right? This is really just to rally the troops.
Oh, no, it's still 4-3. I think right here it could be a 5-3 just because I think the money was, again, a little tight here. It's kind of like where you're stuck in that purgatory of, you know, win, loss, and you're never going to have a substantial bonus to kind of, you know, piggyback off of. And I'm trying to now figure out, okay, Ange doing their job. I think for the most part, Giza also doing his job. A lot of the first blood's going his way. Last round, obviously, Ollie wasn't able to. Even Renz is playing interference a lot of these times, fighting forward. They look a lot more emboldened than over on Pearl. I'm wondering if they just, needed to get a little bit more creative. Maybe not start A every round. And Kings of Reactivity, Winthrop, look at this. The operators, they are Infiltrator on yellow.
Come on, the read is too good here. Infiltrator says, I wonder if they've got a different plan here after that timeout. Well, they're looking on one end off of that box and may have preemptively jumped off here because right past that roof is certainly a plan B that was coming through for Maryville. Moves is going to be pushed off, so that's now 2 that were proactively positioned on that point of yellow. Now moved off and still trying to do the dirty work there in 2, but this time pushed away.
Oh, and that's going to hurt. I mean, it feels like really Winthrop's using their timeout to use the opportunity to develop. I mean, look at this. You've deposited Ollie. You had Infiltrator kind of obscured by moves his presence around the drone. And, okay, the lurks are still working. The lurks are still lurking. Both find their kills. I'm just going to erase everything I said.
Sometimes it works out in your favor, and certainly they'll take that. But Infiltrator asking for a little bit of their own on that shorty, and now the operator as well. Continually the X factor for Winthrop, turned into tides in their favor, but that spike is down. We haven't seen too many retake opportunities here for Winthrop, but right here it has to come together at a certain point. Maybe you get that first pick, maybe you pop the Viper's Pit just to make the defuse a little bit easier, but that operator, important to find a kill. The shock pull, certainly not finding an opponent when it runs right into the wall there. Maybe used a little early on the jump peak there. No more bullets left in the cartridge there of the operator. All the utility swarms around the spike. It makes it nearly impossible to defuse, but another kill made from Infiltrator. That's 3 now. They've got to push forward for the last to make this defuse possible. McClure gets the spam. They get the final kill needed, and they'll secure the round.
Oh, and just like that, Infiltrator as well. No chance to salvage the operator. The 4-4 comes through in the nick of time, and you mentioned it, getting that Viper's Pit out is going to be huge here for Maryville. They change things up to the timeout. They get the B site pretty, set in stone, and they're good to go.
Yeah, that B-side finally working out. We saw so much a calamity. And after that timeout, you head on over to B. You get those lurk kills, and you start to stack that success there. Proving to Winthrop that, hey, if you let us get that spike planted on B, it's going to be a real tough time defusing it.
And I think that's where, again, Winthrop, you're going to have to maybe develop a little bit more map control. Push through A, push through mid, disrupt that kind of post-plant setup. We didn't see that. So maybe a late-stage pivot to come. And look at this. I mean, Ollie, you're taking it to new heights. You just got punished last round, and you're going to try it again?
I mean, we've seen Ollie push forward here nearly every round, and to their credit, a lot of the times they are good for one, but yeah, definitely caution as they push into that angle that they have to watch their back. You gotta have a head on a swivel at certain times. Well, on a swivel as there's drones, they can look each and every way. Ali ready to play against it. They will be found, but they want that kill regardless. The perfect Reyna play. You know where I am. Come and get me.
Oh, Wildfire ironically getting burned. And now Cloric trying to find some reparation, some path forward, so that A option is still in the bank if this B execute fails. And it might just, we talked about this coordination between moves and Infiltrator, and it looks like it's that same exact setup. Infiltrator, deep snowman, safe, moves for the spike plant denial from mid. It should go fairly smooth.
Yeah, the poison cloud with the toxic screen makes it nearly impossible for Infiltrator. Saw a barrel.
Peekaboo.
Just held the gun nevertheless. Ange gets a huge kill on the site, and now with the Viper's Pit, what can you really do with the operator? Well, it doesn't matter. Now the blade storm's out. Infiltrator trying to deal some damage here with that knife action. But Cloric on the turnaround, trying to get the top side of that tube. Can't really get any of the kills, but that's okay because Renz follows up on it instead. That Viper's Pit paying dividends to not dead yet as well. Active. It's nearly impossible to take out everybody right now if you're Winthrop, because Maryville just holding their position, pivoting around the pit, making matters worse now for Winthrop and making it work for a 5th round.
And again, Maryville have that driving factor. Cloric through tube, or under tube, I should say, sets up Renz. You mentioned it. Yes, they don't get the kills, but they draw all the eyes onto one target. And Renz, the player that can get aggressive through the Viper's Pit, does just that. So again, Infiltrator, nice Blaze Storm. Again, you're 11-8. But again, it feels like even when things are working right now for individual players on both sides, it never is a surefire way to secure the round.
Not whatsoever, and this is the truth of Icebox. There's too many routes to choose from here. And Ange has been good for one for a lot of these rounds. This time around, it will be 2. This eco round not sorting out the way that Winthrop were certainly hoping for. With 5-3 on the agent change, it's going to be made more difficult, but Ollie's always ready to turn the tides on the A side. For now, Maryville going to pivot off of that end.
Yeah, that just felt like an eco strategy falling flat right for the side of Winthrop, because Maryville somehow decided the one round we're going to go mid is exactly when Infiltrator and Friends have the same idea in mind. And now it's just picking up the rest of the pieces, right? Making sure you don't run into the gamble stack. And I think they've successfully placed that pivot point onto the Beast site. You're going to see maybe Ollie follow through, which is nice. Clear out that lurk player like Flork, but all in all, that's not going to give you much. No players, they're playing safe. They don't want to hand these weapons over, and it should be actually a Maryville 6th.
Certainly looking like that's the case. You do have one position on the Snowman side, 2 right from the tube. Giza, though, ready to meet both of those players. Ali does get the headshot, maybe finding a second here eventually. Dismiss it away, and Asi says, maybe I can make this sheriff sing as well with a dink, but it's not enough for the kill.
Ace?
And on the ace, and instantly finds it. The eco put away by Ange.
It's an eco ace, but isn't that our first ace on broadcast?
It is.
So shout out to Ange in the grand finals, 13-6 to put the 6th on the board for Maryville. Definitely a happy place to be after being down 7-5 over on Pearl, and it looked like they're gonna try to achieve more than that. I'm gonna call it, you win this round, I'm looking at an 8-4, because again, Winthrop's not gonna have the money to support a last round bye. And I mean, Maryville, they've started conditioning themselves. B, 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 mid. And now they're going back to the roots. They're going back to A.
Keeping that operator guessing as well. Sticks right through the feet of Ange, who's already pivoted through mid. There's no way you're letting Ange do this again. It only works if you hit your shots, so couldn't find the crouching killjoy, but Ali will remove Ange, and so that lurk doesn't work out as the way that it should have. Clork right around those nanoswarms, going to be able to put that spike down, and Giza position a little aggressively here. You gotta remember that lockdown, always ready to push the rest out. You gotta choose. Are you gonna push? Are you gonna wait? Infiltrator wants it all right now, but has to eventually move away.
Ooh, and somebody's still Infiltrator. You mentioned they'll be safe in spawn, but detained nonetheless. A little bit weaker, a little less time, and Wildfire flanks the same way. It's just not. Where's the communication? How do they get away with 2?
Get it again in the back of the head. Winthrop, they just don't have eyes everywhere. They just don't have the comms to get everyone in action. They can't even get the last kill. Things falling apart finally for Winthrop.
Wildfire's like, yeah, I just got 2. Yeah, I just won that round for us to lock in our 7th. And I mean, that was interesting. I mean, I was about to say when Ange was about to get away with it, I'm like, I just said that Winthrop wouldn't fall for that twice. And then thank you, Ali, for, you know, salvaging the round, at least for the time being, because you get the site, you get the lockdown, you're good to go, and you just try to reflood in, but it doesn't work out. So I mentioned it, look, no shield for Ollie, no shield for Nazi here. I mentioned it was going to be rough, likely leaning an 8-4 just from a pure advantage perspective. Now let's see if Winthrop gets a miracle.
Ooh, well, interestingly, that Hunter's Fury is available. You might as well use it now that you have it, and it's good for 1. So there you go, Nazi removing Renz from the situation. Smokes aren't going to be a priority, so you got to put that spike down now. It's going to be difficult, made by Nazi. It just moves. Available. This 1v3, only a snake bite and a bulldog to their name, and nothing more. It's an 8-4 half indeed.
And finally we're seeing smiles, finally we're seeing reactions when it was very stoic, very silent over on Pearl for this squad.
Indeed it was, but will they have a better half, or will it remain sour here? You got to remember, folks, the CECC is brought to you in part by Sour Punch, famous for those delicious, perfectly sweet and sour straws, bite shapes, gummies, and the new filled straws. Sour Punch candy delivers the perfectly balanced fruity flavor and punch of sour with their iconic mouth-watering coating. Treat your taste buds and punch up the energy anytime you need a boost with Sour Punch. Embrace your punch. For more information, visit www.sourpunch.com.
And if anybody needs a punch up their energy, it is definitely Winthrop, down 4-8. Finally, double duelist is in its element here. And look at that. I mean, I said it. Sometimes it boils down to brawl it out A, and that's exactly what Giza and Winthrop were aiming to do here.
This is exactly like Ali, right? Giza on that radar wants to get that first pick, but playing a more conservative effort out of it, and definitely getting matched up with the other Lear here. Infiltrator trying to work off of that first pick there from Flare, but Ali finds yet another. They're just 1 kill away from having that free sight, but Wildfire says it's gonna cost a little more. You're not gonna get me as easily. Does fire back with that first kill, but now more reinforcements have arrived arrived here for Maryville. Everyone's ready to play this A site as it stands.
Ooh. And I mean, playing retake here, a 2v4. It's no wonder Winthrop's not rotating. The trade is good. Again, it comes down to Jace of CCC, and you're not gonna find that clutch here. Infiltrator playing their life, playing for the kill, and it is a pistol round 1 for Winthrop.
Well, you know what? I think Giza had some other ideas for that round. Just couldn't really find that first frag. And then once that first elimination happened, it all snowbound and dominoed after that. So good first start here from Winthrop. Pretty much what they're looking for.
Yeah, and Giza, I mean, they look flashy at times, but sitting at 5 and 11, it's really Renz who's been set up by their success. So definitely not the demon we expected to have in the server for the time being. And I feel like they're going to have to step it up, especially on the defense when both are running these hyper-aggressive compositions. They're going to be favored on the attack no matter how you spin it, especially with the go away till it fails approach.
I love this Soma interaction here. You want to send the drone? I'll send the shock bolt, okay? It's a tick for tack here, play, and off the rope as well. Find each other, there it is. Nasi wins the interaction just with the Sheriff, has to pivot off, has to make sure they don't take any fall damage as well. I don't want to see them on 6 HP go down.
What a leer, what a swarm grenade, forcing now the Winthrop members in these uncomfortable positions so that, yeah, Maryville can get it set up to counter any sort of spike plan.
Ali, Guardian shot will hit, but there's still 2 in the backside to take care of. Shock Bolt is taking care of half, so the body shots will do the rest. After that one headshot actually from Boobs on the wallbang with the Sheriff, so just about everything sorting in the favor of Maryville.
And Clark's like, what do you want me to do, guys? I have a shorty. And Nazi, if you go searching, you might just find that out the hard way here. Moves, I mean, they were more lethal with the Sheriff than some of the players were with their buy or purchased weapons. So they're also looking here knowing that it's no harm, no foul if that weapon is conceded. But all in all, when you were down 8-4, keeping this round flawless is a great way to turn the map around.
They might just do that with everybody. Look at the headhunt here. Clerk with the impossible situation making the shorty work, sidestepping some bullets, has to go down to either one of the guns from Winthrop or the spike. So it will be indeed the flawless from Winthrop, that 2-0 start, and how are the buys looking here for Maryville?
I mean, when 2 of your players have Sheriffs, then yeah, you can afford 2 rifles on the side of Winthrop. For Maryville, I mean, it was your second round. It's pretty kind of standard how this was going to flow, how it was going to go, but I'm kind of concerned about the 2 light shields. Well, we revisited that for Renz and Wildfire. Nothing to top it off, cannot fix. But outside of that, Winthrop, I mean, they're keeping it fairly simple. We haven't seen catastrophic lurks just yet out of flare or out of moves, and it looks like moves may be trying to change it now that they know they're fighting a losing battle.
Oh, and Giza, the aggression on the A main side was not working out, and the 2 blown either. Instantly eviscerated from that, and Wildfire caught in the recon as well. Has to pivot straight off. So these initial engagements just continue to win over on that Winthrop side. Wildfire not willing to give up his position. Shock to try to get one, but Renz, yes, that shock does land on the Ollie as well. You'd think this Sova combination would work out still for Wildfire, and now they've got yet another recon dart to send. So, Winthrop, say, what do you got? What do you have still in your arsenal, Wildfire, as we slowly march forward to try to take on this site? Tailwind still available, and there is Moves getting 1, so now the agents are even. It's time for Infiltrator to make their move, but Wildfire's already taken out 2 of their teammates. Infiltrator responds with 2 of their own. Tailwind, spike picked up, and maybe, just maybe, the spike plant.
Oh, you hear Infiltrator trying to run you down, and now probably, you know, echolocation triangulating you to that corner. Cloud burst out, the fake cross, the real cross, and the shot, the hospital flick, and a celebration. The team's so loud that bro has to take his headphones off.
You might as well hype it up. with the squad, because that's the way you fire back and do it for your team there. Wildfire was camped out in the backside, ready and waiting for the whole team to come through. They eliminate 2, but Infiltrator does the same and more, up to 16 and 11 on Iceball.
Oh, wow. I mean, if there's an MVP right now, which I know there's an award for, I can see who would be crowned if this ends up being a turnaround, a 2-0 for Winthrop. But in the meantime, again, it's just start out A, see what happens. And we're looking now for Maryville to make that adaptation, and it has yet to come.
When will it arrive? If it does, remember that A was the prerogative of Maryville in the first half. It seems to be the case as well.
Here
for Winthrop. Infiltrator, ready to heat up and keep on fire. Tailwind ready. Do they send the Cloudburst to advance up the site, or they approach timidly with their teammate? Winthrop and Maryville ready to meet each other all on this site. The Leer is out to keep them back. Infiltrator can't see a thing in their own smoke, and Wildfire deposits them instantly. Hunter's Fury removes anything of Ollie around with the spike as well. And I mean, the spike is not going to play it itself. Nazi, you got to find a way to get to safe territory and get the spike down.
Huge respect from Winthrop towards Maryville, waiting for the toxic screen rotation. And Giza was alive this time, not first blooded, and as a result, pulling down kill after kill off of Renz's contact. And just like that, the Thrifty delivered to keep Maryville in control of this map.
I'll tell you what, Maryville, I think, are recognizing that Winthrop are so stubborn about this A site. They've had so many opportunities to rotate away, maybe try mid, but again and again they push A. And so Maryville just say, you know what, if you really want to advance on our site, so be it.
Yeah, they force stacking on the eco round. Very informed decision, I'd say, thanks to the conditioning here. It's like Maryville understood when, you know, it was starting to reach its limitations going A. Winthrop just hasn't gotten that memo. Even now, after losing a round in that fashion, they're still just trying to duke it out here.
Giza says, I welcome every fight. Saw that Hunter's Fury find a kill on the defensive side, but on the attack, no such luck. Giza instead has to continue to take this position. Nanoswarms hear the shock bolts right around them as well from the heaven side. Both Sova's trading utility, but now it may be time to pivot and swing these angles. Giza, how do you get away with that? 3 or 4 players watching ya, but Ali sends it right back and positions forward with that dismiss. The Empress is popped. It's time for them to pop off.
And I want Giza to pop the Empress, and this is exactly why. It's that hit factor to lock it around or turn it around like we just saw out of Winthrop. And we saw Android, they stuck around so long on the B side, but that could just be the win con for this round. The late development, nobody watching the flank, all eyes on Chlorocure screens, which is exactly how Andrew wants it.
Andrew good for 1. The pitch play. Will it come to form? No, there's no help on the first elimination. Chloric decides to pick off moves at the end of it all. Didn't follow up the initial kill, but said, don't worry. It's all patient, it's all good. Maryville up to 10.
Cool. And maybe some of that confidence again, fighting Winthrop. I think I remember, like, word for word from that interview, they're like, we think we're better, so we just swing. And when you're in an attack-sided situation in a 1v1 like that, maybe buying down the time is a good idea. But all in all, that just results in Maryville with double digits here and a broken buy on the Winthrop side. But I wouldn't count them out just yet. Blazestorm's online, a full shield indicator, and when you have a 16 and 13 duelist like Infiltrator, anything can happen, especially with a focal point shift. Look, they're going mid.
We haven't seen this enough quite yet. Yes, we've seen the pivotal lurks coming through mid, but what about the entire team here? Infiltrator instantly on top of the tube, hoping to find 1 here with the knives. A kill leader trying to put things into form for their team. First blood could be on the doorstep, but you've got to take into consideration these pivotal ultimates on the other side as well. You asked for the Empress on Giza. There it is, finally in action. And got this B side eliminated by Ali, so that may be the point for Winthrop to turn on.
Yeah, I was finally looking forward to Angie getting challenged, right? And we mentioned, okay, A executions have their limit, and Winthrop finally figuring it out, again, without utilizing a timeout. So might be able to get control over this site. The secondary defense is starting to roll in here, Cloric in particular. And this is also what I asked for out of Winthrop last round. Proactivity from the defense, right? Pushing, prodding, finding Infiltrator, and wasting their blades away.
No way. Renz. We talked about Infiltrator being the kill leader, but Renz is as well. And you know that Not Dead Yet is going to be popped because now they don't have to worry about the detainment. So they'll push forward. They'll search for that kill. They know they're aiming for it. And Flair just posts up on an angle and removes them again. Boobs, though, we've seen the cooking in the kitchen. Can they do it yet again? Cloric eliminates their doppelganger and going for 2 now. So Moves, the last remaining, had moved off of Kitchen and will move straight out of this round.
Yeah, I understand what Winthrop was going for there. They realize Move's position, you have to tuck away safely so they have enough time to get into that catastrophic position. And when, again, there's just no reaction, no initiation there, and it falls flat, so does your round and maybe your chances at this map. Berryville up to 11. That was a Seiko round, so that's the silver lining here, but still with no timeout, we gotta see what the shift is. And I liked the color, I liked them going mid, I liked them prodding B because they easily overwhelmed Angie. But all that to say, they're still with, like, you know, gravity towards a planet being pulled back to this A site.
Oh my, Giza, no, the dart comes, so the body's gotta follow. How about 2? Giza running rampant on this side. And the Lear just to get out of dodge. So it is a 1-for-1 in this position. Bloodshed always coming through on the A main side, but how about the lockdown to force your way in? This is the prerogative now for Winthrop. You've got to find a way to get that spike down, maybe follow it up with the Viper's Pit. There has to be a win condition in these late rounds.
I mean, we finally saw Maryville winning these A fights. This might just give them the edge, but Wildfire seems to have other plans. The immediate recon going out, the ping on to the Arena. Really good here, because then your Viper can get the plant, can hopefully get the pit down. Moves in this situation. In fact, going to invest it because gotta keep them off a map point here.
Ooh, Wildfire. I was thinking maybe the drone would be more helpful with the Viper's Pit, but they're getting kills just fine. Unfortunately, their teammate is not. Giza ends up going down there from Ali. So now you just have 2 teammates to work with. Cloric sending some smoke spams into the mix. Gotta keep in mind as well, you've got Moves here within this pit. You potentially have some nano swarms as well with your teammate, but Moves able to get that kill, but they're instantly traded out. And following up, has to find a way for the defuse, but the spam from Flair is there. Will the follow-up be there as well? They've got to move through this ruse. It's being stuck. They've got enough time to eliminate. The clutch secured.
And until the bitter end, until the last second, I was doubting Winthrop every step of the way. I'm like, why are you leaving Moves alone in the pit? Why are 2 of you off site? And in particular, if you are off site, shouldn't you play time? Why is Ollie peeking? It didn't seem to matter because Flair was confident in their sightlines, confident in their crosshair placement. It doesn't matter Toxic Screen. It doesn't matter a ruse. They are not getting fooled into a 12.